Chapter 1, Choose a Celestial Immortal or a Celestial Immortal. Why are you ignoring others and still sulking? A white and delicate hand that was as green as jade gently stroked Du Sheng's cheek. The sweet and charming voice lingered in his ears, and everything around him was filled with ambiguous atmosphere. Feeling the smooth touch, Du Sheng's body stiffened. The woman in front of her looked a little familiar, but she also felt it was unlikely. As some vague memories become clearer, the first reaction is that it turns out that exercise after drinking will lead to sudden death. The second reaction is, I was fooled by myself. It's not that I don't want to recommend you to star in Brother Hong's sequel movie, but that it's too embarrassing. The sweet girl chuckled softly, and laid her pretty face on his chest. You also know that if I want to stay in the Hong Kong circle, I have to rely on his connections. Any rumors will be heard at that time, and it will have a big impact if it makes a big deal. Du Sheng lowered his head to confirm with his memory. The jade bones and ice skin are so charming. The smooth and delicate skin exudes a charming luster, showing its charming appearance. Especially her clear and bright eyes, every frown and smile is full of charm. Even though Du Sheng repeatedly confirmed the woman's appearance, he still felt all kinds of emotion in his heart. Pretty. Born to be charming. It is indeed a face shape that countless internet celebrities are imitating. It is also worthy of being one of the 4 anniversary double ice. Yes, this woman is Fan Ou. The memories remaining in my mind and the clear details. Losing. Du Sheng sighed and looked at Fan Ou for quite complicated reasons. This big playmaker, known as a killer of fresh meat, was nicknamed Fan Bei in later generations. Although it is only a few years after the millennium, it is the time for the other party to become famous. But I don't know if it's a hype or a hype, but there are many rumored boyfriends on the other party. It's like the award ceremony last night, interesting news leaked. Speaking of Fan Ou and Wu Donghan, who was awarded the title of Mr. World, she was unwilling to pay attention to the awards throughout the whole process, and her eyes kept lingering on Wu Donghan's strong figure. During this period, there were many ambiguous interactions and were photographed by the entertainment reporter sitting in the back row. Funny thing is that Wu Donghan seemed to be unable to bear the hot eyes, and was frightened by Fan Ou and left early. If nothing unexpected happens, Du Sheng will probably become the one who is Li Dai Dao Zombie tonight. And the sequel, the other party said, in fact, it is the movie version of Singapore Flying Dragon that they co-wrote not long ago. Actually, it's a bit wrong to say that it's cooperation. Because Du Sheng is just a traitor in the troupe, an inconspicuous little character. As for Brother Hong, whom the other party mentioned, he is naturally Fatty Hong, who is the filming and starring. Seeing that Du Sheng was still silent, Fan Ou chuckled and simply got into his arms. If you really want to enter this circle, why don't you sign into Huai? Sister Hua is very optimistic about you. With her support, we can still be together. Feeling the softness in his arms and facing Fan Yejing's affectionate performance eyes, Du Sheng took a deep breath, and also showed his acting skills, and said with a deep face. Since you know that Fatty Hong will get angry, you still come to see me. I miss you. Fan Ou held Du Sheng's cheeks and said sweetly with affectionate expression. And Fatty Hong and I were just having sex. He went back to Xiangjiang the day before yesterday and was hospitalized. We didn't care. This sweet and charming smile, this sincere tone, and its acting skills without trace. Even though he knew Fan Ou very well, Du Sheng's heart couldn't help but jump. He is truly a fairy. Especially now he is only 21 years old, he is at the age of being so charming and full of charm. Du Sheng suppressed his restless thoughts and slightly restrained his anger. If I don't audition for Undercover Veyron, I have to have an explanation. This film is mainly used by Fatty Hong to praise his son. Moreover, the investment is not big, the box office is not good, and the reputation is bad. The audition is still the one who auditioned. He didn't have much thoughts at all. The reason why I am restless is naturally because I have some minor thoughts. After all, I have been fleece all night. Wouldn't I betrayed if I don't have some benefits? With Fan Ou's current popularity and connections and as the leading actress of Hawaii, it is not difficult to recommend another audition role to him. Feeling the changes of the man, Fan Ou smiled even more charmingly, her body twisted gently in his arms, and she smiled. I know you are unwilling to accept it. After all, it is too difficult to support you without a connection or background. She also rolled up all the way since she was a child, and she knew very well what such a role meant to a small person. But she is the heroine in this film. If Du Sheng participates in and let Fatty Hong see something, it would not be good. But she didn't want to give up the young and handsome guy who had just succeeded. Fan Ou picked Du Sheng and said with charming eyes. How about this, a director I know is about to direct a costume drama recently, it's a big hit. I said hello to him to see if I could get you an audition for compensation. It is true that she is a popular actress, but the relationship between the two parties is there, so you can only ask for an audition at most. If the relationship is as bloody as Huang Yi and Nai Yuan, it would be impossible to steal a role. After being flirted with the other party like this, Du Sheng suddenly became angry. But when I thought of the popular costume drama mentioned by the other party, I suppressed it. Which drama Qin Shuang or the famous Captain co-produced with Wancheng? Neither of them are. These two dramas are being prepared, and I'm not sure about choosing me. Fan Ou looked at Du Sheng, his cheeks fluttered, and he breathed like an orchid. It's a remake of Jin Yang. It is said that he invested more than 10 million yuan and is a big production. Looking at Fan Ou's superb acting skills, Du Sheng was amazed in his heart. This woman is like a thorny rose, beautiful but dangerous. He knew very well that he could not get too close to her, otherwise he would be unable to extricate himself. Moreover, after understanding Fan Ou's character and future destiny, Du Sheng is unable and has no intention to change it for the time being. It is appropriate to change one code like this. After all, it is now an era of popular costume martial arts dramas, and Jin Yang's remakes are definitely popular. Okay, please contact me first. Fan Ou chuckled and called in front of him. Du Sheng held down the other party's jade hand, silent. This scene reminded him of the strange scenes of Chinese films. But then again, Fan Ou just likes Fatty Hong's connections and is still single to the outside world. If he doesn't announce the relationship between men and women for a day, he will not be considered a corner. As long as you are not messed up, you may be able to add a beautiful story in the circle. Now this thing that makes people miss you is by your side. If you don't come back for free, wouldn't it be a loss to Grandma's house? As soon as he thought of this, Du Sheng turned and sat up again. Fan Ou gave him anger and said, "Don't make a fuss. The phone is about to go. This director is from the Hong Kong circle. What if it is spread to Fatty Hong? If you say this, I'm more interested. This is a total plus point." Du Sheng's face seemed to be strong, but his tone showed some expectations. If Fatty Hong really hears it, let him hear with his own ears what it means to be inferior to himself. Although Du Sheng did not have the surname Cao, he always admired the legacy of Wei Wu of Prime Minister Cao. As for Fatty Hong, if he offended him in the 1980s and 1990s, anyone would have to think about it. But now, a person who is still in the twilight world and can only be involved in the martial arts circle in the future is afraid of his hammer. Fan Ou. After finally comforting him, I just put down my phone after communicating and saw the man standing up high. I didn't realize it before, you didn't let go, and you just suffocated to death. You need to make up for it. Fan Ou tied his hair charmingly, bit his lower lip lightly, and laughed. This is indeed my fault, you can do whatever you want to make up for it. Du Sheng was in high spirits and suddenly remembered Sushi's hunting poem. I was talking about the young man's crazy, holding yellow on the left and cyan on the right. P.S. I originally wanted to take the title of the book that started with the film and television, but it was occupied. The skill was extracted to include the film and television, and it was just a purple one. Chapter 2 Lottery Extra. In the future. The quiet and elegant house seems to have been baptized by a storm. The storm continued until the dawn was first bright before slowly calming down. Du Sheng walked out of bed and took a shower, and his mental state was in good spirits. Fan Ou lies on the couch, looking a little lazy, but quite comfortable. Director Zhu agreed, but the details are not decided. Her eyes were circling Du Sheng's strong chest. People who came from special skills and practiced martial arts since childhood were different, with a satisfied smile on their faces. I'm going to visit Daijing at noon, remember to contact us often. Du Sheng turned his head and looked at this beautiful woman with a bad reputation, but she didn't have much infatuation in her eyes. But the two sides finally shared the same seat and thought about it again and again. You often spend time in the Hong Kong circle, you should see that the decline of Hong Kong films is the general trend, and the film Undercover Veyron cannot make any changes. Pleasing Fatty Hong won't let you go further, but on the contrary it will only become your bond or even a stain. Fan Ou looked at the man's serious and calm appearance and was silent for a moment. The authentic smile on his face gradually closed, obviously touching some of his thoughts. Even her agent wouldn't say much about this kind of thing. In the circle, you are accustomed to being praised and stepped on the low side, which shows how rare it is to be honest. Fan Ou glanced at Du Sheng deeply, without any statement, and smiled again. You are really not going to join Hui? It's hard to last for a single fight. Although his voice is not as charming as before, it is a little more casual. Du Sheng just smiled and said with a little emotion. Although Hui is good, a big tree may not necessarily shelter the wind, but it is easy to be sucked by borers. The high heels left, and Fan Ou left, leaving only a touch of fragrance. Du Sheng shook his head and withdrew his gaze. The reason why he said this was just to be careful. No matter what is good or bad, as long as you leave a deep memory, you will always be able to use it in the future. Otherwise, with the popularity of the other party's big position, there will be a lot of people around you, and you will forget it in a blink of an eye. Of course, if there is a choice, he doesn't need to worry about it. But reality does not allow it. After a night of memory fusion, Du Sheng was able to confirm that he was reborn. He had no capital and no connections at the beginning, and was still an unknown young actor. Those who struggle to survive at the bottom of the store know that only those who stick to their dreams understand the bitterness. For example, in order to grab a prospective character, no matter whether it is cold or hot, they will get up at 3 or 4 in the morning. In order to win the favor of the casting director, in addition to putting down his dignity and complimenting, those who are humble probably have to take off their pants. If it weren't for the more Yu-Yin from his adoptive father, who had treated him as a stunt actor since childhood, let alone having a line role in Single Police Flying Dragon some time ago, he wouldn't even be a group special. Now that there are conditions to use and shortcuts to choose, how to choose is still hesitant. Of course, although the current situation is a bit bad, Du Sheng looked at the young face reflected in the mirror, but was quite satisfied. The face is deep like a carving, the bridge of the nose is high and straight, the lips are thin but not soft, and the temperament is cool and has a hint of nobility, which looks very much like Zunlong. He is the handsome guy who can make people feel moved at a glance. This era, 182 centimeters is a standard model with a height, perfect figure, long and powerful thighs, and a transcendent temperament. No wonder we were able to train the big player Fan Ou last night. No wonder it attracted Wang Jinhua, the first domestic entertainment agent who is above the top. With this body, now he has his hands in his pockets and has no idea what an opponent is. As for why you shouldn't promise to join Hui? In addition to the problems of this media company, Du Sheng naturally has confidence. After waking up last night, he found an illusory lottery interface flashing in front of him. This is confidence. Ding! At the right time, a crisp and cold electronic sound rang out in my mind. Role interpretation lottery helps dreams come true. For each film and television work that the host will receive a lottery opportunity, and he can randomly draw abilities, items, or skills that the character itself comes with. Currently open topics: war, action, city, love, comedy, martial arts, science fiction, fantasy, fairy tale, myth, suspense, etc., and the scope of superpowers does not meet the scope of temporarily. The more the host's interpretation fits the character itself, the more the proportion of the scenes, and the higher the abilities, items, and skills levels provided by the prize. Du Sheng was quite satisfied with this lottery plugin. In short, as long as he participates in filming, he can win a lottery. Born specifically for filming. When I think about getting magical pills such as internal strength, lightness, immortality, and other magical pills from martial arts dramas, no matter how calm my mind is, I can't help but be excited. It is also very good to draw gun mastery, super explosion, super perspective, etc. from war action movies. Or the deep love, genius brain, and black technology series and urban romance movies are enough to take off. Holding back on the joy, Du Sheng's eyes fell on the attribute panel below. Host, Du Sheng. Professional, stuntman. Capital opening outside the 8th line. Skills, acting skills LV2/green, 1128/10,000, singing skills LV1/green, cooking skills LV1/green, Bajiquan LV1/green, 168/1000. Note, skills are divided into gray, white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Reputation value, 9,862, gathering 10 people to shock or slander and transforming them into a little reputation value, which can be improved or used for redemption. Comprehensive evaluation, F, including physical fitness, identity, power, status, combat power, etc., normal person F. Note, the number of lottery draws available in the annual evaluation F is 10, each upgrade is expanded 3 times, and a lottery will be given away. The overall picture is clear at a glance, and the advantages and disadvantages are fully displayed. Speaking of which, his acting skills were only LV1 at the beginning. Last night, in order to show off her acting skills with Fan Yejing, she felt that her expression was not round enough and her speech was not full enough. So 1,000 reputation points were consumed and divided into the sound stage table. Acting skills LV2/green voice, 278, station, 286, shape, 281, table, 283. At that moment, the emotions were rich and in place, and the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness also changed in depth, which was quite infectious. If it were put before, it would probably only match the agile actors such as Baby and Cheyu who were described as Daomuji. It all depends on the external appearance of facial features and physical movements, and exaggeration and play almost overflow the screen. I have to say that my acting skills have improved to LV2 and have completely defeated 80% of the young and handsome guys in seconds. Du Sheng's eyes moved downward and fell on his reputation. There seems to be not many specific numbers like 9,862, but only shock and slander can be transformed, and accumulating 10 people can be transformed. In short, more than 100,000 people have accumulated shock or slandering him. If other miscellaneous worship, dislike, admiration, hatred, etc. are included, the number of people will be more than several times more than once. There is probably only a small part of the reputation value in this, which is brought about by the release of the character. Chapter 3 Weird. Du Sheng recalled carefully in his mind. In addition to starring in Single Police Flying Dragon, his predecessor was also sent to The Legend of the Condor Heroes by his adoptive father for audition. Because of his martial arts skills, he was selected to play the role of Genghis Khan's second son Chagatai. Although this character is a martial arts and good at fighting, he can't even turn it to the last few pages of the cast. It is a small supporting role that sets up a stage for Tule. Whether the audience will have any impression after watching it is unknown. So how did these reputations come from? It's not the exposure brought by the previous report revealing the curtain. No matter what, this is a good thing. Because of the next audition, it is likely that the acting skills and Bajiquan will be improved. As for singing skills, it is also necessary as a living skill. Du Sheng suppressed his thoughts and glanced at the comprehensive ability evaluation. This includes profession, status, combat strength, and even physical fitness, which seems to be very important. The evaluation will be improved in the future, and it should be more than just the number of gifts to expand and draws. He speculated that once the evaluation reaches a certain stage, it may unlock the source of reputation for worship, disgust, admiration, hatred, and other emotions. For reputation, it seems that you have to work hard if you have anything to do in the future. As for whether it will rush towards the black and red direction, what did Zhou Shuren say? I would rather let the people of the world than let the people of the world down. Du Sheng focused on the lottery roulette. The next moment, a prompt popped up in front of me. The filming of Single Police Flying Dragon has been detected. Will the settlement be carried out? Tip: the more the host's interpretation fits the character itself, the heavier the proportion of the scenes, and the higher the abilities, items, and skills levels provided by the prize. Hey! This drama has been completed for several days, but can it still draw a lottery? Although it was a bit unexpected, Du Sheng was quite happy. After all, who doesn't like it if you give it for free? Close down. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is F, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/10. Will the lottery be conducted? Why are you like a blind box? You can't even see anything in the card pool. Du Sheng searched around and saw only a brief introduction to the lottery interface of 19 Choose 7. He was too lazy to care about it and just recited it silently. Raffle lottery. Brush. 19 cards flashed out of the roulette with the intersection of blue, green, white and grey. There is no purple, which is expected. After all, he only plays a small role in a turtle cloth group, and he doesn't have many roles, so the reward he gives is definitely average. However, now it is better to have skills and skills to be with you than not. As the thought moves, the cards on the roulette turn quickly counterclockwise. Brush. Then 7 cards exploded, like a stream of light and freeze. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of Do Lazy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining driving mastery, green. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a steel stick. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of silver bracelets. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the island survival skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sound and color dog and horse, primary/green, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tingkui Yanshi wet wipes, 10 pieces. Seeing the first 3 things that came out, Du Sheng almost cursed. A box of Do Lazy? Others use more than that overnight, who do they look down on? After all, this thing is thin and not easy to break, and it is very effective to use it as a hemostatic bandage. Survival skills in the island? Is this survival technique produced by brainless thunder drama serious? A group of women and a man were in a lost island, and the latter was chased by the former. If it weren't for the usefulness of the following few things, he would have regretted wasting the number of annual lottery draws. As 2 phantoms turn into flowing light and enter the body, experiences such as survival in the wild and driving skills have begun to be integrated. Hey! Very serious. Even if you can't use the knowledge of living in the wilderness, you can rely on experience to avoid risks. And driving is proficient in this skill, which is also quite practical. Although he took the driver's license in his previous life, the Moonlight Clan basically couldn't use it. He had forgotten it a few years later. As for the predecessor, I haven't had a license test yet, and I can only drive bicycles and motorcycles. Women can count half of them, but it's better not to mention them. And all the driving skills imprinted into my mind include cars, planes, ships, tanks, ship girls, etc., and they can learn all kinds of driving skills without any instruction. Although it seems a bit unreliable, it is also a reinforcement skill in any case. A pair of silver bracelets? There is such a thing for the dwarf mule character. But it's pretty good. I'll use it to torture my sister in the future, it's not right. It's a good idea to torture the bad guys. Du Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the only skill obtained, his face gradually became strange. Speaking dogs and horses, LV1/green. You yearn for a life of indulgence and a unique talent that can be tireless during and around the clock. Du Sheng thought he was dazzled and looked at it again. However, more than 10 years of experience and skills have been added out of thin air in my mind, and I can't deceive people at all. Outrageous! Is it because the character I play is a nightclub groom that I can draw such a weird thing? After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. But then again, this thing seems to be pretty good. After all, the entertainment industry is too deep, especially after being fucked by Fan Ou, he has been worried that he can't control it. Now, this unique talent sounds very powerful. Not to mention swimming, it is probably not a big problem to go to the deep water area to swim. Standard green is too unscientific. He felt that it would not be too much to give a purple color. At least, his understanding of the skills of the second subject is now more pure. This trip is not worth it. Du Sheng was very satisfied, and this skill alone was priceless. He couldn't wait to try the show alone. Unfortunately, there are only sweeping ants nearby. But it doesn't matter, there are plenty of opportunities in the future. Didn't the little goblin named Fan want to suppress herself? Let her see what a Chicago typewriter is. As for the remaining two, I won't talk about the iron stick. The special effect of the pounding man is good and can be used as a helper in the future. What's the matter with a puppet tissue? Du Sheng finished reading the Chinese text in confusion, and then threw it into the lottery warehouse with disgust. Now that I have special skills, I don't need to use these things. He calmed down his mood, compared it before and after, and felt a little emotional. It's a pity that I didn't draw the skills that are conducive to career promotion. But when I think of the audition for the Jinyang drama I received. If you plan well next, there will be at least 2 chances of lottery in a short period of time. Du Sheng was full of expectations. I ate some food on the street and took the bus to return to the rental house. He was bored for a moment, so he simply sorted out the situation before and after his rebirth. Because I still can't remember some things clearly. Even the timeline of this world seems a bit blurry. Du Sheng thought that if he could get rich overnight by buying lottery tickets, World Cup, Bitcoin, investing in BBA, etc., then he would not have to struggle. Chapter 4 Hongdian Scam. According to memory comparison, this year should have just passed the millennium. But some of the things that happened in reality made Du Sheng a little confused. At this time in my previous life, the East was not completely in line with the world. However, there is a slight change here. Du Sheng shook his head slightly and put away his little thoughts. I think I'm overthinking the money when I want to get rich overnight. He just took out his cell phone and wanted to browse the entertainment-related information, but a message popped up. Zheng Xian posted a smile on QQ. The social page of Urban Entertainment newspaper, don't say I don't care about you. Oh. Seeing the other party's somewhat arrogant expression, a pure and pretty face appeared in Du Sheng's mind. He guessed that it was related to yesterday's incident, so he clicked to open the website. Undercover visit to Hongdian Scam, the black-hearted crew is actually a trap for filming. Sure enough, the title was shocking. Although this little witch is not very reliable in acting, she is still very capable of acting. I even published an article overnight and even posted a green light. From this we can see that the other party is not like an ordinary intern editor, and the background should be good. The theme of her article mainly reflects some small crews with misunderstandings, and they are willing to use great benefits to lure artists to film romantic films. It mentioned the grey industrial chain in the circle, but the main perspective is around her and Du Sheng's open and secret investigations. When I saw the article, I spent a lot of time praising myself. Du Sheng was somewhat ashamed. The other party made an open and secret investigation, and he even voluntarily entered the situation with his own risk. The dark-hearted drama at that time. The boss of the group thought about the innocent and beautiful Zheng Xian at a glance, and couldn't wait to pull her into the office. As a result, Zheng Xian followed in with a sweet smile, and after closing the door, someone's descendant was kicked and broken. It's really cruel. Where can I have any sweet and innocent images? I look like a little witch. At the beginning, the predecessor, like several other young actors, was almost lured by the crew to audition on the grounds of being a role. If it weren't for relying on his strong martial arts skills and delaying the team to lead the team to the death, I would have been photographed at this moment. As for the report that the two sides have become open investigations and secret investigations in the report, this is what Du Sheng asked. In exchange, the other party can publish his pictures and deeds to enhance the authenticity. This kind of thing is exposed and will have some benefits for popularity, but it is not very nice to have sex with the fraud. Therefore, you have to extract it clearly, for example, if you actively reveal the truth. Du Sheng checked other news headlines and replied with satisfaction. Thank you, I'll treat you tonight, will you come? Metropolitan Entertainment News is not a street tabloid. Even if it does not rank among the top 10 in the country, there is still a second-tier traffic. Many media friends are also good for young actors. Nowadays, many self-media have reprinted the internet, and have also put up various exaggerated titles. Shocked. The crew tricked artists into filming romantic films. Where is the moral bottom line? Anger. The Sanmya crew deceived the lower-level actors to make salty films on the grounds of promising the role. The darkness behind the big scale, in order to realize the star dream, the truth is cruel and shocking. In less than half a day, topics related to the trick trap have already topped the hot searches on the entertainment list. If nothing unexpected happens, the reputation value of 9,862 is mostly obtained from this. What made Du Sheng most happy was that his reputation, which had originally been in stagnation, has now risen again. It seems that you can't stop without adding 1 or 2,000. Glanced at the TTB platform, Taitaba plus Tianya plus blog coordination. He found that the personal account opened by his predecessor actually increased from the previous 3 melons and 2 dates of fans to 180,000. There are no zombie fans or marketing fans, but real fans. Although most of them are onlookers who watch melons and pay attention to it casually. But as long as the operation is well done, some of it can be left behind. This is about status and can be turned into a comprehensive evaluation. What a gratifying thing! Because whether it is the blessing of popularity or the positive energy such as revealing ugliness, it will be beneficial to future auditions. Even if you don't look at me differently, you will have some good feelings. Half an hour later, Du Sheng got out of the car and returned to the rental house, and instinctively glanced at the reputation value. As expected, the cumulative increase of 2,000 after being on the hot search. Even the number of fans on the platform increased by 90,000, almost reaching 270,000. It's a joyful congratulation. Because of the fans of first-line stars, the TTB platform is generally only in the past 1,000. For example, Zhang Ziyi, Lu Yi, Li Guanpeng, and others have popularity, only about 13 million will float. As for the second-tier cities, it is mostly between 5 million and 10 million. Of course, there are always monsters, and brushing is exceptional. According to this calculation, if you round it up, Du Sheng is still an artist outside the 6th tier. Isn't this a congratulation? Although he has not yet produced a representative work, it does not prevent his mentality from relaxing. He bought a few bottles of beer and peanuts along the way. Back to a slightly remote and dilapidated rental house. As soon as Du Sheng put down his things, he heard footsteps behind him. Hi! The big star finally is willing to come back. The door of the house opened, and a young man with a silly and honest, dark-skinned woman, like a migrant farmer in the countryside, walked in. Can a big star live in a doghouse? Your little mouth is so sweet. Du Sheng smiled and opened a bottle of beer and handed it over. This is the special King Ye Yang, whom I met on the set. The two of them spent 600 yuan to rent this rental house together. Wang Ye Yang was not polite either. He took the bottle and tilted his head and drank most of it. I'm back so early, can I have no show to shoot? Du Sheng noticed that his clothes were a little dirty. Although they had been washed, there were obvious traces of mud. Yes, I took on an anti-Japanese drama. Wang Yeyang raised the 90 yuan in his hand and sighed. It's just that in July, this ghost weather, I have to stand in the sun and pretend to be a soldier, and I almost got heat stroke. This is the 2 times the actors' union adjusted their salary, and the extras only reached 70 yuan for 8 hours, and only 50 yuan last year. It would be nice to be able to receive the show. When I came back, I heard a lot of people complaining. Du Sheng smiled and was used to it. Wang Yeyang is already okay, at least there are face-showing shots or 1 or 2 lines. As an extra who acted as a background board, he wore heavy armor that had not been washed for several years and was lying on the ground to pretend to be a corpse. Wang Yeyang put down the bottle and looked at the increasingly handsome roommate, saying a little envious. It's really different from your life. It probably won't take long before you will become famous. Then bring your brothers. What does that sentence mean? I am afraid that my brothers will live a hard life, and I am even more afraid that my brothers will drive a Land Rover. Last year they were having a chance together, but they didn't expect that the other party would soar into the sky in a blink of an eye. Chapter 5 Are you all blind? Wang Yeyang asked himself that he was not bad either. When you go out of the hall and enter the kitchen, you are as beautiful as a flower in your 20s. He also helped the old lady cross the road every day. And what about this kid? I just finished the college entrance examination, because my studies were intermittent. Who can I ask for this fate? Okay, then at that time, the 8 Vajra protectors around me will reserve your seat first. Du Sheng also knew his own affairs and chatted for a few words. Suddenly a text message sounded. It seems that you have no blessing to save these things, so let me be your company. Wang Yeyang knew what was going on when he saw Du Sheng's beautiful smile. He stayed alone in the empty room and was also worried. In theory, there is never a shortage of women in a shop, so why do you have no chance of being a woman? Are you all blind? Du Sheng glanced at Wang Yeyang's chicken coop-headed migrant worker dressed, with leather shoes exposed on his toes, and the smell of sweat could be smelled a few meters away. He shook his head, too lazy to persuade him, so he opened the text message to check it. However, Zheng Xian made an appointment with the group of cheated young actors yesterday and got together at 7 o'clock in the evening in advance. The money said that the police station rewarded me has arrived, I will give it back to everyone. Seeing that it was still early, Du Sheng simply washed up first. When I arrived at the hotel, I found that several young people had arrived. The girl with the little stars surround the moon is Zheng Xian. She seems to be in her 18 or 19 years old, tall and outstanding, with delicate and fair facial features, unique and charming temperament. The outfit of a puff-sleeve dress with sneakers not only perfectly shows the collarbone lines, but also has an elegant and charming appearance, but also reflects the pure atmosphere of a girl, which is quite eye-catching. After eating and drinking, everyone came to the encounter bar together. A special young man with the potential to curry favor with the topic, he looked at the charming Zheng Xian. Xian, aren't you a fresh graduate of the police academy? Why did you go to work as an intern editor at the newspaper? Zheng Xian shrugged and said casually. I studied information security major. My uncle asked me to work in customs, and it was too boring there. Speaking of this, she looked at Du Sheng beside her, her big eyes were full of agility. Didn't you say you've been in the M store for a few years? What scenes have you participated in? If you just participate, that's a lot. Du Sheng's face was as usual and did not hide his past. Recently, there have been the Drunken Heroes, the Third Young Master's Sword, the Storm, etc., but they are all martial arts substitutes. He will neither exaggerate himself to maintain his so-called dignity nor to underestimate himself because of his current situation. With the gold finger of the lottery, unless you are trying to die, you will be destined to be far ahead. I believe that in a few years, they will even feel deeply moved by meeting today. In a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, everyone chatted for a while. The special young man couldn't help but run to the stage to sing a song, but unfortunately he was a little embarrassed to look at him. There were no resident singers at the bar tonight. The boss saw that the scene was a little awkward and waved to Du Sheng. "That's right, Du Sheng is still a temporary resident singer here. My predecessor started in the first year of high school. If I couldn't get a show during the holidays, I would come to the bar to work part-time. But this is not surprising. Many singers and artists sing in bars and nightclubs or walk in bed before they become famous. For example, Zhou Sun, Sheng Shengpengniang, Chen Chusheng, etc., have been singing for several years. There are many people like Du Sheng who earn money for nothing." Zheng Xian, Dou Liping and other girls watched Du Sheng stand up and looked at him with interest. Tonight, the Tianhua band was taken to the next music festival. "Xiao Lu hasn't come yet, so you can take it first." The boss stretched out a hand and whispered. 3 songs, 90. This is not the first time, but I am usually only stingy. The reason why Du Sheng was so popular was not because he was attracted by his KTV level singing skills. It was purely because the rich women and petty bourgeoisie who came to consume liked that face. Du Sheng didn't dislike him and stood on the bar singing stage openly. "Good evening everyone, I am Xiao Du, next guest starring Adu's new song He Must Love You Very, I hope everyone likes it." While speaking, he spent 1,000 yuan in reputation and improved his singing skills to LV2. In an instant, different degrees of perception and improvement were obtained in pitch, tone, resonance, breath, pronunciation, range, and musical sense. As an artist, he will most likely have to rely on this skill to make a living in the future, so he will naturally not be stingy with that little expense. Most of the people at the scene were still talking, but only a small part looked up. In fact, as long as you are not a big brand, no one will pay attention to who is singing. If the other party hadn't mentioned Adu's popular new song He Must Love You released in April, there would probably be no more than Zheng Xian's table. The slow and gentle melody sounded slowly. "I'm hiding in the car. Holding champagne in hand. Want to give it to you. Birthday surprise." Du Sheng closed his eyes and started singing to the beat. This song has won several awards, and has also entered the top 20 popular KTV sings in his previous life. He has sang it at least a dozen times, and he still remembers the lyrics. Although he did not have the hoarse voice of Adu, his sadness was still sang a little. Perhaps some older people don't like to listen to this kind of song, but the young people on the scene like it very much. "Yes, how good is it?" Zheng Xian, Dou Liping and other women spoke in surprise. They originally thought that Du Sheng was just supporting the stage, but they didn't expect that they would have some tricks. Du Sheng's tone is very special, his voice is as clear as the water, also has a deep charm. The moment the first lyrics are sung, people unconsciously get a hint of sorrow and slowly immerse themselves in it. Some little girls began to focus on the stage. Seeing Du Sheng's handsome face, tall figure, and affectionate interpretation, his beautiful eyes gradually brightened. "You get closer and closer, there are 2 voices. I was caught off guard and had to sit there. I should be in the car, not in the car." In addition to the young people watching sideways, the woman sitting on the left locker suddenly raised her head. "Hey! It's him! The voice is cold and noble." Sitting opposite her was a middle-aged man with a slightly fat figure, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and a bit literary atmosphere. He put down his wine glass and glanced at the young man on the stage, laughing and joking. "Mr. Zhong, can you be your old acquaintance? They have been working on film and television projects for several years, so they talk casually. Speaking of which, the director's work The Knife series he returned to the mainland was still as numerous as the noble and cold strong woman in front of him invested, which is what it is today. The woman, known as Mr. Zhong, was silent for a moment, with a hint of complexity in her eyes. You must have heard of the drama I invested in at the beginning of the year. The stunt actor who accidentally fell from midair was his adoptive father. If Du Sheng looked over, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. This Mr. Zhong is the boss of Zhonggaiao film industry, Zhongzhen. After his adoptive father fell to pieces, the crew not only did not compensate, but also refused to pay medical expenses, saying that their crew took sufficient protective measures, which was caused by his adoptive father's own negligence. The predecessor was so angry that he stopped the investor's vehicle who came to visit the set and finally got some compensation after several twists and turns. And that investor is Zhongzhen. I was impressed with certainty. Chapter 6, Installing a Character. Although Zhongzhen's tone was calm, the literary man couldn't help but look at him sideways. He looked at the young man on the stage again and said with a smile. Although the singing skills are not interesting, the voice is very distinctive, the sound and pronunciation are good, and the range is wide enough. As long as you polish it carefully, you should have some achievements in the future. He was not easy to comment on the crew's approach, so he simply commented on a few lines of music. He was born in the Xiangzhong Wireless Artist class of Star Making Factory. When he was young, he applied to the Conservatory of Music. His comments are still a bit heavy. Zhongzhen suddenly remembered something and turned around and asked. Old Ju, is the drama adapted by Jin Yang sure you directed it? The literary man Zhu Zhuoliang smiled. The investment in this drama is quite large. Mr. Zhong alone has more than 20 million, and the total investment should be no less than 100 million. Producer Zhang also attaches great importance to it and has also built a film and television city. I am only responsible for part of the literary opera. Although he was good at talking to Old Man Jin and filmed several popular dramas in Hong Kong, he had no connections when he returned to the mainland. This time he was recommended by Jin Yang and Zhongzhen to be lucky enough to direct it. To put it bluntly, this drama is just like the film The Legend of the Condor Heroes filmed last year. The dominance of producer Zhang is the one who took the copyright of the remake. He is only one of the co-directors. Zhongzhen nodded, looked at the young man on the stage again, and suddenly asked. Do you think he is suitable for playing a role? Meeting him by chance tonight made her feel compassion and remembered the other person's stubborn face. Of course, as a strong woman in the industry, she will not easily act emotionally, and this is just a casual question. However, Zhu Zhuoliang heard it and began to look at Du Sheng carefully. Zhongzhen mentioned this young man twice, which obviously attached great importance to it. With the other party's investment status at this level, if you want to settle a role, even if producer Zhangda is arbitrary, he has to consider it. He has a good appearance and temperament, and is quite suitable for ancient costumes. The photogenic effect should not be bad. Zhu Zhuoliang thought for a while and said. I don't know what my acting skills are. In fact, even if his acting skills are almost done, he has worked with Zhang's hit song twice and is very clear about the producer's temperament. As long as the starring actor is willing to give money and support roles, it is very fond of producer Zhang Da's appetite. Moreover, there are templates for casting, which are basically famous fit acting skills. Speaking of this, Zhu Zhuoliang has recognized the young man on the stage. Last night, Fan Ou called him and mentioned a recommendation for audition roles. This morning I sent someone a photo message, so I had some impression. In addition, in the afternoon, the other party's photos were published on the headlines of revealing the Hongdian scam, and this popularity has accumulated a little. If there is a favor from the investor, as long as it is not a first 3 games, it is basically safe to try it out. Zhongzhen nodded slightly and suddenly said. I'm going to set up a film and television company. Are you interested in trying it out? Zhu Zhuoliang was a little surprised, but he didn't feel surprised. The Zhong family made their fortunes on videotapes from the beginning. Now that Songhai Film has its foundation, it is not surprising that it covers film and television production. Considering the embarrassing situation of returning to the mainland, Zhu Zhuoliang was really unable to move without relying on it, and pondered. Is the company going to shoot a TV series or a movie? He did not doubt the background and strength of the Zhong family, nor did he doubt whether the other party had the ability to do it well, but he was worried that the shooting style was not matched. Zhong Zhen knew what he was worried about and said calmly. First, film a TV series. These a batch of copyrights of novels by Wen Ruiyan and Mr. Gu Long have been purchased, starting with popular martial arts dramas. Zhu Zhuoliang finally felt relieved and said with a smile. Thanks to Mr. Zhong, it would be too hypocritical if I was polite. Wen Ruiyan's most famous novels are nothing more than The Four Famous Captains, Against the Cold, and The God of Common Man and so on. Martial arts dramas are his specialty. The first drama directed in Xiangzhong was Costume Martial Arts, and he was also one of the directors of The Legend of the Condor Heroes last year. At this time, Zhu Zhuoliang suddenly remembered something and looked at the young man on the stage again. With the director, what about the contracted actors? Zhong Zhen asked him to come here tonight, and he wouldn't just pull himself into the game. Could it be? However, he didn't ask much and began to concentrate on listening to the song. If Du Sheng knew that this director was so good at scheming, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. At this moment, he has finished singing He Must Love You and Quiet, published by J. Zhou last year. He smiled and looked at the audience cheering and clapping his hands, and gave support and encouragement to Zheng Xian and others. Next, the theme song Flowers of Lavender will be given to everyone. Lavender is a Bay City idol drama introduced to the mainland this year and is very popular among young people. That song Flower Scent was a popular golden song in KTV. The wind blows without direction. The rain also became sad. Looking at the figure singing affectionately on the stage, the little girls in the bar were so excited. Although Du Sheng is not as handsome as a professional singer, he is very handsome. Sometimes, handsome can really be used as a food. If they could be with such a handsome guy, they would never have breakfast. Even the bar experts such as Zheng Xian and Dou Liping were very interested in watching. I have to say that this friend whom I met for a day really made them look at him with admiration. So he not only knows kung fu and fighting scenes, but he is so good at singing. Even the special young man who sat aside and remained silent now lost his mind to compete. Because it is impossible to compare. Made, all aspects have been hit by dimensionality reduction. After the show ended, Du Sheng first sent Zheng Xian and others away, but he did not leave. This time I've sung to the right level. Let's try it tomorrow. The bar owner stopped him with a smile. The guests were quite satisfied tonight and the expenses were a little more, which was indispensable to Du Sheng's contribution. This made him change his mind and change him from a temporary top citizen to a resident singer. It may not work in the long run. I have to take a test show in a few days, so I have to make some preparations. Du Sheng thought for a while and said. His main business is filming. If Fan Ou doesn't respond, he will take the initiative to audition for other crews. If you don't help, go back to your old business first. It's okay, you come when you have time tonight. The bar owner had long been accustomed to this, and handed over $100 bill with a smile. Like Xiao Lu, I will stay at the venue to entertain you for one night and I will give you 200 yuan. This price is much easier than unstable stand-in jobs. But he was happy. Du Sheng's singing skills have improved a lot, and he is handsome, which can attract many little girls to the bar. Once there are too many little girls, the bar will not worry about having no customers. Thank you, boss. Du Sheng took it with a smile. Although my predecessor filmed several stand-in dramas and also played small roles in 2 dramas, he didn't earn much money. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still fleshy. After all, the average monthly salary of employees in Jiangsu and Zhejiang is less than 2,000, so it would be great if this job is stable. Moreover, in this kind of occasion, you can also reach some people in the circle, which is beneficial in the long run. In fact, he had already recognized Zhong Zhen and Zhu Zhuoyang on the stage just now. Looking at the other person's smile and admiring eyes, isn't this a kind of eye-catching opportunity? Chapter 7. Is it related to the rich woman? Du Sheng was about to take the bus back when a message was sent. This drama is directed by director Zhang Hitsong as the chief producer. If you are contacted tomorrow, please be prepared. Du Sheng was slightly excited, and this was sent by assistant Fan Ou. The adaptation of Jin Yang who is being prepared. It was Zhang Hitsong who was the producer. There is only one at present. The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Although Du Sheng had some speculations before, he still couldn't help but feel excited. Martial arts adapted writers are all the rage nowadays. If the historical context has not changed drastically, the upcoming version of Tianlong will likely correspond to the most reviewed version. From submissions to filming actors, all aspects are leaders in the industry. Even investment is now the highest standard. In order to make the film realistic, it was directly spent tens of millions to build a Tianlong BA film and television city, which has to be said to be a big deal. After entering the industry for so long, Du Sheng has never participated in such a high-level drama. This time, I had the opportunity to participate in the performance myself. He had to sigh that this problem was really unsolvable. Just like Huang Baoqiang, who is also a small person, he is directly attracted by the director to play the male lead. But it's not bad to start with yourself. I don't know which role will be the final audition. The iron triangle of Qiao Feng, Duan Yu, and Su Zhu. That doesn't have to think about it. Even supporting roles such as Yu Tanzi and the Four Evils are probably in trouble. After all, Zhang Hitsong, who has such a big investment, has been successfully adapted continuously, is the producer. I don't know if there is any in the circle. How many people are staring at it? There are opportunities, but if you want to successfully audition, it seems that you have to make some preparations. Du Sheng knew his disadvantages very well. My adoptive father is still in a nursing home and can't help. However, he has gold fingers, and his acting skills are not a problem, all he lacks is a performance. As long as it can be reversed, this contrast is not a reflection of value. For example, if the same supporting role is asked to invite him and second-tier artists, the pay is very different. Previously, investors had already complained about Zhang Hitsong's spending money. In addition, Du Sheng can also make efforts from investors. For example, the rich woman I saw occasionally tonight. Speaking of which, the two sides had intimate, body, contact at the beginning of the year. This is also a kind of fate. If you don't have a chance, then create it yourself. Du Sheng was originally wondering whether to play a promising skill set. But when I think of the low reward and the number of annual times wasted, I gave up. In the future, even if you can't use up the number of times in the year, you can wait for your status to make a guest appearance, so that you can get even higher gains. You guy dressed up like this, where are you going? The next day, Wang Yeyang got up while yawning, and saw that his roommate not only got up early, but also dressed in formal clothes, which looked like a street seller of insurance. He stayed up late last night to play the role of a guard, and was a little depressed. Du Sheng brushed out some dusty leather shoes, and said without raising his head, "I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach and want to find a rich woman." Wang Yeyang. Damn, this is really a critical hit. He envied his roommate's height and appearance. If he had such conditions, he would have had a long time ago. How could he have to endure the life and death in the restaurant? It is very popular to marry into a married woman in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. It seems that this kid is enlightened. Brother Sheng. If you have any resources, can you bring me some? Wang Yeyang even changed his name and said excitedly. It's okay to be over 30, or about 40, as long as it's not big or round waist. He knew very well that if a cow or horse like them had no background or backstage, they could only take shortcuts if they wanted to accumulate capital as quickly as possible. He is still self-aware and too strong to withstand it. Du Sheng glanced at his migrant worker appearance and scraped his stomach. There is a rich woman who celebrates her 60th birthday in a few days and lacks a pillar to support her. Will you go? Wang Yeyang seemed to be desperate, but he still gritted his teeth and struggled. Can you add a name to your household registration? If you can add a name, it seems that it is not impossible. After all, salted fish also has dreams. It's the same thing, of course, choose a more comfortable position. Maybe it will take less than 10 years to achieve the goal. Du Sheng was tidying up his hairstyle and preparing to do his best, and said casually, "You keep sleeping, maybe you can have good things in pairs." If he hadn't just obtained a special skill and wouldn't dare to take such risks, what's your virtue? Wang Yeyang sighed, knowing that such a good thing was not his turn, so he simply covered his head and continued to sleep. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng had just left the house and had not had time to go to Zhonggao film industry, and an unexpected call came in. Seeing that he looked strange, Wang Yeyang put down the phone and thought he had died before he could succeed. He couldn't help but laugh and comforted him. Don't be discouraged. It's just a rich woman. With your conditions, there are still many choices. Seeing that even a little puppy like Du Sheng was not taken seriously by a rich woman, Wang Yeyang finally calmed down and became happy again. But before he could finish eating the melon, Du Sheng said lightly and directly broke his defense. The director asked the assistant to send me a script and let me carefully polish it. It seems that it is not appropriate to find a rich woman for the time being. Du Sheng looked at his outfit, feeling a little regretful that he couldn't use it anymore. The director will send you a script. Wang Yeyang sat up excitedly. Which crew? A drama produced by Zhang Dehuzi. The 8 Tribes of the Heavenly Dragons. Wang Yeyang was shocked there, his eyes wide open. Damn it! What luck did you have? How could he not know Qianlong as the most popular drama in the circle this year? How could a minor character who can get the script distributed by the director? This is the rhythm of reaching the sky in one step. It's incredible. Wang Yeyang's envious and jealous expression is not enough to describe it as a dumbfounded chicken. Everyone is from a martial arts substitute. He grabbed a prospect role not long ago and was still complacent. Now he was hit hard by a hidden attack. It turns out that the gap between people is really so big. It's just an audition, why are you excited? Du Sheng's face was calm, but his mentality was calm. After all, audition is the test. Can you not be excited? This is a hot show booking. As long as you can play a role, your future will be bright. Wang Yeyang's chest was undulating, and it was obviously a bit difficult to accept this fact. Is this another Wang Baoqiang going to be produced? When he thought that he was only 2 words different from Wang Baoqiang, he was even more uneasy. Let's go, otherwise you'll have to wait for a long time. Du Sheng ignored Wang Yeyang's surprise and turned around and went out. Speaking of which, he was also a little surprised. Zhu Zhuoliang actually sent someone to come to him. Although this director's name is a bit difficult to describe, as long as he has been in the circle in his previous life, he knows that he has wasted a few years after returning from Xiangjiang. Then he was out of control and won the Magnolia Best Director Award. The biggest change was last year's choice when directing the candidate for The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Jin Yang mentioned it. If the follow-up does not change, the other party will also direct costume blockbusters such as The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Against the Cold, and Water Margin. Du Sheng suddenly remembered that Zhu Zhuoliang and Zhong Zhen appeared in the bar last night. Is it related to this rich woman? Chapter 8. Such a big turn. Anyway, this is a good thing. At least the eyebrow edge did not touch the horse's legs. When he got into the car, Du Sheng remembered that Zheng Xian asked her to give her information yesterday, and it seemed that she was a little short of becoming a regular person. Yesterday's news has disappeared, but after trying to make headlines, anyone's appetite will be tricky. Du Sheng also wants to make a headline, increase his reputation and other things. But there is no gimmick at all now. As for going to touch the porcelain, this has both pros and cons. I have to touch it, and I have to wait until my status is rising before I have some effect, otherwise I will bring shame to myself. When he arrived at the entrance of the Shanshui Hotel, Zhu Zhuliang's assistant was already waiting there. Are you Du Sheng? Director Zhu asked you to audition here at 9 AM in 3 days. Seeing that Du Sheng was both good in appearance and temperament, she thought of Director Zhu asking her to come here for a special trip. She had some guesses in her heart and kindly reminded her. Producer Zhang will be there at that time, and an artist recommended by director Yu Min will also like this role, so you have to be prepared. Yes, thank you. Du Sheng took the script and took a quick glance. When he saw the character's name, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Yes, surprised. Mirong Fu. What I arranged for myself was Nan Mirong, known as North Xiaofeng and Nan Mirong. This is a very substantial role. It can even be said to be unceremonious that this is a character that runs through the entire play. How could it fall on yourself? The female assistant seemed to see Du Sheng's surprise and explained with a smile. You should be optimistic about the investors. This is what Director Zhu strives for you. If the other party is too frustrated, she will not have the time to do it, but Du Sheng is very much like her dream prince. Well, it's so superficial. Is that true? Thank you, Director Zhu. Du Sheng's face was a little weird, even a little strange. Speaking of which, what he considered at the beginning was Zhu Danshan, the 4 guards of the Lichen Palace, and even the 4 evil people dared not expect it. After all, he has self-knowledge. Unexpectedly, things would turn out so much. Investor? Du Sheng remembered Zhong Fu Po's cold and noble face for no reason. It seems that Jian is in the heart of the emperor. If you have the chance in the future, you must come to visit me and vent my words in person. After all, the character Mirong Fu has a high status in the play and is quite special. Although he doesn't have many scenes on the screen, he lives in other people's lines and is an important supporting role who can be published in the newspaper. In terms of status, it is lower than that of the Iron Triangle, Wang Yuan, a Zi, and a Zhu, and can be compared with the king of Genese. But the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk, and the greater the competition. Don't have too many people staring at this character. There is another interesting story in my previous life that said that the character Mirong Fu had been decided by Zhang Dehu. Although many things in this world have changed, judging from this drama, it seems that the impact is not very big. On the verge of caution, Du Sheng asked indirectly. Who is the artist recommended by director Yu Min? The female assistant thought for a while and said. It seems that it's Qiu Qing or something. He acted in the Legend of the Condor Heroes version of Wang Ke last year. Du Sheng felt a little nervous, but he was not surprised. This character in the corresponding version of Qianlong in the previous life seems to have not been lost. If the world does not change and the role is decided by Zhang Dehuzi, even if there are investors plus Zhu Zhuliang recommended the audition, he may not be able to win it. Du Sheng thought about it and said. When you audition for supporting roles, producer Zhang will also check it personally. As Zhu Zhuliang's confidant, the female assistant heard more rumors and looked at Du Sheng with a little regret. Yes, he has come yesterday and will convene a meeting of the creative team tonight. In fact, she also felt that the young man in front of her was very likely to not win. After all, the crew's biggest voice was producer Zhang. The people recommended by director Yu Min are actually mostly what Zhang's hit song means. Du Sheng also knew this very well. After all, Yu Min was nominally Zhang's hit song's apprentice. However, he was not disappointed, nor was he stupid enough to ask Zhu Zhuliang to help change the role, but just smiled slightly. Thank you, I will do my best. Du Sheng does his best, no matter what method he uses. Since the opportunity has come, how could he let it be lost in vain? On the one hand, I can't afford to wait, on the other hand, this opportunity is very rare. It's done, it may soar into the sky. If you don't know how to fight, even if you have gold fingers, you will be mediocre in the end. So even if he robs or uses some special means, he will struggle. As for whom this will involve and hurt, it depends on how to define it. He was pulled away from his previous life, and his personality changed a lot. It is clear to one truth. If you can't even guarantee your own life, caring about these things will be a ruthless and bullshit. After saying goodbye and leaving, Du Sheng flipped through the character script again while waiting for the bus. Hey! It's actually a modified version. Jin Young's novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes before and after 3 editions and 8 manuscripts, the ending has changed significantly. The 82, 90, and 97 TV series filmed earlier are all based on the triple version. For example, Mirong Fu, who always wanted to restore the country, always failed, suffered consecutive blows in his heart, and eventually became mentally abnormal and crazy. The ending was very sad, which was sad. But this modified version is quite different. He became one of the villains throughout the play. He also teased Duan Yu and Xiao Feng in his palms. At the end, Duan Yu took Wang Yuan back to Langzhong. He suddenly realized that he did not really like Wang Yuan. I liked the fairy sister, Jade statue, who was imaginary, which looked very similar to Wang Yuan, so I separated. Wang Yuan felt lost and returned to Yanziwa to take care of her already crazy cousin. Du Sheng became more and more surprised as he looked at it. This is obviously deviating from the plot line of past and present lives. He thought about it and couldn't figure it out. Could it be that this is like becoming a world factory in advance, and has been subject to general changes? Or is it that Jin Yang's mind and nature changed after celebrating Buddha's age? He couldn't stand it and hated him, so he made drastic moves? Or maybe there are too many remakes and are worried that the similar plot is too much, so the crew wants to be more unique? In any case, this modified version is obviously more friendly to Mirong Fu. Feedback to the actors, the audience, and fans have a stronger impression. Du Sheng's desire for it is even stronger. Because of this, it is more conducive to attracting fans and changing reputation. After all, there are the first 3 versions for reference, and everyone is too familiar with the plot content and is afraid of comparison in anything. For example, in the 1982 edition, people's impression is noble Mirong Fu. Shi Xiu presented that tragic nobleness very well, but his disadvantage is that he did not show Mirong Fu's rebelliousness and depression. The 90th version was taken from Bay City. Du Sheng had never seen it, but he complained online that Mirong Fu was so cool, but he lost his accent of the country. The 97 version was rated as the most classic version by many audiences, and even stole the limelight of the Yangtze Spring Festival Gala. But Mirong Fu played by Zhang Qiuxi is too old, and his appearance is far from the handsome and elegant Mirong Fu in the original work, and it has become a big complaint. As for the subsequent version of Mirong Fu, the one who was criticized by netizens the most was that he was handsome, elegant but lacked humanity. He was even criticized as a capricious hypocritical villain. He also beat Wang Kra, who played the actor in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, saying that his acting career is narrow and his temperament can only match this villain bastard. As for the specific reason, Du Sheng does not know. It may be speculation that the crew did it on purpose. However, the actor's acting skills are basically recognized by the public. However, this time, The Legend of the Condor Heroes was replaced with a modified version. It's still a difference to friendship and Mirong Fu, who transformed into the manipulator behind the scenes. This means that no matter who the opponent is, both sides will return to the same starting line. Chapter 9, Spotlight Stealing Skills. I still have many advantages. Du Sheng thought for a moment and nodded from time to time. On the one hand, he is quite confident in his acting skills, adding points. On the second side, compared with competitors such as Chu Qing, his other advantage is to know the future. If you know the pros and cons of this version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, you can avoid mistakes in advance. 3 aspects. Thanks to his practice of martial arts since childhood and his role as a lot of martial arts substitutes, his martial arts and movements are definitely higher, which can be closer to the details of the original work, and the fights are more realistic and smooth. After all, Mirong Fu himself knows 17 kinds of martial arts, so it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a first-class master. There are many martial arts action scenes in the play. Now is not the era of traffic as the world, everything is very particular. If there is a silver bullet and a loose gun, the shot of the beating scene will be unsatisfied, let alone the audience can't stand it, even the crew will be unsatisfied. After all, the previous version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes by Zhang Dehuzi has become a laughingstock in casting. This time, I will consider it a little. 4 aspects are Du Sheng's personal guess. The reason why Zhu Zhuoliang recommended him to play Mirong Fu was, in addition to following the wishes of the investors, isn't this a microcosm of the struggle for power and profit among several directors in the crew? As long as you can leverage a corner, the influence of factors here will be great. With this in mind, Du Sheng spent thousands of reputations to fill the sound stage of his acting skills. In an instant, no matter whether it is full of emotion, selflessness, thinking from the perspective of others, perceived opponents' emotions, imagination and concentration, etc., it has greatly improved. Acting skills LV2/green, max/10,000, the sound, stage, shape and table each reach the maximum value of 2,500. Just one step away from being able to achieve perfection. Although he is not as good as those play madmen, he is no worse than those King Ai who has acted in several popular and well-reviewed dramas. However, if you want to continue to improve, you have to upgrade your skill rating to the blue level. Du Sheng glanced at the reputation value of less than 3,000 left, shook his head slightly, there was no need for this for the time being. He focused on the lottery roulette. As expected, there is a big one in the middle of the roulette. Continuously improve skills, and the rewards are obtained by comprehensive evaluation of F rightward arrow F+. The number of annual lottery draws has also increased by 3 times, becoming 1/12. Around the roulette, 19 cards with the intersection of purple, blue, green, white and grey are arranged. There is no doubt that there are purple items inside, but the evaluation is too low, so the probability is. However, the upgraded lottery will win the filming. There are some differences in the lottery you won. The prizes given by the former are mixed with skills or items that have been exposed to in the past and present lives, while the latter is the abilities, items, or skills that are included in the character's interpretation. Draw a time bomb. After reading the introduction, Du Sheng recited silently in his heart. The predecessor once transported bombs in an anti-Japanese war crew. The director used it to reject the special effect of the 50-cent scum. In the future, any director would not invite himself to film, and would directly blow up his house. As for whether it will cause trouble, this requires asking the director what he is doing. After all, this thing was not bought. Skynet surveillance has not been improved yet, so there are no clues to check it. Raffle lottery. Du Sheng put away his thoughts, and as his thoughts moved, the cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush. Then 7 cards exploded, like a stream of light, and freeze. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the movement guidance quick skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining body shape, green, skills. Note, as a qualified artist, body shape and demeanor are a compulsory course. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bajiquan, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the song The Hard to Read, Mandarin version. Note, there is no possibility of duplication of songs, scripts, etc. obtained in the lottery, please feel free to use. Congratulations to the host for obtaining instrumental playing skills, green. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the language mastery card, green. Note, Thai, Vietnamese, Cantonese, English, Cambodian, choose 2 of 5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the script, the promotion of the Crown Princess. After the lottery ends, the 6 phantoms turn into flowing light and automatically converge to the body. Du Sheng felt that the vast knowledge, skills, etc., as vast as smoke turned into rushing rivers and poured into his mind. The applications and insights such as movement guidance, body shape, bajiquan, song score, etc. follow one after another. The impact of knowledge made his head buzz and his body numb and itchy. It was not until a long time that Du Sheng gradually absorbed the blessing from heaven. Although I couldn't draw a time bomb, these 7 things are very practical. Du Sheng nodded with satisfaction. The techniques of movement guidance, body lens sense, etc. have begun to be integrated. The most common ones are the design and rehearsals about chasing, crashing, climbing, jumping, blasting, martial arts moves, etc., which made him feel a lot. The stunt actor goes upwards, which is action guidance. Du Sheng guessed that this was mostly due to the skills instilled by his predecessor's adoptive father. Not to mention other things, you can better grasp the camera when filming in the future, and even achieve the commonly known as spotlight catching. The worst thing is that with the skill of action guidance, the artists will not be able to survive in the future, so it is also perfect to be behind the scenes. Although Bajiquan is repeated, as the first blue skill, it is naturally even more impressive. After all, green can only be upgraded to LV2. This time, direct coverage can be upgraded to LV3 perfection. In addition, the numbness and itchy feeling in the body just now should be its strengthening effect. Du Sheng felt that his fists, elbows, knees, and calves were all slightly calloused. And the strength is much greater, and the muscles on the body are a little more obvious. It seems that there is also a physical enhancement effect. In the future, you can put some effort into this aspect. Don't you need to practice music scores and instrumental performance skills yourself? Du Sheng aimed at the next one, slightly happy. This is good, I like this. Simple, rough, and direct, you can use it when you start. Although it is just a first look at the path, it is better than those illiterate people in Jolyu. Moreover, singing is his life skills, the more you get better. Du Sheng's eyes finally fell on the lottery interface, and there was a card emitting green on it. Language proficiency card, green. Note, Thai, Vietnamese, Cantonese, English, Cambodian, choose 2 of 5. Based on the principles of practicality, applicability, and versatility, Du Sheng excluded Cambodian, Vietnamese and Thai one by one. As the choice fell, another warm current was integrated into my mind, and countless knowledge was integrated. Great, life is full of hope. I'm a mess, I'm a mess. A series of languages emerged, and the surroundings were filled with joy. Those who didn't know the truth thought that this young man had an abnormal feeling. Du Sheng enjoyed himself for a moment, and then he happily calmed down. The reason why we chose these 2 languages is actually to be in line with reality. Today, as the only superpower in the world, the Lighthouse Kingdom is an era when even translation is rare resources, and it is a disadvantage to not knowing English. And if you focus on the artist path in the future, this aspect will also be used. As for Cantonese, it is almost the same. The Hong Kong circle is still in the general trend at the moment. Whether it is investment, directors, producers, popular artists, etc., many of them are from Xiangjiang. A few years ago, artists such as Wu Jing and Baby also went to Xiangjiang circle to play, which shows that the impact is still there. Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, whether the Hong Kong circle will end later or not, the more skill you have, the more advantage you have. Chapter 10, A Long Way to Take the Lead. Back at the rental house, Du Sheng came to the bathroom mirror. I suffered some minor injuries to my waist while procrastinating in the Black Heart crew, but now I'm almost getting better. Is this also a reward for physical enhancement? Du Sheng sighed in his heart, he gained a lot this time. Especially when he saw the handsome figure reflected in the mirror, he was a little lost. The effect of body shape and demeanor is indeed extraordinary. Although the appearance of the body has not changed, the shoulders have been improved, hunchback, arching waist and other bad habits. The body shape is more upright and the body lines are softer. Especially the eyebrows and eyes became bright, with clear edges and angular lines, and the jawline was like a knife carving, and even their temperament was different. I want to say that before, he was like a sunny and simple grassroots, but now he is more like a young man with a gentle and aristocratic temperament. After a long time, Du Sheng couldn't help but sigh. "Thank you for your gift, I'm so handsome." He was full of confidence when he had a character performing the lottery, and embarked on the path of stardom. After the lottery integration, the attribute panel has also changed. Host, Du Sheng. Professional, stuntman. Capital position, outside the 8th line. Skills, acting skills LV2/green, max/10,000, singing skills LV2/green, 1089/10,000, cooking skills LV1/green, 46/1000, driving proficiency LV1/green, 10/1000, Bajiquan LV1, 168/10,000/blue, musical instrument performance LV1/green, 10/1000, language proficiency LV1/green, 10/1000, sound awkward dogs and horses LV1/green, 28/10,000. Comprehensive ability, F+, including physique, identity, power, status, combat power, etc., normal person F. Reputation value, 2662. It can be seen that the given green skills are all accompanied by 10 points of experience, while the blue one is 100, and so on. Purple directly comes with LV2. The biggest obstacle now is that Zhang Dehun is responsible for his internal affairs. Du Sheng put away his emotions and his eyes changed. But he had already thought of a little way to deal with it. It's just some useless measures. But when he really reaches that point, even if the other party is a famous producer in the circle, he will kick the roadblock away. The old saying goes, "Those who block me will die." Anyway, those who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. Hi. K's the list. At this time, Du Sheng, who was used to browsing entertainment news every day, suddenly stopped turning the page. After carefully reading the entertainment news content, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "So it's our producer Zhang De, it's quite a coincidence." A list of clists released by Hoshino Entertainment Network, Zhang's hit song is one of the protagonists. The general idea is that a female artist named Zhang took the initiative to contact multiple media outlets and directly exposed scandals in the light, saying that she had a GG with more than 20 directors in just 1 year. She told the media that the small roles she played were all exchanged for herself. The reason for the news was that Wang Jianzhong, the director of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and producer Zhang's hit song, did not keep his promise and even banned her in the director's circle. Although this local hot search was quickly suppressed and there was no real point or picture, it looked a bit headline-like, but the story was quite exciting. But when a normal person saw that an irreconcilable old man had a 3-flower gathering, he made it a bit fake. Moreover, in the entertainment industry, Zhang's hit song claimed to be the second in the past 2 years, but no one dared to say that he was the first. Last year, there were many dramatic topics about the broadcast of Smiling Proud and the casting of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which has long been numb to watch. In addition, this person can even take out the family to make a fuss, and not many people believe it. But Du Sheng is not a normal person. I have experienced various information bombings in my previous life, and I know how elegant and chic this boss is. What are the divorce families? Children are not biological children, wife and son, who are exposed by my wife and so on. He silently remembered this incident in his heart. Even the mosaic-playing actresses in the picture were carefully distinguished. Tonight, Zhang De Production Conference convenes a meeting of the main creators and meet with all investors and representatives tomorrow night. Du Sheng remembered what director Zhu mentioned casually, and his heart even more moved. Maybe we can do something from this aspect. But it must be a solid evidence and cannot involve yourself. It is unlikely that you will threaten face to face. Du Sheng's eyes changed a few times and finally made up his mind. In order to ensure that there is a chance of fair competition in 3 days, we must make up our minds. Du Sheng acted quickly, disguised himself to make sure he would not be recognized, and then went out to buy a series of needed utensils. At present, surveillance has not been fully popular, which is also the reason why many people are rampant from heaven to earth. As long as you see the opportunity, the chance of success is still quite high. After dealing with everything, it was already evening when I returned to the rental house. Wang Yeyang didn't get the show today and was learning acting skills from the video. Seeing Du Sheng coming back with 2 fast foods, he picked up the script on the table and rushed over. Then he pointed to the 3 big words Mirong Fu on the script, and was so excited that he was unbelievable. Mirong Fu, it's Mirong Fu. If you can take it down, you will be my biological brother in the future, and you can even make me an errand. It seems hopeless to be a rich woman licking, he is going to be a licking wolf. There is no way, life is so cruel. Since one cannot attain enlightenment alone, it is not bad to be a chicken or a dog that is to ascends to heaven. So licking in advance, it's wrong, it's necessary to invest in advance. Because once Du Sheng can win this role, the starting point of acting in the future will be very high, and it is not impossible to reach the top of the line step by step. There are opportunities, but there is still one opportunity. Du Sheng glanced at Wang Yeyang, as if it means deeply. You are more familiar with me in the circle. Can you borrow a battery or motorcycle? Of course he wouldn't trust people so easily. However, trust is established step by step and there are also some tests. Wang Yeyang was stunned and said, "What's the relationship between borrowing a car and opportunity?" Of course it's relevant. Take one step ahead and take one step ahead. Du Sheng took out the little money left and said, "It's enough to borrow it for a few days, please watch it." He originally planned to buy a second-hand one, but the battery was still fresh, and the motorcycle would have to go up at least 1,000. After using it, you will probably eat dust, which is a bit of a loss. In this era, let alone tracking clues by car prints, it is difficult to even find theft of vehicles, so it doesn't matter if you borrow them. Wang Yeyang slapped his chest and said bang. "No problem, I'll cover it." Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "So, you go to Shanshui Hotel tonight?" It is difficult for a person to accomplish anything after all, but on the verge of caution, he just asked Wang Yeyang to assist. In the evening of that day, Du Sheng studied the script a little, and then walked around the possible places. It was not until Wang Yeyang, who was following outside the hotel, called and rode his motorcycle to go there. However, the main creator of Qianlong ended as usual. Although there were many reporters on the scene, they did not find anything worth paying attention to and could not find any opportunity. Zheng Xian, the intern editor who is responsible for news topic selection, interviews, and writing, is also here. She spread her hands to Du Sheng in the distance, saying that there was no useful information. Chapter 11 What is professionalism? After Zhang Dehuzi returned to the hotel, he didn't see him in and out until late at night. But as expected, Du Sheng relaxed his mind and put away his telescope and rushed to the bar. I had agreed to the boss to sing on the resident song before, but it was not easy to play the pigeons, but I changed the time period. The next day, Du Sheng didn't go out for a whole morning and stayed in the rental house to study the script. 3 days are not long, he must avoid risks as much as possible. Not only did he reinterpret the character with his own way of thinking, he also wrote a biography of a few thousand words. When I was bored, I searched for relevant analysis of the novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes online. A weird comment that jokes about the main character makes Du Sheng happy. Xiao Feng was at the top of the game, Duan Yu cheated in the middle, and Su Zhu stole 3 big numbers. Mirong Fu recharged money at the beginning, and when he got the recharge gift package, he would wander around, just focus on guilds, and in the later stage, he would be useless. Only Jimazai can fight monsters at 1 level and 1 level to upgrade. Because he bullied Duan Yu in the early stage, he was chased and beaten in the later stage. Xiao Yuan Shan and Mirong Boka's bug were upgraded, and they were directly banned after being discovered by the sweeping monk. Yu Tanzi picked up gifts and equipment, and Wang Yuan was a game commentator. No matter how ridiculed the joke, this explanation was so memorable that Du Sheng agreed quite well. If we abandon the rumor that Jin Yang was snatched away by his cousin in order to revenge his first love, all the cousin he wrote about ending miserable. Mirong Fu, the cousin, is actually an outstanding young talent. He is ambitious, talented, and handsome. He came from a prominent family, had a noble temperament, extraordinary temperament, and enjoyed a high reputation in the martial arts world. Such a romantic young man will naturally win the favor of girls. This is also the reason why her cousin Wang Yuan is obsessed with him. But unfortunately, Mirong Fu is not the protagonist. Luck was not on him, but became the villain who was Fleece. In order to highlight the awesomeness of Duan Yu and Su Zhu, he either failed or was on the road to failure. Faced with such an invisible black hand, he could not resist, his personality became irritable, he acted eager for quick success and instant benefits, and his psychology gradually distorted. Finally, go crazy. However, the ending of this version is not bad. Not only did the maid A Bai never leave her, but her cousin Wang Yuan also repented and returned to accompany her. Moreover, the villain boss line runs through the entire play with courage and strategy, and the IQ does not drop. These summary made Du Sheng develop a strong interest in Mirong Fu. Because this character is full of arcs. As long as you act well, your attractiveness will definitely be no less than the protagonist. If you miss it, I don't know when I will have another chance in the future. The most important thing is that Mirong Fu understands the martial arts of 17 different sects and possesses many treasures and pills. This is the big draw. Not to mention Gasu Mirong's ancestral skill fighting and star movement, this magical martial art that can transfer opponents' attacks at will, or even return to the counter-injury. Mirong's sword technique, Jinghong Zhaoying, Mercy Palm, Great Return to the Pill, etc. are also quite good. No matter how good it is also good to draw some Bodhi pills that can improve physical fitness. That night, Du Sheng and wait for the opportunity came. To be on the safe side, he simply added some Bajiquan first. As a warm current spread throughout the body, I felt my muscles tangled all over my body, and there were countless martial arts related techniques and usages in my mind. The actual combat ability is no less than that of the boxer in the underground boxing competition. He studied it a little and was surprised to find that strength, reaction, and physical strength are all feedback on physical fitness. If you want to say that the predecessor was quite sensible, now you are just training regularly. For example, every time you improve your physical fitness, your strength in all aspects will be improved a little. Before, I would get some breath after running a few kilometers, but now I will be more tired at most. If the comprehensive evaluation can be upgraded to a higher level and raise the physical condition, it is estimated that it will be able to most of the skills are used. For a moment, Du Sheng was full of motivation. On the other hand, after Zhang's hit song met with a group of investors and sponsors, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Before leaving, the phone suddenly heard the sound of text messages. Brother Zong, I'm at the intersection of Wenchange Street, can I go along the way? The tone is casual, with pictures and expressions, and a graceful and special artistic photo is shared. Zhang's hit song looked at it for a moment and called his wife before going out. Wife, there are many new things in the crew, and I may have to be busy until late at night. The documentary touching the East directed by you is also at a critical moment, if you can't get there. Then I'll go there the day after tomorrow, it's just the right time to deal with some later stages for you. Fan Xinmin just joined Yangshi and was under great pressure. Although he had not been married to Zhang's hit song for a long time, the two sides often lived in two places. She originally planned to fly over tonight to get together, but since the other party didn't have much time, she wouldn't force it. Zhang Hitsong hung up the phone and signaled his assistant to drive his car away. He saw a group of boys being led away, and then he fell into the parking lot on the first floor and got into a low-key Volkswagen car that was not often driven. When Zhang Hitsong got on the bus, he did not notice a motorcycle boy delivering food next to him, and glanced at him as if nothing had happened. Volkswagen arrived at the quiet corner of Wencheng Street and stopped next to a beautiful woman with tall and long legs, cool clothes and decent dress. If someone who often watches TV, he should be able to recognize this woman as Meng Guanmei, a third-tier artist in Wencheng. Currently filming Pai Li Zongheng in the store. The vehicle took a walk around and stopped on the clean path near the education park. Not long after, the closed vehicle started again. Volkswagen cars are also cars. If you don't drive for a long time, you will definitely rust, so this involves the issue of maintenance. Zhang Hitsong didn't know if he had drunk alcohol, but he was very good at studying tonight. The shaking of the beard was like a warrior fighting like a big fight. Brother Zong, don't, this is a costume. Occasionally, you can hear a romance and a sense of coquettishness, and the tenderness and cuteness of the home melted. For a moment, the spring scenery shook the young roundworms. A branch of apricot chewed foundation. Just when Zhang's hit song banana gribala, grapes, Buchanan melon. Click. Ka. Suddenly there was a loud bang and the car window was suddenly smashed. Then, a man wearing a black body, wearing a mask and a flashlight raised his camera and took a sprint in the car. Click. Click. The flashlight keeps on. Zhang's hit song looked at the stone that smashed the car window, frowned and stopped. However, the flashlight was too bright and I couldn't see the situation outside clearly. As for Meng Guanmei, who was sitting in disheveled clothes, she was shocked on the spot. As we all know, a verb is a confused verb. She panicked and subconsciously reached out to block her face. Who are you? Newspaper reporter? Stop shooting Kyokyo. I'm just here to learn acting. She was a little panicked. After being frightened, no one can calm down. The man in the mask was unmoved and quickly put away the camera. Before leaving, in order to make the pair of wild mandarin ducks more realistic in their acting skills, they were kindly thrown into them with a small firecracker. Crackling. The deafening sound of firecrackers sounded, and occasionally there were screams of horror. Although most of them were blocked by Zhang's hit song, Meng Guanmei is worthy of being a natural actor, with a loud voice and very contagious. It makes people know what it means to be sad when they hear it, and those who hear it cry. What is professionalism? Now, that's it. Chapter 12. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you can dig it out for me. On the other side, Du Sheng drove away a few kilometers and drove into the alley. While there was no one in the dark, he quickly stopped and changed his clothes. Although there was no monitoring shooting around, he tried his best to avoid possible situations and deliberately traveled a few kilometers away. And burn off the changed gloves, masks, clothes, shoes and socks. Then he returned to the rental house, but Wang Yeyang had not come back yet. Du Sheng went directly into the compartment and took out the DCS 660 digital camera. This is produced by Kodak 3 years ago, with only 6 million pixels, but even second-hand ones cost 500 yuan. The advantage is that it can take 300 photos with light and portability. Du Sheng put on gloves, connected the third-hand computer with a digital camera with a data cable, and selected some wonderful photos to print. Considering the diffusion target, just make a few copies. He put 3 of them into postal mails with the address name written on it, put on a mask and pretended to drive to a postal mailbox a few kilometers away and delivered it in. Note: Postal is the founder of express delivery, and the Millennium City streets still retain delivery mailboxes. Then, Du Sheng came to the leisure bar that someone often went to and saw the pink motorcycle. After a moment, the anti-theft tweet was singing. Zhang Xian heard the security guard's notice and came out angry and wanted to see who was playing a prank, but she only saw a file package on the car. This is. With curiosity, he almost covered his mouth and exclaimed in surprise the next moment, and then he was extremely surprised. Zhang Xian looked up and glanced around. She didn't see the kind-hearted person. She hurriedly said goodbye to her best friend and couldn't wait to leave. If she couldn't become a regular person, she would blow up the newspaper directly. As for whether it can be reported or offended, it doesn't exist at all. She only cares whether the news is explosive enough, whether it is first-hand, and whether it can make the headlines. Du Sheng, who was watching from a distance, shook his head silently and left the corner quietly. Continue to follow the rules and minimize traceability risks. Next, prepare to watch the show. After this time, he believed that as long as he performed normally in the audition the day after tomorrow, there would be basically nothing serious. In fact, this is true. News that Zhang's hit song Li Yan was injured and admitted to the hospital spread like wildfire that night. Although the small firecrackers are not very powerful, due to their close distance and no equipment, the explosion shock wave caused trauma to varying degrees of hands, face, upper limbs, front chest, etc. In order to prevent tetanus, he had to go to the hospital for treatment. At this moment, more than a dozen reporters were excited to come outside the hospital to wait. This is the legendary producer Zhang De in the circle. Next, there is a hotly hyped The Legend of the Condor Heroes waiting to be launched, let alone such a thrilling news. Unfortunately, they are never as good as God chasing the people who feed them. Exclusive secret, Zhang's hit song made a big mistake, X was injured in a tragic explosion, the picture is too terrible to watch. At around 10 o'clock that night, the report of Metropolitan Entertainment News instantly caused an uproar on the internet. After all, there are pictures and the truth. Although there are mosaics in some places, you can still see the radiant color picture clearly. It's just that some of the positions are not very good, and you can still see the marks of firecrackers. In less than 20 minutes, this news quickly became the top hot search on the blog at a rocket-like speed. Strongly reached the top. Under this hot search, several hot searches are followed. #Zhang_ who once exposed Zhang's hit song's words and revealed to the media again #Zhang's hit song was exposed to be a big melon, and his children are not biological children, twice. #Automotive earthquake. More than a dozen actresses are in danger and have clarified that they have no contact with producer Zhang De #entertainment scandal reveals the secret of female artists' path to becoming famous. Zhang Xian looked at the hot searches on the platform she had made and had obtained millions of views in less than half an hour, and couldn't help but smile. Next, she will skip the intern reporter and trainee reporter and jump directly to a formal reporter, issuing press certificates and staffing, etc. There are really too many that good-minded person. A figure appeared in Zhang Xian's mind for no reason, but she is still uncertain. As for Zhang_, he came out to reveal the news, it was actually the other party who reminded her that this result was the fuel. However, Zhang_ this wave of information is indeed fierce, directly detonating the subsequent earthquake. She claimed that she was at Zhang's hit song's home, watching the other party assault her friend, and she also had a box of audio cassettes on her hand as evidence. The reason why she came forward to expose Zhang's hit song was actually helpless because the other party promised the role but did not follow the rules. For a time, Zhang's hit song was pushed to the forefront of public opinion. Damn it! I'm so angry. Finally I saw Zhang Dazu's car crashing. Haha, who is so brave? He smashed the window of the production car and set off firecrackers to celebrate. How much hatred is this? It's really awesome. I've offended Zhang Dehun to death, and I'm really not afraid of revenge. Is this circle really bad? A man who just got married didn't expect his private life to be so rotten. This is just something that was exposed, what about those that were not exposed? I really can't imagine it. Hehe, I guess many people will suffer from insomnia tonight. Without surprise, the comments below the several hot searches were all watched, abused, and even ridiculed. Unlike the discussions among the many people, Du Sheng was calm and was leisurely putting down the script and preparing to take a shower and go to bed. He was not worried about how much impact it would have on the legend of the Condor heroes. There must be some, but that's it. After all, most of the work, investment, of Zhang Da's production has been completed, and the subsequent shooting and later stages will be left to the 4 directors. Except for part of the casting, there is no difference between him or not. And after experiencing this, in order to reduce the impact, the investor and producer may also recommend him to temporarily resign from his position. Even if Zhang's hit song is unwilling to go, he is in a state of great difficulty these days and has no time to worry about the auditions. After all, the starring actors have already decided, and it is almost the same as if he is not. And while public opinion is booming, this drama is popular before it is broadcast. And this is the main goal that Du Sheng wanted to achieve. By then, there will be a support from the investor plus director Zhu. Without the stumbling block of Zhang's hit song, he will have a greater confidence in audition. Check it out. Check it out to the end. At the same time, a roar of anger came from Ward 308 of Yanhua Hospital. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you can dig it out for me. On the hospital bed, Zhang's hit song's eyes were about to split, blue veins on his forehead swelled, and his face was a little distorted. He had never seen such a rampant boy. He just smashed his car with a stone to take pictures, but he even threw firecrackers in it. At this moment, he was wearing a plaster bandage all over his body, his cheeks were vaguely red and swollen, and his lower body was wrapped like a rice dumpling. The assistant swallowed and said, "Zong, brother Zong, when I came back just now, I had already arranged a mandate to investigate. But it was very quiet and there was no surveillance. The other party pretended to be invisible, and for a moment I was afraid. The most important thing is that tonight's incident is a scandal, and Zhang's hit song does not want to expand it and will not let it go. Only using private channels to check is simply a needle in a haystack." Chapter 13 Hate. Zhang's hit song calmed down a little and asked coldly, "Are there any reporters outside the hospital? Are there any related reports on the internet?" Hearing this, the assistant was a little nervous. There are some reporters, but they were all sent away. As for the internet, there are several companies rushing to report, and hot searches for public opinion are fermenting. She dared not say that the internet was already quarrel, otherwise the explosive barrel in front of her would have exploded. "It will not be surprising if anything happens to you." Zhang's hit song's face darkened, and his blood pressure suddenly rose. "Do I still need to teach you this? I will reduce the hot searches at all costs." The assistant was in tears, and she had already had a premonition that the other party was going to be furious. "Maid, it's so unlucky. I would have known that I would have asked for leave today. Brother Zong, it's too late to drop the hot search now. 20 minutes ago, Urban Entertainment News, Southern Weekend News, Gossip World, etc., revealed that you and Sister May's car are in the palm of their hands." "What? This is impossible." Zhang's hit song sat up suddenly, and in addition to being shocked, there was also a sense of insufferable anger in his eyes. "How long has it been after the incident?" When he came to the hospital, he greeted the relevant media. How could it be exposed so quickly? Could it be that those bastards don't take money to do things? The assistant felt the murderous aura, but had to bite the bullet and said, Just now, Zhang who exposed you before, revealed the news to the media again. Some female artists who were you, also stood up one after another, and now the photos and recordings are everywhere, and they can no longer suppress them. This stinky 3, looking for death." Zhang's hit song's chest was so angry that his hands were trembling. He doesn't remember whether he has touched this woman, but he doesn't have too many fun in the circle. Who will give you a role when you meet once or twice? What is your identity? Wise. He warned the other party before, and he was still banning in the circle, but he didn't expect to dare to jump out. A stream of angry blood rushed to Zhang Hitsong's head in an instant, and his face turned red. But before he could vent his anger, 2 more calls came in. After listening to it, the assistant said with some fear and trepidation, "Brother Zong, the investment and the producer call and ask if you can handle it well. If it takes time, they suggest you solve your private matter first and then return to the crew." Bang! Zhang Hitsong grabbed the cup on the table with a ferocious face and smashed it to the floor. The glass shattered all over the ground, making it look particularly harsh in the quiet hospital bed. The assistant was also frightened by the other party's evil look and trembled all over. "It's against the will, it's against the will." Zhang Hitsong's lungs burst out and gasped in anger. Obviously, he was shocked by the news. This is obviously a bridge to be destroyed when crossing the river. He set up an investment company with someone and was busy for nearly a year before he formed a crew. As a result, he planned to let himself put it aside? But seriously, it is true that he is the producer, and he made a decision on the crew. But the investment of this drama is over 100 million yuan, and various interests are deeply involved. The real thing is the people behind it. Especially now that so many disgraceful things have been revealed, it is not impossible for him to put the entire crew down. Anyway, the preparations have been completed, so let each producer and director divide the work and coordinate it. Thinking of the money I made up for wasting my money, if I was wasted like this. Check it out for me. No matter what method I use, I have to scrape out that boy. I want him to live a life worse than death. Zhang Hitsong was so stuffy that he couldn't spit it out in his chest, and he gritted his teeth and shouted. "There is also Zhang, who is dead. If anyone dares to use her again in the future, I will never end up with him." Time passed without realizing it, and today is the day for audition. Although Zhang Hitsong's incident has not subsided and has even become more and more intense, Du Sheng has no time to pay attention to it. He and Wang Yeyang came to a dressing room in the film and television city early in the morning, waiting to put on makeup. Mirong Fu was 25 or 26 years old when he appeared. In order to fit the role, he didn't mind trying to improve more. "After all, I have done so much before, and I will never cry to death if I fail. Sister Wen, we made an appointment the day before yesterday." Yes, I'm going to audition for a costume drama, and I need to put on more mature makeup," Wang Yeyang said with a shy face and slightly pleased a woman of 37 or 8 years old. Now he has given up the promising career of the group special, and believes that Du Sheng will definitely be able to stand out and volunteer to do it. Du Sheng didn't dislike him when he thought that he really needed someone to deal with trivial matters. Sister Wen, Wang Yeyang took the initiative to contact him, and even paid a payment. Sister Wen's makeup skills are very outstanding. Based on Du Sheng's facial contour and facial features, she appropriately modified her eyebrows and facial lines, making the whole person look more mature, but without losing her youthful atmosphere, giving people a sense of naturalness. "Thank you, Sister Wen." Du Sheng thanked him politely. Although Sister Wen is not a makeup artist for a first-line celebrity, she also enjoys a certain popularity in the M store. Wang Yeyang was able to contact her, which shows that he has not been in vain in recent years. The two of them came to the Shanshui Hotel. The audition had not yet begun, but the dressing room had already called on the audition artist to enter. This time it is a selection of makeup. Before entering the audition room, every audition artist needs to wear a costume. Du Sheng sat on the waiting chair and looked at the pedestrians passing by, feeling a little uneasy. This is the most fierce competition and the longest preparation cycle he has faced since entering the entertainment industry. Success or failure the key, this is a hit. Are you nervous? Wang Yeyang has been paying attention to Du Sheng and said, "This is not your style." In his eyes, Du Sheng was bold, meticulous, thick-skinned, and had a taste of a young man. "I'm not 19 years old." Du Sheng really needs people to communicate at this time to relieve his emotions. I haven't experienced this kind of scene. In fact, Wang Yeyang was also nervous. After all, it was the first time a big girl was on the bridge. But he knew that once he was nervous, it would definitely affect Du Sheng. If it is screwed up, the golden rice bowl will be gone. So Wang Yeyang looks very funny now, with a smile on his face, but his skin is tight and it is not natural to support his arms. Du Sheng felt unconsciously relaxed when he saw his funny appearance. It's much better now. He gave Wang Yeyang a thumbs up. You are worthy of being a brother of Bao Qiang, and you can relax when you speak. What? Wang Yeyang didn't understand his intention. Du Sheng made a nonsense and relaxed completely. Your tough arms are the most solid safe harbor. Hate it. Wang Yeyang pretended to be shy and knew that this bastard had returned to normal. Puchi. A dignified and beautiful woman who was passing by couldn't help laughing at the pair of live treasures. Her originally nervous mood also relaxed. Du Sheng recognized the other person at a glance and smiled and nodded. Lu Tao, who was invited by Zhang's hit song to audition for Azu, just finished filming Princess Musa not long ago, and is considered a slightly popular newcomer. Lu Tao smiled embarrassedly, followed the agent and entered the dressing room on the other side. Chapter 14, Is the beauty interested in me? Hey! The beauty smiled at me. Is she interested in me? Wang Yeyang was actually a little shy and fell into fantasy. Du Sheng was afraid of infection, so he quickly sat away and looked around at the same time. There were more than a dozen actors sitting in the corridor at this time, and several of them were familiar with their vague memories, and they seemed to have appeared in some film and television works. But the only one who could make Du Sheng name exactly was Qiu Qing sitting in the corner. The 12 people should be auditioning for Mirong Fu, which shows how fierce the competition is. And except for a few, most of them have played some roles. However, the one with the most famous and experienced one is Qiu Qing. Because he participated in The Legend of the Condor Heroes produced by Zhang's hit song in the last drama, he is also regarded as the dark horse with the most potential to win the role. Although there were more than 10 people sitting in the corridor here, none of them talked and the atmosphere was a little nervous. Du Sheng knew very well that many of these people were stuffed in by investors or producers like him. The worst thing is that they only obtain internal audition qualifications through the relationship between director and producer. To stand out, he must show more to impress the crew. The good news is that Zhang Dehuzi is still in the hospital and can't come. He only needs to impress the director and the other 3 directors. After waiting for 20 minutes, the audition finally kicked off. The 2 actors were led into the styling room by the staff, but did not return. It was obvious that they left directly after the audition. Next is the 3rd place, the 4th place. Next one, Qiu Qing. Looking at Qiu Qing's back as he left, the tension in the corridor became stronger and stronger. Because many people have heard of the news that Qiu Qing had long been decided by Zhang's hit song. In fact, Qiu Qing, who had put on makeup and entered the audition room, felt a thrill after seeing the situation clearly. Zhang's hit song didn't come. Director Yu Min, who was optimistic about him, just sat aside. Coincidentally, at this moment, the anxious producer Zhang De had just finished dealing with the annoying trivial matters when he suddenly remembered that he was going to audition for several important supporting roles today and was about to call to ask. Bang! The ward door opened and an expressionless woman appeared in front of her. Producer Zhang De slowed down his dialing action, and he was surprised. Zinman, why are you here? The person who came was his wife Fan Zinman, who had just gotten married. Fan Zinman threw out a stack of things on the table, staring at the man in front of him in disappointment. Didn't you say that the online pictures were fabricated by Shengen? How do you explain these? Zhang's hit song subconsciously looked at it, and it was full of high-definition and uncensored photos. It's much higher definition than those mosaic-filled online. He was speechless and said, I have no time to pay attention to the audition. 5 minutes later, the door of the styling room opened again. A young man walked out and shouted, "Du Sheng! Is Du Sheng here?" Du Sheng immediately stood up and said, "Here. Come in." The young man motioned for a moment. Du Sheng finally felt relieved. He was really worried that the staff would suddenly announce that everyone would be over, saying that Mirong Fu's role had been confirmed. Now it seems that things still have a turnaround. Wang Yeyang also stood up, and it was rare to be serious. "Go, I believe in you." Du Sheng nodded without saying anything, took a deep breath and followed the young man into the styling room. This is a spacious three-open room, mainly divided into 3 parts. On the left side of the entrance, there is an audition room, and on the right side are various weapons and equipment, and in the middle are clothes hangers and locker rooms. Not only will Mirong Fu be auditioned here, but there are several other roles. Walking into the styling room, Du Sheng no longer thought about it and did it completely according to the crew's arrangement. Under the guidance of a dressmaker, he chose a set of fitted ancient-style long gowns and received a belt, headband, etc. Then I went to a locker room and changed my outfit with the help of a dressmaker. This is just a simple shape and it doesn't take much time. Soon, Du Sheng's whole body was completely renewed. The costumer looked around him for a few glances, his beautiful eyes lit up, and he nodded frequently. The robe with right-sided collar on Du Sheng is quite similar to the one chosen by Qiu Qing in front. It is also a deep blue long gown, and the texture of the gauze is exactly the same. The hairstyle is the same as Qiu Qing. The soft and long hair is tied up halfway and half a bun is tied, making the overall look handsome and free and easy. But his upper body effect and temperament are completely different from Qiu Qing. With wide shoulders and narrow waist, a straight and pine figure, her clothes fluttered while walking, like a graceful hero walking out of an ancient painting. The stylist's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, and his beautiful eyes shone brightly. Is this comparison between the front and back too obvious? She didn't expect that the same style would be so different. Du Sheng was also quite satisfied and understood that this was mostly due to the optimization of body posture. "Wait there, it should be your turn to audition. Everyone has a love of beauty." The stylist pointed to the audition room with his left hand and spoke a little lightly. Du Sheng nodded and thanked him and waited at the door. As the audition progresses, the actors who entered the audience come out one after another. They have different emotions, some are dejected, some are full of joy, and some are calm and composed. But no matter how he performed, he took off his makeup and left the styling room. Surprisingly, Qiu Qing did not come out. However, Du Sheng no longer cared about these things because his assistant came out to read his name. Du Sheng calmed down his breathing slightly, raised his head and chest, then pushed the door and walked in. Then he quickly glanced at it and except for the 4 directors Zhou Yaoan, Zhu Zhuoliang, Yu Min, and Zhao Jian, Qiu Qing was standing not far away. Du Sheng's expression did not change much, because he noticed that Zhu Zhuoliang nodded slightly. This means that Qiu Qing is to be decided. If there is no more suitable next, it will basically be settled. After sitting on the monitor, Zhou Yaoan has been taciturn since the audition, but the occasional brief comments left by the pen in his hand on the actor's information are enough to determine the fate of each actor. Because he is not only the director, but also the biggest powerhouse in the crew except Zhang's hit song. This time, when The Legend of the Condor Heroes was replaced with a modified version, the reason why Xiao Feng became the core male lead was his suggestion to Jin Yang. In fact, even the best actress who was determined before was not Liu Yifei at the beginning. But the popular actresses such as Kim Hee-sun, Huang Yi, Su Jingglei, and Zhang Qingqin. Especially Kim Hee-sun, the Korean wave is prevalent this year. Investors like Kimchi country actress to play Wang Yuan, but was rejected by Zhu Yian. Zhou Yaoan's reason is very straightforward. Kim Hee-sun doesn't understand Xiaoyu and knows nothing about Dongfeng. How can he perfectly interpret Wang Yuan? Huang Yi, Su Jingglei, and Zhang Qingqin were similar, and they were all rejected by Zhou Yaoan. The reason is that Su Jinglei's acting skills are too poor, Huang Yi's appearance is too ugly, and Zhang Qingqin looks old in ancient costume. I have to say that this director who is a filmmaker is so bold. It also shows the power of life and death. Chapter 15 The Key to Audition. Just now, Zhou Yaoan drew a red X on an actor's information without any annotation. In his mind, Mirong Fu, known as Nan Mirong, should be a tragic villain with a graceful demeanor, extraordinary appearance, full of skills, and ambition to revive Dian but not able to do so. The other party's performance was simply terrible. He could eliminate him directly without replaying the audition video. He seems tall and handsome, but his walking posture is shaking. He stands in front of the camera and is relaxed and powerless. Even if he is wearing a long gown, he looks more like a street gangster than a noble family. This kind of actor without any foundation is all the parties who try their luck through various relationships. For the sake of future cooperation, the crew had to give a smooth audition to deal with it. Basically, they are all on the go, anyway, they are the ones who decided to make the decision today. Speaking of which, Chu Qing, who was praised by director Yu Min just now, was quite good, and was on the qualified line regardless of appearance or acting skills. Considering that producer Zhang seemed to have mentioned it before, Zhou Yaoan had already had a bias in his heart. At this moment, the next actor happened to come in. As soon as he saw it, his eyes were fixed. He has a tall figure, handsome and elegant body, and his clothes are fluttering as he walks. And every step he takes reveals calmness and confidence, as if he is born with the temperament of a noble young man. Especially against the backdrop of the previous one's negative teaching materials, it is a world of difference. Zhou Yaoan nodded secretly in his heart. This temperament alone is worth his searching for information. His eyes were on the marked name Du Sheng. He picked up his pen and drew a striking circle next to Du Sheng's name. Judging from the external conditions alone, among the 8 actors who have participated in the audition, this person is undoubtedly the candidate who is most suitable for Mirong Fu's role. Because even Duan Yu felt ashamed when he saw Mirong appearing back. Of course, Zhou Yaoan is not a person who draws conclusions easily. The specific details depend on the actual performance of the audition. Du Sheng stepped forward and stood still, bowed slightly, and said, "Hello teachers, my name is Du Sheng." Zhu Zhuoliang was thinking about whether to hand over a ladder, but Zhou Yaoan suddenly spoke. "Your information shows that in addition to starring in Chagatai in The Legend of the Condor Heroes and Villains in Single Police Flying Dragon, you also practice martial arts since childhood and starred in several action scenes. So, do you have some martial arts experience?" His voice seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet audition room. The rest of the crew looked at him with a little surprise, as if no one expected that he would speak on his own initiative. Usually, the other 3 directors are responsible for asking questions and guiding. Today, Mirong Fu's audition has been held, and this is the first time Zhou Yaoan has asked an actor a question. Even Chu Qing, who was standing behind silently, aimed at the lucky one in front of the camera lens. He is tall and straight as a pine, with a handsome and steady face, and a noble and calm temperament. Standing there, standing out, and it's impossible to be careful. Everyone immediately understood that this unknown young actor impressed the demanding Zhou Yaoan with his unique temperament and outstanding appearance. Speaking of which, as one of the participants in this popular remake, they are somewhat under pressure. A production cost of up to 100 million yuan is invested, and once it fails, their directorial career will probably be affected. Especially after the scandal of Zhang's hit song, Zhou Yaoan was under tremendous pressure. This casting has also become very cautious. If you have bare hands, it will be no problem to deal with a few idle men. Du Sheng's face was as usual, but his tone showed a hint of calmness and confidence. Although my predecessor has never made a name for himself, I have a lot of experience in drying up. If you add the new skills of the blue skill of Bajiquan, this sentence does not have much exaggeration. Oh, I remember it. The news seemed to have reported you a few days ago. Zhao Jian, who was sitting aside, remembered something and looked at Du Sheng with a smile. I'm a good guy to fight the 4 security guards alone. He is the action director of the crew and Zhang's Hitsong's right-hand assistant. In the 1990s, he went to Xiangzhong to develop and studied and served as an action director under the leadership of the famous director Su Ke. From Smiling Proud to The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he has always been the core character in action dramas. Since he said he was a good player, he would never be separated. Zhou Yaoan, Yu Min, Chu Qing and others were all surprised when they heard this. Ordinary people can only pick one by one, and being able to pick 4 by 1 can prove that they have a good foundation. Zhu Zhuoliang smiled and looked at Du Sheng. I remember too. You seem to have had a scandal with Fan OU. You have hundreds of thousands of fans on the blog plus post bar, and you are quite popular on the internet, right? This kid seems to be highly valued by Zhongzhen, and he doesn't mind helping him. Teacher Zhu Miao praised it, it's not worth mentioning compared to several teachers. Du Sheng smiled humbly. He knew the other party's kindness, which was considered to be an indirect point of his advantage, but no one would take it seriously in this situation. As for the scandal with Fan OU, they are all catching up on the wind and shadows. No one believes it if they admit it, so it's better not to mention it. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Yaoan's eyes. Hundreds of thousands of fans are not short of them. There is not a single actor who auditioned for Murong Fu before. Even Chu Qing, who is praised by Yu Min, has only tens of thousands of fans on blogs and post bars. Moreover, he is very clear about the routine of producer Zhang's supporting roles, and what he values most is popularity and investment. This young man took both, which was interesting. He pointed to the weapon stand in the corner and said to Du Sheng, Murong Fu has many action scenes and fighting scenes, show your skills. There are several weapon stands neatly placed in the corner of the wall, and various long and short weapons are displayed in a dazzling array. From sharp swords to heavy axes, to clever hooks and forks, there are all kinds of weapons, waiting for those who are destined to choose. Du Sheng took a long pear-wood sword, weighed the weight, and said to everyone, I'll demonstrate a swordsmanship. He originally wanted to use a gun, after all, the most famous one in Bajiquan equipment is the Liu He Big Spear. But it cannot be used here. I remembered that Murong Fu used the Murong family's sword technique when he was in the Battle of Shaya Shishan. The smooth and flowing sword move made Duan Yu stick left and right, which shows that he is accustomed to using swords. After saying that, Du Sheng raised his left hand slightly, raised his sword with his right hand lightly, held his chest and pulled his back, his eyes condensed, and his entire momentum changed instantly. Zhou Yaoan was a little surprised. When he met the cold eyes, he seemed to feel an indescribable sense of oppression. 8 extremely small frames, fixed. Among them, Zhao Jian's sense was the strongest, and he recognized the other party's practice at a glance. He spent 1990s in Xiangzhong and saw with his own eyes the crew was threatened by the filming. The most fierce and cruel one was the bloody scene of several bad guys being chased and killed by a red stick in the street. The red stick looked at people with a very cold look, as if he was looking at a worthless livestock. At this moment, Du Sheng's eyes were almost the same as the cold eyes of the red stick. It seemed that in his eyes, everyone here was a group of randomly killing pigs. Chapter 16 Yifei is here. At this moment, Du Sheng suddenly moved. Swish! His waist and hips twisted his strength, his steps were like a collapsed bow, and his body suddenly jumped, and the long sword in his hand pierced out like lightning. The air seemed to be torn apart, making a slight explosion. Du Sheng's movements opened and closed, his wrists shook for several times like a gust of wind, and the long sword instantly turned into several channels. The phantom is like a rainstorm and pear blossoms shake off. Zhou Yaoan's eyes became more and more surprised. If he read it correctly, the other party had obviously used the Bajiquan mountain sliding palm. The strength is like a mountain breaking, and the strength is like a collapsed bow. What is important is a fierceness. Du Sheng was indeed using the Bajiquan moves, not only using the rapid movements of the Liuhe gun, such as pulling, chopping, smashing, and picking, but also applying the experiences in Myanmar in the previous life. Therefore, it gives people a sense of fierce, fast and fierce killing. Although there were no big ups and downs and jumps, the moves were fast, the attacks were continuous, and the figure was like a monkey rushing. Some advance or retreat quickly, the robe on his body was swaying, and the burst through the burst, as fierce as a sword piercing through the throat. The speed was getting faster and faster, and everyone could hardly see the movements. They never thought that even a person could play with a prop sword so shockingly. Zhao Jian sighed in his heart. No wonder the other party can deal with a few big men with bare hands. This solid basic skill cannot be practiced without 10 or 8 years. Why are the actors who shoot fighting scenes frequently accused by the audience of silver bullets and gun tips? It is because I do not have this skillful basic skills and that unique aura. Especially momentum. This can't be performed by acting at all. Thinking of this, Zhao Jian couldn't help but glance at Qiu Qing. Qiu Qing, who was originally calm and composed, was a little quiet at this moment, and even narrowed his eyes. This man was also from martial arts. He was gorgeous during the previous drills, but he did not have the momentum of forge ahead to the revival of Yan state. If we compare them together, we will lose some inferiority. Zhu Zhuoliang, Yu Min, and others also felt this way, staring at Du Sheng's every move. In terms of martial arts movements alone, this boy gives people the strongest feeling. Nan Murong and Bai Qiaofeng, these two people are in opposition in the early stage of the play. If one side is weak, it will give people a feeling of a bad feeling. Yu Min felt a little uneasy when she saw Zhou Yaoan and Zhao Jian showing a satisfied reaction. He couldn't help but glance at Qiu Qing, but the latter didn't pay attention to his wink, obviously thinking that this was an opponent. Next, let's see how the other party's literary drama is. Yu Min heard that behind Du Sheng was an investor plus Zhu Zhuoliang. If it was not convincing enough, it would be difficult to pull the other party down. Unless Zhang's hitsong directly announces the decision of Qiu Qing internally. But this is not Zhang's hitsong's style at all. He knew very well that even if Zhang's hitsong admired someone again, he would audition for the Muddy Waters to make an explanation in order to give all parties an explanation. Therefore, the proportion of actors' performance is quite important. What's more, Zhang's hitsong didn't come here today, and he was outnumbered. Swish! Du Sheng completed the last front stab in the air, and stood firmly to retract his sword and return to the sheath. He took 2 deep breaths and adjusted his breathing. A few days ago, I was squeezed by Fan Yejing. Although I was not affected much by practicing a set of swordsmanship, my feel was a little worse. It seems that you have to exercise more in the future. The talent show is okay. Zhou Yaoan nodded slightly and said, "Come and draw a script, and try the next script." Du Sheng stepped forward as he said, and picked up one of the 3 thin texts covered. Zhu Zhuoliang was a little surprised to see that he chose the second one. Selecting the prince consort of Zixia Eve. This scene is in the middle and late stages, and the content is: after suffering consecutive defeats from the martial arts conference, his father Murong Bo became a monk, and his hopeless resumption of the country, the disheartened Murong Fu originally wanted to return to Yanziwu, but unexpectedly learned a news that the Zixia kingdom is going to choose a son-in-law. This aroused his belief again, and told his subordinates and Wang Yuan to go to Zixia, intending to go back to the country, but his cousin Wang Yuan was unhappy when he learned that his cousin was going to compete for martial arts and attracting brides. There are 3 main characters in this scene: Murong Fu, Wang Yuan, and Bao. At this time, Murong Fu had a great dream of restoring the country and died one after another, and was hit by Qiao Feng and Duan Yu who were cheating. From the genius of aristocratic families who were once amazing and praised by everyone, they have fallen to being discredited and abandoned by relatives and friends. They have long been unable to maintain the reputation of Nan Murong and Bai Qiao Feng. The ups and downs of life are difficult to interpret the ups and downs of this life without experiencing the ups and downs of the wind and waves. It tests acting skills very much. Before Du Sheng, 2 people also won the script, but the test result was somewhat unsatisfactory. When Yu Min and Qiu Qing saw that he got the script, they looked at each other and a faint smile appeared on the corner of their mouths. Yu Min even felt that luck had returned to Qiu Qing's side. Previously, Qiu Qing drew a clip of Murong Fu fought Ding Chunkai alone and was frightened by the magic of transformation of martial arts, which was relatively easy to interpret. Zhou Yaoan looked at Zhu Zhuoliang and others and said with a smile, "We need to play Wang Yuan, who will play against him." Zhu Zhuoliang knew that the other party was giving him face, just like Yu Min who had played against Qiu Qing before. There are also some open and secret struggles involved, so he naturally would not refuse. Zhu Zhuoliang was about to stand up when an elegant and pure girl suddenly turned into the audition room. After seeing the person coming clearly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This person is likely to play Wang Yuan, and today he is here to set up a makeup audition. Zhu Zhuoliang sat down again and said with a smile, "Yifei is here, why don't you just let her do it?" Next, there will be pulling and emotional scenes. Although he, a big man, didn't mind, it felt strange to be held in Du Sheng's arms. Of course, Yu Min and Zhao Jian have no objection to this. Because they are very clear about one thing, this girl is an artist of the Hongwu International Film and Television Company, and Zhang's hit song is a shareholder and artistic director of the company. The more than 30 million Zhang's hit song invested in Tianlong was invested by this company. As for the investor, it is rumored that it is the adopted father of the girl. Zhou Yaoan knew this very well, and thought about it and said to Lu Yifei, "There should be a reason for producer Zhang to choose him, but we don't know much about your acting skills. This time you are here for the audition and makeup setting, so let's have a relationship with him." This is his personality, and there is a saying that goes straight and straight. So much so that he later broke up with Zhang's hit song. While speaking, Zhou Yaoan pointed to Du Sheng who had put down the script and signaled her to step forward. Lu Yifei is only 15 years old this year. Although she starred in a drama not long ago, most of the matters before were taken care of by her mother. It is obvious that I am facing this scene alone at this moment. She subconsciously looked at Du Sheng and found that the other party was not old, but she acted calmly and nodded slightly when she saw herself looking over. For some reason, when she saw the other party's chic and confident appearance, her originally a little nervous and brighter feeling. "Okay, Director Zhou." But when I walked over, my face looked a little upset. There is only one script, and it is still in the hands of the strange man. Chapter 17. A straight man in steel, a role model for us. Du Sheng saw her embarrassment and simply waved and handed it out. He closed his eyes slightly and brewed his emotions. This scene is very important. In the play, Wang Yuan felt sorry for her cousin, which started from here. Duan Yu, who had been looking for dozens of episodes, finally won Wang Yuan's heart from this beginning. Lu Yifei heard her mother mention Zhou Yaoan, and knew that the director was very pragmatic. In order to make it easier for her filming in the future, she took the script and followed Du Sheng on the side and began to memorize the lines and brew emotions. Qiu Qing, who was standing behind her, saw that Lu Yifei didn't notice her, and suppressed her thoughts of saying hello. Speaking of which, they had collaborated in the last drama, and he also gave some advice on Lu Yifei's acting skills and her relationship is acceptable. "Let's start." Zhou Yao heard that the two of them were almost prepared in the venue and shouted to start. Du Sheng turned his back and opened his eyes, his whole aura changed, and his voice was overwhelming. "If I become the prince consort of the Western Xia, after the death of the Western Xia king, I will inherit the throne." He said this to the air, Bao passionate and felt like he was catching a life-saving straw. The shame encountered at the martial arts conference ruined his face, and it has completely changed. In order to restore the country, he can give up anything and do anything. As long as you sit on the throne, you can change the name of the Zixia country to Dian. Lu Yifei made the move that she had just entered the door. When she heard this, she stopped and shouted sadly. "Cousin, you!" She trotted to Du Sheng. She should have cried at this time, but she obviously couldn't get into the role so quickly, but her sad appearance made people feel pity. Yu Min looked at her and nodded slightly to express her approval. Not to mention the others, just her pretty face, her fairy-like temperament and her pure smile are quite in line with the image of the character Sister Fairy. At this moment, I feel pity for this feeling, with a bit of tenderness and infatuation, and a little disappointment, and I am sure of the character's status. The expression and body movements are a bit wrong, but this can be adjusted later. Her sad voice awakened Du Sheng, who was a little fanatical about her own fantasy, and then she noticed her cousin's arrival. "Yuan, you know my dreams and difficulties." Du Sheng calmed down a little, grabbed her shoulder with both hands, his voice gentle but unspeakable. "When I revive Dian and become the emperor, I will definitely let you be the queen." He did not defend anything, but made a promise. Hi. Zhou Yaoan, who was originally observing Lu Yifei's performance, was attracted by Du Sheng's line. In the basic skills of actors, the stage, shape, and expression, the importance of lines is second only to sound, and even before form and performance. An excellent actor can convey rich emotions and plot tension based on his lines alone. Although Zhou Yaoan did not take a closer look at Du Sheng's performance just now, he felt the emotional fluctuations in Mirong Fu's heart from the lines Du Sheng said. "There is not only concern for my cousin, but also self-loathing for my inability to express my feelings frankly, but also a hint of bitterness hidden behind the hopeless resumption of the country, and why I did this." These complex emotions are expressed vividly through lines. Zhou Yao was surprised in his heart. No wonder this kid is so respected by Zhu Zhuoliang. He is indeed a little capable. Zhu Zhuoliang, who was originally a little worried, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Du Sheng's performance almost became part of the role, with full emotions and vivid facial features, which shows that he had worked hard. As an action guide, Zhao Jian already has a little appreciation for those who can beat him, and his satisfaction is no longer concealed. However, Yu Min was a little hesitant and looked up at the side, and happened to see the anxiety and pressure in Qiu Qing's eyes. Speaking of which, before Du Sheng came in, Qiu Qing did not regard the other party as an opponent at all. What he was worried about was the male actors with higher status in the entertainment industry. But at this moment I saw Du Sheng's appearance after his talent and performance, he was surprised to find that his biggest opponent was this unknown young man. Yu Min sighed in her heart. Faced with Cheng Yaojin who had come out halfway, he had no choice but to do anything. The only thing that can be hoped for at this moment is that Zhang's hit song can come back in time. "Cousin, you know what I do to you." I wonder if it was infected by Du Sheng's emotions. Lu Yifei raised her head and choked with sobs. "Life has been fleeting for decades, why do you have to do something beyond your ability and give up the happiness around you?" Du Sheng sighed in his heart. Facing the beauties, he would be a stubborn stone, but in the face of the opportunity to restore the country, everyone else can only suppress it. However, he couldn't bear to see his cousin crying, so he hugged her shoulders and comforted her softly. "You always occupy the most important position in my cousin's heart. As long as the country is restored successfully, I will marry you immediately and do what you say." Hearing her cousin finally said this, she was sad and happy, and couldn't help but fall on his chest and murmured, "Cousin, do you know? I want to spend a peaceful life with you in the countryside of Gasu. I have a free time boating in Taeho Lake, and I have spent my whole life among the green mountains and clear waters." During this period, Wang Yuan has not seen her cousin Mirong Fu for half a month. Her longing for her cousin was like a tide, but when she met again, she got no promise of the future. She knew very well that it was impossible for her cousin to restore the country. 9 out of 10 years of her hair and her tone was full of grief. Lu Yifei obviously put in her efforts, and her lines were fluent and free, as if she had already integrated into Wang Yuan's role. What is more worth mentioning is that the shyness she brought with her complemented Wang Yuan's shyness and hope when she threw herself into her cousin's arms, making the whole performance even more outstanding and eye-catching. For a moment, the red candles shone and the warmth made Mirongfu's mind shake, and even a little moved. Seeing the beauty in his arms crying like rain, he couldn't help but bow his head and kiss it gradually. Seeing that his cousin's rare initiative, Lu Yifei also dispelled a lot of sadness and closed her eyes with a little shyness. All the atmosphere is just right. Just as Du Sheng was about to kiss her mouth, she suddenly stopped and pushed Wang Yuan away. Faced with his cousin's surprise, he looked regretful and seemed to be mixed with a hint of guilt. Finally, he turned into firmness and turned to resolutely. No. It's not time to fall under the moon. You are not me, you don't have such a heavy burden, and I must not be surrounded by the love between children and children. His voice was obviously a little quick, with resistance in the ups and downs, obviously trying to convince himself. In fact, Du Sheng complained in his heart. This is so fucking straight man, a role model for us. But this is the fate of Jin Yang's cousin in the book. You can't accept it. However, no matter how much he complains, his emotions and reactions are in place. It has to be said that acting skills are about to reach the point of perfection, which is indeed extraordinary. It is easy to deal with this kind of scene. Chapter 18 Girl Mu Ai I wish you all a happy new year. Zhu Zhuoliang couldn't help but nodded secretly. Qiu Qing's performance gave him a good feeling. Du Sheng's performance gave him the right feeling. Both the tone and expression are right. Such a performance was not only surprising, but also made him look at him with admiration. Cousin. Lu Yifei's feet softened and she staggered to the ground, tears, surged out. You really want to be so heartless. Du Sheng could instinctively stretch out his hand to support him, but suddenly he remembered that he still had a great cause. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and turned around and left. The moment of hesitation and determination made Zhou Yaowen's eyes lit up. He finally understood why Zhu Zhuoliang highly praised Du Sheng. This young man's understanding and shaping of Mirongfu is indeed unique. It's as if he was born for this character, and he felt a natural feeling. That kind of cruelty and hesitation vividly show Mirongfu's entanglements and struggles between his personal emotions and grand career in the play. Amazing! It's really amazing! Okay, that's okay. Zhou Yao clapped his hands and shouted to stop. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Jian laughed and expressed his attitude. Yu Min sat on the chair, shook her head in her heart, knowing that it would be meaningless if she persisted. As long as you are not blind, you can see that Du Sheng is slightly better in both martial arts and literary dramas. The feeling that Du Sheng made further improvements based on Qiu Qing's interpretation. This is not on the same level at all. Moreover, Zhu Zhuoliang obviously leaned towards Du Sheng, and Zhou Yaowen's slightly happy tone just now revealed his position. 3-1, no withdrawal. Yu Min glanced at Qiu Qing with a little apology. Although he was willing to give Qiu Qing another chance, reality made him helpless. Furthermore, Qiu Qing is already 35 years old and feels a little inconsistent with the heroine who is only 15 years old. Under such circumstances, Yu Min really couldn't find a way to speak out. Qiu Qing seemed to notice Yu Min's hesitation. He was silent for a moment and took the initiative to say, Director Yu, actually, I had received another film invitation before coming, just to go to Bay City to shoot. This time I came here just to try my luck. Whether it is undoubtedly the best way to save both sides' face. Seeing Qiu Qing so tactful, Yu Min also nodded with the flow. It's such a pity. I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate again next time. Qiu Qing thanked Yu Min and the director present, nodded and greeted Lu Yifei, and turned around and left the audition room. After Qiu Qing left, Yu Min's hesitation also dissipated. Anyway, he has done everything he should do, which is enough to explain to Zhang's hit song. On the contrary, Zhu Zhuoliang became more and more satisfied with Du Sheng. Mr. Zhong is so accurate in looking at people. As long as you are well carved, you will be a tiger general in Songhai film industry in the future. Although Zhou Yaoan agreed in his heart, he did not give a reply on the spot, but said to the two with a smile. You guys go back first and wait for the reply. We will notify you if there is any news. After all, there will be other auditions for subsequent roles, and the results will be reported to Zhang's hit song for a while, for reason. However, Zhu Zhuoyang and others knew that Mirong Fu was basically sure. Du Sheng thanked him, stepped forward and pulled Lu Yifei up with kindness, and said, I didn't control my strength just now, sorry. It's nothing that Lu Yifei was brought into the show just now. Now that she is young and lacks social communication, she is showing up again, and she said shyly. It's okay, I didn't pay attention. When the two of them just walked out of the audition room and closed the door, Zhou Yaoan's voice vaguely heard. Mirong Fu's role doesn't need to be auditioned, but you can change to Yutan Zi. Congratulations! Lu Yifei was not completely ignorant of the world. She knew very well what this meant and looked at Du Sheng with a little curiosity. It's not decided yet, but I want to congratulate you on it. Although Du Sheng was a little happy, he was still calm. Because there are no contracts signed for a day, there are variables in a day. Even if you sign a contract, referring to Xiao Bin, the male lead of Smiling Proud, Zhang Dehe Xiao can break the contract and kick someone with just a saying of playing with a big name. Therefore, before everything has fallen into the ground, I can only hold on to this excitement. Lu Yifei was a little shy and said. Actually, I was auditioning for Azu at the beginning, and I don't know how I became Wang Yuyan. Du Sheng glanced at her in surprise. This girl seemed a little simple and natural. Behind this is either interest transactions, pie transactions, or investors' designations. However, it is difficult to mention such a thing in person, and smiled. Producer Zhang is more optimistic about you. Some time ago, several female celebrities had many open and secret arrows in order to compete for Wang Yuyan. Later, after the news that Lu Yifei was decided by the public, there were countless rumors. All the deeds about Lu Yifei were also revealed. For example, after she returned to China, the first resource she received was not a film and television drama, but a real estate endorsement invested by Chen Jinfei. A gossip tabloid even broke the news directly, saying that Zhang's hit song and Chen Jinfei established a Hongguya film and television company, which currently has only one artist, Lu. It is even more sarcastic to say that Chen Jinfei, who ranks in the top 50 of the mainland rich list, actually cares about a little girl so much. Du Sheng knows many slander elements, and this circle is also indispensable for right and wrong, but the two sides may have to cooperate for 2 or 3 months in the next, so this relationship naturally needs to be managed well. Zixi, let's go. At this time, an elegant woman came over with information. Seeing Lu Yifei chatting with a young man, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She knows her daughter's temperament very well. I went away at the age of 10, and I had no communication with my peers around me. Language was also a problem when I was abroad, and my personality was inevitably a little lonely and shy. Although I stayed back this time for more than 2 months, I still couldn't change my cute habit of Shayin. Now that he actually took the initiative to communicate with a stranger, he was not very careful. Yes, it is not only an initiative, but also an inquiry. It surprised her a little. Lu Yifei responded and smiled brightly at Du Sheng. My mother is here, Brother Sheng will read to you. Seeing that her mother hadn't come, Du Sheng nodded politely and smiled at Lu Yifei. Go, if you want to learn to teach you next time you have time. After leaving the house, Lu Zili saw that her daughter was in a good mood and said curiously. What are you talking about just now? Do you know each other? You said Brother Sheng? He is very likely to play my cousin. Lu Yifei was a little happy. And he has great martial arts and acting skills. I was brought into the show by him just now. Without outsiders, she naturally showed her cute and silly personality. It turned out that when Du Sheng was auditioning for a martial arts show, she saw it all in the background. At that time, I was attracted by the other party's sharp skills and indomitable momentum, and I felt a sense of eye-opening surprise. Especially during the show, she knew very well that the reason why she performed so well this time was that the other party was carrying her. The girl Mu Ai was in trouble and thought that she could do it next, so she became curious and asked for advice. This chat, I unknowingly let go of my guard. Chapter 19, A Dog Bites a Dog's Mouth. Take you into the show. Lu Xili was a little surprised, but she had no impression. However, since the other party can stand out, it should be fine in all aspects, and has also been a little concerned. What's the result? Wang Yeyang asked casually while rubbing his hands. His heart was full of entanglement, knowing that Du Sheng passed the audition. The opportunity is slim, but I can't hold back the hope. At this moment, Du Sheng had changed back to his clothes and picked up his backpack. It should be almost the same. Wang Yeyang subconsciously expressed the though-tout comfort words. Don't take it too seriously, after all, Qiu Qing is Zhang De Wang's beard. Wait, what did you say just now? He suddenly came to his senses, and the surprise on his face became surprised. Seeing that no one paid attention to this place, Du Sheng greeted. Go back first, will you succeed? The result will be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Wang Yeyang stood up instantly, his eyes wide open, and his voice was a little unbelievable. So, you have a chance to take down the role. Du Sheng tried to be as calm as he walked out. Some possibilities. He briefly mentioned the story, but omitted some details. After all, Zhang Dehuzi has not been discharged from the hospital yet, so I guess he will have to go to the court next, so it is really hard to disturb him. Wang Yeyang was stunned when he heard this, and it took him a long time to press the excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath, but his voice still couldn't hide his surprise. Then you have to celebrate, you can get started with the 3 yuan food stall. That night, the auditions for the crew of Qianlong ended. All the artist resumes that passed the screening were sent to Zhang's hit song. Although several leading actors have been identified before, there are dozens of subsequent roles. Even if there are only 3 or 4 people in each role that can pass the interview on average, the resume can be stacked up. Looking at the mountain of resumes, Zhang's hit song, who was recently bombarded with storm, was a little upset for some reason. It undoubtedly takes a lot of time and energy to screen these actor information one by one. But he still suppressed his emotions and watched it through. I agree with the recommendations of the 4 directors and basically use them directly. After all, Yu Min and Zhao Jian have always been the imperial team. The other 2 have been recognized by Jin Yang, and the other is also famous directors in the film industry. Hi. It was just that when it was a certain character's turn, Zhang's hit song was concentrated. The role of Mirong Fu, as one of the biggest villains of the modified version, should attract many actors to audition. But what is amazing is that Zhou Yaoan submitted unexpectedly few resumes. Zhang's hit song simply picked it up one by one and read it carefully. The first few parts appear dull and lack the eye-catching characteristics. It was not until I turned to a portion close to the bottom that a familiar name leaped into my eyes. Oh, it's Qiu Qing. Zhang's hit song muttered to himself softly, with a smile on his face. He has always recognized Qiu Qing's acting skills and performance. Last year, he sent him an audition invitation for The Legend of the Condor Heroes. After putting down his resume, Zhang's hit song found that he actually had one in his hand. His browsing habit is from the back to the front, which means this is the first recommendation. Is there a Mirong Fu candidate who is more suitable than Qiu Qing? Du Sheng. With such questions, Zhang's hit song quickly read it. Judging from the appearance conditions, Du Sheng is indeed more outstanding than Qiu Qing, as if she is born with a noble temperament. But in terms of performance experience, it seems that it is not so prominent. How could he be more suitable than Qiu Qing? Zhang's hit song simply flipped through the comments of the 4 directors. Zhou Yaoan, his image is very outstanding, he has a thorough understanding of the role, a highly consistent temperament, and has a lot of room for play. Zhu Zhuoliang, the newcomer who Zhong Yaoying is highly promoted by karma, performs well in both emotional and action scenes, and has its own popularity and hundreds of thousands of fans. Zhao Jian, the action scenes are very good, the martial arts foundation is solid, the body is well coordinated, and the fighting scenes are more enjoyable. It is highly recommended. Yu Min, both the appearance and acting skills are pretty good. Chu Qing was also present during the audition. After watching it, he felt ashamed of his humbleness and was about to take on the scene in Wanchenge. Seeing these comments, Zhang's hit song was finally surprised. With so many resumes, these four people have never praised an actor so unanimously. Not to mention a new actor. Zhou Yaoan is a person who is deeply aware of the doctrine of the mean and rarely exaggerates it too much. But this evaluation was extremely affirmative in the other party's words, which was unprecedented. Even his student Yu Min gave a good review, which shows that this young man is indeed very popular. Chu Qing gave up and took on the filming of Wanchenge. Zhang's hit song felt a little regretful and was considering whether to call or ask. Dong 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 dong. The assistant knocked in and put down a few newspapers with a little nervousness. Zhang's hit song glanced at him quickly, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He was no longer mentally conscious about foreign affairs, so he directly checked Du Sheng's resume and threw it aside. The net of sky is vast. Those who have committed evil deeds will eventually be punished by God and will be unhappy in retribution. Xiao Bin, who was once labeled as a big guy by producer Zhang De, is no longer silent and lets both parties go to court. Shocked. Swordsman has been filmed for 10 days and it turns out to be a marketing method? These are the titles of several entertainment newspapers, all related to Xiao Bin, who once played the protagonist of Smiling Proud. This person also jumped out of the explosion. Not only did they refute the charges that were once held on the head by Zhang's hit song, but they also accused him of this as Zhang's hit song's marketing method. The general idea is that Zhang's hit song looked down on him as an athlete. Both sides had a grudge as early as when filming Water Margin. Xiao Bin also wondered why the other party took the initiative to invite him to star in Smiling Proud. Later, he woke up with the appearance does not match the role. In addition to being a purely insulted person, it's for hype. As we all know, Zhang's hit song appeared in the media more times last year than the popular Bay City star Zhou Zhelun. Among them, the hype methods of the two TV series Swordsman and The Legend of the Condor Heroes are now being placed on the desk by many marketing companies. Especially Smiling Proud. Before the filming started, it was widely publicized that Xiao Bin joined the crew, but it was replaced after 10 days of filming, creating a lot of popularity for the TV series. Even the actor who played Ren Ying was caught off guard and said that this was too sudden. Because she and Xiao Bin cooperated very well, they also felt that the other party had a good understanding of the role. They studied hard for this drama and did not understand why they were replaced. Check it out. Check it out for me if Xiao Bin was instructing him that night. Zhang's hit song smashed the desk with a snap and yelled angrily. And she is also playing the role of Ren Ying, isn't she nervous? I have to say that these entertainment headlines are really attractive and appropriate. Du Sheng turned off the report from Entertainment Metropolis Daily and a hint of surprise appeared in the corner of his eyes. If it were normal, I wouldn't even have the courage to post such reports, let alone whether they could post them. After all, Zhang's hit song had a layer of erotic skin before and had such a big backstage as Beijing. Who dares to provoke? Nowadays, Zhang's hit song is not only labeled as pretentious, irritable, and a big appetite, but is well known in the embarrassing circle. Even with the meaning of falling down and pushing everyone. This is obviously not normal. Is it because I have too much appetite and have been criticized by the investors behind it? Du Sheng thought about it, but he could only think of this answer. The reason why Zhang and Xiao Bin's self-destruction was mostly due to the fact that, Huai, investors secretly let themselves go in order to attack Zhang's hit song. It can only be said that a dog bites a dog's mouth. Chapter 20. You are such a liar. As for whether it will drag down the crew of Qianlong? The same sentence. If you invest such a large amount of money, those investors will not be fools. And what the audience is most concerned about is who starred in the show and how it was filmed, rather than the bad things that a producer is free from home. In addition, to put it bluntly, isn't it an indirect publicity if the popularity is there? Outsiders all doubt whether this would be Zhang's hit song who was defaming himself again, just to hype the show. Brother Sheng, it's done. At this time, Wang Yeyang received a call from the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and ran in excitedly and said to Du Sheng, "I'll sign the contract tomorrow." 3 days later, the main creators of the crew gather in Xingyuan, the store, and start the script reading and martial arts, flute playing, piano training, etc. As for the pay, it is only 30,000 yuan, and I can't even think about it. It is no secret in the industry that Zhang Da's producers don't pay high money. After all, there are a lot of people who come to such popular dramas even if they pay for money. Du Sheng didn't care, anyway, there were more opportunities to make money in the future. What he thought the most about at this moment was what he could draw after filming this drama. The best thing on Murong Fu is naturally the Murong family's unique skill, the fighting stars. This thing is most likely purple. If it can be exploded, what effect will it be? Of course, it's too early to think about this now, and it depends on how well the shooting fits. That evening, the lights were on. The neon lights that meet the bar are shining with seductive light in the night. The little girls in the bar were extremely excited and stared at the stage without blinking. When you look at me, you guessed it through my words. Love is not sure. Still not meeting your requirements. Du Sheng has signed the contract and is preparing to join the group. Tonight is the last time to sing on the resident song. Although Min Jin's voice was not as magnetic as before the chat, his voice was charming, and his handsome appearance made many girls scream. The music gradually subsided, and everyone was a little intoxicated, and cheers came one after another. Xiao Du, sister loves you so much, this bottle of royal salute rewards you. This is a passionate confession from a white bone demon. Thanks. Du Sheng smiled and waved to the other party to thank him. Encounter bar is considered a medium to high-end grade. A bottle of royal salute costs about 500 yuan, and he can get half of it, which is 240 yuan. Good harvest. Unfortunately, this elder sister has passed 50, so she is not his food. After drinking with the other party, Du Sheng came to the bathroom to wash his face. Take a deep breath and you will feel much more refreshed. The guests on the right side of the corridor are resting, and the environment here is elegant and quiet. Du Sheng suddenly caught a familiar figure and stopped playing. This woman's beauty is both unique and stunning. Although he only put on light makeup and was wearing a simple pure white off-shoulder long skirt, he was so dazzling. Especially under the soft lights, the temperament is quite charming, with a unique charm and elegance, making it look unique. It was the Sidon Shuangbing who had once had a sleeping relationship. Fan Ou. She seemed to be having sex with the crew of the famous Conquer Canto. The women said something and pulled her to go to the private room to play. Fan Ou smiled and refused. After they left, she ignored the warm eyes of others and bored to pick up a book to read. Only Fan Ou can do reading in a noisy place like a bar. Du Sheng is not knowing whether the other party is coming to find him, he simply said hello. Sister Ou, what a coincidence. Fan Ou waved his hand at him and smiled sweetly. It's true that you sang well just now. In fact, she is a little bit eccentric. She took advantage of the crew's holiday tonight and took advantage of the opportunity to meet the fate. I didn't expect this man to be there. After chatting for a while, she saw many men around who wanted to say hello, and blinked at Du Sheng. Then he quietly pointed to the direction of the hotel in the past, stood up and left with a chuckle. Du Sheng returned to the front stage as if nothing had happened and left after singing the last 2 songs. After going out for a walk, I left the suspected sir and came to the hotel. Fan Ou brought the man in, his face became more charming, and he pulled him to the table to sit down. I haven't eaten tonight, I ordered 2 steaks. As she spoke, her eyes looked at the man up and down. I don't know if it was a long drought and rain, but she found that this little man not only became more handsome, but also had a better temperament than before. For a moment, Fan Ou's face turned red, her pretty face turned even more charming. Du Sheng naturally won't be polite, and he will not have the energy to consume if he doesn't eat enough. Fan Ou sat next to him, holding his cheek to watch him eat. It felt quite interesting and relaxed. At this time, there is no need to deliberately please, nor do you need to look at people's faces. She is in a surprisingly good mood and cut steak for men by herself. Before she knew it, she had already slid into Du Sheng's arms. Don't you eat a little? Du Sheng looked at the woman with admiring eyes. At this moment, Fan Ou has changed into a backless dress, showing off her elegant figure. A long and charming hair was tied up at wool, the curves on the back were perfectly outlined, and a slender white ribbon was circling between the neck, revealing the slender and snow-white swan neck. It can be described in one word, with a variety of charm. After eating and drinking, Fan Ou's whole body was already slipping into Du Sheng's arms, and he leaned into his ear and breathed like orchid. You have been lazy recently. I have been practicing yoga. I have to check if you have regressed. How could Du Sheng tolerate such provocative eyes? He picked up her princess and said furiously. Regress? Don't leave tonight if you have the will. Fan Ou smiled charmingly, laughing happily, and hugged his neck and hung it on him like a sloth. Since last time, young people have been so arrogant that they are completely unrestrained. I haven't had a meeting for several days this time, and I'm a little bit longing for me. Half an hour later, Fan Ou leaned against Du Sheng, too lazy to move. Du Sheng hugged her white shoulders and suddenly felt a little moved. Living the simplest life is always the most difficult. For example, I just want to have 1 or 3 meals with you every day at sunset, but I just can't do it. Fan Ou gave the man a blank look and reached out to pinch the flesh on his waist. Haha, you're such a big liar. Du Sheng thought she was angry about the previous scandal and said. I can't blame me, that's what I'm waiting for you. Fan's lips are like rose petals, and his eyes are like his. Didn't you say you want to fight until dawn? Are you going to retreat in the last battle? It's only less than half an hour now, and it's still a long time before dawn. Du Sheng grinned. He felt offended, so it is very necessary to popularize the science. Woman, it seems that you should change your name to Greed. 10 minutes is already the limit of human beings. Those who claim to have exceeded this time can be regarded as bragging. Chapter 21 Flying Knife sees Flying Knife again. Fan Ou changed his leisurely position and was too lazy to refute, and said in a coquettish way. I only have time tonight, and then I have to play a couple with my lover named Li. I need to have diarrhea when I am in a bad mood. You will also join the group at that time. I don't know which little essence you want to get cheaper. How can you not dry your hawthorn? When she mentioned the competitor named Li, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Both parties are in the same company, with the same status and popularity. If you want to obtain resources but don't want to be suppressed, all kinds of competitions are indispensable. Not to mention, we will have to form a CP with the other party's secret boyfriend next. Du Sheng. I can't bear to be so despised. If the historical trajectory is not a big mistake, Fan Ou would almost spark with the male protagonist. I'm just talking about it now. I have to wear an LV hat on my head during this period. Who can bear to teach this? Du Sheng was angry and immediately spent 1,000 to upgrade sound and sex to LV2. In an instant, various neon super long standby animation techniques came naturally. I won't impress this little sensation tonight, and I will still be able to do it in the future. In the future. Fan Ou was sweating all over, weak, and still flattered and exclaimed. Fatty Hong and I have already separated. We won't give it a hat during this period. Are we okay? Although her voice was still charming, it had a hint of slight scent of bowing her head. Too afraid of playing. Especially the other party is in a state of being crazy and unreasonable. Du Sheng hugged the woman back, stroked her snow-white shoulders and said, "Why did it suddenly disperse? What's the situation?" Fan Ou was silent for a moment and said, "Fatty Hong promised the heroine of Undercover Veyron to others, probably a big gullet's do the utmost. She didn't tell the previous scandal, it didn't make sense. Moreover, the women around Fatty Hong took turns to change, but asked her to be loyal. Isn't this funny? Treat her completely as a maid. Instead of ignoring those little resources, it is better to exchange for freedom." Du Sheng was not surprised and shook his head. If this kind of bad movie is gone, it will be gone. What's there to cherish? Maybe you have to thank me in the future, otherwise there will be another black movie on me. He is the truth. This film is really bad. Fatty Hong wanted to help his son get to power, but he also wanted to make a big splash, but it was filmed inappropriately. Fan Ou has made so much effort, and not only has he received no reward, but he has to add a lot of black spots. This is really a model of being by the side of the mountain and lying on the coffin board. I haven't taken it yet, how can you know it's not possible? Fan's fox eyes were circling on the man, a little confused. In today's era, movie resources are popular, and it's a pity to say that you give up. But she didn't realize that when she was with Du Sheng, she unconsciously took off her disguise. Du Sheng could see the other party's changes, but the future was difficult to explain, so he shook his head. It's very simple. Fatty Hong is old, and his time is over. You didn't realize that after the 1990s, he couldn't even show a masterpiece. It's just that society is full of power, but it won't last long. If you don't believe it, you will know the situation of this drama next year. Although Fan Ou was half believing and half doubted, he didn't care about these things anymore. He felt at ease on the man's chest and hugged his waist comfortably. It's good that you're gone, live a relaxed life like this. If she acts in a situation for too long, she will be tired and even live a little bit difficult to tell the difference between herself. In order to climb up, I did many things against my will, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt disgusted. Why is she attached to the young and handsome guy? It's just about rewarding yourself, otherwise you'll go crazy sooner or later. As for why not retreat? In fact, I even dream of dreaming, but it is more difficult to do. With her current ability, she cannot even be independent. Moreover, her resources and popularity are mostly given by capital, and others can take them away at any time. Unless you don't want to stay in this circle. But when you are used to seeing the beautiful scenery on the top, who would be willing to leave? Du Sheng knew this well and smiled along the topic. I heard that the heroine of Flying Knife Again, which was originally scheduled to be starring Lin Xinru, was vacant because she was going to study in Lighthouse Country. The grade of this drama is not bad. If you have a schedule, why not try it? Although the East has entered the fast lane of rise ahead of schedule and people's living standards are higher than in previous lives, their willingness to spend money to watch movies is not high. Nowadays, filming movies is just to gain status and can't make much money. Instead of trying harder, it is better to make money by filming the screen first, and you can also gain a huge audience. Fan Ou was a little surprised. The company is helping me fight for it. Are you optimistic about this drama? If she put her vision on the TV series, she will have a lot of resources. There are 2 movies in the same period, Drunk Invincible and Wonderful World, to choose from, so I'm a little confused. Du Sheng was able to successfully audition this time, and the other party's recommendation was inevitable, and he said, "I've read this novel, it's very outstanding. Moreover, the heroine's noble and cold appearance, elegant temperament matches you, and the 2 lines of emotion and revenge are also dazzling. This drama was very classic back then, and it ranked among the top 10 of the year in terms of viewership and popularity. He asked himself that he didn't have the chance to act, so it would be better to borrow flowers to offer Buddha. At least Fan OU is very popular, so she can still give him some feedback. As for the other two movies mentioned by the other party, except for the male protagonist who performed a bit eye-catching, the others were so swinging that they couldn't even float. It would be better not to mention them. After chatting for a few words, Fan OU felt much better and made a decision in his heart. She suddenly remembered something and said, "What about you, have you signed the contract with Tianlong?" She knew very well that Zhang Dayi's bearded boy could go back on his word if he didn't sign a contract. "I signed up and joined the group the day after tomorrow." "That's good. If there is no show in Qianlong, I plan to recommend another drama to you, but the scale is a bit small." After hearing this, Du Sheng felt a little strange. Small investment. Martial arts drama. Newcomer team, intends to invite a hidden little king to join. The name of a drama came to his mind. Because many places are in line with each other, many details even surfaced. If it is really it, you can really look forward to it. If there is any martial arts drama in his previous life that can compete with The Legend of the Condor Heroes, then this one must be the one. Although it is not favored by major investors and directors at present, and has been named Thunder Drama after its release, it does not prevent the audience from complaining and watching, and the ratings once crushed many dramas with big-name investments. As well as the newcomers he played, his status has increased several times overnight. But it's still early. Let's talk about it when the filming of Qianlong is over. The drama suffered many setbacks during the preparation stage and was rejected by the capital and actors. It was impossible to prepare for such a quick start. Even if Du Sheng had some ideas, he was not in a hurry to get up. Moreover, after filming The Legend of the Condor Heroes, it will not be possible to rely on Fan OU to recommend people, but may play the important roles in the first 3 series. Chapter 22, Lucky Blessing. 2 days later, Du Sheng came to Xingyuan, Midian. The crew rented some areas of this site and prepared. The actors were given a 2-week intensive training. As he walked in, Du Sheng saw several familiar actors. As soon as I stepped into the rest area, a brisk conversation came out. The people in the room were divided into several small groups, whispering to each other. Among them, Lu Tao was chatting with a slim girl, and the atmosphere was quite lively. 2 young men sat next to them, and from time to time they interjected a few words, adding a bit of fun. Lu Yifei chose a quiet corner and focused on reading the script in her hand with her headphones, as if she was completely immersed in her own world. Ah! When Lu Tao saw Du Sheng coming in, he was surprised and clapped his hands excitedly. "Have you successfully passed the audition? What a coincidence!" That day she passed by the corridor and was amused by the lively treasures Du Sheng and Wang Yeyang. Du Sheng nodded and responded, "Yes, there are more producers and directors who love each other." From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Lu Yifei who was watching the script, and seemed to want to stand up and say hello. But when he saw that he was taken to introduce by the enthusiastic Lu Tao, he sat back. Lu Tao did not notice these details. She was in a good mood at this moment and pulled Du Sheng to introduce it to the girl around her. "This is Wang Yi, who plays Abi's role, and is also your maid. And she herself plays Azu, who has been loved by the Murong family since she was a child, and is nominally a confidant maid from Murong Fu, and her actual treatment is comparable to that of the adopted daughter of the Murong family. So this enthusiasm is beyond words, it is all in a small circle." Wang Yi is tall, has a crisp voice and a little shy. "Hello." She stood up and shook hands politely with Du Sheng. "I heard that your acting skills and martial arts are very good. Please give me some advice then." She plays Abi, who has a crush on Murong Fu, and finally spends the rest of her life with the crazy Murong Fu. They naturally need to understand each other. "Young master, there's me." Lu Tao was wearing a red dress and joined in the fun with a smile. In the play, Azu has a lively and cute personality, weird and understanding personality. She has taken the role in advance. In addition to his unique skills, Azu is good at body skills, pointing and leg skills, which makes his guidance reasonable. After introducing Wang Yi, Lu Tao pointed to the tall and thin man sitting aside without moving, and introduced. Ma Yuk is a role in Yutan Zi. Don't look inconspicuous. He is from a drama family and has acted in several dramas. Du Sheng recognized this at first glance. Duan Kun from Tsim Sha Sui and greeted him with a smile. Hello, my name is Du Sheng, please take care of me in the future. Ma Yuk didn't show off and pointed to the seat next to him and asked him to sit down. The same is true for another flat-headed young man who plays Zhu Danchen. After all, it is no secret that Du Sheng's audition was recognized by the 4 directors. It is said that there are investors who are optimistic about it. Even if they are envious and jealous, they will not show it. Producer Zhang doesn't come today. Director Zhu and Director Zhao should be responsible for this. Wang Yi took a bottle of juice from the table and handed it to Du Sheng. I guess I've been very busy these 2 days. It is said that something happened to the martial arts coach, so I have to wait. Thanks. Du Sheng took it and chatted for a few more words. Seeing Lu Yifei sitting alone with her little head tilted, he walked over with a smile. Brother Sheng, we're meeting again. There were many people around him, and Lu Yifei was obviously a little afraid of her and said hello shyly. Where is in the crew? You have to change your words and call me cousin. Du Sheng smiled and noticed her MP3. What song do you listen to? The Flowing Years. Lu Yifei explained a little shyly. This is my favorite singer. I will listen to her new songs. After listening for a while, Du Sheng recognized it. The queen of the song's work, I sang in a bar the day before yesterday, and was asked by the drinker to sing a song Forget Love Letter. Lu Yifei was a little surprised. You can still sing. Du Sheng did not say that this was a business skill and said with a smile. Don't you know that your cousin is both civil and military? Ask Abi, I still teach her music. Lu Yifei was infected by his calm emotions and said with a slight smile. My cousin has always been arrogant, but he will not boast about himself. Seeing her fit into the atmosphere, Du Sheng laughed. I'm afraid that I'm in the deepest place when I drink well. I'll have to make a debut even when your brother Duan doesn't come. Haha. Lu Yifei smiled into crescent eyes. You're so soon. There is no way. If you don't sing ahead of time, we can only stand in the corner when those big names come. Seeing Du Sheng chatting and laughing with Lu Yifei as soon as he sat down, Lu Tao joked. Mr. Murong, aren't you determined to restore the country and relatives and refuse to recognize them? This style is not like a big villain. Du Sheng pretended to be surprised. You are still the owner of the Murong family's Tingxiang Shuoxi. Is that considered helping the evil? In this modified version of the dragon, Murong Fu is one of the big villains from beginning to end, and he is also the mastermind of the evil cause. Kill the masters of the Qingcheng sect and Penglai sect, kill Ma Dayuan, collude with Quang Guanqing, frame Qiao Feng, expose Qiao Feng's Khitan bloodline, and provoke civil strife of the Beggars sect. Jin Yang's dramas are repeatedly remade, and people have a general understanding of the content of the original work. If you just copy them, it will inevitably appear dull and boring. So Zhou Yaoan made a suggestion to Jin Yang, and the adaptation was very strong. Although Murong Fu was changed to a conspirator, he was much more charming than the previous versions of the brainless run-around. The arrangement is carefully made step by step, and all kinds of ruthless means are taken at will, just for the purpose of restoring the country. Lu Tao read the general script when he was free, and watched Lu Yifei joke. Finish it, I'm still your sister, but someone is obviously a little biased. Everyone has no reputation, so they can naturally relax their chats. Moreover, this will bring closer relationships and fit the roles, which will complement each other. When Lu Yifei heard her joke, she was still a little shy, but she was not willing to be outdone. Sister Zhu thinks she is a Murong family, why did she end up assisting her arch-rival Qiao Feng? It's no wonder that my cousin is. Lu Tao opened his mouth, speechless. Although Wang Yuan also ran away with Duan Yu in the middle of this modified version, she finally returned to her cousin. And she not only presented the Shaolin Temple Shai Vunashi Dea San Huandui to Qiao Feng, but also fell in love with Qiao Feng, which is really indebted. Seeing that Lu Tao, who had always been smart, Wang Yi couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. It seems that our sister Azu has met an opponent. Lu Tao's eyes rolled, and suddenly changed the subject and looked at Du Sheng, saying, "Today you're on the hot search with a big star, you're so lucky." The big star she mentioned is of course Fan Ou. The other party's status is at least 18 levels higher than her. As soon as this statement was spoken, Lu Yifei, and looked over curiously. Du Sheng knew that the bar was probably photographed that night, but no one believed it even if he admitted it. He smiled calmly. "I hope this is true, but the facts are too outrageous. Who will become a big star for me?" Chapter 23 So awesome? Please collect and read it. Everyone gathered together to chat, and the door finally opened again. Zhu Zhuoliang and Zhao Jian took the lead in. "Hello Director Zhu and Director Zhao." Everyone stood up and greeted each other with all their words. Zhu Zhuoliang smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. "It's only 2 weeks, so I won't say much about the scene. Next, in addition to reading the script around the play, you also have to practice fist, weapons, riding horses, and hanging wires." Seeing everyone listening carefully, Zhao Jian also said, "Especially, both fists and hang wires, you don't have any skills. If you want to learn well, you have to exercise for at least 1 week." Speaking of this, he paused, looked at Du Sheng and asked, "Yuan Bin hasn't come yet, can you make a guest appearance to guide them in the punches? This is a martial arts film. Fist and foot movements account for the most. Everyone is good at it, but they must not drag their backs. Therefore, it is necessary to practice it." Zhao Jian is an action director. Although he can also be a martial arts director, he understands the kind of action arrangement of hard bridges and hard horses. And the focus has to be on Hu Jun and Jimmy Ling. Because these 2 starring actors have no foundation at all, they must teach them one by one, and they cannot give much energy to take care of others. As the famous martial arts, action, instructor of Xiangzhong, Yuan Bin was invited to help. But the other team has taken on a lot of scenes recently, and sometimes they are too busy to get busy. There is no doubt about Du Sheng's fist and foot skills, and it is not a big problem to help guide these supporting roles for 1 or 2 days. No problem. Du Sheng was naturally happy to accept it. Although this is hard work, it invisibly raises the identity and there is a connection in it. The skills he obtained in motion guidance seem unreliable, but with the ability to enter the house in Bajiquan/Blue, it is more than enough to guide the skills of flexing, stretching, looping, balance, jumping, tumbling, and falling. Zhao Jian nodded slightly. "In the past 2 days, you will teach them some basic skills and tricks to stance and lay a solid foundation, and just wait for Yuan Bin to take over." Seeing that the director trusted Du Sheng so much, everyone at the scene was a little surprised. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at him, muttering in their hearts, "So cool!" Lu Tao, Wang Yi, and other girls had their eyes lit up, and after the director left, they all gathered around. "A Sheng, do you really know how to teach me? When will I give you some guidance?" Even Lu Yifei stood up and looked at this cousin in surprise. Although she saw Du Sheng's martial arts with her own eyes that day, she did not expect that Zhao Jian would appreciate it. Du Sheng pulled everyone into his eyes and waved his hand with a smile. "I only learned Beiji, Sanda, and boxing from my adoptive father when I was a child. I have some understanding of the basics. I can't say that the guidance is. Let's just exchange it." Everyone knew very well that the other party was a humble word. Since the director asked this young man to help guide him, he would probably not be aimless. And they don't want to cause trouble, so they will naturally not be so stupid as to question anything. Since everyone is interested, I will say a few words. Du Sheng tied a small frame, held his chest and pulled his back, bent his knees slightly, setting an example. Whether it is a fist or a weapon, it is best to avoid having no roots in your feet. If your feet have no roots, the body will easily shake and the center of gravity will be unstable, which will make people see the sluggishness at a glance, and the acting is very fake. The waist is the axis of the whole body, and the movement of the limbs is dominated by the waist. When the waist moves, the upper part can make the back urge the shoulders urge the elbows, and the elbows urge the hands, the lower part can make the hips urge the knees urge the legs, and the legs urge the feet, and use all your strength in one body, pay attention to it. As he spoke, he grabbed the dungeon with 10 toes, and his hands were like a bow and thrust out, and he punched out. This fist the force rises from the waist, and the twisting force instantly rises to the hand joints, fast and fierce. The sleeves were clattered by the strong wind, which showed how strong the explosive power was. Everyone's eyes lit up. No wonder they had to trust the director at a young age. It turned out that this person is really a trainee. You want to perform well and not lose your body, so you should practice your stance and waist skills first. Seeing that they were so sensible, Du Sheng took advantage of the time to give some advice. Learn to me like this, let's take a horse stance first. First, you have to push your head, your neck, your body, and your hips. When he saw Du Sheng's guidance, he made many martial arts moves cleanly and neatly, and everyone present had a sense of eye-opening. Especially Lu Yifei and Lu Tao, their eyes remained on Du Sheng, and even ripples appeared. It's really that the other party's serious drill looks so handsome. The sun is strong and the momentum is imposing. This skill alone is no less than those action stars. When Du Sheng came to give advice on horse stance, several women made a mistake on purpose just to make him correct it. Although some young and energetic actors were envious of watching, they were not jealous. Even Mayuk, who was born in a drama, nodded secretly, and experts knew if there was anyone at a time. The other party obviously has real skills. Previously, it was rumored that it was empty-handed and one versus several, but it didn't seem fake. The next day, when Zhao Jian came to teach the weapons, he found that not only the sitting posture was a lot, but even the spirit changed slightly, and he was secretly surprised. After learning that it was Du Sheng's credit, I had to admire this kid for being a little capable. Especially on the third day of live moves and rehearsals, the other party only saw himself demonstrating the action routines, and then repeated one move without any bad luck, and the movements were more chic and elegant. Zhao Jian was deeply moved and tentatively asked Du Sheng a difficult question about restraint in moves. The result surprised him greatly. The other party's martial arts attainments are extremely solid, and they are not as good as a young man should have. Especially those tricks that he thought were difficult to overcome were like a piece of cake in front of Du Sheng. Du Sheng only needs to take a quick glance, compare the many martial arts movements he watched in his previous life, and combine his own experience and movement guidance skills to quickly give an impeccable solution. Zhao Jian felt like he had dug a treasure, and he couldn't help but let the other party conceive a set of combined moves against the enemy. Du Sheng thought about it, and according to the exciting part of Sword Rain Jianghu, he conceived a set of confrontation moves of the tiger and crane double shapes of the southern fist and the gossip turning around and the palm of the gossip. After reading it, Zhao Jian couldn't accept his old age and planned to change it according to the same situation in the future. 3 days passed, and he saw that Yuan Bin had not arrived yet, and thought for a while and said, "Or why don't you just serve as an action consultant? This situation is not uncommon for a part-time job. Cheng Long and Shen Ziden sometimes even serve as action guides." Du Sheng naturally would not dislike him, after all, the price increase of 20,000 yuan. Zhao Jian made such arrangements, which was absolutely necessary. In addition to trying to save time and effort, it is mainly because Hu Jun and Ling Zhiying are too difficult to deal with. One has never filmed an action scene, and the other is a newcomer who became popular, without any foundation. After teaching for a few days, he didn't know whether the two of them had strong muscles. He was exhausted. If the crew plays according to the crew's large investment, high requirements, and strict standards, the two of them will definitely not be able to do so. But you can't leave it alone. It would be great to let Du Sheng help make a transition during this period. Chapter 24, Is the Skill Itchy? As soon as Du Sheng became an action consultant was made public, many people were surprised and muttered. Because of this position, it is considered to be a middle-level team. But several directors had no objection and outsiders were reluctant to comment. To be honest, even Zhang's hit song, who rushed to inspect, was quite surprised to learn that Zhao Jian asked a newcomer to act as the action consultant. However, he currently focuses on the publicity and development of the newly built film and television city. If the projects with investment of over 100 million yuan have to be recovered, he will have to pay back the cost. Therefore, he did not interfere too much in the case of the crew. In addition, he was often entangled by the media and was very annoyed, so he simply stayed away from the circle of right and wrong. In fact, this is similar to the previous life. According to Zhou Yaoan, Zhang's hit song was busy dealing with the tourism and real estate business of two film and television cities, Liken, Yunfu, and Yongkang, Zhejiangfu, and ignored the crew's shooting at all. He waited until the filming was almost done before he came back to grab the rights. At noon on the fourth day, Yuan Bin finally arrived with his gang. Du Sheng was also happy to be free in this regard. Anyway, his increased pay would not change. However, some things happen strangely. Many people in the mainland can't eat enough. Are he really that clever? Who can't brag? I even said I'll beat Tyson. If it weren't for the fact that Xiangzhong movie market was not good, who would have liked to come to such a ghost place? While having lunch that day, a low voice came from Yuan Bin's gang. Although everyone could not understand Cantonese, those people's eyes glanced at Du Sheng from time to time. He won several people without any damage, acted as a fist and kick guide at a young age, and even had a motion consultant. If you are so clever, why are you urging them to do? Lu Tao, who was sitting aside, saw something wrong and quickly whispered to Du Sheng. These martial arts are all rough men, straight-minded and rough talk, so don't pay attention to them. She has lived in Cantonese for several years and naturally understands Cantonese. She was not sure whether Du Sheng understood, but it was better to have less than more things in this situation. The per capita wages in Xiangzhong are relatively rich. Some people do look down on the mainland, and even some parties' face-like appearances are also occurring. For example, the female supporting roles from Xiangzhong have better treatments in all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation than the mainland heroine, which is almost common. But if people are under the roof, it is useless to make such a big deal. In order to calm down, some crews not only help but even kick you out. Du Sheng didn't want to cause trouble at first. After all, there are cow dung everywhere, and you can't expect everyone to be kind, respectful and frugal. But in those martial arts, a young man's eyes lit up when he heard the talk and he was eager to look at Du Sheng. I heard that you have good kung fu, so come and gesture later. He has a tall and strong figure, clear muscle lines, a steady and powerful voice, steady steps, and a bit confident. As soon as these words came out, they finally attracted the attention of the canteen. Yuan Bin, who was having sex with Zhao Jian and Zhu Zhuoyang, frowned when he saw this. Away, stop making trouble, not everyone is like you, martial arts fanatic. He spoke Mandarin, and although his local accent was serious, it was considered a sign of attitude. After all, they are here to make money, and they know a little bit of constraining and rules. Ma Yaoi didn't want to miss the opportunity, and he obviously had some skills. Uncle Bin, you won't fight me, aren't you itchy? Yuan Bin shook his head slightly. He and Ma Yuchen once both studied martial arts and guided by Cheng Xiaodong's school, and their relationship was pretty good. Ma Yuchen didn't want his son to make trouble in Xiangjiang, so he asked him to help him carry one or two. But I never thought that after Ma Yaoi came to the mainland, he could find a partner to compete. Yuan Bin looked at Du Sheng a few times, looked at Zhao Jian and said, "This young man is who you are talking about?" To be honest, he was also a little curious. He has seen many people who have kung fu with him, but not many people who are so young and have practical skills. Ma Yaoi is a good person, but he practices taekwondo. Zhu Zhuoliang and Zhao Jian turned their heads and smiled when they saw that it was Du Sheng. Yes, this young man has a solid foundation and is good at teaching people. Yuan Bin thought about something and stopped him. Du Sheng sat like a pineapple, his body like a bow, and his waist like an arrow. He could tell that he was a practicing martial artist with a solid mind and body. It's good to polish the Ma Yaoi's spirit, so as to avoid making trouble. Zhao Jian and Zhu Zhuoliang knew very well that Du Sheng had the ability, and when he saw that Yuan Bin did not stop him, he also smiled and looked at him. It's better to have a pride in Xiangjiang people, so they can avoid being dishonest and not being able to deal with them. As for Du Sheng losing, what does that matter? After all, the identity of a newcomer is there, who will say more? Ma Yaoi was eager to come to Du Sheng and challenged him straight to the point. How about it, do you dare to discuss it? At this time, Wang Yi and the girls at the same table also realized something was wrong. Although they didn't understand it very well, they stopped eating. Lu Yifei couldn't understand either, so she couldn't help but ask Lu Tao in a low voice. He heard that Ashen is good at playing and wants to compete for challenges. Lu Tao found that the two directors were interested and did not stop him, so he explained a few words. When the girls heard this, they looked at Du Sheng with some concern. After all, Ma Yaoi is tall, close to 1.85 meters tall, and his muscles are particularly exaggerated. You can tell at a glance that he is powerful and has extraordinary combat power. When others heard that Ma Yaoi was going to compete with Du Sheng, they were moved and curiously came to watch. Du Sheng picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth without any haste and glanced at him. How do you want to compare? He spoke Cantonese and was quite skillful, which surprised Lu Tao and his girls. Ma Yaoi was also a little surprised and looked at Du Sheng. They said that your fist and foot skills are good, but you are better than your fist and foot skills, and it's just right to eliminate food. In fact, he is not reckless on the surface, and he has some thoughts. He has been practicing boxing for 7 years, but although he is a little famous, he cannot get on the table. Even his father asked him to change careers and not to mess around with a profession that is doomed to decline like martial arts. Ma Yaoi has his own opinion on this. Which big stars such as Cheng Long, Li Lianjia and Zhen Ziden did not start with martial arts. But it is difficult to become famous now, at least it needs to be recognized and supported by peers and parents. It just so happens that Du Sheng, the action consultant, seems to be quite recognized by the crew. This is a hot topic. Winning can accumulate some reputation and popularity. As for losing, he never thought about it. Because so far, he has only lost to 2 people, and boxing champion Joe Billy is one of them. Among the younger generation, few people can catch his eye on the competition alone. But strangely, this time Yuan Bin, Zhao Jian and others did not stop him, and they looked at the show, which made him wonder. Is this young man named Du Sheng really outstanding? Du Sheng put down his chopsticks, but did not answer, but glanced at the 2 people behind him. The meaning is self-evident. Ma Yaoi decided to do it for a moment and understood that this was an implicit condition. The unscrupulous words of these 2 people just now obviously angered each other. He hesitated for a moment, but was stirred up his fighting spirit at this moment, so he came to Yuan Bin and muttered in a low voice. Seeing that Yuan Bin was unaware of it, the 2 of them couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Ma Yaoi returned to Du Sheng and rubbed his hands and said, "Is this okay?" Chapter 25 Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Please collect and read it. While speaking, he stepped forward and was eager to try to take action. "Come on, beat me, I'll treat you better tonight." Unexpectedly, Du Sheng shook lightly and shook off Ma Yaoyi pole. "Experts will know if there is anyone." Ma Yaoyi felt stern and dared not underestimate him anymore. In addition to practicing Taekwondo hard, he actually practiced Tang Shao in the martial arts hall, which was renamed karate by Neon Puzi. Tang's hand is very domineering and he must hit a single blow. It is not easy for ordinary people to avoid pulling. What's more, it's an understatement and shaking it lightly. Seeing that everyone was surrounded, Du Sheng was reluctant to eat. He shook his head, stood up and said, "Go to the training ground." Ma Yaoyi was in no way. When he saw Du Sheng's slender figure, he was not as strong as himself. He asked, "Do you want to wear protective gear?" Fighting is very common in this era, but the exchange of discussions requires our love and will. No need. Du Sheng came to the training ground to stand firmly, and held his hands behind his back, looking calm. Ma Yaoyi praised secretly, supported the ground with his feet shoulder width, and began to twist his joints and rub his palms to warm up. Seeing that Du Sheng was not moving, he made a fist-clamping gesture. "I'm going to get on. Please." Du Sheng's eyes fell on his lumbar spine, his expression fluctuating. In fact, he is silently adding the 3,000 new reputations he has gained in the past 2 days, the secret scandal with Fan Ou, to Bajiquan. Bajiquan LV2/Blue, 4168/10,000. A burst of heat flow on the upper body not only makes the bones much stronger, but the strength is also significantly increased. Du Shengsu clenched his fists, and there seemed to be explosive power in his body. He estimated that his punch would have an explosive power of at least 300 pounds. For ordinary people who have not practiced exerting force, most of the punch is only in the 150-pound range. And when ordinary people become adults, their strength will not increase again. If you want to increase your strength, you can only increase your muscles through physical training, so that the strength of your bones can be slightly improved. Even professional boxers can only exercise to about 230 pounds. Even the famous boxing champion Ali only swung his fist between 500 or 600 pounds. The enlightenment of Bajiquan just now was equivalent to allowing Du Sheng's body to break through the limit. It also indirectly enhances resistance, that is, the ability to get beaten. This is a comprehensive improvement. Therefore, Du Sheng has no lack of confidence in this kind of discussion. Ma Yaoyi was not in a hurry to attack, but instead posed in a cat-legged stand and walked slowly around Du Sheng, trying to find the flaws. However, Du Sheng did not do any movement, but his feet took root, raised his arms slightly, and the lower plate was stable, and he could not understand the reality at all. Ma Yaoyi was a little uneasy and felt a little pressure in his heart. What is the origin of this young man? He circled Du Sheng for a while, but never found a chance to take action. The crowd who followed the fun began to feel dissatisfied and began to boo. "Away, aren't you going to challenge others? Go! Hurry up, I have to have a meal." The one who shouted the loudest were the martial arts that Yuan Bin brought. Because almost all those who have worked with Ma Yaoyi have been taken to compete, they have suffered a lot. This time they had the chance to see Ma Yaoyi being defeated, so they naturally were happy to make fun of it. This kind of scene has no effect on Du Sheng, but it is a bit of a shame for Ma Yaoyi, who has a glorious record. Seeing Du Sheng calm and unmoved, Ma Yaoyi suddenly kicked the ground with his sole of his foot and kicked Du Sheng sideways. The legs are so fast that they whistle with sound. Du Sheng squatted down his knees, grabbed the ground with 10 toes, and used a wind-facing sun hand and shoveled toward Ma Yaoyi's knee like a poisonous snake spitting a letter. His body still stood there without dodging or avoiding. Ma Yaoyi's legs were just a test. He instantly stepped left and retreated, and a right swing fist had quickly smashed Du Sheng's forearm joint. Du Sheng waited for Ma Yaoyi to punch, and when the opponent retreated and raised his hand, he had already captured the movement. He raised his left arm very quickly, blocking the attack, and then hit the right fist as if it was broken. Click! Tishan Bewley accurately hit Ma Yaoi's left arm humerus, smashing the hook punches he had successively burst out and smashed them. Ma Yaoi was slightly shocked. He felt his fist as if it was hitting an iron arm, and Du Sheng was as if he had roots under his feet, and his strength recoil made him unstable. This has never happened before in the past dozens of games. Apart from that, no one could hit his arm first when he swung his right punch. Du Sheng's rapid advancement of this mountain support plus cannon fist made Ma Yaoi's left arm numb and he had a brief shock. Seeing that the other party's body had stiffened for a moment, Du Sheng had roughly judged Ma Yaoi's combat power and felt slightly convinced. Click! He was in power and was unforgivable. He stomped his feet and stomped his feet. There stomped his feet and penetrated the surface. He felt like he was rooted in the ground. He wrapped his left hand around Ma Yaoi and broke his wrist and pulled back and slid his steps. His left foot was like a broken bow and stomped the arrow, and then he came. Click! In an instant, Ma Yaoi's left forearm was hit by a fierce move again. Even though his humerus had been polished into a thick layer of hard skin, Du Sheng's explosive power was no less than 300 pounds, and no one could bear it without wearing protective gear. Bone-knit pain came from the humerus. At this moment, his left hand was still entangled. Ma Yaoi was in a hurry and had to give up and step back, and punched Du Sheng from bottom to top to hit Du Sheng's cheek. Du Sheng kept his feet away from the ground, shaking his hips and closing his waist with one hand. Wu Yu Kaoshan one fight, one dragon subduing style blocked the fast punch, and then 5 fingers grabbed Ma Yaoi's wrist like claws, and pulled his arms backwards and crossed them in front. Seeing that his hands were pinched, Ma Yaoi's face changed drastically. He was about to raise his legs and sweep himself to save himself, but Du Sheng took the lead in letting go. He thought the other party was going to use the stand-up sky cannon to bombard him, and was about to stabilize the lower plate and raise his arm to resist. However, Du Sheng walked like a mud, twisted his waist and hips, and a fiercely rising and falling side kick came in an instant, directly skipping Ma Yaoi's right arm and hitting Ma Yaoi's waist and spine. Plop! Ma Yaoi groaned on the spot and fell backwards from the ground. Looking at the exaggerated scene in front of you, the onlookers were already screaming, obviously a little unbelievable. Especially the two people who had foul mouths before, their eyes widened and their hearts were no longer confident. Although Ma Yaoi was a little slutty, his fist skills were really powerful, and it was difficult for them to resist when they went together. Unexpectedly, he was beaten to death in just a moment. When they thought of Yuan Bin's previous reaction, their faces changed. However, Lu Tao, Wang Yi and the girls looked surprised and almost cheered. It turns out that Du Sheng not only has excellent fists and feet teaching, but also has such strong practical combat. Give them a face. Lu Yifei, who was originally a little nervous, was also surprised to cover her little face and was a little excited. In front of a group of outsiders who belittle the mainland, who should be more biased? She must support her cousin. Even Zhao Jian, Yuan Bin, and others were a little surprised. I didn't expect the winner to be decided so quickly. This young man should not be underestimated, and he also let them look up to him. Zhu Zhuoliang looked at Du Sheng, who was unscathed, and his heart became even warmer. If someone praises him, this kid's future achievements will probably not be lower than those of Zhao Wenzuo. After all, they are all from martial arts, and being young is the capital. Chapter 26 Delicious Things on Earth. Ma Yaoi struggled to stand up, his old face red with shame. This time I am so embarrassed. I didn't expect that any person could beat me up. He almost doubted whether he had been practicing for the past few years or not. As for those little thoughts, they disappeared. Du Sheng did not take any trouble and stepped forward to help. Aren't you hurt? In fact, he had already reduced his strength a little bit, otherwise the explosive power would be more than that. That, I lost. Ma Yaoi admitted embarrassedly. But he could afford to lose and didn't stick to it. Thank you for your mercy just now. Du Sheng shook his head slightly. You left room for yourself. If the other party doesn't know how to live or die, and loses, he doesn't mind giving him a hand in secret. Ma Yaoi sighed and said seriously. I owe you a favor. You're so serious, let's have a meal. Du Sheng didn't say much, turned around and returned to the canteen, and started eating and drinking with the girls at the same table. Ma Yaoi limped back to Yuan Bin and said awkwardly. I'm so conceited. It turns out that the mainland is really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yuan Bin shook his head slightly. There are people outside the heavens, and there are people outside the heavens, just be fine if you understand this. In order not to affect the relationship and livelihood of the crew, even if Ma Yaoi doesn't mention it, he plans to send the two people who are bad-mouthed. Let them die in the future. In addition, Yuan Bin also plans to implement Du Sheng's action consultant, which is to sell Zhao Jian and Zhu Jueliang for a face. Ma Yaoi smiled bitterly and rubbed his numb lumbar muscles. Try to twist, and the tearing pain made him take a breath. There is a high probability that the ligament injury and lumbar muscle strain will be damaged, and it will probably be delayed for 10 days and half a month. It's okay. Yuan Bin comforted him. With Du Sheng here, I don't expect you to be a martial arts coach anyway. Ma Yaoi. In this way, the crew entered a tense and orderly training. In the morning, I practice hanging steel wires, riding horses, etc., and in the afternoon, I practice martial arts routines such as boxing and feet, weapons, etc., and I also have to take time to read the script in the evening. The task is quite heavy. In the past few days, although Yuan Bin's martial arts coach focuses on the three leading actors Hu Jun, Ling Zhiying, and Gao Hu, he occasionally pays attention to the supporting roles. It was discovered that when Du Sheng, who acted as an action consultant, gave supporting roles a live trick and rehearsal, those routines were simple and convenient, but careful consideration had unexpected results. He simply didn't hide it and suggested to Zhao Jian that Du Sheng would replace Ma Yaoi and formally share part of the martial arts guidance. For example, help arrange some movements for actors to practice, and skillfully fight scenes in the play. This is not difficult for Du Sheng, so he naturally won't refuse. In short, this is an upgraded version of the action consultant, and it will be a plus point for going out in the future. Besides, there is still money. After superimposing twice, this drama alone earned 100,000. The average housing price in the imperial capital is only less than 5,000 yuan, and this 100,000 yuan is enough to buy a larger toilet. With Du Sheng's help, Yuan Bin's movement design has been greatly relieved. His specialty is the disassembly of martial arts moves, so he is very realistic, but if he wants to show Cheng Xiaodong's unrestrained and wild action design, the result is often counterproductive. For example, the action responses designed for the smiling, proud wanderer were not very good, and the action was criticized for being old-fashioned, more like dance rather than martial arts. Du Sheng has strong ideas and novel designs in this regard. The combination of the two parties not only retains the ornamentality, but also enhances the sense of realisticity, which can be said to be a reflection of each other. Although many movements are difficult, except for Du Sheng, few can be perfectly presented, others can only follow the same method. But Zhao Jian, as an action director, was still very happy after watching it, and even predicted that this version of Qianlong will become the most dazzling martial arts film among all versions and is expected to become a classic. In order to ensure that the actors can restore the body to the greatest extent, Zhao Jian simply urged everyone to train physically. Everyone's training schedule is already compact, and now they have to add arduous physical training, so people soon started to complain. I'm so tired, I want to have a big meal. That night, Lu Tao, who returned to the dormitory suite, had longing in his eyes. She was already thin, but after training during this period, she lost at least 3 pounds. The most outrageous thing is that the crew prepared a fat-reducing meal for Xing Yiwen on the grounds that it was inconvenient to purchase fresh meat in the suburbs, and to ensure that the actors maintain a good body shape. After working hard every day, I have no appetite for the light and tasteless food. Lu Yifei is not a big name yet, and she didn't want to leave her oral statements, so she was arranged to a 3-person suite. She just chuckled when she heard this. Sister Tao, bear it, you will be liberated in a few days. Fortunately, although she is in the stage of growing up, she is a bit baby fat, and a fat loss meal is also suitable. Even if you can't eat more meat, at least you can have some soup. Lu Tao lay on the bed and complained listlessly. If this continues, you will definitely lose the energy tomorrow. Just at this moment, another roommate, Wang Yi, also entered the door. What are you talking about? They are sighing. Hey, it smells so good. Lu Tao's nose has always been very smart, and he did not answer. Instead, he looked at the thermos pot on Wang Yi's hand first, and his beautiful eyes lit up. Ai, what is that? Lu Yifei also looked over, and the taste was so tempting. Wang Yi smiled mysteriously and placed the thermos on the table. Winter melon and rib soup is a good product to clear heat and cool down. Wow! Lu Tao was so greedy that he was spitting out, and he looked at Wang Yi eagerly. Can you give me some taste of the soup? I haven't smelled the meat soup for a long time. Although the crew also made soup, most of them were mung bean soup and lotus seed soup. Although Lu Yifei didn't speak, she lived together for several days and her relationship was not bad, so she nodded. This is something that someone asked me to bring back, of course you are indispensable. Wang Yi smiled and took out a plastic bowl and put it in one bowl. Thanks. Lu Yifei took the passage. Wow, it's delicious, it's delicious. Lu Tao didn't care about the heat and couldn't wait to take a sip. The fragrance enters the mouth, the bones are soft and tasty, and the taste is delicate and soft, which makes her a little intoxicated. Ai, this is not sent by your boyfriend, right? It's really enviable to have such a man. Not to mention anything else, this skill alone is worthy of her high attention. No, it was cooked by a Sheng. Wang Yi smiled and said. He has a good relationship with several directors. He made a big pot of soup from somewhere, and many people divided it. It's him. When he heard that it was Du Sheng, Lu Tao and Lu Yifei reacted differently. Lu Tao blinked and asked jokingly. Why are you with a Sheng? You can't be dating in secret. Although Lu Yifei's eyes did not leave the soup bowl in her hand, her ears had already stood up. After this period of time, as well as script reading, training, and other contacts, she could clearly feel that Du Sheng treated him a little differently. Chapter 27. This is a female hooligan. Please collect and read. For example, to her cousin. I don't know if it's because I'm too young, but it seems that Du Sheng is treated as a little girl. When dealing with the maids Lu Tao and Wang Yi, it is not only a joke, but also a bit ambiguous. This made her feel quite subtle. Especially when we were having dinner together last night, Lu Yifei asked casually. Du Sheng glanced at her figure and gave the answer. Too small. Lu Yifei's teeth were itchy and she wanted to grab her cousin and ask where she was young. No way, I was staying in the hall just now because I couldn't ride a horse, but I just happened to run into it. Wang Yi took off her coat and showed her straightforward personality. And you guys don't know that those female artists are around a Sheng from time to time, so I'm not that shameless. Nowadays, in addition to producer Zhang, several directors, Hu Jun and Ling Zhiying, the crew is the most popular. Du Sheng, who can see the naked eye, has also attracted a lot of attention. Lu Tao finished drinking the soup in one sip, but he was still a little impressed and blinked. A Sheng is indeed good. Although he is a little older, he is handsome. He needs acting skills and cooking skills. He may become an action star in the future and can support him in the circle. Indeed, a Sheng is much better than the Li Weiman you met last month in all aspects. Wang Yi had some reverie, but soon returned to reality. But the greatest capital of us girls is youth and beauty, so we can't be too hasty. Even if you are in love, you must find big names like Ling Zhiying and Hu Jun. Her words revealed reality and ambition. Lu Tao tilted his head and had different opinions. I think it's good to get along with the person you like, there's no need to care so much. Wang Yi shook her head and refuted. What's that sentence in other words? Money cannot buy love, but it can make love sweeter. You have no money or fame, and he lacks luck. In the end, both sides will not be able to survive the troubles together, but they are afraid that they will be together and they will be together for nothing. Although her words were direct, they revealed her understanding and hidden worries about life. Lu Yifei also has her own outlook on life, so she couldn't help but interrupt. Sister Yi, everyone has their own pursuits and lifestyle. There is no need to stick to principles, right? Wang Yi looked at Lu Yifei, a little strange. She didn't understand why this girl jumped out to protect Du Sheng, but she still insisted on her own opinion. I still say the same thing. When choosing a boyfriend, you must choose accurate, just like buying stocks. You must choose high-quality stocks. Like Sister Tao talked to someone on a plane last month and became a good impression. The other party was an architect, so it was a mess. Lu Yifei didn't say anything, and seemed to know how to refute it. Lu Tao rolled his eyes. I just have some good feelings, and I haven't even confirmed the relationship. How could I be as serious as you said? Having said that, it can still be seen that she is also sticking to her views on choosing a partner. Wang Yi curled her lips and stepped forward to tease and stared at her. Don't you even kiss? Lu Tao was not angry. Ai, you are so gossipy. Wang Yi laughed and asked. No? I don't believe it. I need to check it. After saying that, he reached out to scratch Lu Tao's armpit. Lu Tao was itchy after being attacked. He rolled on the bed, laughing so hard that his branches trembled. He asked Lu Yifei for help. Yifei, save me quickly. Ha ha ha, help me. Lu Yifei is also a girlish personality. Her beautiful eyes turn and she joins the battle. However, she was still worried about something, and her main target of attack was Wang Yi. For a moment, three beauties on the big bed started fighting, scratching each other, and they were in disheveled clothes and were boundless. Stop, 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 I'm wrong. Wang Yi couldn't deal with two people, and even felt the feeling was slapped. Her whole body was so soft that she was so smiling that she was incomplete. She didn't expect that Lu Yifei, who has always been gentle and fairy-like, would have such a different side when she became stubborn. So shameful. Lu Yifei had no good companions before, and her family tutoring was strict. She had never experienced these things and her face was blushing. At this moment, her clothes were half open and she was obviously attacked, and fragrant sweat appeared on her forehead. Lu Tao, who was pressed by Wang Yi, was even more tempting with his cheeks, looking indescribable. The three girls lay on the bed, panting, looking at each other's embarrassing look, and laughed at each other. Only when everyone has no fame and no constraints can they be so unrestrained and wanton. If someone who has changed to another big name or changes to a serious place, it is unlikely that he will be so free and comfortable. But I have to say that the relationship between the three has become much more friendly. After all, their roles are closely related to Mirong Fu, and they have been together since childhood and seem much more comfortable. Perhaps this is also the original intention of the crew when allocating rooms. After a while, Lu Tao suddenly looked at Wang Yi. How to deal with a Sheng's thermos pot? I'll return it later. Tomorrow, it's too late tonight, so we won't be misunderstood by others. Wang Yi shook her head and smiled, but her eyes were a little fascinated. But then again, if it were in the play, the young master Mirong played by a Sheng would have a family background, a famous person, and a tall and outstanding person. I would really be willing to follow him. Oh, Sister Yi, you are so shameless. Lu Yifei's little heart was hit by tens of thousands of tons and was messy on the spot. What shameless! This is human nature. Wang Yi didn't care. Lu Tao shook his head and pulled Lu Yifei aside. This woman is daydreaming, don't pay attention to her. Wang Yi was tidying up her scattered clothes and didn't care. When you get married with Li Weiman one day and have a deep communication, you will know what joy means and forget to return. Lu Tao glared at Wang Yi. Don't teach Yifei badly. Wang Yi said lazily. Since you identify with the architect, I am doing this for your own good. As the saying goes, women are tolerant for those who please themselves, and men are to be confused for those who please themselves. Women are not aware of their knowledge, so how can men cherish them? You can just quibble. Lu Tao patted Lu Yifei's head gently and said annoyedly. We ignore her fallacies. Lu Yifei was silent for a moment, pointed to the thermos pot, and said. I'll wash this. My cousin is kind. If I just return it like this, it's impossible to say anything. It doesn't matter, just like it. Wang Yi blinked her eyes a few times, and suddenly looked at Lu Yifei mischievously. Yifei, do you know what interesting things can we women do besides cleaning the thermos pot? What else can you do? Lu Yifei was led to a detachment and said curiously. For example, you can do this. Wang Yi laughed and made a paper airplane action. What is this? Lu Yifei stared at her beautiful eyes, looking confused. But Lu Tao was about to get mad. She suddenly pushed Wang Yi aside and said to Lu Yifei. Don't listen to her, this is a female hooligan. Haha, I'm a female hooligan, then what are you? How can you understand it at first glance? Wang Yi smiled and lay on the bed, happy unsupported. Lu Tao was energetic. Wang Yi smiled even more crazily. Lu Yifei was still wondering. What exactly is that? Don't know. I really don't understand. Chapter 28 BGM. Time passed without realizing it and the training came to an end. On this day, the crew will hold an opening ceremony for the newly built Fanjian Film and Television City of Tianlong in Yongkang City and hold a press conference. Although this drama has not been shot in a single shot, it has frequently been on the hot searches recently and has long attracted great attention from the public. Of course, there are gains and losses. For example, as a producer, Zhang's hit song has recently brought shocking popularity to the crew due to scandals, but his reputation has plummeted. Today, he didn't know whether he was following the advice of the Capitalist Party to voluntarily avoid it or planning to make some big news later, but he didn't appear at the press conference. However, in terms of publicity, we spared no effort. Dozens of news media, entertainment newspapers, magazines, portals, and other reporters from the mainland and Bay City gathered in the Film and Television City, which can be regarded as an indirect publicity for this. Ling Zhiying is worthy of being a popular fan of the country, and her popularity cannot be underestimated. Most media have asked questions around him. But he has only appeared in one TV series so far, and there are many doubts. Fortunately, directors Zhou Yaoan, Zhu Zhuoyang, and star Hu Jun helped resolve the problem, otherwise they would definitely be criticized. As for Du Sheng, Lu Tao, Gao Hu, etc., their popularity is a bit high and they are not enough to make a living. However, as the heroine, Lu Yifei was asked curiously by many media due to her age. In this era, most people's perception of film and television stars still rely on traditional newspapers and entertainment magazines. Although internet technology has developed significantly and the number of blogs and post bars has exceeded 100 million, its popularity is still limited. Newcomers like Du Sheng are simply impossible to pass on their family name without the blessing of film and television dramas. And to put it bluntly, if the Murong Fu he played cannot shine, he will be destined to be forgotten by the audience. People's eyes often stay on big protagonists such as Hu Jun and Ling Zhiying, or are attracted by women such as Lu Yifei, who are gradually improving their appearance. Du Sheng glanced at Ling Zhiying, who was highly anticipated, and felt a little moved. He is confident that his acting skills are no less than his peers, and he is also convinced that the role of Mirong Fu will become a springboard for his acting career. Next, let's see how to take this step perfectly. The opening ceremony took more than 2 hours. After seeing off the reporter at noon, the crew officially started operations. The main filming location of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is, one is the Yongkang Shijuliao scenic area and the other is Yunfu Liken. The drama is expected to be 40 episodes, of which nearly 20 episodes will be filmed in Zhejiang province. The more exciting scene in the play is also Qiao Feng's toughest battle, the Juxian Zhuang battle, which was filmed here. The martial arts world in Jianghu have decided to hold a meeting in Juxian Zhuang to capture the traitor Qiao Feng. Although Qiao Feng knew that the people in Juxian Zhuang were not good for him, in order to save Azu, who was injured and dying by the master of Shaolin Temple, he decided to go to Juxian Zhuang to find the enema of the King of Hell to rescue him. The opponents in this battle include the 2 masters of Shaolin Suanji Suanese, the 4 elders of the Beggars sect, the 2 owners of the Eliminate Elders Su Bai Shai Jing, and Juxian Zhuang. In these plots, Mirong Fu has no chance to show his face. However, Du Sheng is also one of the action's guides. Even if he is temporarily added, he still needs to shoot with the group. I have to say that Hu Jun's acting skills are particularly outstanding. He won a grand prize for Lan Yu last year. He has been tempered by drama and literary films, and everyone who acts opposite him has to do his best. In contrast, the performance of the second male lead Ling Zhiying seems to be slightly inferior. For example, when I was drinking to relieve my sorrows in Songhe Tower and accidentally met Qiao Feng, Ling Zhiying was compared by Hu Jun, regardless of the lines or momentum. Fortunately, the focus of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is Hu Jun's Qiao Feng. Moreover, Hu Jun's performance indirectly brought Ling Zhiying into the show, making the scene not too embarrassing. Du Sheng, who was watching from the side, fell into deep thought. What would it be if he had played against Hu Jun? In fact, Hu Jun also worked very hard to film the fighting scene of Juxian Zhuang in which 1 against 100. He had no martial arts experience before. Du Sheng's fighting movements designed were quite intense, and he suffered a minor arm injury that day. But he was a man, and continued to apply medicinal wine. However, the results are not ideal after NG several times in a row. Seeing that Zhao Jian's face was a little embarrassed, Du Sheng knew what the problem was, and thought about it. Or, let Brother Jun stand in front and pose and use a blower to boost it behind him. Zhao Jian had no other way. Hu Jun's fighting scenes had no momentum at all, so he could only rely on external forces. Although this method is a bit tricky, the effect is unexpectedly good. Zhao Jian shook his head and joked. It seems that in the future, Ajin will not only have to bring his own BGM, but also have to prepare blowers at all times, so that his aura will be invincible. Hu Jun himself was not very satisfied. He yearned for the light tricks Du Sheng showed during rehearsals, and thought it was very cool. No matter what movements the other party makes, it looks particularly elegant and full of momentum. But he is getting older and can't even make a backflip, so he can only envy him. After filming this drama, Zhou Yaoan tried to speed up. After discussing the filming progress with Zhu Zhuoliang, Yu Min, and Zhao Jian, he decided to divide the crew into 3. That is, the 3 groups A, B and C go to different places to shoot different plots. Among them, Group A led by Zhou Yaoan takes Qiao Feng as the core, mainly shooting scenes of the Beggars' sex rank, civil strife, Taishan conference, etc. The characters include Elder Ma Dayuan, his wife Kong Min, Mirong Fu, Wang Yuan, Mrs. Wang, Azu, ABI, etc. Group B led by Zhu Zhuoliang takes Duan Yu as the core, mainly shooting scenes such as Wuliang Jade Bai, saving Zhongling from the siege, fighting with the 4 evil men, and rescue of Wanja Valley. The characters include Zhongling's family of 3, Mu Wangqing, the 4 evil people, Dao Beifeng, Qin Hongmian, Jamazai, etc. Group C led by Yu Min is mainly composed of Su Zhu, mainly shooting the Shaolin Temple dispute, Zhenlong chess game, the Zixia prince consort, the grudges between Xiaoao sect and Lingzhu Palace, etc. The characters include Azai, Menggu, Yeter Niang, Tian Shan Tong Glao, Xian Ci, Ding Chunkaiu, etc. As for Zhao Jian, he is naturally responsible for all the action scenes of the three groups, while Yuan Bin is the assistant, wherever he needs to move. Du Sheng is in Group A this time. He is the villain of this series of events and one of the action guides. The other two groups were also shooting in Fanjian and M stores, which facilitated overall coordination. After the shooting task here is completed, the crew will gather again and go to Yunfolican to shoot. A few days later, Xiao Feng's early scenes have been roughly shot. In the next scene, it was Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng, who was the turn of the show. It is said that Southern Mirong and North Xiao Feng. In order to set off Xiao Feng's power and demonstrate the wisdom and majesty of the villain boss throughout the play, Mirong Fu must show the rebellious spirit that stands out for the heroes as soon as he appears. Therefore, the crew specially arranged a scene of a hero conference. Let Mirong Fu use his unique skill take the other person's way at the hero conference, defeating many martial arts masters and demonstrating his great reputation. Chapter 29 Domineering Leak. Please collect and read. On the shooting track, the camera slides continuously. Du Sheng, wearing a brocade dress, jumped out of this group of fights according to the design of the script, and opened the folding fan freely and swish. The picture was closer, revealing his handsome appearance. Then, under the surprised gaze of a group of masters, he said with great conscience, "Mirong Fu is here." After the words came to an end, the audience was shocked. In the close-up of the camera, the martial arts masters showed shock, nervousness, and incredible eyes. They were amazed to find that Mirong Fu was so young and handsome. According to the script arrangement, several characters should appear next, and they will provoke Mirong Fu in order to allow Du Sheng to show his magical martial arts. These are obviously stepping stones that set off. The actors also performed very hard. Du Sheng jumped and rolled according to the scheduled movements, knocked down the group of masters in a few light moves, and then snorted coldly. Only overestimate one's own abilities. The crowd around him was amazed. Wow, this is the Mirong family's ultimate move, the fighting stars. He is really Mirong Fu. However, when the filming of this critical moment, director Zhou Yaoan suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Everyone was puzzled and stopped and looked over. Zhou Yaoan pondered for a moment and said, "Your performances just now are excellent, but they still can't achieve the effect I want." After carefully examining the fight scene just now, Zhou Yaoan felt that it was still a bit unsatisfactory. Although Du Sheng and several supporting roles completed their respective performances very well, the overall fit was a bit stiff and not natural enough. With such a huge investment in this drama, he naturally hopes to do the best in every detail. Zhou Yaoan looked at Zhao Jian, Yuan Bin, and others. What do you think need to be improved in the martial arts clips just now? Zhao Jian and Yuan Bin are not just a good meal. Since the shooting effect does not meet the requirements, they have to cooperate with the adjustment. Zhao Jian suggested that Mirong Fu be more free and easy, and waved his fan casually to fall down a group of martial arts heroes. Yuan Bin felt that the scene just now was not grand enough and did not highlight the mysterious veil of the young master of the Mirong family. Since he is a top-notch master in the martial arts world, his actions are more mysterious. Just like when Xiao Feng takes action, the dragon is entangled, then Mirong Fu can also add some special effects, such as bringing thunderbolt lightning when he returns to fight back. Zhou Yaoan thought carefully and still shook his head. At this time, Du Sheng, who had been thinking about it, suddenly spoke. "Director Zhou, do you think the scene is not good enough?" Du Sheng has put forward many novel action guidance suggestions these days, so Zhou Yaoan naturally would not underestimate it, so he turned around and said, "That's right. Do you have a solution?" Du Sheng was a fan of action movies in his previous life. He has watched many difficult action fighting scenes. Wonderful scenes such as martial arts, face change, speed chase, 7 swords, embroidered spring sword, and 10-sided ambush are coming in my mind. He stood in the center of the carefully arranged scene, and his gestures vividly depicted every detail of the character's movement. Du Sheng's explanation incorporated his profound martial arts knowledge and creativity, making the originally static scene seem to come alive in his mouth. Whenever he describes the critical moment, he will personally demonstrate, with agile posture and flexible movements, as if a martial arts master is teaching his disciples martial arts. After the explanation, the scene was silent. Du Sheng looked around and saw that many people were immersed in words. He couldn't help but say, "What do you think? Is it difficult to achieve it?" Zhou Yaoan took a deep breath. He has worked hard in the film and television industry for nearly 20 years, and has participated in the shooting of more than a dozen movies and TV series. His understanding of action design is deeply rooted in the bones. However, Du Sheng's idea still made him feel bright, as if he opened a brand new door. He had thought this young man was not simple before. Not to mention the merely unnamed action guidance, he was simply born for an action movie. After a brief silence, Zhou Yaoan did not directly answer Du Sheng's question, but looked at Zhao Jian and Yuan Bin and listened to his opinion first. Zhao Jian and Yuan Bin's surprise was even stronger than Zhou Yaoan. They looked at Du Sheng with a little complicated look. "It's much better than our previous idea. It seems that with a Sheng here, our jobs are not guaranteed. The 2 teachers are overreputable, they are all learned from you." Du Sheng could naturally hear the jokes between the two. Although he was proud of being recognized, he knew very well how big the gap between the 2 sides was. "I am just a little bit of the prophet's advantage." Zhou Yaoan returned to calmness and decisiveness and immediately summoned the group team to design the action according to Du Sheng's description. The next scene of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is ready to start filming. A few minutes later, as Zhou Yaoan's instructions were issued, the scene immediately became busy. The staff acted quickly, and Du Sheng also joined in and personally guided the adjustment and improvement of every detail. The camera's lens tightened again and slowly advanced smoothly on the preset track. In the picture, Du Sheng's figure was like a big rock spreading its wings, jumping up from the crowd. A plain white ribbon was like an outsider, wrapping around a pillar in the hall accurately. Du Sheng was wearing a snow-white dress, and his toes were gently tapped on his locaria, and his figure slid out lightly, just like a fairy walking on the waves. A burst of flowers fell from the sky. Fresh petals, snow-white figures, and fairy sleeves fluttering. Very visual impact. In the camera, a group of martial arts colleagues exclaimed with surprise. Even outside the camera, Lu Yifei and Lu Tao, who were watching, covered their mouths and exclaimed, their eyes rippled. "My cousin is so handsome." This lingbo sliding shot is actually the inspiration that Du Sheng draws from the classic martial arts drama Little Fish and Flowers in his previous life. He remembered that every time Hua Wuqi appeared, he was always accompanied by the rain of petals in the sky, wearing white clothes that was better than snow, full of fairy spirit. When he watched this drama, he was obsessed with this shot, thinking that it was too beautiful and imposing. Now that this creativity is used here, it perfectly highlights Mirongfu's arrogant and rebellious temperament. As the Hui's light loosens, Du Sheng slowly lands like a light feather. Someone put a pad on him so that his feet were not covered with dust. With a light bang, Du Sheng's folding fan unfolded in response, and a landscape painting with profound artistic conception was painted on the fan. He was single and proud, looking around the audience. In the summer of Mirongfu. This action is drawn from the mysterious appearance of Gui Hai Yudao in another classic martial arts drama, the number 1 in the world. Cooperating with the cold and arrogant gaze that raised the corners of his mouth, there was a trace of domineering aura that leaked invisibly. Zhou Yao was excited when he heard this and directed the camera to capture every wonderful moment. With such an arrogant and rebellious villain, this drama will definitely add a lot of color. Chapter 30 Shooting Accident. The filming continued, and Du Sheng began to underestimate the defeat of the martial arts masters. According to the carefully designed fighting scene, he climbed over lightly and flew over everyone's heads, like a keen cheetah running and shuttled. Suddenly, an opponent attempted to attack secretly, but Du Sheng didn't even look at it. He grabbed the sword in the other party's hand with trembling his wrist, and the long sword seemed to become soft in an instant. Under Du Sheng's control, it was like a lively snake, turning around a window and accurately stabbing the sneak attacker's chest. There is no doubt that this exquisite move is also a cold and bloody move by Du Sheng, imitating the world's #1 killer in the 8 great heroes in his previous life, with sword intent entanglement. In a moment, Du Sheng defeated everyone with the momentum of wind sweeping away the clouds. He gracefully put away his long sword, opened the folding fan in his hand, and an arrogant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Are there anyone else who wants to go on the road?" Du Sheng's eyes flashed with jokes and coldness, as if they could see through everyone's heart. The camera came to an abrupt end at this moment. But it is enough to capture the arrogance and conceitful temperament that emanates from him. Evil and unique. This is Mirong Fu's first appearance in the whole film. Zhou Yao was extremely satisfied when he heard this and shouted loudly. Mirong Fu, played by Du Sheng, seems to naturally carry a domineering spirit of heroes in the world, which makes people fascinated. This is truly worthy of Bai Qiaofeng, Nan Mirong. The onlookers also had to sigh that there are really talents in the generation of the country. There is no doubt that they have just witnessed the birth of a classic character. Du Sheng himself was quite satisfied. He knew that he had taken the first step to success. Early this morning, the scene of Yun Zhonghe hijacking Wang Yuyan. The three of them appeared on the screen were Yun Zhonghe, who was known for his light skills, Wang Yuyan, who was lost with his cousin, and Duan Yu, who had just lost his biological mother and adoptive father. The plot is Duan Yu, who is already in grief, saw Yun Zhonghe doing evil and subconsciously used 6 things. The Pulse Divine Sword rescued Wang Yuyan, and Yun Zhonghe died miserably. But at this moment, Ling Zhiying, Gao Zhao and Lu Yifei were all a little nervous. Because this scene is quite difficult. What kind of scene are the actors most worried about filming? The hang of the wire must be the first to bear the brunt. After all, people are in midair, and you must not only overcome your nervousness and worries, but also cooperate with the performance to make a natural expression and movement. It is prone to errors and clicks many times, which is very annoying. The most important thing is that the crane cannot be driven in. The wire ropes at the shooting site are pulled manually, and the rise and fall are full of maneuverability, and it is impossible to be the same every time, which tests people's mentality. It's okay to say that those who have martial arts skills like Du Sheng can get ups and downs with a short-style wired suit. But Ling Zhiying, Gao Zhao, Lu Yifei and others can't do it. The 2 men weigh at least 68 kilograms, and each time they lift it, they need 5 military personnel to come. Even Lu Yifei, who weighs 46 kilograms, wore a wired suit and protected her waist. In order to ensure that she was hijacked by Yun Zhonghe in the air, she needed 3 or 4 martial arts to release her. Yesterday, an actor was too full and was pulled to the sky because he was too tight, so he performed a air spray on the spot. When I put it down, my hips and inner thighs were strangled and swollen, which still makes people feel scared. Ling Zhiying hesitated for a while, but finally chose to let the substitute play. Gao Zhao, an unknown young actor, does not have such treatment and must bite the bullet. As for Lu Yifei, Zhou Yaoan considered that she was the treasure of Hongguya film and television, and although she could not shoot in close shots with a stand-in, she still advised her to use it. However, in order to make a better shot and not want to give people the impression of being a big shot, this girl went there herself. Because actors such as Azu, Azii, Mu Wangqing, etc., including the well-known actress Zhongli from Xiangzhong, did not use a stand-in. Cousin, how can you maintain balance later? After all, Lu Yifei was hanging a wire for the first time, and she looked at Du Sheng who was wearing her waist to protect her. This thing looks a bit unsafe and will be hijacked to more than 2 meters high. Seeing that she was like a well-behaved little white rabbit, Du Sheng smiled and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. Remember how I taught you how to lay the foundation before? Everything depends on the waist and control the balance. It's very simple, you just need to maintain. Listening to Du Sheng's soft explanation and carefully guiding herself on how to avoid risks and warm up to protect her physical functions, Lu Yifei slowly relaxed. Since this scene requires more than a dozen martial arts to swear to the sky, Du Sheng, one of the martial arts commanders, also has to help. While putting on gloves, command and dispatch. And he chose to let go of the model and was Lu Yifei, which made her feel relieved for no reason. Scene 28, the first time to shoot, prepare. As Zhou Yao heard the order, the scene record began to be played and the scene began to enter the shooting in an orderly manner. Gao Zhao was first hung up, but his posture was a bit ugly and he felt shaky. Stay your body and don't look around. Remember. You are jumping and running, not riding a roller coaster. Yuan Bin reminds you below. You just need to maintain your focus and make a good posture, and leave other matters such as ups and downs, flight and lifting to our martial arts industry to handle. It's really that easy. Gao Zhao was a little suspicious. Although it sounds simple, it takes some skills to make you fly smoothly. These are commonplace for Yuan Bin, saying, "Don't move around, I'll let both sides cooperate." After Gao Zhao stabilized his body in the air, he became a little bolder and eager to make a forward stance. However, I don't know if 2 of the 4 people who pulled him were made up for the actors, and the pulling force did not cooperate simultaneously. I didn't expect that he would move around before the filming started, and the sudden shift in the center of gravity occurred. The result was that the wire rope jumped and one of them got out of hand. Gao Zhao felt weightless, and suddenly panicked in his heart, subconsciously pounced forward and stabilized. This action made the wire rope more stressed, and the other person almost lost his hand as he shook. "Ah! Help!" Gao Zhao screamed in horror. His body was bumpy and he was about to fall quickly. Although the other end of the wire rope was tied to a tree, a large piece was reserved to cooperate with the hijacking flight. The direction of Gao Zhao's fall was exactly where Lu Yifei was waiting to be hijacked. Zhou Yaoan, who was sitting in front of the screen, changed his face and shouted quickly, "Put Yifei away!" As the filming is about to be taken, Lu Yifei is already tied up with a wea and is still in a half-pole state. "Yifei, run!" The girls such as Lu Tao, Wang Yi, etc. who were watching the scene were shocked and shouted in panic. 140 kilograms were smashed from the sky. Even if there were still people pulling them at full speed, they would not die and be injured if they hit them. Lu Yifei's face turned pale, and she instinctively took a few steps back, but she tripped by the wire rope and almost fell down. Seeing that Gao Zhao was unable to escape, a figure suddenly jumped up from half of the side and rushed up. Du Sheng grabbed Peng Fei's wire rope in the air, blew his breath and used his strength to exert a heavy force, and pulled it hard. Chapter 31 Gentle and Considerate Seeking Reading and Collection. Gao Zhao's body paused and his speed dropped sharply. But he was still rushing towards Lu Yifei. After Du Sheng landed on the ground, he quickly wrapped the wire rope around his waist, squatted down the center of gravity, and pulled it hard. Cake! The wheel rubbed, and Gao Zhao, who had originally fallen, was pulled up. Zhao Jian, Yuan Bin, and others rushed forward and grabbed Gao Zhao. "Yifei, is it okay?" Even though Du Sheng was wearing gloves, his palms still felt so painful. But he didn't care about these things and looked at Lu Yifei with a pale face. Lu Yifei seemed to have come to her senses only now, tears rolling in her eyes. "Looking back on the thrilling scene just now, I was still frightened." Yuan Bin breathed a long sigh of relief, walked forward and said with concern, "It's good that it's okay." Fortunately, a Sheng reacted quickly enough, otherwise something big would happen today. As he said that, he looked at Gao Zhao beside him and frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay, it's just moldy." Gao Zhao did not dare to refute and cursed himself in his heart. "Okay, just be fine if you don't hurt. Yuan Bin glanced at him deeply and said, let me find a few experienced people to be specially used to hold you. Just now, Yuan Bin saw it very clearly that Gao Zhao was moving first, which led to someone not being able to grasp the rope. Seeing Yuan Bin's eyes, Gao Zhao felt a little guilty and did not dare to say anything more. Du Sheng came to Lu Yifei, and Lu Tao and Wang Yi were comforting each other softly. Under the coaxing and persuasion of the two, Lu Yifei's emotions finally calmed down and a smile appeared on her face. Fine. Lu Yifei wiped off her tears and thanked her sincerely. Thank you for your concern. Du Sheng saw that she was still scared and joked. You are my cousin, why are you still so disgusted? Thank you, my cousin. Lu Yifei's face turned red and she changed her mouth obediently. Du Sheng comforted her and patted her shoulder with a satisfied smile. Lu Tao looked at them teasingly. You cousin, it looks impure. Du Sheng looked at her teasingly and said leisurely. You are still my bed-warming maid. Isn't this even more impure? Lu Tao gave him a blank look and said angrily. I didn't warm the bed, I'm going to die. This is a scene from a few days ago, and the manner of Tingxiang Shuoxi was filmed. Living in such a noble and elegant place was just Murong Fu's maid, which set off the background of the Murong family and also made the audience understand why Azu could make Xiao Feng infatuated for the rest of his life. Du Sheng ignored this maid who was charming and turned his eyes to Lu Yifei. Do you want to try it again next? Gao Zhao and Ling Zhiying's standalone have already been in place. If she chooses to give up, she can only change to a standalone. Lu Yifei was slightly stunned and hesitated. Do you want to try again? Lu Tao saw it, anxiously in his heart, and persuaded. Forget it. Yifei was already scared once just now, I think she should let the substitute come. Du Sheng waved his hand slightly and looked at Lu Yifei seriously. The best way to overcome psychological barriers is to face them bravely. If you choose to escape this time, you will probably become a shadow in the future. If you want to become an excellent actor, you have to face this level anyway. In his previous life, Lu Yifei chose to escape and develop dependence, so that her acting skills later. Lu Yifei hesitated for a moment, and her face gradually became firm. She raised her head, looked at Du Sheng's eyes, took a deep breath and said, Cousin, I want to try again. But she subconsciously grabbed Du Sheng's sleeve, obviously wanting him to assist. Very good. Du Sheng smiled at the corner of his mouth. This drama is considered this cousin's representative work, and it would be a pity to leave regrets. Let's go. He smiled and stretched out his hand, pulling Lu Yifei back to the landing point. Soon, Lu Yifei's exclamation and cheerful laughter came from the distance, and the sound was as pleasant as a silver bell and drifted in the wind. Lu Tao looked at Du Sheng who was hijacking the flying there, and his eyes showed envy and murmured to Wang Yi. It's really rare for Murong Fu to be so gentle and considerate. Although Wang Yi was a little envious, if it were her, it would be even more perfect if she had been Ling Zhiying. In the evening, Lu Zili, who had finished her trivial matters, came to the film and television city and learned about the thrilling scene that happened during the day. After she heard that Lu Yifei almost had an accident in the Weia, she was full of worry. Because her daughter will still handle school enrollment matters next, she will have to be busy for a few days. However, when Lu Zili saw Lu Yifei's firm eyes, she didn't advise her much. After all, people always need to grow. Since the fall incident, the crew has paid more attention to relevant safety. 4 actors like Wang Yi and Zhang Li, who did not play the role of hanging the wire in the future, Zhou Yaoan simply asked them to focus on their fists and acting skills. But several starring actors are inevitable. There are also many Du Sheng, Lu Yifei and Lu Tao. Although the fall incident caused a certain impact on Lu Yifei, she did not let the substitute come in everything. On the contrary, due to Du Sheng's friendship, she had gradually overcome her fear. In this way, after a month of rushing, the scenes of the two major film and television cities in Zhejiang province were basically the same. "Cousin, my scene here has been finished." That night, Du Sheng was having a meal. Lu Yifei, who had always been shy and cute, took the initiative to sit down opposite him with her lunchbox. "Mom asked me to report to her tomorrow. I guess it will take half a month to join the group. It is already late August. She was admitted to Beijing Film Academy before, so she had to apply for it. It's good to learn more, not to mention how much acting you can improve, but to have more interpersonal relationships. It will also be beneficial to your future career." Du Sheng smiled slightly and nodded in approval. He also had some ideas about taking the exam. Even if you can't learn anything, you can at least brush a layer of golden body, so you won't be called a jellyfish. Central Opera. Going to the theatre. Nortal. Currently, there are 3 best performing arts schools in China. However, it is not easy to get into the exam. In the past, a high school student with little talent could only hope for a little. But now it's different. It will take nearly half a year to apply for the exam. If the acting skills at LV2 are not good enough, he should still have a chance to break through the first level, which will definitely make the judges look at him with admiration. "Cousin, didn't you say you wanted to continue your studies before?" Lu Yifei held her cheeks and looked at Du Sheng with some hope. "Which school are you planning to apply for?" Du Sheng glanced at her and said with a smile. "If I get into Beijing Film Academy, wouldn't I become your junior?" If he has a choice, he tends to take the Central Academy of Drama. Because the Central Academy of Drama has the highest status in China and the most prestigious. However, it is rumored that the management of the Central Academy of Drama is very strict and no one is allowed to go out to act in the first 2 years before entering the school. Like the 1996 freshman, who was a freshman in the 1996, he refused to agree to the professor's rules in order to go out to act, so he was forced to drop out of school. The academic pressure was great. Zhang Ziyi had cried in the dormitory, and Lu Hua, a big man, was forced to shed tears silently. More than 20 students in that class were actually expelled from several. I heard that the management of Beijing Electric is relatively relaxed, but the teaching quality there is a bit uneven, and there are all kinds of weird talents. Of course, he didn't expect to learn anything in school, and Beijing Electric is actually not bad. Chapter 32. Will you take the initiative? Haha, that's pretty good. Lu Yifei has no friends. This time she got along with Lu Tao, Wang Yi, and Du Sheng on the crew very naturally, and also made her slowly let go of her shyness. "I will call your cousin, and you call me senior sister, how fun it is." She didn't know what she thought of, and covered her mouth and burst into laughter. But he didn't notice, a figure appeared not far behind him and sat down. Although Du Sheng saw it, the other party turned his back to this side, so he couldn't say hello casually. "But I just chatted with Lu Yifei, and there was nothing shameful, so I felt relieved. By the way, cousin, do you really know Sister Ou who has been in a hot spot recently?" After chatting for a while, Lu Yifei suddenly remembered something and asked curiously with her eyes rolling. Not long ago, a certain person frequently appeared on the hot search. The reason is that some people revealed that the luxury cars and mansions she currently holds were all given by the financial owner. Among them, the headlines was that the financial owner knelt on his knees and proposed to him, but was rejected by the latter. Li Ou? I don't know him. He knew Fan Ou and he had dealt with him. Speaking of which, Du Sheng missed the other party's soft euphemia a little. However, not long ago, Fan Ou took over the film Flying Knife again and is currently in filming. Everyone is separated from each other and can't get together at all. But yesterday you talked to people and said that the female artist you like the most was her. Lu Yifei was a little surprised. Du Sheng smiled softly and explained. In the entertainment industry, some things are so subtle. You may have heard of a person, but you may not really know her. Just like I said, I know but don't know, I know but don't know. Such relationship levels are very common in the entertainment industry. Cousin, you are only 3 years older than me, and you know a lot. Lu Yifei smiled and suddenly blinked. I'm going back to school tomorrow, I don't know when I can go out. Sister Yi pulled me into a QQ group. Do you want to join? Any questions will be easy to discuss. Du Sheng noticed that Lu Zili, who was behind the girl, had obviously sluggish, and joked. I want to add it too, but Nokia 5230 does not support downloading QQ. Lu Yifei was a little disappointed, but she knew that Du Sheng was a martial arts substitute before and probably couldn't use a very good phone. At this time, the waiter brought the juice. She took it and didn't drink it, but just stirred it in boredom. Cousin, do you think I'm young and easy to deceive? Du Sheng turned his head and looked at her. How could that be? I always treat you as my little sister next door, okay? After getting familiar with each other, he found that in addition to being stupid and cute, Lu Yifei also had some dependencies. Although she was beautiful, she was only 15 years old. Although his bottom line is flexible, it still has a bottom line. After hearing this, Lu Yifei couldn't help but pout gently. Can you give me your contact number? She had completely forgotten her mother's advice and was a little unwilling to give up. Now she just wanted to get Du Sheng's contact information. We haven't exchanged numbers after we have known each other for so long. If you take the Beijing television exam, it will be convenient for you to contact us. Little did Lu Zili know that when she heard this, she was almost in trouble. She had no deep impression of Du Sheng at first, only knowing that this young man had auditioned with his daughter. But since she came back from going out for business a few days ago, she found that her daughter and Du Sheng seemed to be much closer. She knows her daughter very well. I knew that Zixi was protected too well before and was surrounded by many opposite sexes. Now that she has encountered an outlier who lacks interest in her, Lu Yifei has a deep impression, and may even regard it as a challenge or dependence. As a mother, Lu Zili must take action to protect her daughter and prevent her from falling into an emotional vortex that she should not have been involved in. After all, Zixi is just 15 years old, which is the period when emotions are in full bloom. In addition, in this special environment in the entertainment industry, emotional issues need to be handled with caution. Qingzi is her lifeblood. If she has any problems, Lu Zili doesn't know how to survive. Of course, Lu Zili was also a little grateful to Du Sheng who had taken care of Qingzi before. She even found the other party in private to express her gratitude, but the other party did not accept it at all and pushed the money back. This made Lu Zili's heart ripples. Her mind was delicate enough to clearly feel Qingzi's attitude towards this young man, which was obviously different. It can be seen from the names of the two that Qian only uses the title of cousin when she calls Du Sheng. When dating other people, Zixi always calls her teacher respectfully, and at most she adds respectful titles such as brother, sister, uncle, etc. to her name. There is a big difference in essence between these names. In the play, Wang Yuan calls Du Sheng cousin, but it contains affection. Does this mean that Zixi has begun to immerse herself in the role and extends the emotions in the play to real life? When Lu Zili thought of this possibility, she couldn't sit still. She really wanted to ask Qingzi if she was already involved in the show. However, except for the title of cousin, the two did not act deviantly. Although Du Sheng took good care of Qingzi, it was just right. In addition, the other party always maintained politeness and respect for her. Apart from calling him cousin, Zixi had no other intimate remarks or actions. Therefore, Lu Zili considered it over and over again and did not take the initiative to provoke it. Because once you provoke it, it may cause rebellious psychology. But this scene in front of her shocked her. What's going on with this girl? He actually took the initiative to ask for contact information from the opposite sex? No. However, Du Sheng's answer was beyond her expectations and she refused. But before Lu Zili could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard that her daughter was disappointed. Why? I have to discuss this with my girlfriend, Du Sheng said while wiping the corner of his mouth lightly after the meal. It seems to be true. Don't have a girlfriend? Lu Yifei was a little surprised. She obviously didn't expect Du Sheng to give such a reason and said weakly. Yes, so there is no need to discuss it. Du Sheng spread his hands, his tone even more depressed. How dare he commit crimes against the wind? Lu Yifei was a little overwhelmed by such an outrageous rejection. In her memory, no one would ever refuse to exchange contact information with her. Faced with such a cute request, no one would refuse. What's going on? For a moment, Lu Yifei became a little messy and could only stare at Du Sheng angrily. Yifei, as a girl, you should be more reserved, and wait until the man takes the initiative to ask for the exchange of numbers. Du Sheng tried to explain, but Lu Yifei seemed to not buy it. Will you ask on your own initiative? Lu Yifei asked. Won't. Du Sheng's answer was straightforward. Lu Yifei stared at Du Sheng with wide eyes, both shocked and dumb, but anyone could feel the dissatisfaction in her heart. In order to avoid further awkwardness in the atmosphere, Du Sheng finally compromised. Chapter 33 This kid is really good. But cousin, you haven't asked my number yet. Lu Yifei pouted her mouth, her face full of anger and sorrow. Du Sheng avoided Lu Yifei's sight and changed the topic. If fate is really destined, even if the crew disperses in the future, they will meet without contact. No, you have to save it. Lu Yifei was extremely persistent this time, and even grabbed Du Sheng's hand and pressed him to enter the number on his phone. Remember to call me. Lu Yifei stopped satisfied and did not forget to remind her. It must be certain. Du Sheng nodded perfunctorily, but shook his head wildly in his heart. This little girl is so persistent, she will definitely be able to get a pimp when she goes back. The facts were indeed not as expected. Lu Xili, who couldn't help but turn her head and look quietly, was already stunned. Qian actually took the initiative to hold Du Sheng's hand. Although it was just a small action accidentally, it revealed a red flag. Zixi does not reject close contact with Du Sheng. How can this work? Zixi is just a 15-year-old child. How could she be so intimate with the opposite sex? Lu Xili was in a mess and didn't know what to do. No, I have to have a good talk with her while I'm back to school. After Lu Yifei left, the crew filmed for 2 more days before the filming in Zhejiang province was officially completed. And this is already almost done. If it weren't for the 3 ABC groups shooting, and Zhang Dehuzi was entangled with the film and television city promotion because she was exposed by the scandal network, so she has no time to distract herself from intervening, otherwise the crew's filming progress would be at least on at herd slower. 3 days off, gather in Yunfu Lichen. With Yu Min's announcement, the entire crew became excited. Old Zhao, didn't you say that you should do the best of the landlords and take us to the 3 streets to have fun? Let's get up! Yuan Bin shouted loudly, and the crowd around him immediately looked over. Among them are Ma Yaoei, Du Sheng, Zhu Zhuoyang, and others. Zhao Jian grinned his teeth, knowing that he would not be able to bleed this time, and said, "Wait for a while and report your personal job if you are interested." Although Zhou Yaoan, Hu Jun, Ling Zhiying, and others had some ideas, they finally gave up. This time, Zhang Dehuzi said that he would take 3 days off, but it would take 2 days to fly over and settle down. In fact, it only takes 1 day. They have a rare relaxation. They either need to deal with crew or family matters, or they have to shoot advertisements and accept endorsements. They can only envy Du Sheng and the others. At 8 o'clock that night, the nightclub was brightly lit. Looking at the grand opening ceremony of the nightclub in front of him, Du Sheng finally understood why Zhao Jian was so generous. The huge red page reads the content of the opening event. Opening a business reward, drinks are free. Millennial stores, nightclubs, and karaokes are as numerous as cows, with bright lights and wine, and full of luxury. However, the most famous place is still 3 streets. First of all, it is quite classy. Secondly, there are the most girls here. Finally, the fun here is the most exciting. Therefore, it is the best place for many people to choose to gather. In the karaoke private room, Zhu Zhuoliang, Yuan Bin, Zhao Jian, Ma Yaoei and others looked at Du Sheng and the 2 pretty figures he brought in surprise. This kid is really good. It's not that there is no difference between human and drama. You have to bring 2 maids when you go out. The people who come are naturally Lu Tao and Wang Yi. The 2 women were stared at by several older men like this, and felt embarrassed and said that, we originally wanted to go shopping, but a Sheng said it would be better to go together. It doesn't matter, we'll be together when we come. It's rare for a crew to get together. Zhao Jian didn't mind, but instead greeted him warmly. The 2 older men always lacked some meaning in chatting, and the atmosphere between the 2 women was different. Atao, you sit here. Xiaoi, what are you drinking? Drinks? Red wine? Or cocktails? What songs do you like to sing? Who will come first? I'll order you. Zhu Zhuoliang, Yuan Bin and others also waved and signaled Ma Yaoei to sit aside. Although the identities of the 2 parties are somewhat different in the crew, to put it bluntly, everyone is working and there is no difference between good and bad. Faced with the enthusiasm of everyone, Lu Tao and Wang Yi were a little reserved, but they still sat down next to Du Sheng and said with a smile, "We don't know how to sing, it's okay to play small games." In fact, the reason why they agreed was because they were a little thoughtful. Although these directors are not considered people, they have more opportunities to take on the role after they become familiar with each other. Come on, will the dice be dice? 9 out of 6 people will call you, and you will lose half a glass of wine. Yuan Bin had no airs and shouted directly. Big dice is very popular in the Harbor Hao area, and mainland bars and nightclubs are no exception. Ma Yaoei was heartless and snatched the microphone and said, "If they don't sing, I'll help you to cheer up. A Sheng, give me a song about Li Keqian's red sun and give me accompaniment." "Thank you." As the accompaniment music slowly rang, Ma Yaoei held the microphone tightly, his eyes closed slightly, as if he had been completely immersed in the music world, ready to show his singing voice. Yuan Bin was busy distributing the dice cups, and did not forget to kindly remind everyone. "Everyone, no matter what happens later, it's best to cover your ears." Du Sheng, Zhao Jian and others looked at each other, but they didn't understand what was going on. I heard Ma Yaoei raise his voice and sing affectionately. "Even fate is displaced. Even if fate is tortuous and bizarre. Even if fate threatens you." The tune was so irritating that it was even worse than the duck man's voice. Du Sheng didn't sit firmly and almost fell off the chair. "Damn, it's really deafening. I never expected that the song could be sung so well." He suddenly remembered Stephen Chow's ability to curse in the 9-level Sesame official, and Ma Yaoei's singing skills were even better than that. Before the song was halfway through, Zhao Jian and others were about to collapse. Even Lu Tao and Wang Yi, who have always maintained a ladylike image, cannot stand the torture of this magic sound. Ma Yaoei was still immersed in the world of howling ghosts and wolves, singing with his head shaking. Fortunately, the waiter pushed the door open and placed the drinks. Everyone seemed to see a savior. Yuan Bin opened the bottle and poured the wine, and handed it to Ma Yaoei. "Away, stop singing, stop singing. Come and play big dice and drink." Ma Yaoei insisted on completing his singing, and said with great sarcasm, "It's okay, I'll talk about it after I finish singing this song for you. It's a beginning and an end, do you think so?" Seeing that the 2 girls around him were tortured, Du Sheng couldn't help but pull Ma Yaoei away from the microphone. "Away, you are grateful for your good intentions. It's not too late to listen to this song next time." Everyone agreed surprisingly and raised their glasses to echo. "That's right, come on, have a drink first." Several men, Lu Tao and Wang Yi, raised their wine glasses and drank all in one go. After 3 rounds of drinking, the atmosphere gradually became warmer and everyone also let go. Chapter 34 I'll go, it's awesome. Seeking to read and collect. The atmosphere in the private room was good, and Zhao Jian, who was rising, took the initiative to sing a song, The Sea and the Sky. Although his singing skills are not particularly outstanding, it is a world of difference compared to Ma Yaoei. After Zhao Jian finished singing, he handed over the microphone to Yuan Bin. Yuan Bin waved his hand and said that he could not sing, and then the microphone reached the hands of Lu Tao and Wang Yi. With Ma Yaoei, the jade-like man in front of them, they didn't want to show their shame, and they all smiled and refused. Finally, the microphone fell back to Ma Yaoei's hands. Ma Yaoei stood up again without any hesitation and continued the wailing cry that could not be found in Bei. That sharp and harsh voice is even more uncomfortable than torture. Let a Sheng come, stop singing. Zhu Zhuoliang couldn't stand it, so he signaled Du Sheng to take over Ma Yaoei's position. I am here to have fun tonight, not to play the club. I don't let professionals come, I'm afraid I will have to wash my ears when I go back tonight. Then I'll be ugly, I'll give it to everyone a song of Tan Yonglin's friends. Du Sheng took the microphone and gave an opening remark with a smile. Even if this group of people is not in the Hong Kong circle, they have some relationship with the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions. Du Sheng followed the local customs and chose a classic song. The stars flow, the same way as you. Never know each other, my heart begins to get close to you. Treat people silently with sincerity. Life is like a dream, friends are like fog. As soon as he opened his voice, everyone at the scene looked up in surprise. I'll go, a Sheng can do it, I have 5 success powers. Even Ma Yaoei, who was still unsatisfied, couldn't even bother to mutter when he heard the catchy singing, and turned his head in surprise. Wang Yi rolled her eyes. If you have Du Shenggui's success, you won't be able to hear it. But I have to say that this young man is indeed versatile. The sound is full of emotion, and every lyric can sing its flavor, interpreting the friendship between friends quite well. There are skills and emotions, but it's just a matter of moving people to sing. Just this singing skill, let alone singing in a bar, if you polish it carefully, you can make a song. Zhu Zhuoliang, Yuan Bin, Zhao Jian, and others also listened quietly, as if deeply touched and awakened by the songs of the past. They didn't expect Du Sheng's Cantonese language to be so smooth, and his breath, pronunciation are so standard. There are not many bold words in the lyrics of this song Friends, and the tune is not ups and downs, but he sang the warm and touching friendship, which makes people feel endless aftertaste. Lu Tao looked at the figure who was concentrating on singing without blinking his beautiful eyes, and was completely fascinated by it. A different emotion surged into my heart. Although she has known Du Sheng for a long time, she believes that she will be able to make a comeback soon based on the other party's ability and the temperament of knowing things. She remembered for no reason what Wang Yi once said. Talking about love with outsiders is more harmful than good. Unless the other party is a rich man willing to spend a lot of money, it is better for people in the circle to support him. Du Sheng naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. After singing Friends, he heard that people there were still singing the next song. Out of some careful thoughts, he simply doubled his carry-on backpack and flew the new song he had obtained and registered before. The next song is a bit meaningful, let's listen to it. After saying that, Du Sheng closed his eyes and brewed his emotions. The love is deeply rooted in the midst of the chaos. Heroes of passionate blood in the world. Martial arts like a dragon. Hidden in your heart. Hai. Not long after Du Sheng spoke, Zhao Jian suddenly exclaimed lightly and said. The melody of this song is quite grand. I haven't heard it before. Which singer is the new one? Yuan Bin glanced at Du Sheng who was singing seriously and teased. This is a singer who has been delayed by filming. Although it was the first time I listened to it, everyone was inevitably attracted by the heart-wrenching melody and slowly listened to it. Du Sheng's singing skills are good in itself and his voice is unique enough. It not only interprets the heroic spirit of a hero, but also has the love of the children of the world, which makes people unconsciously bring it into it. Do you think this song seems to fit our drama? Wang Yi and Lu Tao were much more meticulous and instantly heard some different feelings. Lu Tao was even more surprised and said, his beautiful eyes rippled. Doesn't the meaning of this lyric refers to the fate of Qiao Feng, Duan Yu, Su Zhu, and Mirong Fu respectively? Everyone was stunned. After listening carefully, it was true. In just a few short lines of lyrics, they actually summarize the main characters in the whole play. In the prosperous world, all living beings are vivid and vivid. Qiao Feng's heroic righteousness, Duan Yu's love for the world, Su Zhu's 5 worldly aspects, Mirong Fu's persistence cannot be obtained. It's incredible. Could it be that this song was written by Du Sheng? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Baya Pao. After the song was sung, the applause rang out in unison, and it was as passionate as weaving. Although no one praised it, the applause was already better than thousands of words. The power of music can indeed touch the depths of people's hearts. At this moment, they are somewhat infected by this song. Lu Tao stared at Du Sheng, her beautiful eyes unblinking, and she couldn't wait to say. Sheng, what's the name of this song? The Difficult Sutra, Mandarin version. Du Sheng's face was as light as ever. Lu Tao repeatedly savored these 4 words in his heart and murmured. It's actually the Mandarin version, it's really good. They know the Cantonese version and are also very famous, but they have never heard of the Mandarin version. This is a make-up for it now. You really made this song. Wang Yi, who has always been arrogant, couldn't help asking. Her tone revealed a hint of expectation and disbelief. This song is extremely outstanding in both the melody and the lyrics, and is extremely unfamiliar. As a senior music listening party, if this song has been sung by someone, she will never have heard it. So, this can only be a new song. As for whether it was Du Sheng's original work, she couldn't believe it. After all, this song is perfect with the drama Chen Long. I am afraid that it will be difficult to find a few matching arrangements if I search the entire music circle. Moreover, Du Sheng does not have the ability to find the other party. Who is this kind of song not good for singing to a person who is not well known? But this is the crux of the matter. If Du Sheng had this ability, how could he get like this? It's okay if you understand this way. Du Sheng's tone was natural. At this time, any hesitation for a second is disrespect for other time travelers. He checked the music library and found that the songs given in the lottery were indeed not the same as Lin Qi. And if I remember correctly, this Mandarin version would have recomposed lyrics for the mobile game The Legend of the Condor Heroes more than 10 years later. It can be said that even if you are not righteous, you will be strong. As for why I didn't make a fortune before. This is a long story, so you have to open a room and chat all night. I'll go, it's awesome. Although everyone had guessed it long ago, they still spoke out in surprise when they heard the admission with their own ears. Ma Yaoi stretched out his thumb, and he was already willing to give in to the disadvantage now. This song is 100% written for Chen Long. Zhu Zhuoliang sighed a little and said. It's a pity that you are not a well-known singer, so it's unlikely to adopt it. Even if producer Zhang adopts it, it is impossible to let it be the main feature of the opening song. Even at the end of the film, I guess there is not much chance. Because he knew Zhang Dewang's personality very well, he would rather sell the episode right than give it to an irrelevant person in vain. Chapter 35. Listen to this as human words. Yes. Lu Tao also felt sorry for Du Sheng. I heard that producer Zhang has asked someone to write a song and plans to let the queen of the song Wang Fei come to sing. Du Sheng knew this very well. The reason why he took it out was naturally because he had other ideas. Sure enough, Zhao Jian, who was knowledgeable, made a suggestion. This drama cannot be repaid by advertising and premiere alone. Basically, one drama sells more and more. If the ratings are good, second purchases are indispensable in Guangdong and Guangxi, and they can even be sold to Xinjiang and Southeast Asia. In other words, these local stations need to be redubbed after purchasing them, and Du Sheng's song is useful. It's gold that always shines. Although it is impossible to match the first match, there are some mistakes, and this may make it rejuvenate for a second time. There are so many big and rough people on the scene who think this song is good, and it's a pity to miss it like this, and he is no exception. Maybe there will be a little story about recommendations to be circulated at that time. Zhu Zhuoliang glanced at Du Sheng and nodded with a smile. If a Sheng has an idea, go and record a sample. I will also mention it to producer Zhang at that time. Although the other party is a little tricky, this spirit of seeking progress is worthy of recognition, so why not sell it well? Not to mention, Zhong Zhen can also have an explanation. Then thank Director Zhao and Director Zhu first. Du Sheng dialed the USB flash drive and handed it over with a smile. He knew very well how popular it would be for the Dragon to be broadcast next year, and this song would definitely see the light of day again. Lu Tao looked at the figure who started chatting and laughing again, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Even Wang Yi, who was above the top, couldn't help but look up at Du Sheng. If the other party can still make equally excellent songs, isn't this a resource? It seems that you can consider it. It was just that this idea was wiped out by a phone call as soon as it arose. That was a friend in the circle I met in the previous film, saying that there was a digital movie that asked her to audition for the second female lead. After Wang Yi left, the firepower of Dua Dai inevitably fell on Lu Tao. Although Du Sheng helped her block several times, this person is really a model who is both naughty and playful, and has no choice. After 11 o'clock, Lu Tao, who drank a lot of red wine, was obviously a little drunk. Zhu Zhuoliang, Yuan Bin, and others will have to arrange the crew transfer tomorrow, and they have already gone one after another. Seeing that it was getting late, Du Sheng stood up and said, "Director Zhao, since you have something to do tomorrow, then it's all right." Zhao Jian nodded to him and said with a strange smile, "Atao is obviously drunk. Don't you take her all the way. Some of the crew members have been transferred, but there is no accommodation arranged in the store, and they are all in charge." Du Sheng saw that Lu Tao was indeed a little drunk and it was difficult to leave in this state, so he looked around. "Atao, will you leave?" Lu Tao stood up shakingly. "Will this bother you? Or I'll call a car." Her hometown is in Ganfu and she studied in the university. She has no friends here. Seeing that she couldn't stand steadily, Du Sheng stepped forward and helped her. "Guang'anbin Pavilion? Just a walk, maybe it's still a neighbor." He came back after filming the scenes in Xingkang and has been staying in a hotel these 2 days. Lu Tao finally felt relieved and let Du Sheng walk out halfway. Because he drank a lot of alcohol, Lu Tao fell asleep shortly after getting in the car. Near the early morning, Du Sheng asked the driver to go around and couldn't find Guang'an Hotel, and he was too lazy to take him to the hotel he checked in. After the alcohol came up, Lu Tao was so drunk that he couldn't tell the difference between the north and south, let alone whether he could point out which street or which room was. The answer she asked was, "Drink, keep shaking the dice. I'm going to kill all this time." Yes, you've already killed it." Du Sheng helped Lu Tao, whose cheeks were red, drunk, got out of the car and placed her on the guest room couch. This girl seems to be noble, but in fact she has a very shallow alcohol tolerance. She likes to play with big dice and likes to chop back, and the punishment is doubled. "I'm not drunk, I still want to drink, cheers." Lu Tao pulled Du Sheng and said drunkenly, his body almost touched him. The black high heels on his feet were kicked off at some point, revealing his slender jade feet wrapped in flesh-colored socks kicking around the edge of the couch. Du Sheng couldn't help but feel angry when he saw her so confused and seductive. If it were someone else, I would probably be unable to hold back the warm-up rhyme. Fortunately, although he drank a lot, he was always rational to avoid causing a lot of fishy food. "Water, I want to drink water," drink water." Lu Tao frowned, looking uncomfortable. Du Sheng had to pour a glass of water and helped her to the edge of the couch, and she almost grabbed her hands and fed her. "If it's okay, I'll go to rest." Du Sheng asked without reaction, and put the remaining water on one side to prepare to leave. It is really hard to continue to pull this up. However, Lu Tao grabbed his hand with drunken eyes, leaned over and buried it tightly on him, and said vaguely, don't leave me. Hey! You took the initiative." After being pushed through such a mess, Du Sheng's flame that had been suppressed for more than a month suddenly started to burn. Teacher Bai, who has both a figure, appearance, and temperament, is destined to be famous in the future, is too fake to say that he is not moved. Du Sheng looked down at the beautiful man in his arms, and an inexplicable movement surged in his heart. The next morning, Lu Tao opened his eyes hazy and his consciousness was not yet fully awake. Woke up. A yawning sound came from beside me. She turned her head and found herself lying in Du Sheng, who looked at her with a comfortable look on her face. Lu Tao looked down at his smooth appearance. Ah! She let out a loud scream, panic, and tried to push away. What? Why is this happening? Seeing that she was unstable, Du Sheng had to hug her again, pointed to her cheek, and said, I have to clarify this matter. You took the initiative last night. Looking at the lip marks on my cheeks and chest, I couldn't have gotten them myself, right? Strictly speaking, he is the victim and has been silently teaching. Lu Tao clearly used his drunkenness to do whatever he wanted to do. Lu Tao recalled it and vaguely remembered some pictures. His face was a little uneasy, and Xia Fei's cheeks were ashamed and angry. You know I'm drunk, why don't you stop me? The more she recalled the intermittent scenes of last night, the more she felt ashamed and angry. No, it's a crime to not stop it these days. Du Sheng spread his hands innocently and said. Besides, I don't mind a single victim, what do you mind? Not only did he not mind, he was even quite satisfied. After all, you can have enough food and clothing without taking action. Listen, is this human words? Lu Tao was suddenly angry and lay there. But she knew very well that it would make no sense to pursue these things. Last night I took the initiative to participate in the party. And it was indeed my own initiative afterwards. Now I feel shy and embarrassed when I think about it. Unexpectedly, I knew so much. And I have to say that she was also glad that the people around her were not a bad old man in her 70s. If you really want to calculate it, with Du Sheng's handsome appearance and tough skills, and the rising trend that can be seen with the naked eye, it may be possible who can take advantage of whom. Chapter 36 Hiss. Are you a dog? Thinking of this, Lu Tao couldn't help but quietly look at the man beside him. The more I look at it, the more handsome I feel, it is indeed much better than the architect I met with whom I had a good impression of. She suddenly remembered something, and her face became gorgeous, a little embarrassed. Then, what's our relationship? Gum friend. Do you want to go further? What is a rubber friend? Only communicate but not talk about feelings. Du Sheng enters the sage mode and speaks with a tough voice. Lu Tao reacted for a long time, and his eyes widened in anger and bit his arm. Bastard, I'll let you eat it. He actually said so righteously. Is this bastard still a human being? Hiss. You are a dog. Your skin is broken, please give up quickly. Du Sheng grinned in pain, and tried to tickle her while trying to open her, but she was afraid of hurting her teeth and did not dare to do anything. Lu Tao vented for a moment and let go of his mouth. Seeing a row of tooth marks appearing on his arm, he felt funny and had no more shame or annoyance. She was halfway up against Du Sheng, and she stroked the row of masterpieces with a slender hand, and couldn't help but say again. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Du Sheng replied casually. Oh. Lu Tao's eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After enjoying a moment of tranquility, she fiddled with her fingers bored, slid down Du Sheng's strong chest, and suddenly said strangely, "Are you not allowed?" Du Sheng was furious and pulled the woman down. In the man's dictionary, there is never the word not to do it. If you don't beg for mercy today, don't want to go out. Wait, let me explain clearly what our relationship is. Whatever you say is the relationship. 30 minutes later, Du Sheng got out of bed with a refreshed spirit. With talent, he is full of confidence and feels that he can still fight. But Lu Tao couldn't stand it anymore. I guess it would be a bit difficult to get out of bed today. She lay weakly on the couch, physically and mentally exhausted, unable to move a single finger, but she felt quite ridiculous. It's so outrageous. There is really such a fear of being scolded by Mu Zhen in the world. By the way, you haven't explained what our relationship is. Lu Tao was nestled in the quilt and couldn't help asking. Glue friend. Du Sheng became tough again. You bastard. Lu Tao threw the pillow directly over. She swears that she will never drink again. That bastard Du Sheng will never be cheaper. But what she didn't know was that there were many things in the world, one was two. Under the sunlight, nothing new, and I can't control it. In the next day and a half, under Du Sheng's magical tricks, Lu Tao began his third, fourth, and fifth journeys again. Then, she completely turned on her body. The two of them lived in silence, and even ordered food was delivered by someone. It became an indescribable relationship with Du Sheng. After all, adults always have various needs, and they must have a channel for expression. As the saying goes, a day lies in the morning. That morning, Du Sheng was reviewing the teachings of the ancients with Lu Tao, and his cell phone suddenly rang. Ding-gling. Add the phone. Lu Tao was buried in Du Sheng and couldn't push him. Du Sheng pressed to answer. Hello. Brother Sheng, the project is ready to be launched in Snowflake Goddess Dragon. On the other end of the phone was Wang Yeyang's voice. Oh? Tell me carefully. Du Sheng was a little surprised and stopped. Ever since Fan Ou mentioned it, he has begun to pay attention to the Snowflake Goddess Dragon. According to the information collected by Wang Yeyang, it is not an exaggeration to describe this drama as a miserable life. At the beginning, a former top star in Xiangzhong who was banned by the company wanted to make a comeback. She found the director and discussed with the investor's friend, and then she had a preliminary idea. But in the end, I don't know if it could not withstand the pressure and left it alone. Director Zhang Jun came to the mainland through circles and wanted to seek investment. But when those film and television companies saw the lineup of the drama, the stories were extremely cliché. No one was willing to accept the plot of abusive dramas such as lovers finally got married and younger generations avenge their parents. 2.5 months ago, Zhang Jun found Hongai Ao Film, which had cooperated in the videotape business, to negotiate, but the other party proposed to play the heroine Xiao Qiang, a female artist in Bay City, was a little bit allowed and finally left it alone. Zhang Jun found Zhonglu Film and Television, which the other party recommended to a friend. But this company is not large in scale. Although it is quite optimistic about this drama, the investment is not large and only a few million, and the male lead is designated. Zhang Jun knew that these film and television companies were not optimistic about the former top star, and in fact he didn't want to offend the Hong Kong circle. He had a two-round talk before and after that, he had a preliminary cooperation. But the funds are only so small, and most of the plots have to be filmed in the desert. Not only are the conditions difficult, but the actors also need to spare a long period of time, so it is difficult for casting again. The third tier and above are basically not considered. The most important heroine looks heroic and is not satisfied with her. Now we have to openly screen. Du Sheng put down the phone and looked at the soft heart in his arms as if he was thinking. Your scene is about to be finished. Lu Tao was stunned, his face still had a bit of shining clouds. I guess it's about a week, what's wrong? Her role as Azu was eventually killed by Qiao Feng and was removed from the line halfway through. She didn't have many scenes, and she was replaced by Azi later. Do you have a new drama next? Lu Tao shook his head. No, the drama I filmed has not been released yet, and the company has no follow-up arrangements, so it is difficult to receive the drama. She is currently signed with Zhongja Culture Company, a subsidiary of Qianjiao, but she is in a free-range state. If the historical context is not clear, Du Sheng knew that after the broadcast of Fantasy and Pulse 3 next year, she would have a certain reputation, but the subsequent films such as Wuji Knife were not splashed, and it would not improve until 4 years later when The Legend of the White Snake was broadcast. This means that you have a poor vision for choosing dramas and you will take on any drama. Du Sheng thought for a while and suggested. Recently, the drama A Snowflake Goddess Dragon is being cast. If you have any ideas, you can try it. The reason why the crew chose Dong Xian in their previous life was that according to the director, her appearance was quite in line with the heroine Shang Guanyan's shy personality setting. But he searched and found that it was not simple. There is a skin-breaking article in Tianya that said that the reason why Dong Xian, who was born in an ordinary family, signed a contract with the famous Beijing director Bei Company when he was in his freshman year. The reputation of Little Gongli was so popular that she could send 200,000 yuan to her home, and even subsequently top resources are comparable to Jingtian. All the reasons revealed that behind her is the support of the Beijing boss double brother. It's that kind of support. The reason why the crew chose her is probably to make good friends with this double brother. Du Sheng also thought Dong Xian was pretty good, but he thought about it for a while and it was a bit difficult to do. First of all, I can't afford to offend the boss behind the other party for the time being. If there is any scandal or sparks, I will be refrigerated like Gao Yongxiang in minutes. Secondly, the crew has not yet chosen Dong Xian. He hints for no reason, how could others not suspect that he has other intentions? Third, he has a little disagreement with Beijing's such as Huai. It is better to be cheaper than others. Of course, the most important thing is that Du Sheng is worried about his personal safety. The Shuang brother is as famous as his name, and the rumors of Dong Xian and Gao Yongxiang were passed by him. Lu Tao played Dai Liang's handsome appearance in Lanja Bang in his previous life, and his appearance was heroic, which was also quite consistent. In addition, she has 2 dramas to support her, and she is not optimistic about Goddess Dragon, so she has some potential for success. Lu Tao turned around and buried his head in Du Sheng's chest, muttering a little attached. Snowflake Goddess Dragon? Have you never heard of it? Do you think of this drama? Although the two sides did not establish a relationship, it is impossible to be targeted based on Du Sheng's expertise, and there is no reason to cheat her. The other party mentioned it at this time, obviously out of good intentions. As for not hearing it, it is normal. Every year, hundreds of dramas are launched in the mainland of Harbor. If you don't ask for it professionally, even your agent will not know about it. Chapter 37 I'm a little moved seeking to read and collect it. This is a drama with the leading heroine. If you star in it, you may become a representative work in the future. Du Sheng did not give too many reasons, so he simply said with actions. The director of this drama is in the store, and I plan to go and chat in the afternoon. In his previous life, this drama was the debut work of a small company without fame. There was no famous star in the cast. Even with Sun Yaoei's support, he was still an idol who had been old for a long time. The premiere did not cause any waves. It was pushed back and forth by several major TV stations in Guangdong and Guangxi. After walking around for a few times, I couldn't find a buyer. It was only after being purchased by the Cantonese TV station at a cheap price. Unexpectedly, the goods at the bottom of the warehouse turned into the lucky cat, and they actually surpassed all the dramas that were previously popular, such as the EGNC, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Secret History of the Prince, Kung Fu Football, etc. He became the well-deserved king of ratings among the TV series broadcast in all periods of the year in Guangdong and Guangxi. Ranked 4th in Nelson's ratings survey, and ranked 1st in So4's ratings survey. Since this drama still exists in this world, Du Sheng will certainly not miss it. However, I will go to Yun Mansion tomorrow, and I will have to film at least 1 month later, so I can only try it out in advance. As for the issue of the male protagonist's internal determination, it doesn't matter to him at all. After all, the one I like is the second male lead, Sai Hua Tuo. Although this is a supporting role, it can be called the sole character of Snowflake Goddess Dragon. Many teachers watch TV shows just to watch him. Not to mention the lottery, Sai Huichuo's skills are also very practical. Lu Tao raised his head in surprise, looked at the man carefully with his eyes, and joked. If I were selected, will there be a chance to be with me? It seems that she is a little moved. That's right, she was just a romantic brain in her previous life, and she could get caught up with an architect on a plane. Potential stocks with specialties like Du Sheng should not be too outstanding in all aspects. Du Sheng held her hand that was causing trouble and said, according to the information my friend found out, the producer of this drama is from Wanchenge. You can find your company relationship first. As the godmother of Wanchenge's film and television industry, Qian Yao has a lot of influence. Even if you don't look at the monk's face, you can look at the Buddha's face. Lu Tao became serious and asked several questions about the characters. This is the heroine, am I really sure to take it? She was a little unconfident when she learned that she had a strong role. As for the filming of this drama in the desert, the actors need to spare a long period of time and the conditions are relatively difficult. It is not a problem for a person who is not famous. Next year Fantasy Punisher 3 and The Legend of the Condor Heroes will be broadcast one after another, and your popularity will definitely increase. This drama is not very investment, and now you have a high-cost performance. As long as the other party is not stupid, they will focus on it. Du Sheng looked at her and signaled. Go and wash and change your makeup, this first feeling is very important. This statement also applies to him, so he dared to get involved in the role of the second male lead. Soon, according to Du Sheng's instructions, Lu Tao became completely refreshed. She was wearing a light brown suit jacket, neatly with a bit of intellectuality and softness. She wore a beige skirt inside, which was casual and mature, and was cool and trendy. In addition, she deepened the lines of her eye makeup and face contours, making her look handsome, neat, chic, and refreshing. The overall feeling is cool. Not bad. Du Sheng was angry again when he saw it, but the important thing was to do, so he could only enjoy the addiction. If you don't choose you like this, it can only be said that the director is blind. Lu Tao gave him a blank look, patted the moving thug, and said angrily, don't move around, or you'll have to put on makeup again. Although I think this look is strange, since Du Sheng has such a request, it is natural there is a reason for it. When she had time, she simply called the agent first and asked her to find a way to contact her. Ming and Qing Street, Beijia Hotel. Wang Yeyang parked the car outside the hotel door, looked at the two people getting off the car and said with a smile, perform well and you'll be successful. He is no longer surprised by the girl who appears beside Du Sheng. It was the woman who looked familiar, which made him feel a little weird. Could it be the starring actor who took part in the crew of Chen Long? Du Sheng responded with a smile and looked at Lu Tao. You have read the script. The character is very important. Remember to keep yourself confident. Lu Tao took a deep breath and followed without saying much. The agent has sent her the script, and it is clear what kind of personality and style Shangguan Yan, known as the Goddess Dragon, has. Although I just came to meet me briefly this time, I had a lot of impressions. Moreover, her agent is a popular type and has no resources. She also suggests that she can take it if possible. When the two entered the wing room, they saw two middle-aged men sitting there drinking tea. Hello, two teachers, my name is Du Sheng / Lu Tao. I made an appointment to meet before. Zhang Jun and Li Lida stopped to talk and looked at the two of them with interest. They have seen the photos of the two, and even referenced the stills and spy photos leaked from Tianlong, but now I always feel that it is different when I see it with my own eyes. What is different, but I can't tell you what's the difference. They have come into contact with many mainland stars, including the most popular Lu Yi, Chen Kun, Li Ouyu, etc., but in comparison, these two people have no inferior appearance and temperament. Especially in terms of details such as dressing, even hairstyles, they are so stylish. Du Sheng gives people a feeling of being clean and refreshing, with an extraordinary temperament. Lu Tao is cool, avant-garde and fashionable. Please sit down, just chat. Zhang Jun and Li Lida looked at each other and pointed at the seat in a good mood. Xiao Du, your Mirong Fu is very photogenic, he looks like a child of a noble family. Xiao Tao is the same, his image is quite suitable for costume martial arts dramas. Zhang Jun looked at the two of them and smiled. But the dragon has not been finished yet. Do you think of our small crew so much? As industry insiders, they are naturally very concerned about the hot drama Qianlong, which has caused a lot of controversy, because after all, it is possible to compete next year. Both of them are from the drama Zhang De Huzi, and there is no need to doubt their acting skills. Being able to play such important supporting roles as Mirong Fu and Azu in The Legend of the Condor Heroes means that all aspects must have passed. After all, Zhang De Bei's beard is not something that cats and dogs are willing to accept. Haha, early birds eat insects. Du Sheng naturally would not be stage frightened and said with a smile. And Director Zhu and Director Zhao are both optimistic about the works of the two teachers this time. We have read the script and think it is appropriate, so we took the liberty to recommend ourselves. Lu Tao didn't say anything, just kept smiling. Zhang Jun has dealt with Zhu Zhuoliang and Zhao Jian. After all, there is a circle and communication in daily life. This time Du Sheng came through Zhu Zhuoliang's relationship. Zhang Jun suddenly remembered something and asked. Don't you have something to do with Zhong Yao Films Zhong? He naturally heard about how Du Sheng joined the crew of the dragon. I heard from Zhu Zhuoliang that this young man was highly valued by Zhong Zhen, so I don't know what the relationship was. If you can blow the wind by the pillow. Chapter 38 What is concentration? Du Sheng had already checked the recent trends of the two, and he would not be polite if he could get rid of the tiger's skin. I have some communication, payment asking, and I have her private number. Director Zhu plans to join Hongai Ao, and he suggests that I will consider it and say that it will be a big drama to start next year. Except for what Zhu Zhuoliang said, the others have already gone to Guawa country, but the chance to add 1 point is 1 point. Zhang Jun's eyes lit up slightly, and he began to think in his heart. Because this drama can't be finished with millions of dollars, even if the special effects are shoddy, they will cost more than 1 million, so we must win over one more investor. Hongai Ao film industry is very good, at least it can be reborn. Du Sheng's side is considered a bond. As an idea-worthy director, who doesn't want to make his own children better, right? End. The Bearded Man's The Legend of the Condor Heroes has been filmed for a while, and it is likely to be aired next spring after the production is completed. It is highly likely that the two of them will show up before Snowflake Goddess Dragon. Maybe it can be a little bit hot. The broadcast of Snowflake Goddess Dragon will inevitably add a lot of color to our own 3No drama, which is an unknown director, a big brand, and a big investment. In addition, Du Sheng's appearance is good, Lu Tao's heroic temperament and outstanding appearance are far superior to the auditioners before. With various factors combined, this cost-effectiveness is very high. So even producer Li Lida came here in person today after hearing Kai and Jo Company greeting him. There is no way, the small crew that is not favored and not favored by the circle is so miserable. Xiao Tao, if you play Shangguan Yan, can you join the group within half a month? Will you accept staying in the desert area permanently? Li Lida has a good impression of Lu Tao. After all, the other party plays the sequel to the popular drama of Qian Yao, and the popularity of the two dramas next year cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that no one can match the cost-effectiveness of signing her into the group now. In addition, she and Du Sheng are both from Tianlong, so they are naturally promoted. If you have an advantage, bumping into a car, you can save a lot of money. Lu Tao was delighted and said happily, "No problem, I should be able to hand over next week." She knew that there was basically no problem here. It is said that it is better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. This is the most serious female lead. Even if the crew invests a little, it doesn't matter, at least it can improve its status. Moreover, she believed in Du Sheng's vision and would not joke about the future of both parties. Zhang Jun looked at Du Sheng and said with a smile, "I heard from Lao Ju that you have good martial arts skills and you also serve as the action guide for Tianlong." Li Lida looked sideways, with a little surprise. Such a young action guide? As for the truth or falsehood, he had no doubt at all, and he could tell it by asking this kind of thing. Before Du Sheng could speak, Lu Tao had already answered for him, with a little proud pride. "There is no mistake. The tricks and rehearsals designed by a Sheng are not only recognized by director Zhao, but also highly praised by teacher Yuan Bin. Not to mention the intimate relationship between the two, she is still very happy that people can look up to Du Sheng. And she also hoped that Du Sheng could star in this drama, so she couldn't help but praise her." Du Sheng felt ashamed, but he also knew the potential meaning of Zhang Jun's question. "It is obvious that I don't want to ask for action guidance, so I can save another amount. But this is a martial arts drama, and action fighting is definitely indispensable, so." Li Lida asked Du Sheng and Lu Tao to wait in the lounge for a while, discuss with Zhang Jun, and then report to the investor. The boss of the capital side learned about the cost-effectiveness of the two, and it was possible to win over old friends through Du Sheng's line and re-enter the game, so he made a decision on the spot. Anyway, when he invested in this drama, his initial idea was to praise Ren Ye, and other roles were given for auditions. Now, we can have more guarantees and share investments, so why not do it? In this way, Du Sheng and Lu Tao rushed to complete the signing of the contract that day. "This is really lightning speed, haha." Wang Yeyang, who learned the good news, breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. When the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes has returned, it has indeed become a hot commodity. Isn't that true? In addition to playing the second male lead Sai Hua Tuo, Du Sheng also has an additional martial arts commander and also tries to win over Hong Gaiao's investment. This is obviously a heavy responsibility entrusted by Goddess Dragon. Du Sheng smiled, "This is the advantage of the small crew. The matters are not bloated, and everything is not required to be suppressed, and all aspects are dispatched very quickly." Of course, if he hadn't had the advantage of profits, who would have taken such a great risk and wasted so much time on such a crew that could not see the future? Lu Tao, who got into the car, was in a good mood and smiled. It's just that the pay was a little lower, but it didn't meet expectations. In addition to being happy to play the role of the leading female role, there are more people accompanying and sharing. There is no way, her agent is completely in stocking, and she is currently dealing with another artist in Mozambique. At most, she can occasionally send an assistant to handle it. Compare my 2,500, you have already killed 4,500 in an episode, okay? Seeing her sweating, Du Sheng pulled off her coat after getting in the car and said casually, "This drama has to be filmed at least 40 or 50 episodes, which is a lot." He is still in the new stage, so the price is barely acceptable. And there is no need to pay the company to get a commission. If the money from Wazi is included, the income will be much greater than that of Lu Tao. If you add 100,000 yuan of your own savings and 75,000 yuan of income from Tianlong, tax deduction, more than 300,000 yuan is enough to buy a house in the second tier. It's really good. Lu Tao didn't complain, and said with a smile, "Although I have to go to the desert to film, the crew will be reimbursed for food, drink, accommodation, and transportation, and the treatment in all aspects is much better than that of ordinary small characters. At least, she had to squeeze in with people in Tianlong before, so she didn't need to do so this time. Every day when I go to the crew, I have special cars to pick up and drop off, and there are subsidies for taking planes. Du Sheng nodded slightly. It is the millennium now, and the value of 4 or 5,000 yuan is no less than 10,000 yuan in the future, and there are no such many rules and constraints. Even Ling Zhiying, this little whirlwind, whose popularity is comparable to the 4 kings of heaven at the peak, was less than 30,000 yuan for a single episode of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. In today's era, the pay of celebrities has not yet been exaggerated to the domineering level of being happy, reunited, or rebellious in later generations. The crew of Goddess Dragon has not been fully prepared yet, and some of the characters have not been in place. Lu Tao is tentatively scheduled to join the group in 15 days, to be familiar with the environment and script first, or to film the literary part first. Du Sheng is the second male lead, and he doesn't have that many scenes. He can think about the action guide in the Dragon while he is leisurely, so he can be later. The Thre-a-day holiday passed by in a flash. After coming to Yunfu Film and Television City, he started shooting again. The crew did not feel much surprise about the occasional intimacy between Du Sheng and Lu Tao. First of all, this kind of combination of young men and women is too common, and it is also common after taking the photo. Secondly, these two characters have a lot of interactions, so who can say something? Zhu Zhuoyang, Zhao Jian, and others who knew the situation might make jokes, but this did not affect the two of them lingering in the evening to discuss their acting skills. What is concentration? Now, that's it. Chapter 39. The approach is too rough. Please collect and read it. However, Du Sheng's other maid Wang Yi was in a complicated mood. The original 3-person room is now the only one left in the empty room every night. Learn Lu Tao and Du Sheng have a further relationship. After getting the female lead with the help of the other party, they felt inexplicably envious and jealous. She felt that she had underestimated Du Sheng's ability, which seemed to be more popular than the one who was a digital movie. If I had stayed that night, would this situation change? No matter what outsiders think, Lu Tao's scenes are completely completed. Zhang Dehuza didn't come to the set, and even if he came, he would not hold a final banquet for supporting roles. Only Wang Yi, Cheng Hao, Du Sheng, Zhu Zhuoliang, and others congratulated each other, but Lu Tao was still quite happy. That night, she used all kinds of martial arts, but she still lost to Du Sheng, which made herself exhausted, which was a bit regretful. She originally wanted to squeeze out the man's energy so as to avoid teasing her everywhere after she left. Now it seems that the limit is not reached at all. The next morning, Du Sheng borrowed a car from the crew and personally took her away. Don't let the little girl get lost during this period. Lu Tao looked at the handsome man who was driving seriously and said calmly. She knew very well how lethal the other person's appearance and temperament were, not to mention that the star path was getting smoother and smoother, and there were a lot of girls around her. No, you're thinking too much. Du Sheng yawned. Although he is not Lu Xiaowai, he is not as hungry as food. Why didn't it? The look of your cousin looking at you is obviously something wrong. Lu Tao seemed to smile, with a bit strange. To be honest, this man has too many strengths and advantages, and she is a little happy. Du Sheng said lazily. Yifei's mother saw me like a thief, do you think it's possible? It was bitter to mention this, but it was okay if he did it. The key is that nothing was done. Lu Tao burst into laughter, obviously knowing what was going on, and was so happy to see him embarrassment. The conversation along the way also made her feel much more relaxed and she no longer struggled with that matter. After sending the plane back to the crew, Du Sheng entered the shooting state without stopping. The next day, Zhang Dewang came to the set rarely, and the momentum was very strong. Huge banners hung on the main road. Warm welcome to Zhang's hit song to visit Lycan in person with Chen Long. Will it be too inflated? This is what many people think. Those who don't know the matter thought that this was the inspection by the government leaders. At noon, Zhao Jian mentioned Du Sheng's the hard-to-recite sutra. As expected, he was rejected by the bearded man and didn't even listen to the little example. He didn't believe in the nameless newcomer at all. It is said that someone has been asked to create it specifically. Zhu Jueliang and Zhao Jian looked at each other, and only they understood how well this song fits Chen Long. In this way, we can only wait for the second broadcast and third broadcast to be sold to the Guangdong-Guangzhou-Guangzhouhao area before trying to promote it. During this period, Zhou Yaoan, as the chief director, also talked to Zhang's hit song, but the atmosphere was a little stagnant. Producer Zhang, I wrote the director's words before, didn't you agree to send it to everyone? The outer connection has not yet implemented it. Some time ago, when I was shooting outdoor scenes on Dahua Island in Zhejiang province, I wonder if it was about to move, but everyone was a little relaxed. In order to motivate everyone, he wrote a cheering article and handed it to Zhang's hit song. As a result, half a month passed and there was no further information. Everyone is in good spirits, I don't think it's necessary. Zhang's hit song responded casually and turned to find Yu Min, Zhao Jian, and other production teams. Zhou Yaoan frowned. Knowing that the other party had handled the development and publicity of the film and television city, he made up his mind to collect the rights this time. And how can this power gather quickly? Of course, it is to suppress and reduce the influence of his chief director. Moreover, he is very clear about the other party's hype routine, and maybe there are some articles included here. Zhu Jueliang, Yuan Bin, Du Sheng, and others who were watching silently looked at each other without saying much. Although everyone knows what the situation is, it is difficult for outsiders to interfere in this kind of thing. Even if the producer is like a director and an actor, he is a working person, but he has to admit that being able to attract investors is a skill and is in charge of money. But Zhang's hit song's approach was too rough, and he directly killed the chicken to scare the monkey. At noon the next day, the conflict inevitably broke out. Zhou Yaoan's voice echoed on the set with dissatisfaction and anger in his words. I have said so many times that you need to use a drone to shoot such a descent scene, otherwise you won't be able to capture that kind of momentum. His random interference with some people has reached an intolerable point. Now the filming of Hu Jun's move Flying Dragon in the Sky, and directors with some common sense know how to do it. Zhang's hit song insisted on setting up 4 cameras to shoot from all directions, and continued to give instructions without expression. This is my project. If you can't do it, don't do it. My crew has never lacked directors. From today on, the crew will have to be approved by me if they buy a nail. There was something unquestionable in his words. As the two quarrels became more and more intense, the atmosphere in the entire crew also became extremely tense. From Zhao Jian, Zhu Jueliang, Hu Jun, Ling Zhiying to those who were doing chores behind the scenes, they didn't dare to show off, worried that they would be affected by this sudden storm. They either lower their heads and are busy, or pretend to be focused on the script, but in fact they are all pricking their ears to pay attention to the movements there. In this dead silence, as someone who doesn't care about the big deal if nothing happened, wiped a handheld video recorder, quietly took a picture of the scene, and quickly changed the tape. There is no way, the little witch Zheng Xian has not had a good manuscript during this period, and she is disturbing him all day long. It's really troublesome. In the middle of the night, he and Lu Tao were playing against each other, and the other party could tremble in the window. Considering that he still needs to rely on this girl's ability in the future, Du Sheng can only reluctantly give an exclusive revelation. Anyway, Zhang Da's producer has a thick golden body and he has to stir up everything, and this is just a boost. Maybe the other party will be grateful to him. Explosion. The 2 core members of the crew of Qianlong completely broke up because of a woman. Reveal the secret. In order to seize power, the conflicts with the director-in-chief escalated, and the relationship between the two was completely broken. The facts were nothing unexpected. That night, Qianlong once again became a hot search. Still a big beard. The people who eat melons feel a little overeating. This guy finally suppressed the unfavorable scandal, and he was so itchy again? Exaggerated, exaggerated. After reading the report, Du Sheng shook his head and muttered. That little witch could have gone to the shocking department for internship. In fact, they did not break up like they did in their previous lives, and at most they were in a bad mood. And this is indispensable to the contribution of Du Sheng, the representative of Guozhong. He was worried that he would not have the chance to communicate with the rich woman, but suddenly he learned from Zhu Juliang that Zhong Zhen came to Yun Mansion to handle business, so he simply acted as a good old man who did not seek any reward. I sent a text message casually. If you don't have the opportunity to communicate, you can create it yourself. Chapter 40 Wild Mandarin Duck. In the afternoon, the investor rushed over. I don't know what I said, but it suppressed the situation anyway. Before leaving, Zhu Juliang probably mentioned Du Sheng's situation to her and turned his head to look over. After thinking about it, Zhong Zhen actually came to Du Sheng and asked him to chat aside. I am going to set up as Honggaiao Film and Television Production Company. After Zhong Zhen sat down, he said straight to the point. At that time, Lao Ju will direct Wen Ruiyan's film and television adapters Against the Cold and The Four Famous Captains, and will get involved in the movies after they stabilize. If you join in, the role can be given priority. Du Sheng is very outstanding in both acting skills, martial arts fingers, etc., and has been circulated in the circle. His rise is visible to everyone. I have heard that Huai, Tang Ren, and other companies have contacted him before. Zhong Zhen, who had already had some ideas, couldn't hold back now. Not to mention the problem of being intercepted. If Du Sheng continues to develop at such a rapid pace, I am afraid that Honggaiao Film and Television will not be able to satisfy the other party. After all, her film and television company was started and did not have much resources or capabilities. Instead of attracting first and second tier celebrities to change jobs, it is better to cultivate their core team like Tang Ren. And Du Sheng is quite suitable for now. Mr. Zhong thinks, should I develop better in martial arts films? Seeing that the other party was doing his job, Du Sheng had no plans to discuss and communicate, so he did not comment. As he spoke, he looked at the Zhong successor who exuded a confident temperament. About 27 or 8 years old, wearing high heels of at least 1.7 meters, with a delicate face, a light-colored professional dress, with calmness and majesty in every move. I am indeed confident. After all, I have inherited hundreds of millions of dollars and can currently reach the top 500 rich people in the country. When Du Sheng was doing it before, he told Wang Yeyang that finding a rich woman was not a joke. At least pay attention to the relevant information of the person in front of you. Zhong made his fortune by videotapes and VCD in the early days. With the continuous accumulation of resources, he has not only opened a film investment company and entered the e-commerce field, but also devoted himself to catering, manufacturing and other industries. Well, Zhong Zhen is still an only child. It's a pity that he is cold in character, and it seems that he has no plans to find a man at the moment. Zhong Zhen picked up the coffee and took a sip, without minding the other party's gaze, and said, "The route you choose now is pretty good. After all, your advantage lies in your martial arts skills and appearance. At present, there are many demands for martial arts stars in the domestic film and television industry, but not many of the younger generation can take the lead. As long as you have the courage to go out, I believe you will have a place sooner or later. In Hollywood, the most paid actors are often the male leads in action movies. Stallone, Tom Cruise, Jason Statham, and others are all internationally famous as action stars. The same is true in China. Cheng Long and Li Lianjia have won the love and recognition of countless audiences with their image as a martial arts star who dares to fight and fight. However, in addition to them, although there are many young generation martial arts actors, there are very few who can truly compete with them. There are not many young martial arts actors in the mainland who are truly outstanding. Zhao Wenzuo, Wu Yu and Wu Jing are among the best. Zhongzhen knew the actors in the circle very well and chatted well, and then analyzed. Although Wu Yu has good kung fu, his appearance is relatively weak, and he is destined to be unable to support a big drama. Zhao Wenzuo has the potential to fight a star, but his disadvantage lies in his older age, and with the pressure of Li Lianjia, it is difficult to have a chance to break through. In terms of role selection, the director will also give priority to Li Lianjia over him. Now that Zhao Wenzuo has limited advantages, he has passed the development of small screens. In the future, as he grows older, he is probably going to be narrower and narrower in acting. As for Wu Jing, his situation is similar to that of Zhao Wenzuo. If no changes are made, I am afraid he will be even worse than Zhao Wenzuo in the future. Listening to Zhongzhen's words, Du Sheng nodded secretly. Although this female CEO is young, she does have unique vision and profound insights. Zhao Wenzuo had few film resources in the future, and Wu Jing also took the risk to turn to the genre of things to make a breakthrough. Zhongzhen looked at Du Sheng, and his eyes were filled with confidence. But you are different from them. First of all, age is a fault and there is no big competition. Furthermore, your appearance is more outstanding than them, and your actual combat skills are not inferior to them, which means infinite possibilities. As long as you are not afraid of hard work and work hard to follow the path of action and acting, I have enough resources and confidence to cultivate you, and it is not impossible to become the next Li Lianjia. Facing Zhongzhen's paintings, Du Sheng did not have much fluctuations in his heart. He knew that such promises were not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Everyone hoped to become the next superstar, but reality was often cruel. Although he also has dreams, he is more clear that dreams need to be realized down to earth. And the other party made a mistake, and he mainly acted in action scenes for lottery, rather than those illusory ideals. Why did he even decline Hua Yi and Tang Ren before? There is nothing else, bondage and shackle. Unless the other party asks him to invest in the shares, or becomes a partner after sleeping, why should he work for others? But these words are hard to say to the public. Du Sheng has golden fingers and is very clear about his future growth. Others don't know about it but will feel that you are inflated. Of course, Zhongzhen is also sincere, and there are two lines that need to be matched by Zhu Zhuoliang and Goddess Dragon, which he must handle properly. Not to mention that if he wants to reduce the detours for decades, he has to let the other party leave like a spring breeze. So I don't mind picking the other person's favorite topic to please a few words. Zhu Zhuoliang saw Du Sheng and Zhongzhen having a great laugh, and his heart became even more strange. If I had the appearance, figure, and ability of this kid, how could I work so hard? After a simple chat, it was a joy to the host and the host. However, after this time, the atmosphere of the crew of Qianlong has obviously changed a lot. Zhou Yaoan seemed to know that he was not as good as Zhang's hit song, and he was much taciturn. In the past few days, due to the other party's intervention, many scenes were not satisfied with the filming and were delayed until the end of the night. Especially tonight, it was approaching late at night, and the crew simply lived in the mountains and used a tent to deal with it for one night. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Du Sheng, who had been used to sleeping with his soft body, wondered Lu Tao and Fan Ou, who could not sleep for an hour in this cold floor. He simply got up and went out for a walk to experience the unique and rare tranquility here in Lichen. The full moon hangs high and the cool breeze sways. But after walking a few hundred meters, his face suddenly became strange. Because he kept practicing martial arts every morning, Bajiquan also strengthened his body, and his facial features became much more intelligent and his eyesight, and he noticed something strange at once. Is this the call of wild mandarin ducks? Du Sheng listened with curiosity in his heart, and simply touched quietly along the imaginative rustling sound. With the moonlight, when he saw the two shiny figures in the grass, his eyes widened a little. Damn it! Are married people playing so wild? Eye-opening, eye-opening. Chapter 41, the big half is there is a generation gap, please collect and read it. As for that woman, I can only say that I never expected it. Looking at that charming look, Du Sheng felt a little overwhelmed. What about the hero and model who promised it? It is said that it is pure and not enchanting. The image is broken. People who eat a mouthful of dog hair are most afraid of being unbalanced in their mentality. There is a saying that geese leave sounds when passing by, and wind leaves traces when passing by. Things are still like this, how can people bear it? Du Sheng looked around and rapped a stone with leaves to weigh it. Bang! The next moment, with a sudden burst of chaos, you could vaguely hear the sound of exclaiming, falling, and panic coming from afar. It even alarmed many night owls in the crew. When someone returned to the collapsed place, he was also curious to stretch his neck to watch. It probably won't take long before some rumors spread. The crew has lacked positive energy, publicity and gossip recently, and the reporters who are staying are almost bored, so it's good to add some heat. The next day, someone asked for sick leave if nothing unexpected happened. He said that he accidentally fell and injured his leg. This is an amazing event. After all, this person has a strong role, and even the bearded man was alarmed. After the final discussion, the crew had to film Ling Zhiying's scenes first. In this way, Du Sheng's role was also driven, which is considered wrong or wrong. Invisibly, his shooting process accelerated a lot. After filming like this for half a month, I only had the last few scenes with my cousin Wang Yuan. At the same time, outside the Beijing Electric University, Lu Yifei, wearing a cute panda-patterned nightgown, sat at the desk, focusing on the script in her hand. Zixi, it's time to rest. Lu Zili, who had just returned from buying things, said softly. I have to take a plane early tomorrow morning, don't forget. Okay, Mom. Lu Yifei smiled sweetly at her, but her eyes returned to the script and muttered. I have to shoot tomorrow afternoon. I'm afraid I can't remember it, so I have to get familiar with it. Seeing her daughter so devoted, a warm current surged in Lu Zili's heart. She put down her things and packed everything she needed, and she saw that time had already late at night. He whispered. Ziqian, you are still growing up. If you don't have a good rest, you will delay shooting. It's better to take a plane to watch it tomorrow. It's almost over, Mom, go to bed first. Lu Yifei let out a light whisper, but did not leave her seat. Lu Zili was a little helpless and wanted to say something. Ding dong. A message rang out. I saw my daughter pick up her phone and turn on QQ, and started chatting with the other party happily. She was puzzled and went up to take a look. Did it send it from the director, or is the filming time delayed? It was sent by my cousin. Lu Yifei said in a light tone. He asked me if I would come to pick me up tomorrow. After saying that, she consciously put down the script and cell phone, and went to bed obediently to fall asleep. It seems that it is probably the other party who asked her to rest early. Lu Zili couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She just couldn't persuade Zixi, even coaxing and persuading her. That guy said casually thousands of miles apart, but it turned out to be so effective. Is there something wrong with my own upbringing, or is there something wrong with Zixi? Lu Yifei yawned lazily and said in a daze. Mom, go to bed early. The crew is filming in the mountains, my cousin will pick us up tomorrow. Zixi. Lu Zili hesitated for a moment, but decided to spread it out. During this period, she was busy helping Qingzi with school and socializing various matters. She had no time to talk to Qingzi about the conversation she heard in the restaurant last time. The two of them will definitely meet tomorrow. If they don't talk to Zixi, it will probably be even more difficult to talk to. Mom, what's the matter? Lu Yifei rubbed her eyelids and was dozing. You haven't known Du Sheng for long, why are you so timid? Lu Zili originally wanted to ask you what your relationship with Du Sheng, but when she thought that her daughter was in a rebellious period, she changed to a gentle statement. Cousin, this is not very good. I also call it in the drama. Lu Yifei's answer was taken for granted. Lu Zili hesitated and said. But that's filming, and in the play, you are also called Ling Zhiying brother Duan Yu. You don't seem to communicate much outside the play. How do her subtexts make such a big difference? But Lu Yifei was naturally stunned and sleepy, so she didn't think so much. Brother Ying, he is 29 years old, almost half older than me, and there is a generation gap. Ling Zhiying, who was in the young man. Lu Zili was also choked. However, when talking about these, Lu Yifei became a little interested and showed her fair cheeks. My cousin is different. He talks very funny and knows a lot. I know everything I ask. Listening to her daughter's fingers, Lu Zili's face was complicated. Then what do you think of Du Sheng? When talking about this, Lu Yifei became excited and laughed cutely. My cousin's acting skills are honed from martial arts substitutes. She can bring me into the role every time. It's amazing. Also, although he is only 3 years older than me, he has been practicing martial arts for 10 years. He knows Bajiquan and Sanda. He has also learned Muay Thai, Hongquan, and Cai Lifo from several martial arts agents. The singing is also very nice. I heard from Sister Yi that he wrote a theme song for Tianlong some time ago. When he goes back, he has to let him sing it. Looking at her daughter who was listless before, she now turned into a little fairy of Balabala. Lu Zili felt mixed feelings. Fortunately, Zixi seemed to regard Du Sheng as a close person and had no idea about love. But what is worried is that Qingzi highly praised and recognized this cousin. If she dared to say that the other party was not good, it would probably arouse Qian's disgust. Zixi's temperament at this age is like the summer weather, which changes at any time. She rarely speaks harsh words in communication so as not to get upset. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zili had to speak in an admonishing tone. Ziqian, Qianlong is a big drama. If you say you like acting, try to make it well. It is very likely that it will be the foundation of your promotion in the future. Don't let external factors interfere. Back then, in order to provide Qingzi with a better growth environment, she did not hesitate to go far away. This time she returned to China, she used the relationship between an old friend, and even, for the same purpose. Now is the key to Zixi's start, and she will never allow anything to interfere with Zixi. I know, Mom. When talking about other things, Lu Yifei lost her energy again. Tomorrow I will ask my cousin to give me the script. He has a good memory and can also make me feel emotional. Lu Zili. Is this considered a rude person? She wanted to give a few more words, but she swallowed it back when she said something. This kind of thing is not too urgent. She believed that Zixi was a wise and sensible person, and she shouldn't be so cute and deceived. End. There is only 1 month at most. At that time, I will lose contact and meet each other. I think everything will be as quiet as a stranger. Bar. The next afternoon, the two arrived in Yunfo. Cousin. Lu Yifei saw the vehicle approaching, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she waved her little hand in surprise. Cousin. We're here. Lu Zili's head is full of black lines. Chapter 42. Girl, you can't do this. Du Sheng nodded to Lu Zili, looked at Lu Yifei and smiled. I thought I had to wait for half an hour, but I didn't expect you so early. He has few roles today, and the martial arts commander has done almost the same thing, so he simply asked for a job to pick him up. Haha, there is no traffic jam today. Lu Yifei came to the vehicle and smiled happily. But we just arrived, and our luggage has not been put away yet. It doesn't matter, just put what you need into the car. Du Sheng simply got out of the car and helped them carry their luggage. Seeing her daughter who gathered together to discuss and was active in helping Du Sheng from time to time, Lu Zili was in a very complicated mood. Although they were separated for only half a month, Lu Yifei was very enthusiastic, and her voices of cousin were particularly enthusiastic. After getting into the car, she took the co-pilot and happily shared interesting stories from the school. Du Sheng listened while driving, his eyes full of pampering, and he smiled and nodded from time to time. Seeing Lu Yifei so happy, Lu Xili felt a little uncomfortable and reminded. Ziqian, the first scene in the afternoon is your highlight. Aren't you going to review the script to prepare for the atmosphere? Mom, it's my cousin's scene in the afternoon, he's here. Lu Yifei was not in a hurry at all and continued to share interesting school stories with Du Sheng happily. This scene made Lu Xili's smile instantly frozen on her face. Fortunately, Du Sheng is more reliable. His lines and emotions have been brewing for a long time. He took some time to get the right lines with Lu Yifei. Listening to the two of them having fluent conversations and vivid images from time to time, Lu Xili couldn't help but reflect on whether she was worried or not. I have to admit that Du Sheng is not only a little poor in background, but also takes good care of Qingzi. Thinking that in the past few years, Zixi has been living in a variety of education and arranging schedules, and has almost no chance to make friends and enjoy family affection, Lu Xili felt a little guilty. Perhaps, the reason why Zixi is so happy is because she found a friend who is hard to know. Thinking of this, Lu Xili decided to suppress her concerns. Anyway, it's only more than 20 days, so I'll just give my daughter a vacation. At 2 p.m., the set was set up. The actors of Ling Zhiying, Du Sheng, Lu Yifei and Jimazai came to the scene early to prepare for the costumes and props before the filming. There were also many people on and off the set, obviously watching the fun. Because the scenes filmed this time are a major turning point for the whole drama and are full of drama. The general idea is that Wang Yuan was kidnapped by Jimazai. Mirong Fu, who was seriously injured, and Duan Yu, who learned the news, rushed to rescue him. In the end, Duan Yu used the 6 Meridian Divine Sword to save him, and Wang Yuan, who was full of gratitude, was completely inclined. As for Mirong Fu, who had just arrived and watched this scene silently, he completely cut off his love thread and began to transform. Ling Zhiying attaches great importance to this scene. Although he had filmed a movie The Two Men before, he was not a professional after all, and he had no confidence compared to Hu Jun, not to mention Du Sheng, who was born as a martial arts substitute. What's more, this time there will be multiple changes in emotions. From the fright and worry of learning that Wang Yuan was robbed at first, she gradually turned into anger in the battle to use the 6 mechanical divine sword that was sometimes spiritual and sometimes unrestrained, and then to the surprise that the sister of Fairy finally accepted herself, and finally she was stupid and silly. This is not only a challenge for Ling Zhiying, but also a lot of pressure. However, what outsiders don't know is that it is the same for Du Sheng. Although this modified version continues the setting that Mirong Fu failed his cousin and still chooses to let go of his love for big things, he still works before this. That is, he rescued his cousin with severe injuries and struggled before letting go. Seeing that his cousin had a sustenance, Du Sheng, as the eye of this scene, had to show jealousy and relief, but also a little bit of relief and sorrow. Finally, in order to restore the country, it was completely turned into a ruthless machine. This plot is close to the middle and late stages. All the leading actors are indispensable for hanging wires, which is a truly difficult drama. Any mistake may occur when something goes wrong, and audiences will dislike or complain about the show if they are not good at acting. So whether it was the director Zhou Yaoan or Yu Min, or Zhao Jian, Yuan Bin, and others who were in charge of the action scenes, they all came to the scene in person. Cousin Lu Yifei was not as cautious as them. After putting on makeup, she came to Du Sheng and looked around him happily. I'm torn clothes, covered with so much blood on my body, and my face is so pale. I'm still so handsome. Ling Zhiying, who was chatting with Du Sheng, grinned, Girl, you are here to attack people. In theory, your own gorgeous clothes and tassels stand out. How did you lock Mirong Fu at a glance? Didn't you really see a brother Duan standing in front of you? Du Sheng was about to be emotional, but when he heard this, he looked at his cousin and raised a smile on his lips. Your light makeup is pretty good, it's convenient for a while to have a sad show. Sister Yao gave 3 samples. I chose this, it looks good. Lu Yifei smiled happily, as if she had noticed Ling Zhiying, called Brother Ying, and then took the script to the side and faced Du Sheng. When the filming starts, she will forget the lyrics when she is nervous, so she is used to memorizing the scene. Ling Zhiying shook her head, wondering if she was really old, so she simply stood aside. After more than 10 minutes of preparation, the scene finally officially started filming. Start. The field record board started. The wind is as fast as a knife, and the clouds are densely covered, blower plus multiple lights. Du Sheng's body was broken, his clothes and the wound on his chest were still bleeding, but his eyes seemed to be like a volcano was about to erupt, penetrated the darkness and shot straight into the distance. In the distant valley, the fire swayed. Jimazai looked like a pig brother, laughed and rubbed his hands, and walked forward. Wang Yuan was bound aside, with a pale face and a terror in her eyes. Du Sheng's eyes became cold and he quickly glanced around. He endured the bleeding wound and approached it step by step. Zhou Yaoan, who was watching in front of the camera, couldn't help but look lit up. Although Du Sheng did not have a single line, the concern and anger were beyond words just from his eyes' changes and reactions. The concerns include worry and the helplessness hidden behind the anger. God is unfair, which makes him defeated repeatedly. Now even his cousin is being missed by a lustful monk, but he is powerless. That kind of heavy steps is like romance and resistance to fate, very vivid. Even Zhang's hit song, who had just arrived, was a little surprised to see the scene in front of him. No wonder Yu Min and Zhao Jian praised him very much. This guy has something to do. The filming continued. Just as Du Sheng took action in anger, a figure fell from the sky. Cack! The 6 mechanical divine swords drew dazzling lights, reaching Jimazai. Yuyan, don't be afraid. I'll save you! Ling Zhiying shouted loudly. Zhang's hit song raised his eyebrows when he saw it. Everything is afraid of comparison. Ling Zhiying couldn't stabilize her body and was shaking without much momentum. In addition, although the tone was urgent, the facial emotions were not very good. However, Zhang's hit song did not speak or interfere with the shooting, and he was obviously aware of this scene. Chapter 43 I, Mirong Fu, just want to cultivate immortality. Filming scene. In the cave, Jimazai sneered and waved his palm to meet him. The two of them fought together in an instant, and their energy was scattered, shaking the surrounding trees. Jimazai couldn't dodge and was injured by the sword energy, so he took a few steps back. Duan Yu took the opportunity to untie Wang Yuan and protect her behind her. Yuan, are you okay? Duan Yu asked with concern. Wang Yuan was just frightened. Seeing Duan Yu so tightly, she felt a little more complicated than gratitude. I'm fine, thank you Mr. Duan. Every time I am in danger, Duan Yu is ahead. Has my cousin really abandoned me? Du Sheng, who had just arrived nearby, looked at all this, clenched his fingers, and his face changed a few times. Jimazai escaped, his cousin escaped, and Duan Yu surrounded her. At this moment, he was like an abandoned clown. Just when he thought that the cause of restoring the country had not been achieved, he suppressed his grief and anger and his collapse will be restored. Du Sheng looked at the last look, turned around silently, clenched the dusty thought, leaving a whisper to echo. Don't I want a fairy couple? Click. Zhou Yao heard the tone with a hint of excitement. Very good, next game. During this period, I have been filming plots related to Duan Yu. After re-engaging, Lu Yifei's cooperation has become better and better. Especially when Mirong Fu's scenes were there, she obviously performed much more vividly and the shooting progress was greatly accelerated. However, Lu Yifei seemed to have taken on the role. When she learned that her cousin had made up her mind to marry the princess of Xixia, she felt like she was abandoned. Especially when I heard that Du Sheng was about to finish filming and was about to transfer to another crew, I was a little emotional. Don't make a fuss, maybe we still have opportunities to cooperate next year. Du Sheng was talking about another masterpiece, and laughed and teased. And you have to prepare for a movie, and your partner is your brother Duan. Isn't that a good thing? Lu Yifei pouted, looked at the brother Duan whose sleep-deprived face bag was a little swollen, then looked at the majestic cousin beside her and muttered. It's not decided yet, only the initial intention. And you have to go to Xiangzhong and Wancheng to take pictures. There are no acquaintances. If only you were a cousin, you would be fine. Zhi Yingling. Those who suffer a great blow will automatically stay away from it consciously to avoid being hit by unintentional disasters. Lu Yifei is talking about the youth-type movie Little Winner of Love, which is an audition opportunity that her mother won for her Hongguya film and television relationship. But she was not very willing to do so, and after all, she was shy and unable to let go in front of strangers. Movie resources, if you have the chance, wait in the future. Du Sheng smiled and touched her little head. Although he didn't even play with the small screen, he didn't say anything discouraged. In his eyes, there is nothing that can only be done and not want to do. Then I'm sure you will be reunited next year. I believe you will never surrender to others. Lu Yifei smiled like a flower, stretched out her tail finger and hooked him with expectation. She looked up at Du Sheng who was doting and touching her hair, her eyes full of longing and shyness. This scene happened to be captured by the reporter next to him. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is undoubtedly one of the most popular film and television dramas this year. Media reporters circled around the crew, and they could complete the reporting task by simply capturing some moments at the shooting scene. This is actually due to the fact that Zhang's hit song opened the door to convenience. Not only did he personally become a traffic hype point, he also arranged for reporters to interview the main creative team from time to time, so that the audience could keep their enthusiasm for the show. At the Club on the Media, discussions about The Legend of the Condor Heroes have been in full swing. This classic remake of Kim Young's martial arts is very attractive to contemporary young people who like to watch martial arts serials. However, I don't know if it's counterproductive, especially after the reports on Zhang's hit song's rules and shock some time ago. Although the drama has attracted widespread attention, there are endless criticisms of Zhang's hit song. Inevitably, the crew was also affected. However, the recent release of artist's 100% photo of the shooting scene of The Legend of the Condor Heroes seems to have brought a turning point in this situation. In the photo, the actor who plays Wang Yuan looks up and stares at Mirong Fu with affectionate look, while the actor who plays Mirong Fu sits beside him, bringing endless tenderness with a smile. This Mew aroused some heated discussions among netizens. This look is so exciting, it can be seen that Wang Yuan loves her cousin very much. Is this Mirong Fu? Just talking about his appearance and temperament, he is absolutely amazing, and he is a peerless young man. I feel that his acting skills are very online. The report also mentioned that he worked as a part-time crew martial arts leader. It's not simple. This Wang Yuan is very good at taking advantage of her appearance and temperament. She really feels like a fairy sister. She loves her. I heard that this version of Tianlong has been very changed. After seeing this photo, I have to doubt whether Mirong Fu and Wang Yuan have a relationship. The two of them have such sweet eyes. Is it because they have acting skills or true feelings? Is it because they have feelings in reality, right? Lu Yifei is only 15 years old, this is very tortured, I'm excited to think about it. If I were lucky enough to meet her in person, I would probably be fascinated by her beauty. After all, it is rare for such a spirited girl to be seen. I suddenly had some inspiration. If I wrote a novel at a certain point where Mirong Fu was not restored and only talked about love, would there be a market? I'm Mirong Fu, I just want to cultivate immortality. The title of the book has been thought out for you, please write it. Soon update, you can't sleep at night. This report was quickly captured by various media and forwarded and followed up. Netizens have hotly discussed this post, and passers-by have joined in the discussion from time to time. Gradually, more and more netizens expressed their expectations for this version of Qianlong. They hoped to see more emotional scenes between Mirongfu and Wang Yuan in the play. I also look forward to this childhood sweetheart having a happy ending. However, since Liu Yifei and Du Sheng have not yet released film and television works and their popularity is relatively limited, this topic has not attracted widespread attention, but has continued to ferment in small circles. But even so, Du Sheng's reputation value exceeded 5,000 again, which was an unexpected surprise. The next day, Wang Yeyang, who did the preliminary work, came to the crew with the latest newspaper of Access 100%. Not counting the previous scandal, this is the first time he has seen a report with Du Sheng as the main body. Therefore, I was quite happy. This means that he bet on Du Sheng and bet on the right one. This newspaper not only records netizens' attention and heated discussions about Du Sheng, but also witnesses a small episode between him and Liu Yifei during the filming. In view of this, Liu Yifei directly asked for a copy, saying that she would slowly enjoy it after filming the scene. As the two of them cooperated more and more tacitly, the original shooting plan was accelerated a lot. Before we knew it, the crew had been in the management city for more than half a month. Most of the martial arts scenes were filmed during this period, and Du Sheng's scenes were coming to an end. As for the fighting scenes he assisted, the arrangements were also similar. Next, the most miserable ending of him, the villain boss. Chapter 44, Put yourself in your arms and put yourself in your arms. Please collect and read it. And this last shot is a truly difficult drama. The filming was taken in the Lichen Palace. Mirongfu turned completely black. In front of Duan Yu and Wang Yuan, he turned into a god of killing and cruelly killed all Duan Zhenchun's wives, including his aunt. According to the original plot, for the so-called Prince of Liguo promised by Duan Yanqing, Mirongfu directly abandoned his identity as De Yan, not only killed all his loyal subordinates, but also knelt down to Duan Yanqing to recognize the thief as his father. However, Zhou Yaoan and other directors thought that this was too wise and too rude. Or it is not suitable for this modified version. As the boss throughout the play, Mirongfu is one of the Nan Mirong and Bei Qiaofeng. Is this an insult to the audience's IQ? So he changed to standing behind his hands and joined forces with Duan Yanqing to deal with Duan Zhengchun and his son with the attitude of coordinating the overall situation. Although he was finally defeated by Duan Yu's small universe, luck, and he continuously used the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. The successive setbacks made Mirongfu's mentality distorted and completely crazy. But after this change, the arrangement will come out. This not only sets off the height of opponents such as Qiaofeng and Duan Yu, but also demonstrates Mirongfu's forbearance and ruthlessness in order to restore De Yan. And the last shot is frozen in the body of Wang Yuan, who is sobbing and silently looking at her cousin with tears. This surprised Zhou Yaoan. Because from beginning to end, he did not set too high a threshold for Liu Yifei. Especially in the crying scene, his attitude is to cry if he can, and he will not force him to cry if he can't cry. However, this time, Liu Yifei unexpectedly entered the state smoothly, tears slid down like broken pearls, and the transmission of emotions was also in place. Infected. Yu Min said softly, and pointed at Du Sheng in a crazy state. Zhou Yaoan nodded slightly. As a cousin who has been with you since childhood, I saw you, my brother, ended in such a miserable situation, and anyone with emotion was inevitable. Click. With Zhou Yaoan's shout, the atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. Perfect. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Du Sheng was out of state and was quite satisfied with this. At least Mirongfu's obsession with restoring the country is worthy of the word fu. The reason why he has been failing is not because he has not worked hard enough, but because he is born with lack of luck, others' protagonist Halo. Although this modified version makes Mirongfu more cunning and ruthless, it is much more charming than the brainless running around in the previous versions. Of course, Mirongfu is not a person who is cold by nature, and he is obviously affectionate to Wang Yuan. However, in order to become a king and become an emperor, everyone in his relatives can be a chess piece, and he can do whatever he wants to kill the love at any time. Only such changes can bring about the boss style of those heroes who have fought against each other in the past dynasties. He also slapped the mentally retarded remarks based on the characters in the original work, believing that Mirongfu should give Azu to Qiao Feng, Wang Yuan to Duan Yu, and make 3 brothers to complete the great cause. With Xiao Feng and Duan Yu's character, even if Mirongfu has a good relationship with them, would he be willing to send troops to help restore the great Yan kingdom? Yu Min also clapped her hands and praised without hesitation. It was really unexpected that this scene could be passed in one go. Qingzi's final crying scene was so beautiful that it was fascinating. Of course, Du Sheng's performance was also quite outstanding. Everyone rest, this is Du Sheng's last scene. If you want to say goodbye, hurry up. But he hasn't finished speaking. Suddenly, Lu Yifei, with tears in her eyes, rushed into Du Sheng's arms. Seeing her sudden behavior, everyone on the set was stunned. Although everyone knows that they have a good relationship, is this beyond some scope? Girl, are you getting involved in the show? Du Sheng patted her on the shoulder and laughed and joked. You are still with your cousin in the end, why are you crying? Hearing Du Sheng's joke, Lu Yifei realized that she had overreacted and hurriedly left Du Sheng's arms, and her little face blushed to the snow neck. She glanced quietly outside the film and her heart suddenly stumbled. Lu Zili, who originally thought that someone could breathe a sigh of relief after finishing the filming, had now disappeared. Du Sheng was accepting everyone's congratulations and did not pay attention to these things. Seeing Lu Yifei standing aside with a hint, he handed over the jade flute given by the crew. I'm probably gone when you finish the filming. Let's give you a souvenir. Thank you, cousin. Lu Yifei was very happy and knew that this was her cousin's belonging in the play, so she put it away with cherishing it. Seeing the ambiguous look around her, her ears turned red again. But he still took out the jade hairpin that Mirongfu gave her to her in private in the play and stuffed it into his cousin's hand shyly. The jade flute and jade hairpin are a special meaning in ancient times. Zhao Jian, who had just arrived, was confused by a chuckle. He turned to Zhou Yaoan next to him and asked in a low voice. What's the situation? Why does the atmosphere feel a little weird? Zhu Zhuoliang was not surprised, but just smiled and said, Cousin, how can the relationship be bad? Outside the set, Lu Zili's face became more and more complicated. However, when he thought that the guy was leaving the crew today, he and Zixi had no chance to meet again, so he held back. Time is silent and can dilute everything. Moreover, Duan Yu and Wang Yuan have a relatively heavy role, so they have to continue filming next. On the other side, Du Sheng saw that the crew started moving again and was about to leave. However, Zhu Zhuoliang and Zhao Jian, who were temporarily free, were pulled aside to chat for a few words. The action scenes of the crew were filmed surprisingly smoothly this time, more than 3 weeks ahead of the original plan. Among them, Du Sheng's contribution is indispensable. His cleverly designed martial arts movements are both novel and unique, and take into account the elegance of actual combat, making the shooting process safe and smooth. In the martial arts guidance circle, there are very few who can complete tasks as high quality, efficiently as Du Sheng and complete tasks ahead of schedule. Therefore, Zhu Zhuoliang and Zhao Jian are particularly valued. After all, whether a costume drama can please the audience is a lot of martial arts actions. After this period of time, Du Sheng also likes this kind of free, relaxed and well-paid job. Since he is determined to make a name for himself in this industry, he naturally has to lay a solid foundation. No matter which field, connections are the key to success. These two directors have rich connections in the entertainment industry, and most of them can be used in the future. Zhao Jian smiled and patted Du Sheng on the shoulder. You are really useless in playing the role of Mirongfu. Next year or later, I plan to start filming a big drama of Yangtze. If you have a schedule, try it. I think there is a character that is tailor-made for you. Du Sheng's heart moved and he had already guessed which drama Zhao Jian was talking about. Today, Yang Shi's drama is still popular, and it is also a guaranteed viewership. Naturally, he would not refuse. At least, this is also the greatest guarantee for the source of reputation. Although Zhao Jian only verbally invited him to audition and did not promise anything, it was enough to make outsiders jealous. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said. Director Zhao called, even if it was windy or rainy, he had to go. These words made the people around you laugh, and the atmosphere of parting it has also faded a lot. Mirong Fu finished the filming, so naturally there was no final banquet. Du Sheng didn't care either. Finally, he looked at his cousin and others who were filming, bowed deeply to everyone, and left the crew with Wang Yeyang. Chapter 45 Purple Skill? On the set. I don't know if Ling Zhiying was in a bad state or Lu Yifei was absent-minded, but this scene was NG several times. After finally finishing the filming, Lu Yifei was in a rare mood and remained silent along the way. Zixi, what do you want to eat tonight? Lu Zili, who originally wanted to give a few words of scolding, saw that several of her daughter's newly met friends returned to their shy and lonely temperament after leaving, and she didn't have much to say. Mom, I don't have much appetite, just drink some calcium milk. Lu Yifei sat by the window, holding her cheeks and looking bored at the night outside. I don't know if my cousin has boarded the plane. You are growing up now. How can you drink this all day without eating some vegetables and meat? I'm so tired, I don't want to eat. Lu Zili frowned slightly, and she vaguely understood why her daughter was absent-minded. What is that kid's charm that makes Kyungzi care so much? When she thought of the scene where Kyungzi threw herself to the other party in the evening, the anger in her heart was moved again. Lu Yifei lowered her head and fiddled with the jade flute, looking precious and respectful, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Zixi, I'll keep it for you. Lu Zili frowned a little deep. No, I keep it myself. Unexpectedly, Lu Yifei refused. As expected, when she returned to the hotel, she was scolded by her mother. Lu Yifei changed the subject, although she felt a little guilty at first. But Lu Zili's blame seemed to touch her rebellious nerves, and suddenly she felt that she had done nothing wrong. Before, I was just getting into the show and was not out of the state, and my depressed mood was a little more intense. What can a simple hug mean? What's more, embracing itself is a social culture, and you have not done any deviant behavior. Moreover, during the shooting, Lu Tao and Wang Yi and others also hugged their cousin. Why is it only for her? Although these thoughts surged in Lu Yifei's heart, she still chose to remain silent, listened to Lu Zili's reproach without refuting. However, Lu Zili still keenly felt the resistance in Zixi. This made her happy and worried, and realized that Zixi really learned to be independent. Seeing that Lu Yifei had finished washing and preparing to rest, Lu Zili didn't want to make the situation too stiff, so she changed the topic. Director Li Dai told me in the evening that the Golden Fen family has been scheduled for the 8th prime time of Yangshi, which is the premiere of New Year's Eve. Oh, I got it. Lu Yifei just responded simply, still bored, and pulled the screen of her phone. Looking at her careless look, Lu Zili felt an indescribable anger in her heart, and her voice involuntarily increased a little. Zixi, are you listening? I heard it. Lu Yifei muttered, not raising her head. I'm just a female supporting role in this drama, so I'll just be broadcast. Moreover, isn't the TV series filmed just for the purpose of broadcasting for the audience? Lu Zili looked at her indifferent look and was really angry and annoyed. That's the premiere of Yangshi's New Year. The rankings and popularity are full. You are about to become a hot star. Are you not at all concerned? What are you tightening? Lu Yifei acted lazy. It's not like that when it's popular, there are more slandering, ridiculing, and jokes. Lu Zili was so angry that she was so indifferent. Ziqian, in order to get you back to China to develop your acting career, do you know how many resources and connections I have developed? Lu Yifei also knew that her mother was doing her best for her own good, so she calmed down her emotions. I understand, Mom, I will work hard to improve my acting skills. Lu Xili was speechless for a moment and could only urge helplessly. Okay, go to bed early. You have to hurry up and go back to school for class in the past half month. Do you know? This distraction has been clearly prompted, and Zixi should be listening to it. However, Lu Xili also knew that if she continued to tell, it would only backfire, so she gave up for the time being. Lu Yifei curled up in the quilt with her cell phone in her arms, still looking around aimlessly. In fact, she didn't really want to see anything, but she couldn't calm down and had no sleepiness. As for why, she couldn't explain it clearly. Suddenly, the screen of the phone lit up. Seeing that the sender's notes was cousin, Lu Yifei's beautiful eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to open the text message. Stay early and don't stay up late to play with your phone. Do you know that it's not good for your eyes? Next year, director Zhao Jian said that a film will be launched, so I will see if there will be any chance. I understand, cousin, ####. Lu Yifei smiled and finally put down her cell phone and went to bed with peace of mind. On the other side, Du Sheng had just returned to the hotel to sort out his things and prepared to go out and take the bus. Before I could wait for the vehicle, a crisp reminder suddenly came from my ears. The filming of The Legend of the Condor Heroes has been detected, will the lottery be settled? Tip: the more the host's performance fits the role itself, the role the heavier the proportion, the higher the completion degree, and the higher the abilities, items, and skills levels provided by the prize. Finally here. Du Sheng was shocked, knowing what this meant, and he was a little excited and expectant. He took a deep breath and silently recited. Close down. There is nothing to hesitate about. Isn't it just this day that I have been busy for so long? In the statistics, the host character fit is 69%, the roles account for 9%, and the completion is 74%. The prize pool is re-updated. I'll go. That's the degree of fit and completion. Du Sheng's eyes widened, a little unexpected. He originally thought that relying on his acting skills close to LV3, he would have a rating of more than 80%. I didn't expect it, I still overestimated myself. However, when I think about this being the first movie he shot himself, it has exceeded the passing line so much, which is quite good. As for the proportion of scenes, there is no explanation for this for the time being. I believe the next movie will improve a lot in the future. Du Sheng was quite satisfied and looked at the newly popped up column. The settlement is completed. The interpretation rating of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is. The host's current comprehensive evaluation is F+, with 1/11 draws available in the year. The first 3 rewards are newcomers, the last doubled. Will the draw be held? So it was doubled before. Du Sheng immediately understood. No wonder I only participated in one scene in Singapore Flying Dragon last time, but I got so many benefits. Fortunately, I didn't randomly splice the crew to hold a lottery, otherwise this benefit would be lost in one step and it would be difficult to recover it. In the field of vision, a lottery interface of 19 chooses 7 will pop up. Brush. 19 cards flashed out of the roulette with the intersection of purple, blue, green and white. Doubled result, good rightward arrow excellent. It may even be outstanding. There is purple inside. Although it was expected, Du Sheng was still very happy. Mirong Fu has a lot of good things. According to his guess, there are several most likely purple ones. First of all, the Mirong family's unique skills, the fighting of the stars and the finger of the same. I won't mention the magical skill of Dozhuan Xingxi that can transfer damage and counterattack. The legendary ancestor of hair extension and transformation is definitely worthy of a purple color. Chapter 46 A Wonderful Skill. And San Hezi is not simple either. In the original work, the sweeping monk once satirized Mirong Fu's father. The magical and mysterious martial arts of your Gasumurong family are unparalleled in the world, but you just haven't learned it. Do you really think it's not as good as Duan's 6 Meridian Divine Sword? The Zhuangzi where Murong Fu lives is called San He Zhuang. From this we can see that this is also a wonderful skill. Next, there is also the secret Sangzi Ao Xiao Ao San from the Murong family, which can make people die immediately after 3 consecutive laughs. Finally, it is also possible that the intoxicating be given by Wang Yuyan's mother. Even Duan Yu, who ate this thing, who was jealous of rare treasures like Mangguzuha, was numb. No, it seems that there is another unique skill in the Xiao Ao school. Du Sheng suddenly remembered something. In this version of Tianlong, after Li Qiushui met Murong Fu at the Wangxian conference, he taught him little Wuxiang Gong and asked him and the cave owners to help trap the Tianshan Tong Glao. Although Murong Fu only learned the basics, it was also worth it. The most regrettable thing is that the first of the 72 unique skills of Shaolin, the first of the 72 unique skills of Shaolin, was not given to Murong Fu, but to Qiao Feng. This thing directly transformed Yu Tanzi. After only 3 months of practicing, he was able to fight Qiao Feng's 18 dragon subduing palms. You can imagine how great it is. Although Azu gave Qiao Feng a plot requirement, Du Sheng was still very upset. He decided to let Lu Tao share this pain when he meets next time. Who asked her to play Azu? As for other purple magical foreign objects that were not listed, there should be some, but I can't remember it for a moment. With some hope, Du Sheng silently recited. Raffle lottery. As the thought moves, the cards on the roulette turn quickly counterclockwise. Brush. Then the 7 cards exploded, like a stream of light, bright and dazzling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shackle card, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical skill of Fighting Stars, purple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret medicine of Tianshan Snow Lotus Powder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a black silkworm dress and armor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Elephant Prajna, blue, exercise. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Murong Fu sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of golden leaves. Damn it, it's really purple. Looking at the row of things surrounded by purple and blue, Du Sheng was overjoyed and looked closely. The Fighting Stars level 1/purple, 1000/4000. When Du Sheng saw that it was this amazing skill, he was so excited that he almost cheered. The first time it exploded. The core is the explosion. Thanks to 1000 experiences. It made him feel a sense of drift. There is no doubt that strength is strong. This martial art was created by the master Murong Longcheng. When people in the martial arts world talked about Nan Murong, the first thing they thought of was his unique skill of using the other person with his own way. And this sentence is exactly what the Fighting Stars. Murong Bo once used it to transfer one of Shaolin's 72 unique skills, the Great Wei Tuo Pestle, and killed Master Suan Bei. In the play, Murong Fu and Ding Chunkaiu also used Dozhuan Shishi many times, and even the poison function can be transferred. The most special thing is that in the Battle of the Sutra Pavilion, Xiao Feng tried his best to fight the 18 dragon subduing palms. Murong Fu tried his best to take him off, but was interrupted by the sweeping monk. Whether the Dozhuang star movement can connect the 18 palms of the descending dragon has become an unsolved mystery. Those who had a good life in their previous life argued endlessly about this and once became a hot search. Du Sheng is now fortunate to get it, so naturally he wants to know the result. He suppressed his joy and thought carefully. This unique skill has 9 layers in the original work, but there are only 7 layers at this moment, which means that purple is not its limit, gold is. According to the analysis of the party, Murong Fu only practiced to the 4th level at most, which was a little far behind Qiao Feng, who had achieved great combat power. Du Sheng felt that maybe Murong Fu could take the lead at the beginning, but it was a question mark to fight back. After all, this kung fu emphasizes one after another. Murong Fu had all his strength when he took over the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, and it also required internal strength to fight back. If this aspect is unequal, the balance will sooner or later deviate. When Du Sheng thought of his internal strength, he paused. Sure enough, as the purple streaming light flowed into the body, a numb and itchy feeling came, and countless knowledge was added to my mind. He searched quickly, and although he obtained the methods of using the mind, moves, skills, etc., he really needed internal support, whether it was hair extensions or transformations. It seems that there are really no loopholes to dig into. Although Du Sheng had expected it, his joy was still diluted. He originally thought that if he could take advantage of his skills, he would be able to dominate the world with this skill alone. Even the heavy punches or even bullets caused by others can rebound. Now it seems a bit ideal. However, it seems that there is no chance to change your mind. Du Sheng cheered up a little, and the first thing he thought of was the internal strength of national martial arts and the internal energy of ancient martial arts. These should be similar types. Since predecessors may have mastered them, they may not be able to do so. What's more, I gained a lot this time. He calmed down and glanced at the next one. Shack card, blue, what? After a closer look, Du Sheng looked overjoyed. The previous depression disappeared in an instant. As the name suggests, it is to break the shackles. This thing can be used to break through. That is, you can break through a green skill, secret script, skills, etc. to blue. Du Sheng swept around the green skills he had. Cooking skills LV1/green, acting skills LV2/green, singing skills LV2/green, language proficiency LV1/green, driving proficiency LV1/green, sensual and color LV2/green, musical instrumental performance LV1/green. In fact, it is not difficult to choose. At present, the only way to improve acting skills to the extreme of green is also the one that needs to break the shackles the most. Although it is only one step away, LV3's perfection is a world of difference compared to LV2's entry into the house. Du Sheng used his acting skills without hesitation. With a click, it seemed to break the invisible barrier. In an instant, countless knowledge poured into my mind like a tide. The character's emotions, psychological speculation, physical movements, tone, and eyes began to be integrated, giving Du Sheng a feeling of enlightenment. Acting LV3/blue, 10100/1000000. He glanced at his condition, and his acting skills had indeed changed. The 4 items of sound, stage, shape and form are 2525 each, which is very even. This improvement not only allows you to understand the character's emotions and psychology, but also design details based on the character's identity and situation. Whether it is physical or eye-catching, the characters can be very vivid. Someone once divided the entertainment industry actors into 7 levels and listed some representatives. 1. No acting skills, example, Big Baby, Yang Cheyu. 2. Emotional limited type, examples, Guan Gage and Lu Ruying. 3. Formula performance type, 60 points pass, examples, Huang Jiazu, Li Yaitong, and Lin Yuner. 4. Psychological speculation type, examples, Hu Ji, Kim Su Hyun, Sun Li. 5. Character shaping, example, major veteran actors, Dong Wenzi. 6. Aura-filled type, examples, Chen Daoming from the Kangxi dynasty and Liang Chaoyi from Infernal Affairs. 7. The combination of human drama, example, Farewell My Concubine, Zhang Yaoxi, Tom Hanks, Liang Jiawei. If this set of standards is followed, Du Sheng asked himself that he could reach the level 4 and 5. It is enough to instantly kill 90% of the actors in the circle. Now let Du Sheng play Murong Fu again, ensuring a great victory, and even making the audience feel that they are Murong Fu in every move. This is the realm of perfection. He can say confidently that as long as he is not banned for his own sake, his future will be smooth. Chapter 47. A Sheng, Save Me. Please collect and read it. Du Sheng suppressed his ups and downs and looked down. Black silkworm clothes? It's pretty good. In the original work, it is invulnerable. Although the defense area is a little less, it may not be able to withstand bullets and recoils in modern times, it is still a treasure. Mirong Fu's sword in a box of gold leaves. The former can be sold as antiques, while the latter is about £2, which are all valuable. Du Sheng was satisfied and roughly evaluated. The sword is made very finely, with a total length of about 82 centimeters. The sword body and blade are decorated with silver blade clamps, the blade clamp is carved with flames, and the handle bundle is engraved with water ripples, which is very good. The Zhejiang Prefecture Museum bought a sword of a Song dynasty from the Xiangjiang Antique Market, spending millions. This Mirong Fu is paired with sword. It cannot achieve the same value, and it can be hundreds of thousands at half discount, but it is not bad. As for 2 kilograms of gold leaves, it is nearly 100,000 based on the current market price of 100 yuan per gram. A great harvest. The income is more than working hard to film 2 months. But there is only gain if you give. If the performance rating does not reach good plus double, it is impossible to draw these. Now that I have doubled it, I want to gain a lot next time and have to surpass it. But for Du Sheng, who has just improved his acting skills, this is actually not much pressure. Of course, what made him most happy was the same harvest in the end. Dragon and Elephant Prajna. Among all the martial arts skills of Jin Yang's novels, this thing can definitely rank in the top 10. King Jinlun Dharmakaya practiced to the 9th level during his lifetime, and was no less frustrated with Master Yideng, Zhou Batong, and Huang Yaoshi in Zhueking Valley. The power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants is not dared to take over these 3 supreme masters, and it was the 3 supreme masters who joined forces to take down the Golden Wheel Dharma King. It can be seen how powerful the dragon elephant Prajna is. If you practice the 13th level, won't the user be eternal? How strong is the combat power? At this moment, a question suddenly arose in Du Sheng's mind. How could King Jinlun's unique skills appear in Qianlong and be learned by Mirong Fu? He carefully searched in his heart before vaguely analyzing the reason. Jimazai was absorbed by Duan Yu's Biming magic skill, but he was in disguise and found out from Wang Yuan that the secret book Little Wuxiang Gong was hidden in Manchuo Villa. After he practiced, he had great enlightenment, returned to his original heart, and headed towards the Holy Land in his heart, and translated and comprehended the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures in India, and refined them into a new martial art. At that time, martial arts were meaningless to him. Once when he was promoting Buddhism, he met Wang Yuan, and in order to repay his kindness, he gave it to him. At that time, Wang Yuan was still by Mirong Fu's side, not to mention that her companions after being crazy had the opportunity to learn, but they were just not proficient. This magical skill is purple at the lowest, but only blue is available, which can also be confirmed. The effect of skills depends on the comprehensive evaluation. If you want to perform the best, please improve as soon as possible. Du Sheng glanced at the prompt, thinking about something. As for why do you think that Jimazai's new martial arts is Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu? Du Sheng thought about it and came up with 2 points of view. First of all, the time coincides. The plot of the dragon took place in the northern Song dynasty. After Jimazai's sudden enlightenment, he went to Zhejiang to study Buddhism and became a master monk of his generation. According to the records of the legend of Condor heroes, in the northern Song dynasty, a monk from Zhejiang practiced the dragon and elephant prajna to the 9th level. And that person is Jimazai. Secondly, King Jinlun was also an eminent monk. He once mentioned that the ancestor who created this technique almost died suddenly when verified on the 10th level. Coincidentally, in order to verify the secrets and verify them personally, Jimazai suddenly became obsessed when he reached the 10th level. No matter what the facts are, the supreme Dharma protector magic skill of this tantric sect now belongs to Du Sheng. Dragon Elephant Prajna, first level /blue, 100/1000. In the original work, this technique has 13 levels, which belongs to martial arts that are both internal and external, and has its own domineering and unforged prajnapam. And every time you practice one level, you will increase the power of a dragon and an elephant. After practicing 10 levels, you will have the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. It is no problem to open a monument and crack a stone. In addition, since it is both internal and external cultivation, this outside is naturally an external skill similar to a vajra cover and an iron cloth shirt. You can rely on your body strength and internal strength to protect the body. It can not only effectively resist the enemy's attacks, but also speed up the healing of wounds and the recovery speed of your body. Only by superposition of these functions can it be called the magical power of protecting the Dharma. Only by matching Jin Yang's top 10 superb skills. It's indeed the best. Unfortunately, it's just blue. As endless martial arts experiences came, Du Sheng felt even more regretful. But this emotion just flashed by. This time I can draw the blue shell card, and I will most likely draw the purple one in the future. There are definitely many opportunities to make a breakthrough. It is even possible to exchange reputation for promotion in the future. Moreover, even in the incomplete version, the upper limit of the realm can reach 7 levels, and the internal and external powers that come with will remain unchanged. Du Sheng was already very satisfied. It was just because of human greed. Not bad, it's worth the hard work of shooting this time. Du Sheng suppressed his thoughts and began to look forward to the next shooting journey. In principle, Goddess Dragon is a romance martial arts drama. The second male lead he plays is much better than Chen Long. Not to mention the improvement of acting skills, the settlement gain effect brought by it can also be. After waiting on the side of the road for 10 minutes, Wang Yeyang finally attracted a taxi. He turned his head and asked while putting the things in the trunk. "Brother Sheng, should you eat something first or go directly to the airport?" As Du Sheng's assistant, Wang Yeyang is quite good at handling foreign affairs. At noon, he learned that the scene was about to be finished, so he checked the air tickets specifically and would fly back to Zhejiang Mansion late at night. Currently, Goddess Dragon is filming some literary dramas in the M store, and they need to go to meet up first. Sheng, save me." Unexpectedly, Du Sheng had just gotten into the car and was about to answer when he called in. The sound was filled with cough and pain, and it seemed that he was seriously injured and was suffering a great blow. Hearing the call for help, the driver looked sideways with a strange look. "Away!" Du Sheng was stunned for a moment, and instantly identified who Dai was and asked. "You are injured, what's going on?" The other end is indeed Ma Yaoi. He gasped hard and spoke in embarrassment. "Sanwan Road, Xinjiao Bar, opened by Burmese people, I was detained." Chapter 48 The Opportunity to Get Rich Overnight. After hearing this, Du Sheng was speechless and a little ridiculous. Ma Yaoi is indeed asking for help. But the situation is a bit special, not the problem caused by being robbed or oppressed. But he was pulled over there to punch. Yunfu and Myanmar are bordered by the border. The races of both sides are of the same clan and origin, speak the same language, and have frequent exchanges. Laikan is not far from the Myanmar border port, about 200 kilometers. Usually, many Myanmar people come here to do business. Of course, given that the Myanmar slut is a bit messy, some capable big guys came here to start an alternative business. And bar boxing competition is one of them. The public security in this year is not as peaceful as 10 years later. You can still see some stealing and cheating at train stations and passenger stations. There are countless such things as bar boxing competitions in the coastal and border areas at present. As long as you pay the full fee, you will not bother to take care of the poor restaurants. For example, here, we are still working together. After Ma Yaoi's injury healed, he couldn't sit still. He was attracted by a big boss in Xiangjiang tonight and went on stage to discuss with others as a representative. As a result, he was slightly inferior in level or his opponent was too high, so he was defeated in 3 rounds. The big boss will not look ugly if he loses hundreds of thousands. The reason why he has a blue face is that he is ridiculed by the dealer. At this moment, Ma Yaoi didn't dare to leave at all. Because before he went on stage, he patted his mind and promised to win. Moreover, if the big boss is sexually accustomed to this problem, he is afraid that the fracture will be possible tomorrow. As a last resort, he had to ask for help. After searching for a while, he couldn't find a master of his level. Yuan Bin, who learned about this, scolded him and asked him to go back to Xiangzhang. Ma Yaoi was also timid, but at this moment, he couldn't just get out just by wanting to get out. In despair, Yuan Bin's apprentice finally hesitated and said, Du Sheng finished the filming today. Most of the words in this are Yuan Bin's mouth. He couldn't afford such a large sum of money to compensate, but he couldn't let his old friend's son ignore it. I can only look for Du Sheng, even if I owe someone a favor, there is nothing I can do. Du Sheng knew this very well. The reason why he agreed to go and have a look was that in addition to the Hong Kong-style connections such as Shenzhen Jiao Yuan Bin and Zhualiang, he was actually a little careful. Because Snowflake Goddess Dragon still lacks investment. He knew very well that this drama would explode, and it was a chance to get rich overnight. It would be fine if I didn't have the ability before, but now that I have encountered an opportunity, I have no reason to remain indifferent. As for other issues, there are security checks when entering and leaving, and equipment cannot be brought in. Zhen Ziden and Xiao Bin both pretend to go and see it casually. Who cares about you, an unknown person? Swan Street is located in the southwest of Lycan. This was once a local goose farm, and this street was named after it. Although it is usually bustling due to a nearby bar street, it is particularly lively tonight. Brother Sheng, the defense here is a bit strict. When he came to Xinjiao Bar and looked at the tide of the crowd, Wang Yeyang was a little nervous. Although he knew how many years Du Sheng had practiced boxing, it was hard to predict how much ability he had. And we are about to join the group next time. What should we do if there is something wrong? Du Sheng relaxed his mind and said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't be reckless, let's see what the situation is. If he had no confidence, he wouldn't come at all. Who cares about your kindness or not? The two of them walked in and found an inspection post was set up in the underground floor ahead. For safety reasons, both the boxer and the audience must be inspected when entering, and they cannot even bring their mobile phones or cameras. The younger brother sent by the boss Zheng Zidao had been waiting there for a long time and showed a letter to lead them into the venue. Pushing open the glass door of the underground hall, a huge sound wave came to my face with the heat and alcohol. Shabai, hit him in the head. Go to you, can such a fool dare to come on stage to challenge? Sang Biao, stop playing. End it quickly. Although the boxing ring is located in the underground of Xinjiao Bar, the specifications are still quite high-end. The entire venue is at least 300 square meters, and neon lights are shining fiercely. Except for the pillars, all the beams and pillars were opened, and a large oblique stand was set up around the boxing ring in the middle, allowing 200 or 300 people to gather together to watch the boxing at the same time. When Du Sheng and the other two stepped into the venue, a fierce boxing match was in full swing in the boxing ring. Two burly boxers confronted each other like two mountains, fighting fiercely beside the fence. Every collision between them caused the fence to shake continuously, as if the entire boxing ring was trembling. Roughly estimated, there were about 200 people in the audience. Under the influence of alcohol, their emotions became even higher. Whenever boxers briefly retreat or defend, they will boo, laugh, and even curse without mercy. These sounds gathered into a huge wave of sound, constantly impacting the nerves of the boxers and aggravated the tense and fanatical atmosphere on the scene. A Sheng. Here. Ma Yaoi, who was looking anxiously, immediately walked forward in surprise when he saw this. Seeing that his cheeks were swollen and his shoulder blades were red, Du Sheng raised his eyebrows. You're beaten to the ground after less than 3 rounds. It is not quite right. When I was last time, however, Ma Yaoei didn't block his own moves, but his foundation was very good, so it would not be an exaggeration to call him a professional boxer. Ma Yaoei said embarrassedly and pointed to the first row on the right. Thank you, Ashen, remember this favor first, I will introduce you to the boss. It was so embarrassing that he was embarrassed to mention it. However, he knew that Du Sheng was short of money to invest, so he could give a generous gift. Are you the Chinese martial arts man mentioned by a Wei? Zheng Zidao, who was wearing a suit and tie, was about 36 or 37 years old, and was drinking with a hot woman in cool clothes. Seeing Ma Yaoei bringing people back, he looked up at Du Sheng for a few glances. The figure is straight, the momentum is sharp, and the eyes are sharp, but the figure is a bit thin. The hot woman in his arms curled her lips and said, "It's Zhou Zheng, it's better if you look at it or not. They lost more than 600,000 yuan just now, and they were almost slaughtered by people." Zheng Zidao had seen a true martial arts master in the Shanshan area, but his body was not strong, so he didn't doubt anything. "You will know whether you can fight or not. Brother Tao, don't worry about this 100 of you." In order to work with Du Sheng to earn that little thought, Ma Yaoei said hard. "A Sheng can definitely fight. I was knocked down after a few moves last time." Zheng Zidao ignored it and pointed to the seat next to him. "Sit down first and wait until they finish the fight." Ma Yaoei took the opportunity to introduce to Du Sheng. "I saw that flat-headed man with a naked upper body, but I was just being slapped by him." Du Sheng looked up and looked at the two boxers in the ring. Both of them are Chinese, weighing nearly 80 kilograms, and are considered a heavyweight player in the fighting circle. One of them was dark, tall, and burly, with a naked upper body and a pair of combat pants on his lower body, looking like a flat-headed man with a strong African man. It was him who defeated Ma Yaoei, Sang Biao. According to Ma Yaoei, this man escaped from Burma. He was born in Black Fist, cruel and unruly, arrogant and conceited. He once had the record of beating 12 people in a row. "Last year, I had to abscond the wife of a local vendor leader because I was drunk and had to abscond." Du Sheng's eyes fell on Sang Biao's hands, his fists were almost flattened, and the bulges of his joints were invisible, and only a thick layer of calluses wrapped around his fists. The whole body is full of strong chest muscles, and the biceps on the arms are as thick as the calf. Standing there gives people a feeling of oppression. Chapter 49. Is there such a good thing? Please collect and read it. The one who fought against him was a bald man with a fierce face, a fat and slightly bloated figure. It is obviously not to be underestimated when it looks as strong as a mountain. At the beginning of the game, the bald man launched a fierce attack, and each punch hit the audience's cheers. However, Sang Biao, who defeated Ma Yaoei in 3 rounds, unexpectedly seemed more conservative. He kept moving his pace, cleverly avoiding the opponent's offensive, and sometimes used hugging tactics to consume the opponent's physical strength. His occasional counterattacks also seem quite sharp, but overall he pays more attention to defense than offense. This conservative style of play is obviously not in line with the tastes of the audience in the bar. In such occasions seeking excitement and passion, the audience hopes to see a fierce attack. Sang Biao is defending the game, and you can get all the bonuses if you win 5 games in a row. Although Sang Biao's playing style attracted a lot of boos from the audience, Ma Yaoei knew very well why Sang Biao did this. There are at least 100,000 yuan in the money cabinet. Du Sheng nodded slightly. From his perspective, Sang Biao's playing style is very professional. The advance and retreat are orderly, and the defense is tight, and it is obviously subject to professional fighting training. On the contrary, although the bald strong man has a fierce offensive, his playing style seems to be more amateur and lacks composition, and he just squanders his physical strength. When the game reached the 3rd round, Sang Biao finally seized the opportunity. He took advantage of the short gap after a strong bald man attacked, and suddenly launched a sneak attack, and a sharp right hook punch hit the opponent's chin accurately. Click! The bald strong man fell down and struggled for 10 times but couldn't stand up. The third battle, San Biao won. In the fourth game, who will come to the stage to challenge? The referee in the boxing ring held a microphone and shouted excitedly to the audience. The fighting at Xinjiao Bar is unruly and unlimited. In addition to being unable to use weapons, contestants can knock down their opponents in any way. Full of excitement and suspense. To put it bluntly, this is actually a variant of the fighting game. The border and outside forces are full of chaos and wars, which leads people not only to practice martial arts but also to respect. There are countless standing battles, beast cages, life and death battles derived from boxing competitions. The more exciting the showdown is, the more popular it is. In this era, Lycan is no exception. This kind of boxing competition naturally attracted much attention. However, in order to avoid and regularize, the bar here has made some changes. At the entrance of the boxing ring, there is a conspicuous money cabinet, which initially contains 3,000 yuan. If the drinkers want to watch a wonderful boxing match, they need to invest money in this cash counter. Whenever the cumulative amount in the cash counter reaches 10,000, a boxing match will be announced. In order to avoid cheating and combating counterfeiting, every player who enters the stage has to invest 2,000 into the cash counter. This unique competition rules not only attract many boxing enthusiasts, but also make many exciting seeking drinkers eager to try. That night, if there were boxers, if you can win 5 games in a row, you will have the opportunity to clear the prize pool and win all the prizes. This rule does not distinguish between men and women, does not distinguish between heavyweights, but only focuses on strength. The strong take the money and leave, while the weak can only watch the bonus be won by others. At this time, Sang Biao had won 3 consecutive games, getting closer and closer to the goal of clearing the prize pool. Who will be the next challenger? The audience will wait and see. In addition, if there is a dealer who is on the banker, betting is a must-have game. And tonight, the dealer is Zheng Zidao's business competitor. Looking at the fat man smiling, he obviously made a lot of money. It is no wonder that Zheng Zidao's 600,000 lost was taken away by the other party. Seeing that no one came on stage to challenge him, he turned to look at Du Sheng. By defeat him, I will give you another 100,000. Ma Yaoei was secretly shocked. He only gave him 50,000 before. This is a big deal. Although the Eastern power has become a world factory ahead of schedule, the average monthly salary of white-collar workers is less than 4,000 yuan. Du Sheng asked without comment. What if I could win 5 games in a row? As soon as this statement came out, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Not only Wang Yeyang, Ma Yaoei and the hot woman looked sideways. Lian's boss Zheng Zidao was stunned for a moment. Seeing the fat man over there rubbing his hands and laughing, he said in a deep voice. As long as Fatty Tan is still on the banker, he will be 100,000 yuan per game. He is not afraid of others being greedy, but he is afraid that he will be unable to speak loudly. The person in front of him is agile and sitting like a hidden tiger, and he is a trainer. Since you dare to speak this, you will probably not seek death. Moreover, Fatty Tan is so smiling that he can't breathe. A Sheng, I'll buy you all the money and win everyone's points. Ma Yaoei was ready to beat his hands, looking overwhelmed. He knew very well how capable Du Sheng was, and it would be a fool if he didn't buy it. At this moment, his mind was full of earning back the money he lost, and even his pain seemed to be unconscious. Brother Sheng. Wang Yeyang opened his mouth, but after hearing that he had won a game of 100,000, he suppressed his thoughts. Because he saw that Ma Yaoei had already taken out his E-line card to open the flash, this crazy spirit was not like the one he performed. An outsider is so confident in Du Sheng, and it would be inappropriate if he says something discouraged. Du Sheng waved his hand at him and looked at Zheng Zidao. Boss Zheng, then that's it. I wish you a victory. He did not doubt whether the other party had the ability to pay, and the money he had on his hand was completely enough. As for cheating, if it really happens, will there be such a good thing? That's really a matter of no need. As for going to stage to fight boxing, will it affect your reputation? Du Sheng is not very famous now, and he is not allowed to bring mobile phones and cameras here. What impact will only have 200 or 300 people watching? But before he could stand up, a strong man twisted his neck and smiled grimly. No one is coming? Then I'll do it. Everyone likes to pick up bargains, and as a regular visitor to the boxing ring, the strong man is no exception. According to regulations, each game will have a maximum of 5 rounds, with 3 minutes per round. Is Sang Biao famously a fierce man or a Burmese boxing champion, but he has lost a lot of physical strength since the battle. He asked himself that with his 4 consecutive victories the day before yesterday, he could even drag down the opponent. The reason why I chose to go to the stage at this time is to get a glimpse of the loopholes in the rules. Because there is a 5-minute countdown for the round selection, if no one comes on stage to challenge it, then Sang Biao will win. No one challenged him, which not only allowed Sang Biao to win the game, but also restored his physical strength. How could he sit still? After all, after 5 consecutive victories, the opponent can take away all the money in the cashier. More than a dozen boxers appeared on the stage tonight, but they failed to persist in the 5-game winning streak. The stage fee that this group of people invested in was a large sum, not to mention the rewards from the rich. Who doesn't have any jealousy after seeing it? According to Ma Yaoei's calculations, there are at least 100,000. This is also the reason why he rushed to challenge him as soon as he was encouraged. The strong man threw 2,000 yuan into the cash counter, and with the help of a dedicated person, he put on braces and boxing gloves and jumped onto the stage. Please look at the boxing gloves, which are at least half thinner than the regular ones. Ma Yaoei has already swiped the card to withdraw money, but when he saw this, he cursed and reminded. Mad. I just suffered this secret loss and was beaten to death by a punch, otherwise it would be so easy to lose. Du Sheng glanced at him and nodded slightly. Professional boxing gloves, in addition to protecting fingers and wrists, can generally relieve 35–60% of the impact force. For example, if you take 50% of the median value, even if you can hit 300 pounds with one punch, it will only fall on your opponent by 150 pounds. In order to stimulate the battle, the bar will avoid delaying too long to tie the game. Using a low-standard Volkswagen version can only relieve the impact of about 30%. In other words, there are 210 pounds of a punch of 300 pounds. Not to mention how high the damage is, the pain is very fatal. Chapter 50 Damn, refund the money. Please collect and read it. The 4th game begins. After the strong man touched the gloves with Sang Biao, he immediately took a defensive posture. But after fighting for so long, Sang Biao has long lost his patience and has no time to play house with the other party because of his fierce temper. His figure suddenly burst out like a VM, and he rushed straight to the strong man's cheek. The punch was so fast that it actually caused a sound of wind in the air. The strong man's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the other party was still so fierce, so he hurriedly stepped back and tried to avoid it. But Sang Biao's strength is still far beyond his imagination. The punch is just a test, and the right hook that follows is the real killing move. This punch was like thunder, hitting the strong man's left shoulder heavily. Click! The strong man was pale in pain and almost fell off the ground. Although Sang Biao is famous for judo, he is better at kicking and Muay Thai. He didn't care about the referee close to him, and he rushed forward with a whip-pull foot strike again. The strong man's calves were as if he was electrocuted. The severe pain made him unable to stand firm. He groaned and fell heavily to the ground. Before a round could come, the strong man was hit by the pressure and suffered heavy blows. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he lay there and could never get up again. The scene suddenly booed, and some of the lost drinkers angrily smashed the paper ball. The humiliation and angry scolding made the strong man's face flush and he felt ashamed. Those boxers who originally planned to get a bargain had no idea in an instant. The fourth battle, San Biao won. The host announced the result and waved his hand to lift the strong man with swollen cheeks and broken leg bones down. But he would not leave the bed for 100 days after being injured for a long time. Damn it, refund the money. To play a fake match, this will definitely play a fake match. Go to you, I haven't had a round, will you hit you? Compared with the many drinkers who want to buy upset odds, Fat Tan, who made a lot of money, smiled. Sang Biao, I'll treat you to the Foot City Honestop later. Sang Biao did not reply, his eyes were fierce, and he glanced at the audience like a demonstration, and then he spitted out his braces and jumped off the stage. If he hadn't just wanted to cooperate with the other party to catch fish in water and deal with this kind of garbage, he would have finished his work long ago. As for playing counterfeit games? Disdain at all. Who else in the fifth game? The referee standing in the ring, Feng Puppet, the leader of the 10,000 crocodile gang, shouted arrogantly. It's true, the atmosphere is coming. Ma Yaoi didn't want to be intercepted again, so he had already rushed to the cashier and threw the money in, cursing. He has ended his luck. Next game. My brother is here. Everyone thought that this defeated man would come on the field to restore glory, and booed him after hearing this. You have some shame. Since losing, Ma Yaoi has long been shameless. After investing the money, he placed 2 large stacks of red banknotes in front of Fatty Tan and said with his eyes slanted. Is it still open or not? Hurry up. Fatty Tan glanced at Du Sheng who was standing up, and did not answer immediately, but looked at Sang Biao. Although Sang Biao is arrogant, he is not a fool. He carefully examined the last opponent. Weigh up to 73 kilograms, the chest muscles are not visible, the brachial muscles are ordinary, the palms are not callous, and the body shape is not as solid bronze as you often exercise. It looks like a little white face. Sang Biao withdrew his gaze and said indifferently. Since someone gives money, don't be in vain. Fatty Tan then laughed and rubbed his hands. Open, of course. Soon, after evaluation by 2 other boxing coaches around him, the audience showed the odds. Sang Biao vs Liang Sheng, window name. 1.62 vs 2.38. Like the previous games, Sang Biao has a big chance of winning. If you buy him for 1,000 wins, the final principal and profit will be only 1,620 yuan. If you buy Du Sheng and win, then you will have 2,380, and you will have 1,380. Mr. Zheng, do you still want to continue buying up the upset? The last game. Fatty Tan was smoking a cigar leisurely, and he didn't forget to tease Zheng Zidao. Zheng Zidao signaled the hot woman to sit aside and said expressionlessly. Since it's the last game, why not have fun? 600,000, dare you to take it? Fatty Tan was a little surprised and looked at Du Sheng a few more times. Before, Zheng Zidao only bought more than 100,000 yuan. Is he really confident this time or is he losing to the red eye? In Xiangjiang, 600,000 bets are not eye-catching. 10 years ago, those who bet tens of millions in the Kowloon City walled boxing match were all. But in the mainland, it is already quite big. He thought about it, anyway, he made a lot of money tonight, and he didn't believe that Sang Biao would lose, and said with a smile. No problem, less than 1 million are welcome at any time. Although the betting time is only 5 minutes, the drinkers and the rich who are entertaining are not in a hurry. Instead, they surrounded the boxing ring, listening to the professional analysis, while looking at the 2 players who were about to play. Du Sheng and Sang Biao. In terms of appearance, Sang Biao, who practices Muay Thai and Judo, is undoubtedly better. His exposed upper body has clear lines, 6 chest muscles bulging, and 2 muscle-strung arms are wrapped around his chest, as if cast iron, full of strength. In addition to winning 4 consecutive games tonight, coupled with the name of the Myanmar North Boxing King, standing there without moving has already made many rich women nod secretly. In comparison, Du Sheng is much inferior. He looks too handsome and doesn't look like practicing boxing, but rather like a support. That's right, boxing support. There are all kinds of people in this kind of occasion. It is common for some boxers to find support to be on the safe side. Therefore, in the eyes of betting people, some bias has appeared. Brother Biao, you can win if you buy it for 10,000 yuan. Sang Biao. This is my coffin book. If I lose my labor and capital, I will not let you go. Another readied man also followed the trend and put all his wealth on Sang Biao. Although a few spectators like to buy upsets, but most people are more optimistic about Sang Biao. In this regard, Du Sheng, who was standing in the contestant area, was not disturbed. Because his mind at this moment had long fallen on the vision panel. Bajiquan LV2/blue, fighting and stars moving LV1/purple, dragon elephant prajna 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 prajna. To make a profit, you can invest in order to make a stable profit, adding points is indispensable. If you want to quickly improve your combat power, these three skills must be the ones. But Du Sheng's vision has been wandering. After some disputes over gains and losses, his eyes finally remained on dragon and elephant prajna prajna. Because Bajiquan is enough now. The reputation value is not enough to improve it to perfection, at most it will improve combat skills or experience. As for the purple skill of the star's movement, there is currently no internal force and can only be used to appreciate it. But the dragon and elephant prajna prajna is different. Although it is just blue at the moment, it is a supreme skill. It is famous for its fierceness and strength. In Du Sheng's mind, he is temporarily ranked first. Just look at its introduction. The first level, the dragon and elephant first awaken. The meridians throughout the body are strengthened and the muscles are tempered. Enhanced physical fitness and long endurance. Once attacked, half of the pain can be relieved, just like wearing soft armor. The second level, the dragon and the elephant rise and fall. The internal energy gradually grows, and the strength is increasing. The movement is like a rabbit, and the quiet is like a mountain, with strength and defense coexisting. The third level, dragon and elephant integration. Responds quickly and the coordination of the body has been greatly improved. The muscles gradually develop strong resistance, the copper skin begins to form, and the iron bones will appear, and the feeling of pain will be greatly weakened. A generation of masters like the Golden Wheel Dharma King, although they only practiced to the 10th level of dragon and elephant nirvana, they were enough to dominate the world. As for the 13th level of dragon and elephant prajna, it is a legendary myth. The power of the dragon and elephant is endless and continuous, and can repair and regenerate itself. The cover door completely disappears, and the practitioner will have an indestructible body of Vajra and immortal youth. Chapter 51 If this weren't for your support, I would eat and drink on my hands. Upgrade. Du Sheng held his thoughts and recited silently in his heart. In an instant, a large number of words and patterns poured into his mind like a tide, turning into a magnificent flow of information. Du Sheng felt a buzzing sound in his mind, as if he was instantly penetrated by an invisible force. In a moment, an extremely powerful feeling was poured into the whole body. Dragon Elephant Prajna Prajna, 3 levels /blue, 9100/81,000. When he came to his senses, he realized that his reputation had bottomed out and he had fully mastered the first 3 levels of Dragon Elephant Prajna. Du Shengsu clenched his fists and felt that there was explosive power in his body. The copper skin is just beginning to form, and the iron bones will appear, and the response is quick and coordination is greatly increased. Related descriptions in the original work of Chen Long. The first level of Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu is very simple and easy. Even if a fool is a fool, he can practice it in 1 or 2 years as long as he is taught. The second level is slightly deeper, but it doesn't take 3 or 2 years for those with martial arts. The same goes for the 3rd level, and the difficulty of the 4th level is gradually increasing. After King Jinlun practiced to the 9th level, he punched him with a punch, and his strength was nearly 1,000 pounds. Although it cannot be said that he has the power of a dragon and an elephant, it is by no means able to resist it by flesh and blood. Click. Du Sheng subconsciously used the sinking force of the Beiji Kung Fu frame, and the platform built with solid wood under his feet could not withstand the gravitational force. In addition to the level of defense, the strength has also been further enhanced. Du Sheng showed joy on his face. The kick just now was no less than 450 pounds. He felt that he was full of strength now, as if he could kill a cow with one punch. This powerful feeling is very exciting. Du Sheng estimated that he had a punch, which would reach at least 500 pounds. Compared with the previous one, the strength has increased by at least 180 pounds, which is equivalent to adding an adult's total outbreak. Although the numbers are inconspicuous, if you look at them carefully, the original work is almost the same. The effect of skills depends on the comprehensive evaluation. If you want to perform the best, please improve as soon as possible. In addition, the sentence prompted also means that the skill effect must be adapted to physical fitness. Ants only have a dragon slaying skill, but they cannot be used without corresponding supporting facilities. The comprehensive evaluation has not reached E yet, and the effect should be different if it is improved. From this we can infer that the increase in strength in the first 3 levels is not obvious. However, as a magical skill of Tantric Buddhism, dragon and elephant prajna not only enhances power, but also has the effects similar to copper and iron bones. Although the level is low and inconspicuous, it can also enhance resistance, relieve the pain of injury, and indirectly protect the most vulnerable internal organs of the human body. In this way, Du Sheng's combat effectiveness has undoubtedly been greatly improved. This scene scared Ma Yaoi next to him, and he looked at Du Sheng in confusion. "You don't seem to be worried at all when you meet Sang Biao next." Du Sheng smiled faintly. "Worried? Of course I'm worried, I'm afraid the ambulance will not come in time." At this moment, he even dared to fight the Neon K1 boxing champion, so why not be afraid of a mere underground boxer? How could Ma Yaoi not hear that kind of confidence? For a moment, his confidence was also infected, and he wondered whether to find someone to borrow a little more. "Take a big fight. Brother Sheng, do you really want to be so big?" Wang Yeyang came to his side and whispered in a low voice. He just now, according to Du Sheng's instructions, he asked Zheng Zidao to advance 100,000 yuan in advance, and then took out all the 50,000 yuan transferred from the crew, plus the 100,000 yuan accumulated by his predecessor filming. Not yet blocked, Du Sheng didn't want to reveal too much, but just nodded slightly. "Buy it, you can follow a bet if you have money." Although his tone was plain, he was calm. Ma Yaoi had no doubt about Du Sheng's ability. At this moment, he was full of confidence and said in surprise, "A Sheng, isn't 250,000 too little?" If others hear this, they will definitely widen their eyes and ask if there is a mine at home. If you have a full intake of 250,000 yuan, at the 2.38 upset odds, the capital and profit will be nearly 600,000 yuan. Seeing that Ma Yaoi had lent 130,000 yuan in borrowing money, Wang Yeyang gritted his teeth and took advantage of the scrutiny of attention and directly lent 300,000 yuan, which shocked many others. The girl who was responsible for registering the bill almost couldn't hold on to the order in her hand. The decisiveness of these 3 guests impressed her. Unlike other local high-profile players who hesitate and bet at most 20,000 to 30,000, these 3 people spent a lot of money when betting. If she hadn't seen them take out their bets with her own eyes, she would have really doubted whether she was here to make trouble. The betting time ended soon and the referee walked back into the ring. In the spotlight, the battle situation is ready to go. Du Sheng was still wearing a simple shirt and casual pants, and the staff couldn't help but remind, "Don't you plan to change to more professional equipment?" Compared with Sang Biao, who was exposed and fighting spirit next to him, it was really eye-catching. Du Sheng put on his boxing gloves and said lightly, "No, I have to change it after the game, a waste of time. The betting has been closed, and he no longer needs to lose his tongue, he just wants to fight and decide quickly." There are no fixed regulations on clothing in this kind of boxing competition, but it is well known that wearing clothes can easily become a breakthrough for opponents in fighting. The frequent scenes of pulling clothes, pulling the head, covering the face, etc. in film and television are proof of this. Therefore, most professionals choose the least clothing when fighting. Men usually wear shirtless and women wear tight clothes at most to reduce the risk of being used by their opponents. Some top fighters even shaved their hair in case they were caught by the opponent during the game. Seeing him appearing in the ring in casual outfit, the audience booed him again. If this weren't for your support, they would eat shit on their hands. Sang Biao narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Du Sheng over there, with an indifferent expression. "Boy, I hope your ability is worthy of your arrogance. I participated in 26 black boxing games, and 9 people were disabled and 1 person was killed. The one with the most disabled is an arrogant idiot like you." He is indeed not bragging. The characteristics of Muay Thai are that he has strong physical fitness, sufficient endurance, fast speed, and strong explosive power. Especially in the arena, the advantages can be fully utilized. Among all standing fighting, Muay Thai is probably the most effective one. Because this kind of boxing is good at hitting fists, elbows, knees and shins, and also teaches you how to use elbows and knees to hold and sweep your legs, which instantly causes your opponent to be disabled. Last time he played an underground boxing match, he broke his opponent's neck bone with a hook and kick. Be careful of his flying knee plus right hook. Once hit, you will not have a chance to fight back. Ma Yaoi reminded Du Sheng and then stepped back because the referee was already urging Du Sheng to come to power. Du Sheng glanced at Sang Biao who was warming up on the stage, and did not respond to Ma Yaoi's words, and jumped into the boxing ring lightly. There are only 2 results for this kind of boxing match. First, one of them was defeated and could not fight again. Second, someone took the initiative to jump off the stage and admitted defeat, and there was no draw. The referees' levels are also uneven, and sometimes they even interfere in the game randomly, so there is no need to expect. Start. Seeing that Du Sheng and Sang Biao had both set off, the referee announced the start loudly. Sang Biao was not in a hurry to attack. Although he spoke contemptuously, just with the other party's light jumping posture, the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. He just made a provocative look and signaled Du Sheng to take action first. After Du Sheng learned from Ma Yaoi that Sang Biao could break the opponent's wrist bone with one punch, he decided to try how powerful the opponent's Muay Thai was. 300 or 400 pounds of strength can overcome the bronze skin defense of his dragon and elephant prajna. In addition, the Bajikwan he is good at is a short-term routine, known for being strong and short. He also wants to see if the other party's humerus is harder or his fist is more explosive. However, Sang Biao did not move, and Du Sheng did not rush to move, but stood firmly in the cross force. The audience around had been impatient and began to boo with dissatisfaction. This kind of scene has no big impact on Du Sheng. But for Sang Biao, who is famous for the Burmese underground boxing competition, he is a little embarrassed. Seeing Du Sheng as calm as a mountain, Sang Biao suddenly kicked the ground with his feet and rushed towards Du Sheng like an arrow. He made a flash step and a flying kick to Du Sheng's face. The speed of the legs was so fast that it caused a whistling sound to break through the air. Chapter 52, Go and Fight Against Counterfeiting. Du Sheng seemed to have expected it. Immediately grabbed the ground with 10 toes, rushing forward with a shaking foot, and hitting it with a lung step move. His left elbow poked Sang Biao's calves like a tiger. Before the other party could change his moves, he supported the ground with his feet and connected his arms to collapse his elbows. Sang Baiao's legs were just a test move. Seeing Du Sheng's elbow and fierce moves, he understood that this was definitely not a rookie. He instantly retreated left and took 2 steps back, and at the same time he made a right hook quickly towards Du Sheng's forearm joint. Smash away. However, Bajiquan emphasizes, if you advance, I will advance, and if you retreat, I will advance. This is a strong fight. Even though the opponent's hook punch hit the neck, Du Sheng was still fearless. He raised his elbow with one elbow and forced his attack, then hit the opponent with close body, and opened the door and shot it out like a broken bow. Click! Du Sheng's right fist was like a lightning bolt, accurately hitting the 2 humerus of Sang Baiao's right arm, breaking the opponent's combo. Sang Baiao was shocked and was hit hard and stood unsteadily. He felt that his fist was as if it was smashed on the iron plate. This has never happened since participating in the black boxing competition. What surprised him even more was that Du Sheng was not hurt, and he rushed forward with a quick move to open the door, which made his left arm blocking numb, and he kept retreating. Even if you take advantage of your weight, you can't even use it to hold it on your feet. Seeing Sang Baiao's body stiffen, Du Sheng quickly judged the other party's strength. According to the comprehensive evaluation of combat power, it is approximately F+ or even a level. I suddenly felt a clear idea in my heart. Because the opponent cannot break his bronze skin defense of Dragon Elephant Prajna, and the force of the attack on the body is reduced by at least 1/3. If the damage reduction of the boxing gloves is included, it will be tickling. Open. Du Sheng was in power and was unforgivable. He stomped his feet suddenly, and his depressed force penetrated the surface of the ground. His arms were like hooks, and he smashed his elbows and hit his chest with one move. Sang Baiao was slightly shocked. He knew very well that Bajiquan was best at tangling and beating, and did not dare to resist. He immediately turned over and retreated. However, how could Du Sheng let him retreat? The arms and elbows were used again, instantly wrapping the opponent's wrist. The left foot was like a broken bow and rushing in front of the arrow. A left and right hard opening doors, which was shaking the mountain, came first. What is a hard door opening? That is, no matter what defensive posture the opponent uses, I just drive with my elbow, and I will hit it violently and violently. Although Sang Baiao's humerus became extremely hard after long-term polishing, he still could not withstand Du Sheng's perverted outbreak. Flashes of severe pain came from the humerus. The impact force is stronger than those heavyweight boxers with 200 pounds, and it is definitely more than 400 pounds. At this moment, Du Sheng was entangled with his left wrist. In desperation, Sang Baiao had to give up his retreating pace and punched Du Sheng from bottom to top. Du Sheng kept his feet away from the ground, exerting force on his waist and hips at the same time, and with one hand, he blocked the quick punch. Then, his 5 fingers clasped Sang Baiao's arm tightly like sharp claws, and pulled him in front of him with a move of Erlang binding people. There is a proverb in Bajiquan, Erlang does not use ropes to tie people, but only tie enemies to tie their hands. It means to tie himself with the enemy's own hands. Sang Baiao found himself tied up with his hands and his face changed suddenly. He was about to raise his legs and sweep him across to break free from the constraints, but he didn't expect Du Sheng to hit him with a king of hell. Sang Baiao was shocked and could not get up after being hit. He quickly stabilized his body and prepared to resist. However, Du Sheng suddenly changed his move and retreated, twisted his waist and hips, and kicked his legs up and down with a fierce lifting and hard kick, directly passing through Sang Baiao's arms. The heels hit Sang Baiao's chin heavily. Puff! Sang Baiao groaned on the spot, spurted braces and several teeth to the sky, and fell backwards from the ground. When he smashed heavily on the ring, the audience below had already exclaimed. They obviously couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Especially Fatty Tan, who was originally sitting firmly on Diaotai, stood up suddenly. Although he and Sang Baiao were only in a cooperative relationship, they also knew how strong the other party's record was in the Myanmar boxing ring. Otherwise, how could you take a huge risk to protect the other party? But I never expected that an unknown junior would actually beat Sang Biao. When he thought that several people in the bunker had a big upset this time, his cold sweat oozed out. Haha, a Sheng is so fierce. On the contrary, Ma Yaoi on the other side waved his towel excitedly and shouted at Zheng Zidao in surprise. Mr. Zheng, you see it. My friend never disappoints people. Zheng Zidao smiled happily and was also very happy. He was originally just holding a dead horse as a living horse, but he didn't expect this surprise to come so suddenly. He rubbed the woman in the heart to vent his joy. Wang Yeyang, who was originally watching nervously, clenched his fists with excitement. The impact this scene brought him was too great. It turns out that my roommate not only has extraordinary acting skills and appearance, but also has such amazing kung fu. It's amazing. It's amazing, it seems that I'm holding the golden thigh. When he thought of risking his life to buy the whole fortune, he was so excited that he couldn't close his legs. However, everyone still underestimated Sang Biao's tenacity. Although Du Sheng kicked his chin to pieces, he still turned over without fear of death, with a fierce light in his eyes. But this time he did not dare to attack rashly, but instead suppressed the pain, intending to hold the opponent with his weight advantage and drag the opponent into the ground to fight. But after Du Sheng distinguished the offensive and defensive ability of Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, he was no longer interested in playing with monkeys again. His waist and hips twisted with force, and his body suddenly rushed out. The moment you exert force, the force is like a collapsed bow. Outsiders can only see his afterimage. Click. The other party's speed was too fast, and Sang Biao was so shocked that he had no time to react. Although he tried hard to avoid the frontal impact, his shoulder was still hit by the iron mountain bend with Du Sheng's full strength. With a click in an instant, his body flew backwards, and his ribs were broken and knocked to the ground. And Du Sheng's offensive was still like a storm. Various moves such as rubbing, lunge, and fist, and tiger styling are coming like a tide. Sang Biao felt that his bones were almost broken and wanted to hold Du Sheng's calf and throw him down, but the other party's lower plate was stable and his moves were tricky, so he had no choice but to take advantage of it. Finally, as soon as he got up, he was hit by an elbow in his heart, and his whole body rolled and fell into the corner of the ring. Du Sheng stood up and looked coldly at the fallen tiger, saying, "If you dare to get up again, it will be a broken bone." He didn't want to create a meaningless death revenge here, otherwise he wouldn't have pushed the person out just now, but held him in front of him and made a desperate move. Sang Hu coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Fatty Tan, who was ashen outside the field, trying hard to get up. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stand up. At this moment, everyone outside the boxing ring was already stunned and hustle and bustle. They originally thought they would see a wonderful showdown, but they didn't expect that they would be one-sided and upset. More than half of the audience shouted angrily, "Go to you, fight fake punches! Sang Biao, you are a loser, let the last moment of the water. What kind of shit Burmese boxing champion, a waste." Most of them bought the win who and won, but now they lost all of them, so they naturally couldn't accept it. Chapter 53 Where to grab this? Please collect and read it. But no matter how angry the audience is, it cannot change the results of the boxing ring. And to put it bluntly, looking at Sanhu's soft arms and teeth being broken, it doesn't seem like the effect of a fake punch. The fifth battle, Liang Sheng won. The referee glanced at Du Sheng, who was indifferent on the stage, and looked at Sang Biao, who could not get up no matter how hard he was. He read it directly and then announced the result of the battle. Damn it, damn it! Haha, I won! In contrast to the angry crowd, Ma Yaoi shouted excitedly, a little incoherent. Although he knew that Du Sheng was better than himself, he never thought that he would be so outrageous. 3 punches and 2 kicks will defeat your mortal enemy. It's so refreshing. Moreover, he won more than 200,000 in this game, which is even more exciting than picking up money. As for Wang Yeyang beside him, his mouth was so excited that his mouth was trembling and he couldn't speak at all. No wonder Du Sheng asked himself to spend a lot of money, this is really a sure win. When I thought of myself earning nearly 120,000 yuan with capital and interest, my heart was so excited that I felt so excited. However, Zheng Zidao, who had seen a big scene, was not overjoyed even though he had a smile on his face. Old Tan, do you still have the capital? Why don't you lend me some to you as a banker? He was like saying hello to his old friend, just smiling and waving to Fatty Tan. This damn pretending to be offended. Fatty Tan secretly called bad luck and his face looked very ugly. Looking at Sang Biao who was being carried down, he really couldn't figure out how the other party lost. But no matter what, if you lose as a banker, you lose, and he won't be cheating. Fortunately, I won a lot before, and only a dozen people were surprised by this game, and I could afford it. Brother Sheng, you made a profit, you made a lot. Wang Yeyang redeems the money and looks at a large suitcase of paper money, his face flushed with excitement. There are a total of 720,000. He is a rural kid, but he has never seen so much money. Du Sheng, who stepped down to rest, just smiled and said, "It's not over yet, you can keep it first." Ma Yaoei, who came back with a bag of big money, was also very excited. That's right, there are 4 more games left to get the money in the cashier. With Du Sheng's combat effectiveness, it was simply for free. This is true. In the next 4 games, no opponents will come to the stage to challenge them. With the strength Du Sheng just showed, although everyone was so sad to lose money, they had to admit that this young man was indeed fierce. But to their disappointment, Fatty Tan stopped working as a farmer and ran away with his bucket. Otherwise, they would definitely bet on Du Sheng to death and make sure to make a profit. Although Du Sheng felt regretful and failed to earn 100,000 yuan per game by Zheng Zidao, 103,000 yuan was lying in the cash counter, which was considered comfort. At least, he earned 700,000 yuan in capital and profit tonight, which is a big hit in one night. If you sell the box of gold leaves and antique swords, this money is invested in the crew of Goddess Dragon. Not to mention how much profit you will make in the end, at least it is also awesome to have the identity of the investor. Just like Zhang's hit song, the producer of Chen Long, who dares to shout at him. Du Sheng got off the boxing ring, and Ma Yaoei and Wang Yeyang got excited again. There was a hint of worship in the words. Several people packed up and prepared to leave. Mr. Du, I wonder if you still want to earn some extra money. Zheng Zidao waved the hot woman and said with a hint of appreciation. I also like to play with swords and guns. Would you like to be a personal assistant? The price guarantees you to be satisfied. Personal trainer. Du Sheng pondered for a moment, shook his head slightly and said. My kind of thing is practical martial arts, commonly known as fighting style. What is playing style? If you don't fight, you won't be able to do it. If you hit, you will be illegal. If you want to exercise or perform better, it is best to hire a professional coach. There are 3 forms of martial arts, one is playing, one is practicing, and the other is performing. Like Ma Bao, who is a master of the Hongchuan Wu, each with prominent titles and his skills are all performances, and he is not even practicing. All are deceptive tricks, and even Chinese arts are being trickadites dirty. Moreover, even masters with real kung fu are unwilling to teach others. Why? On the one hand, not practicing fighting style does not mean learning Chinese skills, but learning fighting styles without taking action will not be worthy of practicing Chinese skills. But once you take action, it can easily hurt people and even kill people. How dare you teach something that is illegal every minute? Second, joint and several liability. Something happened, as a master, can you run away, 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 can you run? Therefore, scammers are popular on the market now, and even the Qigong masters who beat people from afar have been spread to such a magical way, which has to be said to be a kind of sorrow. The reason why his adoptive father was willing to teach his predecessor back then was all because of his devil father. Zheng Zidao once studied at the Xiangzhong martial arts school, and he knew the current situation and said with emotion, "Indeed, the world has changed. And at my age, I can't learn any great achievements even if I want to learn." He knew that Du Sheng didn't want to cheat him, so he extinguished his idea of boxing. After thinking about it, he put forward new suggestions. It doesn't matter if you don't become a personal trainer. Are you interested in playing professional boxing games? Based on the level you showed tonight, the boxing king in the underworld dare not say that it should be a big problem for the boxing king in Hong Kong. How? I can pay for you. Sponsor me. Du Sheng said casually without comment. What kind of sponsorship law? Zheng Zidao is worthy of being a rich second generation who is passionate about boxing and said skillfully. It's very simple. I'll cover all the fees for your participation in boxing, including training, food, accommodation, and transportation. His words showed some excitement. I can also buy a boxing gym in Xiangzhong. You just need to concentrate on training and play games. Because I can only go to Xiangzhong, Hejiang and other areas for the time being. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows. You spend so much, what are you trying to do? Zheng Zidao did not hide it, and answered excitedly. To be honest, you are the most capable person I have ever come into contact with. If you are willing to participate in foreign fighting competitions, you will have a great guarantee of winning. At that time, we will have to make a lot of money by betting on this aspect, let alone various endorsements and announcements. Wang Yeyang and Ma Yaoei looked at each other and felt a little moved. Not to mention betting on winning big money like tonight, even the knife rewards provided by the boxing organization are a big sum. Just like the boxing champion Tyson some time ago, he only calculated the appearance fee of $15 million plus 70% PPV, and he had 45 million yuan. The exchange cost of coins exceeds 300 million. Where can I grab them? In addition, Du Sheng has not seen much achievements in the entertainment industry at present. Even if your fame is successful, how many years will it take to make the money Tyson earned in one night? This track seems quite suitable. Du Sheng's thoughts flashed, and the other party's proposal was indeed a bit attractive. He knew that the prize money for fighting competitions abroad was indeed quite high, and once he could get a good ranking, it would also be beneficial to his reputation and the future development of the entertainment industry. However, even if he really wants to make this money, he has a way to go to Xiangzhong by himself, and needs outsiders to share the money. Chapter 54, Make Money, It's Not Shabby. Of course, this industry is not as glorious as outsiders seem. Only a few can make a comeback. Not to mention that there are many rules in it. In addition, Du Sheng's golden finger is a shooting lottery. Whether it is to increase reputation or draw strengthening skills, it is inseparable from the entertainment industry. Especially in terms of filming, you can't get away from it. Just thinking about Zheng Zidao's identity and background. Du Sheng did not refuse directly, but nodded. I'll think about it and I'll give you a reply later. In his previous life, who has greater international influence from Wu Jing or boxing champion Tyson? Many people may have answers. Although I don't want to believe it, the facts are hard to deny. The reason why Du Sheng considered this was because he was interested in this. Others can, but they can't. Especially at present, boxing is declining in China, and the effects and sensation caused are even better. It doesn't matter. Zheng Zidao didn't force him and handed him a business card. There are also personal trainers, why don't you think about it again? If you are willing to come to the martial arts school to teach, you will be given 30,000 yuan a month. No, 60,000. Du Sheng just smiled, chatted, and said goodbye and left. A Sheng, are you leaving in such a hurry? Ma Yaoi drove out of the cruise car and rushed to the airport with Du Sheng and the others. I bought a plane ticket, it's hard to refund it. Du Sheng asked casually. What's the origin of Zheng Zidao? I think you are very respectful to him. I've heard of Chow Tai Fuk jewelry. Ma Yaoi laughed, mysterious. The Zheng family is one of the top 10 wealthy families in Xiangjiang, with assets of tens of billions. Although Zheng Zidao was just a branch of birth, it was enough to make us look up to it. Du Sheng nodded slightly and said. Is the boxing competition still prosperous in Xiangjiang? There is a saying in the martial arts circle, if you want to learn real kung fu, go to Xiangjiang and Nanyang. Decades ago, a large number of people flocked to Xiangjiang, which also brought about fierce competition. There were more than one level of religion, including the martial arts world. For a time, there were more boxing gyms than rice shops. Unlike the mainland, now that there are circle protection and various routines to resolve disputes, the well-known boxer went south to Xiangjiang and had to fight if he wanted business. One fight and one actual battle, he brought up the atmosphere of seeking truth. The most prosperous one is still 70 or 80 years in the era. There were all kinds of sects at that time, mainly including Hongquan, Cai Lifo, and Dashan Pigu. Wing Chun and Jeet Kune Do also came from behind and developed it after Li Xiaolong and others became famous. At that time, the martial arts atmosphere was prevalent, which led to young people in various martial arts halls fighting every day. The slogan of Wing Chun School is if you have a way to go to the bathroom to solve it, and the narrow environment is suitable for them to play. Cai Lifo and Hongquan would say, if you have a kind of way to solve the problem, and a wide place is suitable for them to use. At that time, the newspaper also opened a column to report on these things, and the news of fighting and competition was comparable to entertainment. Especially after introducing Muay Thai, there was a saying at that time, leave. The most similar place to Muay Thai is Xiangjiang. Besides, Xiangjiang is the second place to make Muay Thai prosperous. This also led to the prevalence of underground black boxing. Major societies, top boxers, participated in boxing competitions in Southeast Asia, to earn huge tickets and lottery revenue. Ma Yaoi was hanging out in the Xiangjiang boxing gym every day before, and he knew this clearly, and sighed when he mentioned this. It has long been declining. Since the demolition of Zheolong City, the underground Black Fist has also suffered a heavy blow. Nowadays, if you want to make money by boxing, you can only participate in the food competition, Neon K1, and Nanyang 1 fighting. But there are too many rules and are not suitable for the use of national martial arts. In addition, the mountains and rivers are far away. After a few months of going there, not many people are willing to suffer. This is the first time Wang Yeyang has heard of these and asked curiously. There is a measure of decline. Will Xiangjiang not hold its own competition? As we all know, the fastest way to gain fame and restore the glory of national martial arts is to be your local master. Ma Yaoi shrugged and said. Yes, such as the legend of the martial arts and fist generals that have been gaining popularity recently, but it was held too late and the market was divided up long ago, so it will take time to expand. Speaking of this, he observed Du Sheng's reaction from the inverted rear mirror and said. The Zheng family is the sponsor of the Legend of Wulin. Zheng Zidao will win you over to fight boxing, and 9 out of 10 are participating in this. It is also the only boxing competition recognized by UFC in the Asia-Pacific region, the world's highest palace event, and the champion is qualified to go directly to the Global Boxing Championship. If I hadn't had the ability, would he have participated earlier? Why would he have fallen into the martial arts? Du Sheng nodded, and the historical line changed again if nothing unexpected happened. This program in his previous life will not be held several years later and is known as the most influential MMA event in the Asia-Pacific region. When Ma Yaoi saw that he was a little moved, he struck while the iron was hot. A Sheng, if you have any ideas about this, I will go back and ask for information for you. The new Legend of Woolen is about to begin. With Du Sheng's ability, it would be a pity to miss it. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "Then you pay attention, you can consider it if you have time." His main business is still filming, and the key is to extract skills and improve his strength. Of course, side jobs like boxing and singing can be done if you have time. After all, it's not too shabby to make money. These boxing competitions can also make the skills obtained in the lottery practical. The old saying goes, if you don't return home without wealth, you're like walking in a nightclothes with brocade. Similarly, if the abilities he gains are hidden and not revealed, then what's the use of no matter how strong he practices? Moreover, if he takes the course of action stars in the future, it will be of great benefit to become famous in the boxing world. At least anyone who sees him must be called a real kung fu star, which is completely different from performance schools such as Chenglong and Li Lianjia. The value will also rise steadily. After boarding the plane, Du Sheng leaned in the back seat to rest, and tilted his head and just saw the cabin window. Although the outdoor scene cannot be seen in the night, the wind blows and disperses still make people feel beautiful. The Goddess Dragon officially started filming 5 days ago, and it's just right for you to join the group now. Wang Yeyang sat next to Du Sheng. This is a script, do you want to read it? During the filming of Chenlong, he not only acted as an assistant to collect information about Zhang Dehuzi, but also helped connect with the crew of Goddess Dragon. It can be said that Wang Yeyang has almost transformed from a group special to a business assistant. As for money, Du Sheng was not stingy, otherwise Wang Yeyang would not have saved 50,000 yuan. Du Sheng flipped it out casually, and it turned out to be the same as in his previous life. The Snowflake Goddess Dragon should be adapted from an old drama Lang Yu Lonely Star Sword. Its setting is not novel, it still revolves around power struggle, revenge, and love. There are probably 4 highlights in the reason why I stood out in my previous life. 1. Shang Guanyan has a strong martial arts skills and a cool and arrogant personality. When he bit a strand of hair, his sword was raised and fell, his move like a flowing clouds was cool in the words of the audience. It is rare in this year's era, and the heroine's character is considered successful. Second, the second male is more pleasing than the first male. Wiang Mingri is more handsome than Sima Changfeng and has a better personality than Sima Changfeng. In addition to his inconvenient legs to walk, he is almost a perfect man. The heroine is also desperate and is also awesome as a genius Dr. Hua Tuo. Such a male second child is very popular among young girls. It can be said that most of this drama is supported by him. 3. Come for Sun Yaoei, one of the 4 little kings of Xiangzhong. At that time, his costume films almost occupied the prime time of major satellite TV stations, but he was not the male lead in this drama, but a matchmaker for an unknown young actor. The news of the ban has not been released yet, no of course, the people who are obsessed with the situation will take a look. Here, although Zhang Jun did not let Sun Yaoei play the male first under pressure, he left him with the third male first, which was considered satisfying the audience's curiosity. 4. Although the investment is not large, the scene decoration in the play is very attentive. The scene is open and the furniture is complete, like a serious home, rather than just making do with it for filming. The desert behind is very small, and it can be seen that it is a desert, and the scene in Fanfiction is also very meticulous. Chapter 55, Have you gotten into the rich woman? Of course, it also has many complaints. For example, the male protagonist's instant noodles head is simply eye-catching. One of the pair of swords forced affection, and the male and female protagonists forced them to love, and the audience complained the most because they developed love. If you invest at that time, you can optimize the sword and sword love. Du Sheng thought in his mind. There is also the male protagonist who always said that he would avenge the more than 30 dead souls of the Sima family. As a result, he let his enemy go for a long time. This would also have to be changed, otherwise it would be too disappointing. As for men, they should not change their styles, he should mention at most. After all, the other party is designated by the capitalist, and maybe others like instant noodles. Moreover, the contrast makes him more prominent. But then again, Sai Huichuo's style is indeed amazing, with a little cinnabar between his eyebrows, which makes him feel like a stranger is like a jade man and a young man is unparalleled in the world. As for the plot of this character, in a word, it's very busy, very hard-working, and my father is very scammed. Sai Huichuo's setting is a gentleman's miracle doctor. The male protagonist and the female protagonist fall in love and kill each other. Whoever is injured will be taken to save whoever he is injured. The most interesting plot is when the second male lead teases the heroine. In addition, he and the male lead brother, you cheat me and I cheat you. The fight between the two of them is also a big selling point. His father was a big villain, who killed his brothers, abandoned his wife and children, and despised him for being born with disabilities, and threw him away since childhood, and committed many crimes. But the second man, who was born kind, forgives this cheating father again and again, and makes up for the sins committed by the other party. As for the others, it's gone. It was too long, and Du Sheng couldn't remember it. But for him, it shouldn't be too easy to play well. On the one hand, there are references to the original version of the previous life, on the other hand, there is a perfect acting skills, and on the third hand, there is also a foundation for martial arts. If you correct those complaints and transcend your previous life, it would be a modest statement. However, in terms of martial arts guidance, he should take some effort. Fortunately, most of them rely on stunts to make up, and it is basically reasonable for actors to just pose for handsomeness. What made Du Sheng a little uncertain is that the swords of this drama have some mythological factors. If it is not included in the category of martial arts and fantasy, there will be no lottery. The kung fu that Sai Huichuo is good at in the play is also somewhat vague. The most commonly used methods are the Lingsha Sutra, the Tianji Golden Line, the Kimen formation, poisoning and detoxifying, and the transmission of sounds and secrets. This span is too large, which will lead to too many changes in the lottery. However, as long as the two magic weapons can be changed, the flaw of love can be reduced, the mythological factors will be reduced, there is a high probability that the lottery will be drawn. Because Goddess Dragon has started filming in a low-key manner, many male and female leads have been filmed in the store. When Du Sheng joined the group, it did not cause much response. After all, he is just the second male lead, and the crew can shoot limited scenes every day. In many cases, they still shoot separately, and the actors often can't get together. But the director asked him to take into account the action guidance, which surprised the actors. Even acting a little attentive? Yes, attentive. Zhang Jun, who was originally frowning, was actually overjoyed that day. In the evening, we also held a banquet to entertain Du Sheng. Such a preferential scene shocked dozens of people in the entire crew. Because even Ren Ye, who was designated as the male lead by Zhonglu Film and Television Investment, did not have such treatment when he joined the group. What do I do? Others are investors. Ren Ye was unnatural by everyone and said a little unhappy. Do you really understand the value of investor plus action guidance? This matter was told to him by the boss of Zhonglu Film and Television. The general idea was that Du Sheng invested 1.5 million yuan, which had been unanimously agreed by the producer, director, and the investor. When the boss mentioned this to him, he seemed very happy that someone shared the investment pressure and looked a little relieved. This made Ren Ye a little uncomfortable, as if he was losing power. Especially when he learned that he had to obey Du Sheng's arrangements and trained various dangerous movements such as riding horses, hanging wires in the desert, running around the eaves, he felt very upset. When everyone heard this, they were surprised and talked a lot. 1.5 million? Awesome! Didn't Du Sheng be a Wu substitute? How can he have so much money? Is investing in a small crew that doesn't see hope? Are you fooled or have money and nowhere to spend it? I thought this kid was not simple before. It was obviously a rich woman. No matter how outsiders discuss it, the filming of the Fanfiction literary drama and the Dragon and Phoenix Villa's destroyment part is still in an orderly manner. Although there is no scene of Du Sheng here, as the action guide of the crew, he naturally needs to shoot with the crew. I don't know if it's a coincidence or Renya likes the strange styles, but the instant noodle hairstyle really makes Du Sheng laugh. The other party has already filmed a lot of scenes, and he doesn't know how to suggest changes. However, Zhang Jun heard about the two magical weapons and powerful weapons that created love, and felt that it was too challenging for the audience's IQ, so he made a slight change. The world's #1 master, Gu Mushan, spent decades to find the colorful crystal mother, Wanhan wood, and blood marrow essence in the extremely cold ice palace. In other things, all their energy and hard work were devoted to the end, and finally they were refined into the magic weapon of the male and female protagonists, the Dragon Soul Sword and the Phoenix Blood Sword. These two swords are made of special forging materials. The sword can call for wind and rain, and the sword can cause thunder and lightning. When swords and swords intersect, wind, rain, thunder and lightning flashes together, and can also create a miracle of mutual attraction. Although this change is a bit fantasy, it finally cuts off the outrageous myth and weird love. In addition, in order to enhance the plot's pleasure, the two villains Bantianyu and Liang Feiying were also changed to a miserable ending, and they were no longer inappropriate torture for the sake of abuse. In this way, Du Sheng became more and more satisfied with the drama and was relieved to invest money. As for outsiders who question others that they are stupid and have too much money, they simply ignore it as if they are indifferent. He followed the team all the way, and the money would definitely not be misappropriated and guaranteed to be used on the steel blade. Moreover, some memories of the previous life are used as reference. In addition to correcting the flaws, the shooting progress has also accelerated. That night, Du Sheng was taken by Zhang Jun to receive Sun Yaoei, who was newly joined in the group. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he left after dinner. Halfway through, she called Lu Tao and confirmed that she was in the hotel and came to her door with the script. Dong 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 dong. After a while, the door of the room opened, and the fragrant wind blew on his face. He tied his long hair up and tied it behind his head. Lu Tao, wearing a light pink dress, looked forward to standing at the door with a happy smile on his face. "Come in quickly, you've drunk a lot of wine." She is also the heroine after all, and she stays in a single room in the hotel, which is well kept confidential. There is no way to have a necessary social engagement. Du Sheng said with a smile, holding her waist, closing the door, hugging her into the living room. Compared to the previous few days, Lu Tao is now full of red face and full of energy. This is thanks to the fact that he worked day and night after he came and watered it on time, which made this bud rejuvenate. Lu Tao held the man's big hand and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is the rumor circulating in the crew true?" Chapter 56 Ba. "You bastard lied to me again." "What kind of gossip?" "You invested 1.5 million in the crew." She had been hiding this for an afternoon and didn't believe it at first. But tonight, Du Sheng was taken to the director to receive the former top star, which made people think a lot. Du Sheng hugged the woman and sat down on the sofa, smiling and nodding. "That's right. In fact, it really counts, it is not only 1.5 million, but 1.7 million. Because the pay plus guidance of this film is included, there is still 200,000 yuan. The reason why rumors leaked is naturally Wang Yeyang's masterpiece. He was worried that Du Sheng would be cheated, so he let out the news in advance. If there was a real problem, there would be personal evidence if it was investigated. Du Sheng did not stop this. This can boost the crew's condition, which is also a good thing. And it cannot be concealed, and later producer Li Lito will announce it to the public. "My God! How did you get this money?" Lu Tao covered his mouth and exclaimed, "A little unbelievable. Isn't it really that I was raised by the rich woman?" She has been in the industry for several years, and it was not until this year that she was transferred to a better role. But even with the pay for the drama A Goddess Dragon, the balance on the card has never exceeded 150,000. As for Du Sheng, he was still playing a supporting role 3 months ago, and even his livelihood was difficult to maintain. Suddenly, such a big change has become the cruise investor. Who would believe that if you don't have a rich woman? After all, the director and producer worked hard for a year to get 5 million, which is relatively a lot of money. I want to find a rich woman to rely on. Du Sheng glanced at her. Did you introduce it? Bah, you're looking at the pot while eating the bowl, you're thinking beautifully. Lu Tao's face turned red and his spit was not serious. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It seemed that this bastard had not sold his CC figure yet. Otherwise, with the other party's great skills and a master of time who is still a waste-burning time, he will definitely be able to control the rich woman. Especially the comfortable eucalyptus massage technique, she is a little addicted after taking the film every night. As for how she got the money, since the other party didn't answer, she was too lazy to ask the bottom line. Du Sheng smiled and picked up an apple to peel it. Speaking of which, how much can he raise? 1.5 million is more than the third son of the Zheng family I met some time ago. That's right, he sold the Murong Fu sword. Priced at 800,000. Yesterday, Zheng Zidao made a special trip to bring the appraisal expert to buy it out at a price. There is no doubt that there is no problem with the H. He said he bought it and gave it to Mr. Zheng as a congratulatory gift. This price may be a little lower. If you wait 10 years later, every treasure from the Northern Song dynasty could be sold for more than 2 million yuan. For example, at Christie's 2014 spring auction, a shallow bowl of carved flowers from Dingkil in the Northern Song dynasty was sold at a sky-high price of over 10 million yuan. But Du Sheng needs money to operate this time and does not want to miss the drama A Goddess Dragon, which is destined to be a hit. As long as you accumulate, you will definitely earn more than 10 times the amount in the future. Moreover, this thing is of no use to him except for collection, and it will definitely be a lottery in the future, so there is no need to be reluctant to leave. Du Sheng saw a goose yellow skirt on the sofa. Is this your new clothes? He hasn't seen Lu Tao wearing a skirt. What? This is a costume. Have you forgotten to shoot our scene tomorrow? Lu Tao sighed. He ate the apple and said without moving his body. Du Sheng was immediately excited and then he remembered the plot. Shang Guan Yan, who has always shown her coldness and beauty, did not hesitate to take off her heroic appearance and put on a simple women's clothing and willing to sleep on Sai Huizhuo's bed. He remembered that after the plot in his previous life was broadcast, the ratings rose out of thin air. Shang Guan Yan, Goddess Dragon, a character with a cold appearance and a kind heart, was finally accepted by countless viewers. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Tao will also reach the peak of his career. Well, this is not the key. The key is that he also likes riding dragons. Don't worry about the dragon. I want to fulfill my fantasy in my previous life tonight. Du Sheng picked up the skirt and looked at Lu Tao, who was wearing a nightgown, and said seriously. It turns out it's tomorrow's play. I haven't finished memorizing the script yet. In this way, let me read the script, you change your clothes and let us play together while we have time? There is no way, he is so dedicated. Especially when he is acting against a beautiful woman, he has always devoted himself to it. You are tired of guiding an action scene for a day and socializing for a night. How about the right thing tomorrow? Lu Tao was a little moved, but considering that Du Sheng needed to rest, he declined again. Du Sheng was energetic at this moment and coaxed Lu Tao and said, I have to design the movement tomorrow, and I don't have much time. This is your first drama to play the heroine, and you don't want to mess it up either. Listen to me, go and change your clothes. While speaking, he picked up his skirt and handed it to Lu Tao. A warm current surged in Lu Tao's heart. She tiptoed with emotion, gently printed a kiss on Du Sheng's cheek, and then walked towards the bathroom with her clothes. Du Sheng did not forget to remind him. Don't forget to wear belly bands and embroidered shoes, as this is more in line with the image of a chivalrous woman. The more outstanding the dress, the more refined the character state you will be. This is not just a frank word, but a practical technique he summarized based on his previous experience in watching movies of 200G. Just like those comic action movies in China, after the heroine changes into uniforms, not only can the male protagonist quickly enter the state, but the audience can immerse themselves in the plot faster. This fully proves that the use of costumes and props is also a plus. Seeing Du Sheng so considerate, Lu Tao turned around and smiled at him. She found that this man was not only good at action guidance, but also had unique insights into various acting ways. And that kind of caring tone makes people convinced. The reason why Lu Tao is reluctant to leave is that he appreciates Du Sheng's serious and responsible attitude. After seeing Lu Tao enter gracefully, Du Sheng put on several Beiji body forging rigs to adjust his condition. After drinking, it will affect combat effectiveness. For a person who is striving for excellence, this kind of small mistake must be eliminated. About a few minutes later, a crisp sound of footsteps came. Du Sheng looked up and saw that Lu Tao had already changed his clothes. She put on light makeup, her skirt was close to her body, outlining a graceful shaped curve, her long legs were faintly visible, and she was wearing a pair of pink embroidered shoes, and she looked dignified and cold. Du Sheng's eyes lit up, it's worthwhile that he also came to the scene tonight. Lu Tao came to Du Sheng gracefully and asked, Sheng, have you memorized the lines? Du Sheng just turned it over and replied without changing his expression. Don't worry, I'm professional in this regard. He stood up and carried Lu Tao to the edge of the bed. Since you are going to shoot a boat scene, you must cooperate, let's start now. Bah! Ah Sheng, you lied to me again. Be more professional, now my name is Wiang Mingri. Remember to bite a strand of hair when you go into battle, the moves you make when you rise and fall will ensure that you are smoother. Du Sheng is worthy of being a professional and has turned martial arts films into romantic films. Unfortunately, no one is destined to see the style of Hua Tuo in this version of the film, otherwise neon professionals would have to give up the disadvantage. Chapter 57 Bet Everything. Please collect and read it. The next morning, Du Sheng rubbed his waist and opened his eyes. The morning light is like a poem and a painting, gently sprinkling on Lu Tao's delicate skin like jade, outlining a quiet and beautiful picture for her. Du Sheng stared at this dreamlike scene, and his heart felt full of passion. He can do it where the light cannot enter. Love you and walk alone in the dark alley. I love you and don't vent my eyes. Du Sheng hummed the battle song and climbed out of bed with joy. Prepare to get some breakfast to replenish energy for the next shooting. Sheng, the scenes are tight during this period, so you can't mess around anymore. Lu Tao yawned, stretched out his slender jade feet and stepped on Du Sheng's waist and said angrily, Look, what's my costume's wrinkled? Du Sheng grabbed the slippery jade feet and said with a smile, It's just a costume, what a big deal. When we are filming together in the future, remember to bring the costumes back and we will play against each other. This not only allows you to understand more and more cleverly, but also speed up the shooting progress. He found that after last night, he seemed to have awakened some special hobbies. The combat power is to bear. The one he wants to film with Lu Tao the most now is the movie White Snake. The taboo love between man and snake, especially the charming and colorful appearance. Damn, it's too exciting, I can't think about it. Lu Tao gave him a blank look, knowing that this bastard was thinking about something or not. She pulled back her jade feet, got up and started to dress and wash. At this moment, there was a knock on the door and a man's voice outside the door. Atao. You haven't gone to the set yet, are you? I bought you your favorite pastry. Lu Tao's pretty face changed slightly. It's Wang Ke. She frowned with some annoyance. I shouldn't have left him with contact information at the beginning. They met in an elevator. Wang Ke was attracted by her elegant and charming figure at that time, and he did not hesitate to use all resources to create an encounter. The most outrageous thing is that this rich young man had pursued Lu Tao's best friend Chen Hala before. She didn't succeed and then turned around to chase her. Du Sheng heard this, but still had a bright smile. Others come from afar, and they are kind-hearted. If you treat it so differently, how bad will it affect you if it is spread? We didn't have breakfast yet. Last night, we had a lot of physical energy consumed by more than 2 am, and we also needed to add a wave. He has always been generous and tolerant in dealing with these licks who deliver food to the door with a shame. Especially in this regard, I am afraid that the innocent boy Great Master will be reluctant to give up. How could Lu Tao not know this man's petty heart? He was a little helpless. A Sheng, Wang Ke has some identity background. It's not good to have a big fuss, and I don't want to see him again. It's okay, sit and rest for a while. Du Sheng patted her shoulder. I'll go and talk to him and let him recognize the reality. As he said that, he went up to open the door and saw a well-dressed young man standing outside the door with roses and breakfast. Since Du Sheng joined the group, the other party has been showing his gratitude to Lu Tao. Every time I either give flowers or buy a lot of expensive gifts, which caused a lot of followers and filming, which had a certain impact on the crew's confidentiality. When Wang Ke saw Du Sheng, his face changed slightly and he tried to stand on tiptoe and watch the room. Du Sheng closed the door and took Wang Ke to the corridor next to the corridor in order not to attract other people from the crew. Brother, you are so persistent. Du Sheng looked at Wang Ke for a few glances, shook his head and said. You like the romantic affairs of female celebrities, a Tao has known it for a long time. Is it not good to be a playboy? I have to do a lick? The reputation of the eldest son of the imperial court has been spreading in recent years. Wang Ke is now just a pseudo-rich second generation, and the methods of chasing female stars are just too different. But Lu Tao's current focus is career, and Du Sheng's bond is that he cannot tolerate anything else for the time being. I'm just pursuing. Wang Ke retorted unwillingly. And what about you, you slept here last night? Are you embarrassed to say I'm romantic? He regretted not increasing his pursuit before, and now he is the first to be the first to be. But according to his inquiry, the man in front of him was not Lu Tao's boyfriend. Everyone is a veteran of the flowers, why do you accuse me of being a playboy? What made Wang Ke even more depressed was that he could have chatted with Lu Tao for a few words, but since Du Sheng returned to the crew, Lu Tao ignored others. This means that his always unfavorable money offensive failed. It was still lost to an unknown young actor. Damn it! What is this? Du Sheng glanced at him with contemptuous eyes, and a hint of mockery appeared on the corner of his mouth. You won't be so naive that you think I'm the same as a despicable villain like you, right? Today, a Tao asked me to cooperate just to get rid of your unreasonable trouble. There is only innocent friendship between her and I, and taking care of her is also due to the friendship between the people. Unlike you, the fickle young man who just wants to get on the boat with her. I am different. Ferries, subways, planes, bathrooms, etc. do not matter. Lu Tao, who was worried about the big fuss outside, just came to the door, and when he heard these words, he couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. Compared with Du Sheng, who was kind-hearted in the ancient road, Wang Ke is indeed a bastard who cheated women on board. Even if I will look for a partner one day, I will choose someone like a Sheng. I will never fall in love with shameless people like Wang Ke. I love her, is that wrong? Wang Ke was a little excited and asked. Since you don't plan to pursue it, why should you obstruct me? At first, he heard Du Sheng admit that he was just a peer relationship with Lu Tao, and he was a little happy, but the other party was thrusting around and blocking him, which was also upsetting. Du Sheng looked at him with contempt and said mercilessly. You are also called love? I'm too lazy to expose you. You are obviously just coveting other people's beauty, but you speak up very well. You are really shameless. Don't you just covet? Wang Ke was a little embarrassed and retorted. If such a big beauty is not moved in front of you, unless you are a eunuch. Lu Tao, who listened with his ears, looked a little ugly. This young master of imperial court is indeed a playboy, his mind is full of dirty thoughts. But Du Sheng is different. He doesn't bother to play tricks at all. It's just right to have sex with her for free. Du Sheng laughed and stepped forward and whispered. I will remind you one last time, if you dare to pester her again, believe it or not, will you be punished tomorrow, which will ruin your reputation. Especially with a Tao himself coming forward to prove it, how likely do you think you have to win? Wang Kei's face was gloomy and his face became a little embarrassed. He knew that Du Sheng was a representative figure of the crew and had no doubt about whether the other party had this ability. Once the big thing affects your reputation, your career and future will be affected. You have put a lot of effort and time into setting up an investment company, right? Although Du Sheng did not threaten any more, his words that seemed to be smiling were bloody. You really want to bet on everything for a woman you will never get. Chapter 58 You are so despicable. You are so despicable. Wang Kei gritted his teeth and felt a little unwilling. Over the years, every time he spends money to chase actresses, he rarely fails. This time, he died before he succeeded, and he was completely embarrassed. Du Sheng smiled and glanced at him. Who can compare with you when it comes to despicableness? As soon as someone politely rejects another architect suitor, you are impatient to post it. I once promised a Tao that would not let outsiders affect her filming anymore, but now I am just fulfilling her promise. At least in this regard, I am more responsible than you. Wang Kei didn't believe any punctuation marks on these words, and it was impossible for Du Sheng to not want to join Lu Tao. But as the other party said, he really cannot sacrifice everything he has because of an out-of-reach woman. Wang Kei snorted coldly and turned around and left. Stop! Du Sheng called him again. Wang Kei turned his head irritably, quite annoyed. What else do you want? I can't disappear now. No sincerity at all, leave what you bring. Without waiting for Wang Kei to react, Du Sheng grabbed the pastry in his hand and waved his hand to drive away the flies. You don't have to show up again in the future. Wang Kei's eyes widened and round. He asked himself shamelessly. But in front of this person, he really doesn't deserve to carry his shoes. I even found that I couldn't find a more suitable word to refute. What are you looking at? Du Sheng opened the exquisite gift box and took out the pastry and took a bite. Just because a Tao said you were coming this morning, I worked hard last night and I haven't eaten a bite of it yet. What's wrong with making up for it now? Or is it because you sent it to me as a hypocrite? Wang Kei was almost vomiting old blood, and he turned around and left without saying a word. He was afraid that if he stayed there, not only would his blood pressure soar, but he would also have to eat dog food. Lu Tao, who was by the door, couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this scene. Du Sheng returned with breakfast and whispered while eating. He will come next time. He has to let those who buy mutton stuffing, and he must replenish his waist. Lu Tao picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth, and said angrily. You have really broken through the sky in terms of persuading the hijacking quit. Ahem, Atao, do you want to choke me to death? That night you didn't treat me like that. Lu Tao said angrily. Du Sheng was speechless and had to let the woman rub her for help. This weekend, there were more than a dozen middle school students outside the set, most of whom were girls. They all came to see Sun Yaoei. As one of the 4 little kings who have become popular in Asia in recent years, Sun Yaoei is quite popular among the student group. Although it was vaguely reported that he was banned by the company, the news has not spread yet, which is why Zhang Jun wanted him to be the protagonist at the beginning. Now he is risking offending his company and still letting Sun Yaoei play the third male lead for his popularity. In order not to affect the operation of the crew, after filming the scene of the young master of Sifang City was mistaken for being a flower-picking thief, Sun Yaoei finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Du Sheng instructing Ren Ye to make tricks, he took an exquisite gift bag over. A Sheng, the fans have given a lot of fruits, come and try it. Sun Yaoi handed the gift box to Du Sheng, said hello, and then distributed the fruit to the director and actors. Since Du Sheng declined that day, he has never mentioned the matter of becoming a disciple and learning skills. However, Sun Yaoi's attentive hospitality to Du Sheng has not diminished at all. Every now and then, he would deliver all kinds of delicacies, and even cook one more portion when his assistant cooks soup for Du Sheng to taste. After learning that Du Sheng had a special liking for tea art, Sun Yaoi went all out and bought the precious Westlake Longjing. For the sake of cleverness, he did not give it to Du Sheng directly, but instead ordered his assistant to cook a pot of fragrant tea in his spare time every day for everyone to taste it. Faced with Sun Yaoi's good intentions, Du Sheng naturally understood. The other party intends to settle for the second best and reduce the training intensity in the upcoming martial arts scenes in this way. After all, for Sun Yaoi, who has rarely been involved in the martial arts field, these difficult actions are indeed a big challenge. But for the money he invested, Du Sheng was unlikely to let go of money, and at most simplify it. Despite this, on the first day of hanging the Ouya, Sun Yaoi was injured in the action scene, leaving a dazzling scratch on his calf. However, he did not retreat, but simply put on a band-aid and continued to shoot. This is about his comeback and must be done carefully. Whenever Du Sheng guides Ren Ye and others instructs moves and rehearsals, Sun Yaoi always can't help but look envious. As a bodyguard, Ren Ye can show his elegant and agile moves in most situations. Especially Du Sheng himself, no matter what moves he showed, he seemed so handsome. But what he didn't know was that Ren Ye, who was in rehearsal, was suffering. Even doubt whether Du Sheng was reporting complex. Because the amount of training arranged by the other party for him is much larger than that of others. In addition to physical training every day, I also have flexibility exercises such as stretching. After a day, I almost lost the strength to walk. For this reason, Ren Ye has repeatedly complained to producer Li Lida, hoping to reduce some training. But Du Sheng is neither salty nor light, only one sentence. You are the protagonist, either change to a substitute or practice hard. Without withdrawing, although Ren Ye leaned on Brother Fu, he finally chose to grit his teeth and persevere. Although Du Sheng's arrangement is a bit targeted, after this rehearsal, the photogenic effect is indeed good. He has been able to make some crazy moves. However, what Ren Ye didn't know was that Du Sheng was indeed targeting. This bastard actually said that he would join hands with the heroine and hang out together. What is this not skin itch? On this day, the literary drama part was basically finished, and the crew of Goddess Dragon began to move. The next destination is Longfu, Alexan Desert. Most of the time, I have to stay there. Although the crew is not large, moving is also a project, so most people were given 2 days off. Of course, this does not mean that the director and several leading actors can be idle. Before, he was detested by the circle when he started the filming, and he had no funds to hold a press conference. There was almost no publicity and Reuters. Producer Li Lida was very anxious. Now, Sun Yaoi was recently exposed to filming in the mainland. He noticed that many reporters came to squat and simply used the wind to set up a press conference to promote and create momentum. Although Sun Yaoi knew that these reporters had bad intentions, most of them even came to inquire about the ban. But in order for the show to make some waves, he pretended to have no idea of agreeing. The next day, more than a dozen news media and portal reporters received invitations to gather at the simple press conference of Snowflake Goddess Dragon. But what Li Lida and Zhang Jun did not expect was that at the beginning of the press conference, it was questioned and bombarded by reporters. It's quite a bit like chasing and fighting. Chapter 59, The Popularity of the Hype. Please collect and read it. Producer Li, it is said that Snowflake Goddess Dragon is adapted from Cold Moon Lonely Star Sword. Are you confident of surpassing this classic? Producer Li, why did you choose a group of newcomers to star instead of popular stars? Is it as rumors in the circle that can't attract investment? Many netizens claim that Sun Yaoi is starring in Goddess Dragon, so they don't watch it. What do you want to say about this? I heard that Sun Yaoi offended certain forces in Neon because he was a big name, and was banned by the industry. Is it true? Many reporters at the scene came to cause trouble. The means of making trouble for nothing is one step at a time, and the angle of asking questions is quite tricky. Although Lilita cursed in her heart, she could only keep smiling. The episode is not finished yet, and it is too early to compare any comparison. But I can guarantee that our Snowflake Goddess Dragon will be a high-quality work. His eyes swept over the reporters present and finally fell on Sun Yaoi, who was a little embarrassed. I believe in my choices and Yaoi's ability. He will prove everything with his performance. When Sun Yaoi heard this, he immediately stood up, bowed to the camera, with a humble smile on his face. I am very grateful to producer Li for his trust and honored to play the role of Huang Furen He. For this reason, I wrote a biography of characters of more than 20,000 words. I believe I can play this role well, and I hope everyone can give me a chance. As for past controversies and big names, those who are clear will clear themselves, and time will tell everything. His sincere tone and modest attitude formed a sharp contrast with his previous image. He knows that he has a bad reputation at present, and he also knows the doubts and criticisms of him by netizens. But he did not choose to escape or refute, but chose to respond with practical actions. Sun Yaoi debuted as a singer, and most of the popularity of the former Four Little Kings was also gathered in the music scene. He used to be the starring actor in the TV series Lu Xiaofeng and was criticized for his exaggerated acting skills. Netizens have low evaluations of him, and some even question whether he is suitable to continue acting. It is a fact that the crew of Goddess Dragon is not favored and cannot attract a large amount of investment. Director Zhang Jun is too new, Du Sheng and Lu Tao are not well known for the time being. In the end, they went around in circles and made Sun Yaoi the main focus in publicity. Sun Yaoi cherishes this opportunity very much. He knew very well that there was a high possibility that there would be no drama to act in the future. Whether he could make a start was the storm, he could only rely on this drama. However, even though his posture was low, the reporters did not give up. As the problem became more and more acute, Sun Yaoi, who was holding the microphone, also became more and more embarrassing. Fortunately, he has been working in the Xiangjiang entertainment industry for many years and has already developed the ability to deal with various complex situations. Although these questions made him feel a little uncomfortable, he still answered them calmly one by one without revealing any flaws. Seeing that he was dealing with it without any leakage, a reporter suddenly turned his eyes to Du Sheng sitting behind him. The young actor, contrary to the nervous starring actors, was still calm at this moment, and it became the focus of some people who were interested. Meekly, Du Sheng, who plays Cai Huichuo according to information, he is less than 19 years old this year, why would you choose this newcomer to star in it? As this question was raised, the audience's attention instantly focused on Du Sheng. When he saw his handsome appearance and temperament clearly, many people's eyes lit up. This young man looks pretty handsome, and it is indeed appropriate to play Cai Huichuo. It looks familiar. Did he have any scandals with Fan Ou, who was the Four Dans and Shuangbing in the past? I remember that he had played Mirong Fu in Zhang Dehu's Qianlong before. There are also Lu Tao sitting next to him. It seems that Goddess Dragon is a big hit in Celestial Dragon. As the starring actor, Ren Ye was ignored. This made him feel relieved and protected from targeting, but also a little embarrassed. What is a fan newcomer? This is what he is now. As the reporters' discussion grew louder, Wang Yeyang on the side of the conference hall also began to feel a little nervous. He was worried that these press conferences would take advantage of the topic and make the hype between Sun Yaoi and Du Sheng a relatively storm. After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Even Yezi, the agent sent by Huai Company to contact, raised her eyebrows. She knew very well the intention of these reporters, which was clearly the ancient borrowing arrows on straw boats. If Du Sheng is not careful in dealing with it, he may become the arrows that attacks Sun Yaoei. If you step on the trap, then you will be in the game. Even if Sun Yaoei was banned by some forces in Xiangjiang, he was still a popular singer from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the Three Places, and was not comparable to a newcomer like Du Sheng. If Du Sheng snatched Sun Yaoei's character, Du Sheng would definitely be criticized. Seeing that Wang Yeyang had no reaction, Yezi had to make a gesture to Du Sheng and wink. But the scene was too noisy, and even if Du Sheng saw it, he could only shrug helplessly. Mr. Du, I heard that the reason why you can play such an important role as Sai Huichuo is because Fan Ou supports it. It is rumored that you stole Sun Yaoei's character through unjust means. Can you clarify? Mr. Du, I heard that the money you invested in the drama Goddess Dragon was paid by Fan Ou. Did you raise it by her? Du Sheng seemed to have not been affected much. She glanced at the reporters at the audience, picked up the microphone and said calmly, I think it's a waste of talent for the crew not to invite you to be screenwriters. Brother Wei's status is there. If I had such great ability to grab his role, I would have gone to steal the bank long ago. Is there still a need to work hard here to act? His humorous and joking answer made Zhang Jun, Li Lida, and others feel relieved. This guy is indeed a monster and cannot be measured by a newcomer at all. Yesi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, a person who has never faced such a long spear and short cannon is not only calm but also acts so funny. This is really amazing. Du Sheng ignored outsiders' guesses and said lightly. As for whether it is to be raised by Fan Ou, you should ask her, I'm looking forward to it. The reporters tugged at the corners of their mouths. What a good guy, this guy is so thick-faced that he is invulnerable to swords and guns. They originally thought they had found a soft persimmon, but now it seems that they are stepping on the door panel. However, several reporters refused to let him go. They started to stir up like a fly smelling blood, and asked questions one after another. These questions seemed to be asking Du Sheng, but they either sow discord, or point the finger at Sun Yaoei, or Sheng and Baizao said that Du Sheng stepped on the boat with one foot. Once Du Sheng's answer makes a mistake, these reporters will definitely make up some hype articles after returning to attract attention. Du Sheng was not annoyed, but instead he also said some thoughtful words to give them their performance. He is now engaging in an investor status. In order to make Goddess Dragon popular, he doesn't mind adding more to the fire. Otherwise, it will be reduced to no TV stations to buy it, and it will not be popular until the replay is replayed, and the loss will be huge. Chapter 60, Is this what you arranged? Moreover, Du Sheng also needs exposure to increase his reputation. How could such a good opportunity be missed? During the shooting, Brother Wei and I did have some unpleasant behavior. When Du Sheng answered, he deliberately paused and gave the reporters enough time to react. Sure enough, his words were like throwing a stone, which instantly caused an uproar on the scene. The reporters' attention shifted from Sun Yaoei to Du Sheng's side, as if he was the focus of the moment. As a veteran in the circle, Sun Yaoei's defense is as good as a wall of iron. With Li Lida cleverly blocking him, no matter how much he asks, it is difficult to draw valuable things from him. But the situation on Du Sheng's side is completely different. The young man seemed to realize that this was a good opportunity to improve himself and began to actively attract the attention of reporters. Everyone is always particularly interested in this newcomer who dares to challenge authority and makes bold statements. If Du Sheng could be bolder and make some offensive remarks about Sun Yaoei, then tomorrow's hot searches will definitely have a place. As soon as this was thought, reporters rushed to ask more controversial questions. Mr. Du, there are rumors that you beat Sun Yaoei on the set and used the identity of an investor to suppress the male and female protagonists. Is this true? A reporter asked impatiently. Du Sheng looked at the reporter asking questions and shook his head slightly. No, his answer made Wang Yeyang feel relieved. At the same time, Yezi, who had always wanted to sign him, showed a satisfied smile. She felt that Du Sheng showed the due diligence and calmness at this critical moment. Only artists who know how to behave and ambitious are worthy of their own pursuit and training. However, Du Sheng's next words made her stunned. Beat Sun Yaoei. Haha, this rumor is a bit interesting. Du Sheng said lightly, no matter how everyone looked at each other. To be honest, if he dares to fight me, it will probably take less than a round, and I will have to kneel down and beg him not to vomit blood. As for suppressing the male and female protagonists, if I guide them to fight until late at night, I can be suppressed. Ren Ye twitched the corners of his mouth, but he finally held it back. But I couldn't help but complain. You're leaving me with one to rehearse the moves on the set. Is this called guidance? Lu Tao didn't know how to refute these complaints. She remembered the scenes between the two sides these nights. Guidance is guidance, but the direction of guidance is obviously deviated from 1,000 miles. Seeing Du Sheng say this seriously, Li Lida's expression seemed a little strange, but he did not say anything to stop him. He planned this promotional event to promote new dramas. If any actors are willing to join forces to create hot topics and create a hot search news, he will naturally be happy. However, he never expected Du Sheng to be so surprised. Do young people nowadays work so hard to become famous? Or is it for that investment, ignoring reputation? Sun Yaoei glanced at Du Sheng, with a hint of imperceptible complexity in his eyes. The other party's move undoubtedly saved him the siege and successfully diverted the focus of the media. However, in the entertainment industry, being bombarded by reporters is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, it means an increase in exposure. Exposure is the law of survival for artists. Therefore, it is inevitable that Du Sheng can seize the spotlight moment that should have belonged to him. The reporters seemed to smell the smell of heavy materials, and raised the cameras in their hands and flocked to Du Sheng tightly, with flashes rising and falling. The other members of the crew were left aside, as if they were out of the matter. This press conference became Du Sheng's show for a while. Li Lida turned her head and looked at Zhang Jun and asked, "Is this what you arranged?" Zhang Jun was also amused and clarified, "Absolutely not. How could I not discuss with you in advance for such a big move? Just now I thought Ashen was just a routine Q&A, but I didn't expect him to play so big." Li Lida looked at the calm and composed figure surrounded by reporters and looked complicated. Although it was a bit unexpected, the publicity effect was surprisingly good. He never cared about who was more popular. Du Sheng could attract more attention and gained more benefits from the drama as Snowflake Goddess Dragon. But as the old saying goes, what a big head, what a big hat you wear. Du Sheng's current attention now also means that he will face greater pressure. If you can withstand the pressure, whether it is action guidance or character creation, it will be easy to say. But if he performs poorly, Du Sheng is likely to be attacked like never before. Du Sheng relaxed his mind in this regard. Goddess Dragon was originally destined to shine, not to mention that after his suggestion to remove some of the flaws, it will only be more outstanding. As for the controversy, it doesn't matter. Just as the saying goes, black and red are also red, and there is no discussion on where the popularity comes from. What's more, he didn't care about these things. He was concerned about whether it could bring reputation. After dealing with the press conference, it was already afternoon. Tea restaurant, a private room. Du Sheng sat opposite him and looked at the beautiful agent. In his 20s, he has a goose face and exquisite makeup. He is wearing a fashionable black dress and holding a thick document in his hand. He searched in his mind. The surname is Ye, the agent. At this age, he has been with Wang Jinhua for a while. Could it be the indescribable granddaughter of the governor? The more Du Sheng looked, the more he became more certain. If it is true, this person in her previous life did not obey her father's arrangements and wandered outside. She went to Xiangzhang to work hard. Because she was beautiful, she was approached by a star detective, but she had no intention of showing up in public. Finally, he became an agent of an international sports champion and established a media company. Yesi walked to Du Sheng with a smile and handed him the documents. "Mr. Du, you should be clear about Huai's strength and influence." Yesi's voice was soft and tempting. "As long as you become an artist of Huai Company, we have enough resources and platforms. It can allow you to get more film contracts, endorsements, advertisements, etc., and even top the ranks of the 4 big students." Currently, veteran film and television companies such as Huai, Rongxingda, and Xinbeiyuan account for more than 70% of the domestic film and television market share. Especially Huai, who is in charge of the great director Feng Cuzi, made a lot of money and popularity with successful films such as Party A and Party B, Big Bowl, and Mobile Cell Phone. In addition, thanks to the joining of Wang Jinhua, a trump card agent with a large number of first-tier and potential artists, Huai Brothers grew rapidly. In a few years, the company's total market value has increased several times, and dominated half of the entertainment industry. By careful packaging pretending to shape, Li Chuan Shengqing and others became popular. Today, Huai Company is at its peak and its career has reached an unprecedented peak. However, Du Sheng just smiled. "I thank Miss Yet and Sister Hua to be respectful. To be honest, I am really grateful for your hard work, but..." "Just what?" A trace of doubt flashed in Yesi's beautiful eyes. Although she has a tough family background, she doesn't want to rely on relationships in everything. She is currently an unknown little agent and has no outstanding artist. Ever since Sister Hua mentioned it, when she visited the crew of Tianlong last time, she had a look at this unusual and alternative newcomer. Although Du Sheng is still unknown, with the other party's conditions and ability, I believe that the future will be promising. But over the past period of time, several industry brokers have tried to contact Du Sheng as far as she knows. Thinking of Sister Hua's indirect attacks, she didn't get a reply. Chapter 61, The Famous One is Far Away. Please collect and read it. Yesi was a little anxious for a moment. But apart from her family background, she really has nothing to show in the circle, and she can only be impressed by sincerity. It just doesn't seem clear about Huai's future. Du Sheng's voice was a little funny. "I heard that your boss is going to split up with Huai. Are you sure there are still resources to me?" No one would have expected that at this time in Huai there would be rumors that the big kings and Wang Jinhua had a conflict. Although it has not been proven, it is enough to attract the attention of many interested people. As a veteran, Du Sheng knew very well that Wang Jinhua would leave Huai 100%. Even almost most of her artists would withdraw with her, causing a devastating blow to Huai. At this point, even if Du Sheng wants to find a backer, he will not choose Huai. Yes, Xi's face changed slightly, but she quickly calmed down. "This is just a rumor, and even if it does not affect our cooperation. In addition to these I mentioned just now, there are also unfavorable news similar to the reporter's report today. We can also help you eliminate the impact." With her background and connections, she naturally knew what Wang Jinhua thought. If she hadn't wanted to help this kind elder who was kind, she would have gone to Xiangjiang to hold a treasure exhibition now. Du Sheng smiled. "Miss Yat, your conditions are indeed quite attractive, but I need time to think about it." "No problem, leave a contact information." Yesi nodded slightly and did not force her. She knew that Du Sheng was a smart person and would not make decisions easily. This time she came to the store by the way, or being an agent was just one of her interests, and she mainly participated in a cultural and artistic exhibition. Du Sheng looked at the other person's back as he left, and his thoughts were full of thoughts. After the release of the next 2 dramas, as their popularity increases, some of them involve core and full-time affairs, which cannot be handled by the amateur Wang Yeyang. He does need a professional agent. There are currently 3 options. Either you hire one yourself, but if you want to hire a broker with a wide range of ways, connections, and capable agents, the chances are very small. Either you are affiliated with me or find some people who are willing to take over, but not everyone like Yezizi who is not successful, and they will still care about you so much. Either you can buy a wealthy woman like Zhongzhen and even save on the brokerage. But no matter which one is, it cannot be achieved at this stage. Du Sheng shook his head. It would be useless to think too much for the time being. Overnight, with more than a dozen media portals fermenting, news about Snowflake Goddess Dragon is flooded with entertainment sections of many newspapers, magazines, and portals. Even in the entertainment section of Blog Plus Postba, there is a related report that continues to occupy the last place in the rankings for nearly 10 minutes before being replaced by new content. What surprised all netizens was that the protagonists who were originally the focus of public opinion and topics became a new actor named Du Sheng in the related reports. Taking Urban Entertainment Express as an example, most of the front page headlines that day were occupied by the newcomers' answers and comments. Du Sheng's money invested in Goddess Dragon was made by Fan Ou? I will not deny the rumors about Bei Yang. Sun Yaoei is not the male lead? He was even snatched by a pure newcomer for a second time. Can you kill Sun Yaoei in one round? Isn't it too crazy? Among them, the ones that have been criticized and complained the most are the distorted reports. Among many netizens, Fan Ou's fans have received particularly strong responses. They left messages on major social platforms, and their words were quite sharp. This newcomer is so brave. He doesn't even have a decent work, so he dares to speak wildly like this. Young people are becoming more and more impetuous nowadays. They don't think about how to improve their acting skills, but only know how to attract attention. It would be strange if such people are famous. I think he probably joined the group by relationships. I have never heard of this person before. Sun Yaoei was once one of the 4 little kings in Xiangzhong after all. How dare that kid say such words? Although he said it a little bit, I feel that he attaches great importance to the drama Goddess Dragon. Maybe there will be surprises. Come on. I started to play the show before it was broadcast. Who can't do that? I checked it. Du Sheng is not a professional acting career at all. He is a stunt actor and spends most of his time playing supporting roles in the M Store. What did Li Li think? If he finds such a person to take charge, isn't he afraid that all investment will be wasted? You don't need to watch it. This drama must be a fighter in a bad movie. If it becomes popular, I will eat it in public. In this whirlpool of public opinion, Du Sheng won the fierce care of netizens for his bold and extraordinary remarks. Although a few rational voices called for waiting for the work to be released before reviewing, these voices were quickly drowned out by the surging negative comments. They were even scolded and had to delete their posts and run away. Du Sheng became famous in one fell swoop, but unfortunately he was famous. Some netizens who like Sun Yaoei are becoming more and more braver as they fight and strengthen their firepower. Especially Bing Bang fans, they are ready to go, waiting for Snowflake Goddess Dragon to be released and are ready to criticize them and completely break down this bastard who has a scandal with their goddess. However, Du Sheng didn't care about all this at all. Some controversies can bring heat to the crew, the more the better. He glanced at the reputation value of 2,000 on the panel again, and the number of fans that had exceeded 350,000 on his blog plus post bar, and he felt even more happy. My eyes glanced at several skills, and finally I suppressed the idea of adding points. After all, his acting skills have become perfect, and if he wants to break through, he must improve to 100,000. Even if you want to add, you can only wait until the 2 dramas are released before considering them. As for singing skills, vocals, sex, dogs, horses, dragons, elephants, and prajna skills, these are temporarily enough. If you want to upgrade, you have to start at least 10,000 yuan, and your reputation is not enough. And driving proficiency, instrumental performance, and other things can either not be used for the time being or cannot be used. If you really need to improve your reputation in the future, you will be able to improve it. In this way, it is better to keep emergency responses or wait for new skills. If Du Sheng was right, even if the comprehensive evaluation increased significantly from F+ to E, it would not take long to trigger the lottery. 2 days passed in a hurry. The crew of Snowflake Goddess Dragon officially moved to the Alza Desert and began to work intensely on filming. Due to budget issues, the filming cycle of this drama is 2 months. Half of the films have been taken, so the problem should not be big. It means that you are often stationed in desert areas. Rest, sleep and communication are problems. As soon as Du Sheng got off the plane and was about to put things on the set, a text message from his cell phone rang. "Cousin, are you busy?" Seeing Wang Yuan's avatar, a cute figure appeared in Du Sheng's mind, and Xiao Xiao sent a message back. Although they are separated from each other during this period, they are still in contact from time to time. Lu Yifei sat at the desk, bored and leaned on her chin, not thinking about her homework at all. After a while, the phone vibrated and the screen was lit, and Du Sheng's reply appeared on the screen. "I just got off the plane and came to the Longfu Desert." "What's wrong?" Chapter 62. Is this woman intentional? I didn't expect Du Sheng to reply so quickly. Lu Yifei's eyes immediately lit up, and she said with a smile on her eyebrows. "The desert? I haven't been there yet, I really want to go and have a look. By the way, the crew of Qianlong has been completed. My scene was finished the day before yesterday." Du Sheng expressed a surprised expression. "So fast? Don't you have a lot of scenes left?" "Yes, but the filming went smoothly." Seeing that her mother didn't care about her homework, Lu Yifei typed quietly. But there was another dispute between producer Zhang and director Zhou in order to compete for post-production, which felt so messy. Du Sheng shook his head, but was not surprised. If it were in the previous life, Zhang's hit song would have long excluded Zhou Yaoan from the crew and even made excuses to withhold the pay, and both parties went to court. However, Zhang's hit song was plagued by trivial matters and scandals, and everything changed a lot. At least, although he was unhappy with Zhou Yaoan, the post-production had to give up some of the rights. "Cousin." Seeing that Du Sheng did not reply, Lu Yifei sent another message to ask. Du Sheng knew that this girl was a little worried and replied with a comforting expression. "Don't worry, if there are investors involved, they will handle it. And you acted pretty well, and post-production has no effect on you." Lu Yifei was instantly full of vitality. After chatting like this, she felt that the two of them had returned to the filming days of filming like a crew. "Cousin. Wow, where is this?" Her tone was full of happiness and expectation, and she couldn't wait. "Sister Tao posted a set of beautiful desert scenery, it's so beautiful. I really want to visit the set." Du Sheng. This woman Lu Tao did it on purpose. This is to burn your body. Thinking of the scene where the two girls met, they were disagreeable and disliked each other, he became a little uneasy. The wind is strong in the desert, the sun is vicious, the airflow is dry, and there are sandstorms from time to time. Don't be fooled by her. Believe it or not, she will be black, thin and wilted after she returns. Du Sheng remembered that they had occasional contact, so he deleted the latter sentence and replaced it with a haggard and wilted person. Lu Yifei returned to an ellipsis and after a moment, she smiled again. "That's it. Then you guys have worked so hard." She sighed and said with some regret. "It's a pity that I was taken back to school by my mother, otherwise I would have attended your press conference the day before yesterday." Du Sheng saw that this girl was quite reliable, so he replied a head-touching expression. "I'll finish the filming process. If I apply for Beijing Film Academy, I will go to play with you when I have time." "That's great." Smiley face, Lu Yifei was in a cheerful mood again and smiled. "Cousin, you must come to Beijing Film Academy. I look forward to it when I think about becoming your senior sister." Du Sheng smiled hoarsely and glanced at the time. It's too late. If you don't do your homework, go to bed, otherwise your mother will scold you again. I know, cousin. Oh. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed. Goddess Dragon has a new team, and her body is not that delicate. Although the desert shooting environment is a little harder, with the previous running in, the shooting progress is quite reasonable. At present, the main important parts such as the desert sect, the forced entry into the Divine Moon sect, and the broken sword cliff have been photographed. After Du Sheng finished filming the scene of I felt guilty for killing the male protagonist's younger brother and locking herself in the cemetery to repent. The scene was completed. There are only a few scenes where I was seriously injured and dying due to the rescue of people. Even in the whole drama, there are only the last showdown between good and evil and internal struggle in the 4 square cities. These dramas are basically concentrated on the male and female protagonists, as well as Wang Feiying and Ban Tianyu, the villains. According to the progress, it will take at least 1 week. Du Sheng can breathe a sigh of relief. That day, an unexpected call came in. Go to be the martial arts commander to save the situation. Du Sheng said in surprise. That's right, Yuan Bin returned to Xiangjiang and told the club that he was still in the hospital for treatment. The person who called Zhu Zhuoliang, his tone was not as good as a joke, and he said seriously. He had promised to serve as an action guide for my senior brother's new play. After searching for a while, he couldn't find a replacement, so he suggested that you. The drama Yuan Bin took on is called Big Boys Have Great Wisdom, directed by famous directors of Galaxy Image Du Kefeng and Wei Jiawei. Du Sheng happened to watch it in his previous life, and this drama ranks among the top 5 in the year's box office. In his mind, the figure of Lu Yingying, a famous actor, suddenly appeared. And if you don't say it, you won't know that Zhu Zhuoliang is actually Du Kefeng's junior brother. Previously, he was responsible for the overall coordination work at Galaxy Image Company, and he can be said to be Du Kefeng's right-hand man. It was only because Hong Kong films were in decline and there was no show to film that they went their separate ways to find their future. The movie Big Boy is currently being filmed in Yungang Grottos in Tongcheng, Jinfu, mainland China, and will soon be filmed with a combat action scene related to the investigation. The problem is here. This drama was originally scheduled to be released simultaneously in the Spring Festival period in Xiangjiang and mainland China, and was used as the main film to open up the market, so Lu Tianwang and the newly popular actress were invited to star in it. However, it has been delayed for more than half a month because some elements in the movie may be suspected of sealing a mystery letter, and the character played by Zhang Beizi is suspected of invading and killing neon soldiers. Now, because the producer is urging me to the point of being anxious, I have complaints about the shooting progress. The producer is Xiang Hua, the boss of Oriental Star Entertainment, and is a big shot in Xiangjiang. Du Kefeng didn't want to offend this financial owner, so he could only find the martial arts commander to help him temporarily. However, capable action guidance, such as Yuan Gui, who has already joined the crew to shoot, Yuan's family went to Hollywood, and Cheng Xiaodong asked for a price too expensive. After searching around, I found that there was nothing suitable. It was a last resort to let Yuan Bin's senior brother Ma Sheng take the lead, but this person is not used to the usual dark image style of Galaxy Image. Moreover, this time Du Kefeng wanted to make bold innovations in action scenes and show the slowness to brace that he had pursued differently in the past. Ma_Sheng didn't know if his thoughts were deviant and he failed to show it intact, which resulted in another week of time. Du Kefeng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, because the funds were burning as they waited. In the end, Yuan Bin was dissatisfied and remembered that he had owed Du Sheng a favor before, so he simply introduced him to try it. I want to shoot the action scenes that Du Kefeng wants in a short time, but I can't find them at all. The action tricks designed by Du Sheng left a deep impression on Yuan Bin and might be able to do it. But Du Sheng is filming Snowflake Goddess Dragon, and he also needs to be in charge of the relevant action guidance. It is unknown whether there is time at the moment. Du Kefeng needs to contact him. But is this circle big or not? After asking around, Du Kefeng did not expect that Zhu Zhuoyang actually knew Du Sheng too. This junior brother not only highly recommended him, but also praised Du Sheng's guidance ability for being extremely novel. Du Kefeng finally became curious, asked a few questions, and simply asked Zhu Zhuoyang to invite him to try it. This is why today's call came into being. Chapter 63 Prize Pool Update. Zhu Zhuoyang briefly explained the situation to Du Sheng and asked. 80,000 helps guide several fighting scenes, charter flights, do you want to go? Go. Du Sheng asked Zhang Jun to communicate with him and gave an answer. This place is less than a few hundred kilometers away from Tongcheng, and it only takes more than an hour to go there. Moreover, the action scenes on the crew have been rehearsed by several leading actors, and he doesn't need to stay in these days. How could I refuse if I could easily get tens of thousands of dollars into my bag? Not to mention, there is still a relationship between people here. In fact, when Zhu Zhuoyang mentioned that he was helping Du Kefeng just now, Du Sheng would consider it even if he went to help with friendship. The reason is nothing special. This great director has several classic movies. The film has not been taken yet. This is a hot commodity. Many of the memes in those movies have been popular for more than 10 years. If it can be mixed in, isn't this a reputation value cash machine? When I learned that Du Sheng was fortunate to participate in the filming of director Xiang Zhang, I would not talk about the envy and jealousy of Ren Yet and others. Even Lu Tao was slanderous. However, she knew that men could not do anything like this, and the other party adjusted part of the shooting schedule, which made her scenes tighter. You just left like this, it will hurt me. Listening to the woman's complaints, Du Sheng just smiled. There are a lot of specialties over there. I'll bring you some compensation when I come back. Lu Tao suddenly remembered something delicious, his beautiful eyes lit up, and he hummed with a little coquettish voice. I want to eat taigo cakes. 10 boxes. She once had the honor to taste the delicious taigo cake. The sweet but not greasy, crisp but not broken feeling made her unforgettable. Du Sheng was speechless. You sure you can transport this kind of desert place? Just 1 box, you can enjoy it. So stingy. Lu Tao muttered, knowing that the situation was not allowed, so he suddenly rolled his eyes and joked. In addition to King Lu, there seems to be the #1 beauty in Xiangjiang. Don't be fascinated, you even forgot how you come back. Du Sheng couldn't help but complain. Do you think I am a succubus, and there will be women who will pay you wherever you go? Humph. Who knows, there is a scandal with Hui Huiden in front, and there is a beautiful cousin behind him who is obsessed with it. Lu Tao looked disbelieved. You are clearly in the recruiting bees and butterflies constitution. She seemed to not care, but actually she was a little nervous. It was really a trend that this man could see with his naked eyes that became a bit popular. And after spending this period of time together, she was a little unable to extricate herself. After all, the other party has outstanding and great strength in all aspects, and this family has no semicolon. There is not much time, I'm leaving. After a brief exchange with producer Li Lida, Du Sheng left the crew. I just returned to the hotel and sorted out my things and prepared to embark on a journey to Tongcheng, Jinfu. A crisp reminder suddenly came from my ears. The filming of Snowflake Goddess Dragon has been detected. Will the settlement lottery be held? Tip: the more the host's interpretation fits the character itself, the heavier the proportion of the role, the higher the completion degree, and the higher the abilities, items, and skills levels provided by the prize. He actually came early. Du Sheng was shocked and felt a little excited and expectant. There are only a few finishing shots left. I will come back to make up for it, which will have no impact on the entire evaluation and will not wait. He took a deep breath and silently recited. Close down. In the statistics, the host character fit is 78%, the roles account for 19%, and the completion is 80%. The prize pool is re-updated. When the last time Tianlong was settled, how much was the fit and completion? Du Sheng compared it carefully and each increased by about 8%. After breaking through to the point where he achieved perfection in LV3, he never added any more, and the result was pretty good. You're welcome to say that only 40% of all actors in the domestic entertainment industry can reach the 60% passing line. If we calculate based on the entire drama, the degree of fit and completion of artists is nearly 80%, which is probably not even 20%. He is indeed okay. As for the proportion of the scenes, even Lu Tao, who plays the heroine, is probably not likely to exceed 50%. It is quite good that he, a second male player, can occupy this share. I believe that there are 2 dramas that will only get better and better in the future. Du Sheng was quite satisfied and looked at the newly popped up column. The settlement is completed. The performance rating of Snowflake Goddess Dragon is Liang+. The host's current comprehensive evaluation is F+, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/10. Will the lottery be held? Didn't it double? Du Sheng was a little surprised, but not surprised. If you count the lottery given by the evaluation, it will be really used up after the 3 times. In the field of vision, a lottery interface of 19 chooses 7 will pop up. 19 cards flashed out of the roulette with the intersection of purple, blue, green and white. Good plus evaluation, there is actually purple inside. This surprised Du Sheng and felt a little joyful. Sai Huichuo has a lot of good things. Because he was a master of a generation of miracle doctor border old man, he learned a lot, and was very proficient in martial arts, medicine, institutions, 5 elements, 8 trigrams, astronomy, and numerology. The most powerful one is medical skills. According to Du Sheng's guess, the most likely thing about purple is the detoxification technique. Because the drama is used the most frequently, I saved the male lead and then the female lead, and then I had to work hard to save my brother-in-law and father. In addition, there is Sai Hua Tuo's very casual broken pulse of the golden needle, which can detect pulses and distinguish diseases from the air. And the sound transmission secret and soul return pill. However, these 2 involve the fantasy level and are unlikely to produce. As for other strange and magical objects that have not been listed, there must be some, but it is difficult to recall them in one aspect. With some hope, Du Sheng silently recited, "Raffle lottery." As the thought moves, the cards on the roulette turn quickly counterclockwise. Brush. Then the 7 cards exploded, like a stream of light, bright and dazzling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret technique of Kimandungia, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the antidote of Tianjing Yulu pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a red sandalwood wheelchair. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tianji Ling Shu Jing, blue, technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of Tianji golden needles. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heart O Heart, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 gold ingots. Hey, 3 blues. Looking at the row of blue lights, Du Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. Although it is a bit regrettable that there is no purple, it is also expected. After all, the last time I appeared purple, I had double buff. That is hard to come by. And what I released this time is pretty good. First of all, Kimandungia, LV1/blue, 10/1000. This thing is the first secret technique among the 3 secret treasures of Kimin, Liren, and Tai. It includes astronomy, calendar, war, strategy, philosophy, etc. As long as you are proficient in learning, you will be no problem for people to see facial features, fortune-telling, divination, and formation. According to legend, Huangdi, Zhang Taigong, Zhang Liang, Zhuge Liang, Lu Bowen, and others also applied this secret technique to war, and the effect was great. Du Sheng thought that unless he took it to the China-Myanmar war zones, there would be no big chance of using it in modern times. However, it is still okay to use it to brush the golden body and install the surface in the future. Chapter 64 First Aid Methods. Du Sheng suppressed his thoughts and glanced at the following ones. Tianjing Yulu Pills, Red Sandalwood Wheelchair, Tianji Golden Needle. The first one is Yellow Pill, which has a slightly similar appearance to Angong Beef Yellow. It should be a commonly used medicine for treating diseases and saving people. The main focus should be detoxification plus treatment of injuries. In the future, you can use it if you encounter emergencies such as venomous snakes, fall injuries, vomiting, etc., or if you are injured in an international ring competition. It is quite good. Second, this yellow wheelchair. How to say it, it's quite valuable. After all, it is red sandalwood, and a single cubic raw material costs tens of thousands, let alone this kind of antique. It just so happens that my adoptive father needs a wheelchair at the moment, and he likes to collect antiques. As for the third example, it can also act as a hidden weapon. I really don't have money, so it's worth it if I use it. The Tianji Ling Shijing, isn't this thing the main practice of Sai Huichuo, right? Du Sheng glanced at the introduction, it was indeed the case. Tianji Ling Shijing, LV1/Blue. Know the specific application of basic theories such as yin and yang, 5 elements, Zhangxiang meridians, etiology, and pathogenesis, and basically understand the first aid methods such as acupuncture, unblocking meridians, and extracutaneous surgery. It looks okay. In the future, if you have headaches, fevers, abdominal pain, etc., or even injuries, you don't have to go to the hospital. Do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. If the skill level is improved to above the level of perfection, it should be more than enough to be a guest star in a Chinese medicine master. It is estimated that his adoptive father's broken right leg has a certain chance of recovering through acupuncture and unblocking the meridians. 3 gold ingots are probably 2 pounds. Du Sheng estimated it and was in a good mood. If you add the previous box of gold leaves, the current market price will be 200,000, and it will not be a problem to double it for a few years. It's considered an additional income. More than working hard for 2 months. Faced with such a guaranteed lottery rebate, Du Sheng is of course the more the better. When he looked at the last skill, his face suddenly became strange. What a strange thing! Wipe your eyes and look at it again, it's not dazzling. It's very powerful. It is the talent obtained from this kind of lottery, which feels a bit unreliable. Du Sheng thought about it and thought it was still related to the role. In the play, Sai Huatuo confessed to the goddess Long twice and was willing to sacrifice himself to save her. He knew that the death disaster had arrived and was still worried about the other party's safety at the last moment of his life. This infatuation is not an exaggeration to describe it as deep as the sea of love. It is after the lottery was released, the serious effect changed a little. But the power is even more mysterious. Very good, he just likes this. Du Sheng's last sight was on his reputation. 2585. After the last time I upgraded the Dragon Elephant Prajnakung to the 3rd level of copper skin in one breath, my reputation was directly bottomed out. These more than 2,000 have accumulated over the past month. If you don't specifically mess with your business, and if your reputation increases dramatically, you probably have to wait for the 2 dramas to be released. He filtered out each skill. There is no need to add points urgently at present, so he just kept it first. Moreover, this reputation value is likely to be insufficient to improve the comprehensive evaluation level to E. Maybe the next movie Big Boys Have Great Wisdom can provide him with variables that can be in place in one step. With this expectation, Du Sheng got on the plane the next morning and came to Tongcheng. A circle of buildings in the famous antique street in the area was temporarily surrounded. From a distance, I saw the crew there busy. Du Sheng's eyes fell on Du Kefeng, who was smoking a cigar next to him. While moving forward, he recalled the other parties' related deeds in his mind. The most influential director in the Xiangjiang film and television industry is definitely on the list. With his unique talent, Du Kefeng has created many highly anticipated works. As early as 1992, his The Deadly Officer won the box office championship in Xiangzhong. The previous year's Gunfire won the Best Director Awards at the Academy Awards and Golden Horse Awards. Last year, he also helped Liu Dihua to be the Best Actor in the Golden Images again. However, even with various honors, these works did not bring rich benefits to Du Kefeng. In order to maintain the operation of Galaxy Image, he had to get involved in the shooting of commercial films again. Now this movie Big Guys Are Big Wisdom is probably his new attempt. For this movie, profitability is undoubtedly the primary goal. However, when I asked about the first trial not long ago, I was shocked. The action scenes were also filmed roughly and perfunctorily, and they were specially selected by the producer Oriental Star Entertainment. Due to the xenophobic market in Bay City and the impact of Hollywood movies, the Hong Kong film market has become increasingly sluggish in the past decade. Xiang Hua is well aware of the trend of market changes and has long turned his attention to the mainland market and seeks broader development space. This time, Oriental Star Entertainment is trying to open up opportunities in the mainland market. If the first battle fails, it will only be short of its limit in the future. Therefore, he strictly required the shooting level and was not allowed to do it perfunctorily. Du Kefeng couldn't resist the other party, so he was forced to delete the script and remake it. After just such delays, the entire crew almost stopped. After finally finishing the process, it is almost mid-November and time is very tight. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Yuan Bin, who was an action guide before, couldn't get out of the way due to a conflict and could only look for relationships everywhere to make up for it. After a round trip, Yuan Bin finally recommended someone. Listening to his words, he seemed to appreciate them quite well. Du Kefeng knew that Yuan Bin was very pragmatic and it was difficult for ordinary people to get his praise. The other party is nearby, and it is very convenient to get around. But when he saw the person coming, Du Kefeng was quite surprised even though he had rich experience. Is the other party too young at this age? There are barriers to action guidance. Yuan Bin was not making a mistake? Although he was a little surprised, Du Kefeng did not show it. Because he has directed a TV series in his 20s. Moreover, he believes in cause and effect fate. There are genius resources in this world. Hello, Director Du, I have long admired my name. Du Sheng smiled and went forward to say hello. Du Kefeng laughed and looked at him up and down. Everyone's surname is Du, but it's rare to be so young to guide the movement. Director Du laughed. Compared to when you were young, I am not worth mentioning. Du Sheng knew the other person's temperament very well, so he was not too humble. This kind of big guide will only depend on whether you have the ability and talent. As for age, it is second. Chapter 65 Pure and Beautiful. After a few polite words, Du Sheng knew that time was tight and said straight to the point. Director Du, I have roughly read the script you asked Director Zhu to send. The male protagonist who is filmed now is fighting against the inner demon, and the murderer who kills the police to escape, right? I have already compiled the specific design and tricks. Do you want to take a look first? Du Kefeng looked sideways again, and finally a hint of surprise arose. The script was only released yesterday, and have you conceived it now? Just based on this ridiculously fast speed, I am afraid that even a professional martial arts finger like Yuan Bin is inferior to that. Of course, it makes no sense to make up randomly. Everything must be created closely with the plot, characters, photography, editing, etc. Okay, let's do it now. Du Kefeng turned his head and shouted at a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, directing the scene arrangement. Ah Wei, Xiao Du has designed the fighting scenes, come and have a look. The middle-aged man is Wei Jiawei, who is also a director and has made many films. A few years ago, he and Du Kefeng opened Galaxy Image Company together, which was the creation of another era in Xiangzhong. Wei Jiawei looked at Du Sheng without much politeness, and went straight to the point to discuss the details and planning of the action scenes. There is some careful thought in this. However, who is Du Sheng? Having some memory matches in his previous life is simply a copy of the answer. Even if you can't remember most of the details clearly, your own knowledge and the skills of motion guidance are there, and it's not difficult to add them. This combination not only makes the film's weird investigation process more thrilling, but also makes the fighting scenes that are moderately active and static are tightly displayed. It even improved some children's plays that were given low scores by the audience in their previous lives. For example, the light skills of the murderer Tian Zui-san flying off the ground are as close to reality as possible. If I hadn't heard Lao Du say that I gave you the script yesterday, I would have doubted if you were a borer in our stomachs. After a few minutes, Wei Jiawei, who had always been taciturn, looked at Du Sheng in surprise, without any concealing his appreciation. It's really good, it's tricky, the key is to keep up with our pace. Du Qifeng's attitude also changed from his previous scatteredness, with a little excitement in his words. He smiled and patted Du Sheng on the shoulder, showing some enthusiasm. Our crew is in need of someone who is capable and creative like you, welcome to officially join. At this moment, Du Sheng was no longer dispensable in his eyes, but became a treasure mountain full of potential. As the best partner, Wei Jiawei knew very well why Du Qifeng was so happy. Because of Du Sheng's design ideas, it actually strangely fits the main idea of this drama. You can't take anything away, only karma will be with you. In just one day, the other party not only designed a complex fighting scene, but also fits their thoughts. Which director cannot be surprised if he is such a genius? Du Sheng said intimidly, because he was standing on the shoulders of his predecessors. But this idea flashed through. This is the advantage of the prophet. He smiled and said, "Will you take a photo today?" "That's accurate, prepare it." Of course, Du Qifeng had to strike while the iron was hot and looked at Wei Jiawei. "Where is that Indian? Let's film his pursuit scene first." This is a scene that connects the past and the future. The outline is that the heroine who plays the inspector of the crime team is investigating a murder case. When they were chased to the scene, the surrounding area was in a mess, and a man's body was lying separate in a pool of blood. Suddenly, the police dog barked at an iron box. According to Du Sheng's fighting design that fits the plot, here is a thriller opening painting. That is, when the police officer picked up the iron box, he found a blood-stained head hidden inside. The next moment, his head suddenly opened his eyes. The murderer played by the Indians actually borrowed the bone shrinkage skill and hid his whole body in an iron box with a wide mouth of less than 3 feet. Then, the whole person twisted and moved like a spiral, and came out to kill. Although he was outnumbered in the end and was captured by tear gas, the murderer used his bone shrinkage skills to break free from the handcuffs and chains in the police car. During this period, a pursuit battle is inevitable on the road. The murderer also used a technique similar to 8 steps to cicadas to jump onto the wall to avoid bullets, looking like a flying man. Everyone is ready, the filming starts. With the shouts of the venue, the actors scattered around quickly arrived. Wei Jiawei saw that Du Sheng was a little strange and explained. "Andy Lau hasn't arrived yet. She originally planned to start filming tomorrow. Today she will be familiar with the scene." Du Sheng nodded slightly, understandable. After all, Lu Yunjiao is more like a stern and belongs to the top of the tower. It is certain to be busy. With the arrival of the actors, he also saw Zhang Beizi, who played the heroine for the first time. It is indeed pure and beautiful, and it feels like it stands out from the crowd. Although the other party has only been in the industry for a few years, it has rapidly risen in the Xiangjiang film and television industry and has become the leader among the younger generation of actresses. Since entering the entertainment industry, every work she starred in has a good reputation at the box office. In addition to her outstanding appearance and temperament, she has become one of the most popular actresses. For example, since Zhang Baji appeared, the reporters and media following her around were crazy about her. Although her role is quite ordinary, her high appearance is enough to kill everything in seconds. But when facing the reporter's siege and questioning, her face did not change much, and she didn't even feel perfunctory. Baiji, this is the new action guide. Du Kefeng knew that Zhang Baiji was probably in a relationship problem, but he would not spoil him and called him. After filming the murderer's pursuit, it will be your turn to chase the murderer, and follow a Sheng's instructions in terms of details. Out of etiquette, Du Sheng nodded slightly. Zhang Baiji just glanced at him, nodded and took out her mobile phone to play. She was in a bad mood today. Wei Jiawei happened to pass by and whispered to Du Sheng. Xiang Tai spoiled her very much and treated her as her goddaughter. As long as she did not delay filming, we usually turn a blind eye. Du Sheng didn't care about it, of course he wouldn't take it to heart. And if he guessed correctly, the other party was in a bad mood and should have been trapped in the Feng's Haifei love triangle. Just 2 days ago, Xie Tingfeng, who was so popular, turned around and reunited with the Empress of the Song Wang Fei. It would be strange if Zhang Baiji was hit hard that she could laugh. If it hadn't been for several years before that incident, I would probably have been feeling perfunctory now. Everyone takes your place and re-embed. Du Kefeng issued an order to the Via group, while Du Sheng looked at the translator of the Indian artist Ali Fazal. Did you remember the key points of the movement? First, dodge at high speed, avoid the bullets shot by the cowards, then run up the wall, show the characteristics of 8 steps to catch cicadas, then turn around in the air, stab the long sword in your hand back. This young man from India is 18 or 19 years old. He does not know Mandarin or Cantonese. He even has a bad English language and needs to rely on translation for everything. It is probably because he has been stuffed into it with foreign resources. I took 2 photos before, both of which were bumpy. It's so simple that it needs to be reshooted. When I think about working overtime tonight, many people in the crew were a little impatient. Chapter 66 The Big Far Crew. Du Sheng said, demonstrating it for Fazal in the open space, and then signaled him. You imitate it. Fazal looked around and saw that the staff in charge of Ravia was ready. After listening to the translation explanation, he nodded reluctantly. He went to a nightclub to mess around last night and was in a bad state and was still yawning now. But his family paid a lot to put him in the crew, so they had to film it. Action. With a command, the entire crew began to operate, and Fazal had to turn around and step on the wall and jump up. However, I don't know if he was not focused enough, his body was crooked and his steps were a little disordered. Just as he was dodging the bullets, the center of gravity was even more unstable. The staff responsible for hanging the wire was difficult to cooperate. Fazal's body inevitably lost its balance. It hit the wall with a bang and then fell to the ground. #Yuan #, and, Yuan. Fazal is a native of the Indian clan. He was born with a golden key in his mouth. He hit the wall twice before, but he was reluctant to break up because he didn't want to break up. Now that he fell like a Spartan, he couldn't bear it, and he got angry and angrily on the spot. He threw away the Wia and shouted on strike. Go to the hospital for examination or something. What is he talking about? Du Sheng cleaned his ears and looked at the awkward translator. The latter is not easy to offend the crew, so they translate the other party's words. His. When everyone around heard this, they looked over in surprise. What is the identity and ability of this Tianzue-san, so awesome? Those with some eyesight know that it is his own problem. How can he even go on strike? Do you want to go to the hospital for examination? Du Sheng thought he had heard it wrong, so he smiled happily, shrugged and simply stood aside. Wei Jiawei grinned his teeth, a little headache. It is difficult for such a young ancestor to serve. He had said before that he should not let such people join the group, but the producers had to put their relationship in. Just stuff it in, but you have to play a special role with superb skills. Isn't this a joke? Even Zhang Baiji, who was browsing her phone with her head down, was attracted by the situation here. There is nothing else, because the Indians are very similar to the scene where she has been upset and not taking pictures these days. This is a reverse reference comparison, but it is not too wonderful. How can I take pictures if I get so hurt? Fazal pointed to the swelling part of his arm, and was so excited that he squeaked. Can you guide you? Can you do such difficult movements? Even if outsiders couldn't understand, his copper bell-like eyes almost protruded, which showed that they were quite irritable. He is sure not to take a photo. Du Sheng's face was calm and he was not angry. He had been filming The Legend of the Condor Heroes before floating around in the air, and some cameras had to be hung upside down, holding Wang Yuan in his hand. Have you ever shouted about hard work? Even Lu Yifei accidentally hit the wall when filming the 36-hole island owner, and her arm was damaged. She didn't say anything and still insisted on filming the scene that day. This Indian Asan just rang gently, and didn't even have a red mark. He was so righteous and said he wouldn't take a photo? What's your status? Before the translation could respond, Fazal's agent rushed forward quickly. She stood in front of Du Sheng and explained anxiously. Mr. Du, please calm down. Fazal is young and ignorant, he didn't mean it. The agent was so anxious that she broke out on her forehead. Although she was an indirect agent, she also collected the money. Oh, my little ancestor! How can you talk nonsense in such an occasion? You are not afraid of offending others. You just leave after filming the movie, but I still have to stay in this circle. Although this action coach is young, have you not seen that even director Du values him very much? Du Sheng just smiled and didn't blame too much. Am I wrong? Before the agent could respond, after listening to the translation, Fazal pointed at Du Sheng's nose and cursed. This person is deliberately making things difficult for him. Just ask him if he can do it. With the Wia hanging, you still have to jump on the wall with 3 steps in a row, then turn around and stab. Do you think this is a martial arts film? Agent Zheng was at the center of the storm where the two were arguing, and his face was spitting out. She sighed helplessly, turned her head and smiled bitterly at Du Sheng. Sorry, young people are always impulsive, please bear with me. Just when I think that Du Sheng is younger than Fazal, this explanation is a bit muggle. The atmosphere at the scene became a little nervous. A businessman saw that the momentum was wrong and ran to Du Kefeng to rescue him. The artists around him didn't say anything, as if they were used to it, and they were still in the mood to eat melons. Du Sheng's face remained unchanged and he was calm. His eyes passed by manager Zheng and looked directly at Fazal and said, There is a saying in the East that there is nothing difficult in the world, I'm afraid of those who are determined. Since you think it is impossible, I won't try the wire for you. Fazal smiled angry at his words, revealing a hint of contempt in his tone. Oh? Do you really think you Orientals can do light skills? Can you still fly over the eaves and walk around the walls? Du Sheng shook his head slightly, too lazy to talk about it in a long time. I don't know if there is any light skills, but it is not that magical to rush and jump with the rebounding force of the wall. Fazal looked at the wall more than 2 meters high, as if he had heard some joke, and shouted at the translator. Tell him that if he can do it, I apologize immediately and follow his command in the future. At this time, Du Kefeng, who was sorting out the camera in front of the computer, had already arrived after hearing the news. While looking at the opera house, he asked, What's the situation? Wasn't the rehearsal done before? The opera agent scratched his head and said, This is hard to explain clearly. He organized the words, but he was somewhat biased. Duzzy was teaching a wild arts just now, and the Indian man who played the murderer seemed to be in a state, and his movements were not done well for several times. After hitting the wall just now, he threw the Wia away and pointed at the Duzzy to scold him. Who knew that the Duzzy also got angry and said that he would not hang the wire, and directly demonstrated it in an empty body. Du Kefeng frowned when he heard this. Fazal had made frequent mistakes before, and he was a little dissatisfied. But the other party is backed by capital and has not many scenes, so he plans to endure it and pass it. Time is tight now, so why don't you say you won't take a photo? Du Kefeng's face darkened unconsciously. Subconsciously speeded up. Seeing that I was about to enter the photography scene, I was thinking about how to finish it, but unexpectedly. A scene that made him stare at him leapt in front of him. On the shooting site, a fitness figure and a running up jump, gently tapped the toes, leaping, and jumping onto a 2-meter wall in an instant. Then he jumped forward in the air with a gorgeous somersault, holding a sword in both hands, and slashed down the air. The movements flowed like lightning. It was like a tiger descending the mountain, and rushed towards a gun-carrying man who was ambushing not far away. Ding! A crisp metal impact sounded suddenly. Accompanied by a scream and the pistol sword, the agile figure flipped back with the force, and removed the momentum in a few steps. Then he shook his sleeves and stood there with his hands firmly. Chapter 67 Opportunities to deliver to your door. What is a master? What does break the limit mean? This doesn't count. Du Ruofeng was amazed, and his thoughts were still a little ups and downs. In the 1970s and 1980s, there are indeed people who can do it. But now? He tried to search Du Sheng to see if there were any traces of wire ropes. However, let alone cranes, there are not even people from Lavia. All auxiliary equipment does not exist. This guy actually climbed over the wall with nothing. And it completely reproduced the fragment of flying eaves and walking on the wall in his mind. Zhang Baji also blinked her beautiful eyes, wondering if she was confused. But looking at the shocked crowd around, I realized that it was not an illusion. This person seems to be the new martial arts commander? I do have some skills. Something interesting. At this moment, on the other side, Fazal felt as if he had been used to impose a fixed technique, and his whole body was frozen in place. His eyes were staring at the crane, as if he wanted to find some clues from there. However, all the staff stood quietly aside, with a bit of watching the show in their eyes. And those few wire ropes were hanging alone in the air, as if they were laughing at something silently. Fazal was a little panicked. My heart feels like a blown up. His confidence, his arrogance of the high caste, his fearlessness, were all shattered at this moment. It seems that I never thought that there was really someone in this world who could complete such a difficult movement without using the help of Wia. This is not light skills, it is better than light skills. Wonderful, wonderful. Just as Fazal was embarrassed and ashamed, a praise suddenly came from not far away. Director Du Kefeng struggled to squeeze away the onlookers, his face filled with excitement. Obviously, the scene just now hit his mind. He walked to Du Sheng in 2 steps and 3 steps, his voice a little excited. Xiao Du, this coherent action is so wonderful. Can you still replicate the tricks you made just now? I want to change it to a long shot. Fazal's whole body stiffened, something was wrong. Long shot? Isn't this going to increase the difficulty of shooting? Of course he knew that long shots can often bring viewers a more realistic and immersive movie experience. However, long lenses also have their disadvantages. That is, it requires extremely high requirements for actors' performances and photographers' shooting skills. If there is a slight mistake, all previous efforts will be wasted. However, for Du Kefeng, these are not problems. Or rather, his mind is now full of Du Sheng's moves just now. He believed that with this long shot, this movie would definitely become more classic. As for shooting losses, for this movie, he had already swallowed his anger and his anger was on the verge of explosion. It's useless if anyone can stop it now. As a famous director of firefighting in Xiangjiang, Du Kefeng claims to be second in terms of his skills in cursing, and no one dares to say that he is first. Even if the producer Xiang Hua arrives now, he has to argue with the other party. Du Kefeng looked eager to try, and couldn't wait. After listening to the translation, Fazal felt a little desperate. This time I really have to find a crack in the ground. Although he was very unwilling to give up, he had to admit that the new martial arts fingers move just now was indeed impeccable. Especially the lightness, the chicness, the sense of power. It's like a character who came out of a martial arts novel. The most important thing is that the other party really did not use Ouija. No. How is this possible? How is this possible? Fazal only felt that his worldview was about to collapse. He has always believed that only martial arts geniuses like Master Bodhidharma of India could easily make such amazing moves. But realistic. A newcomer who is unknown can do this. This is simply a hell. When I remembered that I had spoken wildly to the other party before. This is more than just a slap in the face. He was embarrassed at this moment, but he wanted to leave. Du Sheng naturally had no time to pay attention to him, and thought for a while and said, "You can try it, but the requirements for actors are higher. I don't know if they can." He knew that Du Kefeng had an almost harsh persistence in the pursuit of plot. Especially once the shooting status is wrong, even King Lu, Jinayu, and others are scolded by him so much that they can't raise their heads. There is a saying in the Xiangjiang circle. Actors who have never been scolded by Du Kefeng are embarrassed to say hello to others when they go out. But on the contrary, if you really have the ability, he will never be stingy to praise you. Du Sheng naturally would not miss this kind of opportunity to deliver to the door. There are still many benefits to gaining recognition from this great director. At least there is still some power in the Hong Kong circle at present, which can be used for use, which will help open up the continental market in the future. As for whether the actor can do it, he doesn't care. When most people heard the director say they wanted to take a long shot, they didn't respond much. After all, I'm used to it. Instead, they turned their attention to Fazal. I want to see if this San, who was appointed by the capital, can still bear it. One by one, the eyes were somewhat ridiculed. But what disappointed everyone was that this San didn't know if he didn't understand the translation or had already spit it on his face. Not only did he not apologize for doing what he said, he also changed his previous injured state of falling to the ground. Under the dim lights of the studio, Fazal held his cell phone while looking up. "Okay, don't urge me, I'll hurry over now," he explained to the translator, and his tone revealed a hint of impatientness. Du Kefeng looked at the back that was gradually moving away and frowned directly. After leaving the set, Fazal put away his cell phone and his eyes became too late. He didn't say a word and got on the business car. The car door was closed with a bang, and the translator chasing him was startled. "I won't shoot today, go back." Fazal had no room for negotiation, and his tone was a bit furious. The translator was stunned for a moment and hesitated. "But, it's hard to explain here. Moreover, the agent who is communicating with the crew has not come back yet." Fazal looked coldly and was furious. "This crew is obviously xenophobic, you can't see it." The translator was frightened by his momentum and did not persuade him to get into the driver's seat. The business car slowly drove onto the highway. Fazal, who was angry, dialed a number directly and said angrily, "Sister Ying, this scene cannot be filmed. It's completely targeting." A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, and said strangely, "You just started shooting, so what's wrong?" Chen Mingying is one of the producers of Big Boys Have Great Wisdom and an important figure sent by Oriental Star Entertainment. She plays an important role in the industry, and she certainly attaches importance to the Fazal who has been fed in by the investors. Fazal seemed to have been greatly insulted and scolded. That bald director Du Kefeng is obviously a playful person. He found a new martial arts finger to design some difficult counterfeit moves and martial arts movements. "Isn't it just that I made a fool of myself and it's convenient for me to kick people?" He said the story in great detail. It seemed as if I had become the victim of the entire incident. Chapter 68, Substitute. Chen Mingying on the other end of the phone frowned when she heard it. Du Sir has been preparing for this drama for 3 months. Moreover, Galaxy Image also invested a lot of money in it, and there was no reason for him to deliberately mess with you for a small accident. But Fazal couldn't listen at all. He stubbornly believed that he was treated unfairly, and his heart was full of anger. Chen Mingying sighed lightly, with a hint of weakness and fatigue. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to stop acting? The contract has been signed. If you stop acting now, wouldn't you let the company compensate for the losses? How do you explain to your father? Fazal gritted his teeth, and when he thought of the feeling of shamelessness on the set. I will continue shooting tomorrow, but the crew must give me a reasonable explanation. What explanation do you want? Chen Mingying asked afterwards. Fazal's face was sinister. Kick off that new martial arts coach, otherwise this matter will never end. Chen Mingying was silent for a moment and said, I'll communicate with Du Sir and wait for my news. The translator seemed to be concentrating on driving, but in fact he was secretly paying attention to the movements in the back seat. Seeing Fazal sitting there with a gloomy eyes, he couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. This kind of person who takes up a pit and doesn't poop, God is really blind. At the filming scene, Du Kefeng, who was originally very interested, looked gloomy at this moment. What did you say? He was hurt and felt uncomfortable. Can't take a photo today. Chen Mingying, holding her cell phone, didn't want to face this powder keg, and said repeatedly. Du Sir, it's really not a fault for Alibaba. After all, it's a loss for our crew to delay for a day. And I think in order to avoid the situation today again, can we actually use a substitute appropriately? Du Kefeng narrowed his eyes, blocking the coldness in his eyes. So do you want someone to shoot his entire scene? Everyone who is involved in the Hong Kong circle knows that in order to avoid distortion of the picture, Du Sir will not use a stand-in without a subtitle. The crew almost knew exactly what kind of person Fazal was. If the other party says he won't take a photo, he won't take a photo. This is no longer a problem of stepping on the bottom line, but not taking him seriously at all. This, you don't need to take a full shot. Chen Mingying didn't hear it for a while and tentatively said. Since that martial arts finger performs well and is about the same height as Alibaba, why not just let him be a substitute? Let Ashen be his substitute, your mother's surname is yours. Du Kefeng's face was gloomy and terrible, and his tone was as cold as a knife. I don't care what you use. If he is not on the stage in 10 minutes, then get out. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Du Kefeng hung up the phone directly. He is both a director and a producer, and a funder. Once you become irritable, don't talk about what you are, even investors will still fight back. The most famous person in his previous life was the film 10 Years that won the Best Film Award for the Academy Awards. He almost had a quarrel with the Capital boss Lin Jianyu. Ding 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 ding. Listening to the blind voice sounding on the other end of the phone, Chen Mingying looked confused. Then he realized that he hit the iron plate. I can't save it even if I want to. At the filming scene, everyone was so angry that they didn't dare to breathe. I was afraid of offending this irritable boss who turned into a tyrant on the set. However, surprisingly, Du Kefeng took a deep breath and looked at Du Sheng. If the scene just now was taken in a long shot, can you show it in full? Du Sheng understood the other party's meaning, raised his eyebrows and nodded quietly. You can try it. Everyone in the field also heard it and looked over with envy and jealousy. This is really a pie from the sky. No need to guess, you know that Du Sir is planning to replace him. And it seems that this pie fell directly on the young man in front of him. Is this considered God chasing him to feed him? Although the supporting role of the murderer doesn't have many roles, it is definitely a piece of light. Once you are sure to star in the role, your identity will definitely increase your status. Listening to the low voices around, Zhang Baji couldn't help looking at Du Sheng, her face a little strange. Is this going to play an opponent with yourself? Du Kefeng gave the answer directly and said to Wei Jiawai. Change the murderer, replace Tianzi Noda with Nanyang Koka, delete the yoga bone shrinkage skills, and the rest remains unchanged. Since this martial arts play and ideas are provided by a Sheng, he will be replaced by him in all aspects. If it is in Xiangzhong, he can still find someone to play at any time. Time is tight now, so it is impossible to pick people for a supporting role, and let him come here long distance. Therefore, finding someone on the spot has become a common way. As for Du Sheng's actions just now, it is difficult for others to interpret even if they hold a wire. What's more, Du Qifeng wants to take a long shot. Of course, Du Qifeng was actually a little careful when he named Du Sheng directly. It is no secret that Du Sheng's appearance in Mirong Fu in the Dragon is that his junior brother Zhu Zhuoliang has always praised his acting skills. This kind of drama with great popularity and high class will be released at the beginning of next year and will be almost scheduled to be released. If Du Sheng became popular, their movie could still take a ride. Du Sheng knew this very well, but he still couldn't hide his surprise. Not to mention other benefits, this means you can draw a lottery. The drama starring Lu Tianwang is still box office guaranteed. In fact, although I didn't make any trouble in my previous life. But there were also many conflicts. This role was completed by Yuan Bin as a substitute. And compared to everyone on the scene, Du Sheng, who had watched this film in his previous life, knew very well that this supporting role was a bizarre and thrilling appearance, and he acted as the second martial arts scene in the whole movie, which was one of the 5 highlights. Not to mention the popularity it brings and the audience's attention. If this film had not been deleted in the previous life, the film was not involved in the sealed factor, and the audience could not understand it, the box office would have been likely to be flattering. Seeing that everything was ready, Du Qifeng had already entered the shooting state and clapped his hands. Everyone is ready, try taking one first. His mind is now full of how to perfectly capture the camera, how to finally adjust the mirror scene, and whether the Indians who did not come were so angry that they became sick. This scene was originally planned to splice the camera, but now since you don't need to hang a wire, just take a picture to the end. After saying that, Du Qifeng turned around and glanced around and made arrangements directly. Each department takes care of you, please take a closer look when photography. The field is cleared, and the police car is on standby. Relevant personnel are buried. Now take a photo and see the effect. As soon as the words came to an end, the entire crew was running quickly like a workshop flowing. Du Qifeng stood in front of a camera, chasing this exciting police and gangster battle himself, and the cells in his body became active. The whole show was shot, and it was indeed very effective. Whether it is the escape, the attack details, or the actors' cooperation, it exceeded his expectations. To be honest, after filming the drama for so many years, Du Qifeng's past passion has long been exhausted by all kinds of trivial matters. He once thought it would be difficult for him to regain this original intention. Unexpectedly, this long shot that suddenly surged miraculously awakened his long-lost excitement. Or, rekindle the passion. There is only such a shocking publicity shot. A shot that will give the whole show a step further. Chapter 69 Flying the Eaves and Walking on the Wall. For a moment, Du Qifeng's blood boiled. He constantly changes various difficult movements to capture the best picture. Everything is rare and done by yourself. Everyone around him cooperated silently, and no one laughed at him for being embarrassed. As the shooting progressed, many people were attracted by the scene in front of them. In particular, Du Sheng once again showed his amazing superb skills, and did it better and more casually. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is flying over the eaves and walking around the walls. There were surprises sounding from time to time at the scene, and even discussions were heard. Those who were originally waiting for Du Sheng to mess up and thought they had a chance to replace him were even more complicated. It would be fine if Du Qifeng looked at the action design now. He participated in the performance in person and had such a strong foundation. Where did this monster come from? Even Zhang Baji looked slightly sideways. This young man not only has excellent acting skills, but even hit the glass window and landed on the ground, and also performed very well in chasing and fighting scenes. The movements are rapid and the posture is elegant. As he went around, he seemed like a jaguar running. She could even imagine how deep the audience would feel as an outsider after the release. Anyone who reads this subconsciously believes that this is a master. This gives people an illusion. No wonder he can kill people in such a bizarre way and fight against the protagonist with supernatural powers. The focus of the lens. Zhang Baji was a little uneasy. Because nothing unexpected happens, the one who will play with her next is probably this mainland handsome guy. If the opponent's scene is suppressed, she will be a little unbearable. Thinking of being hijacked by the other party into the sealed chimney and running away, I had to tie up and hang the wires together during this period. Her thoughts were flying in her heart, and her feelings of breaking up actually dissipated a lot. Speaking of which, if you have to choose, she doesn't want to film with that Indian man. The other person's long hair probably hasn't been washed for a few days, and he likes to eat curry and onions, so he can smell a heavy smell from afar. Not to mention being held hostage by the other party. Moreover, she has always judged people by her appearance. Those who know or come into contact with Chen Wangzai, Chen Xiaodong, Xie Tingfeng, and Zhang Yaoxuan are all representative of their appearance. The Indian man had a beard full of beards and looked very mature, and he couldn't get the energy to play the show. Yesterday, in order to change this scene, she almost made the company a mess and even alarmed Xiang Tai. In the end, she was still forced to compromise, and she was a little unhappy. This is also the reason why Zhang Baji is listless today in addition to the love factor. Unexpectedly, I can still make a turn for the most part now. The appearance of the young man in front of him is even better than Xie Tingfeng. Even compared with Chen Wangzai, he would not give in. Not to mention the rest, it is acceptable to play against such people. Listening to people around, the reason why Du Sir relies on Du Sheng is not only because of his outstanding martial arts skills, but also has the intention to use his upcoming new drama to ensure the box office in the mainland. It's getting more and more interesting. Unfortunately, the other party was not like those sought after Xiang Zhang, and they didn't even say politely, which made Zhang Baji, who has always been conceited with her appearance, feel quite boring. Cut. The chase scene ended in just a few minutes, and Du Kifeng shouted loudly, announcing that the test shot had come to an end. Even if everyone around them was envious and jealous, they had to admire them and clap their hands. At least, they really can't be as straightforward as Du Sheng. Du Kifeng put down the camera and quickly replayed the scene he had just taken, with an excited light flashing in his eyes. This is definitely a classic long shot. He was even sure that this scene would become the object of imitation and discussion among major directors. After the filming began, the entire crew entered a state of tension and load. Du Kifeng also specially adjusted the equipment such as rail cars, cranes, and booms. These are mainly for the group of people who play the role of the mistress. The most difficult thing is that the photographer needs to accurately capture the stimulating scenes of leaps and bullets. Ensure the layering of long lenses through focus, positioning, tracking, etc. Coincidentally, the starring actor who appeared in the last scene was Lu Ying Karakara, a cunning scene. Huazi, hurry up and prepare, you will have your scene next. When Du Kifeng saw him, he immediately waved to him. Zhang Baji and others waved from afar and called Brother Hua. Du Sheng, who had just turned around, also made do with him to say hello. Compared with memory, this evergreen in the film industry is indeed kind and more charming. And Du Sheng understood that these people acted so casually because they were familiar with each other. After all, Lu Yinglong is an actor. There was an interesting story in the past life, saying that if the entire galaxy image is compared to a person, Du Kifeng is the brain, Wei Jiawai is the heart, two screenwriters surnamed Yu and Zhu Zhuoyang are the left and right hands, and Lu Yingjian is the personal choice of taking Yi. Lu Yingzhou espouted Zheng said. The plane is late, so don't worry about me, you guys are busy. Everyone smiled and knew that the popular king of the continent was very busy. After saying hello, he didn't surround him and worked hard. But this does not include makeup artists and props. Because next, they will put customized muscle silicone on Lu Yingxiu and transform it into a big guy. Okay, please pay attention to each group, let's protect one more. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Du Kefeng held the loudspeaker and said loudly, "I'll arrange the dispatch this time, everyone cheer up. Action." With his order, the opera staff on the field quickly and orderly dismantled the track equipment on the ground, and the scene was busy but not without any order. Liu's bathhouse has rich experience and can see Du Kefeng's intentions at a glance. He let the makeup artist put silicone on himself and asked with a smile, "Is this planning to shoot a long sports shot?" Wei Jiawei next to him spread his hands and said helplessly. Old Du was aroused of his competitive spirit and wanted to shoot a chase that lasted more than 5 minutes. More than 5 minutes? Liu's bathing sack Huiding said with some confusion. It involves road racing, escaping, chasing, and overtaking the wall. The span is so big, so you have to hang a wire. Can you take pictures? Wei Jiawei shrugged and regarded himself as a spectator. Don't use a crane, just take a real shot. Hearing this answer, Lu Yingqin was surprised. Are you changed the show? By the way, isn't this character played by the Indians? In fact, there is no need for Wei Jiawei to answer, Lu Yingying Buqi Chuangxin's waiter. The movements did not change, and the Wia was not hung up. Instead, it depends entirely on the actor's own efforts. Liu's sharp movements of the neck pedal were even more amazing in his eyes. Especially when he saw Du Sheng's clean and neat somersault, his sword penetrated the gun handle and attacked him slightly, his eyes widened slightly. This young man is really awesome. He finally understood why the filming was replaced, and he was very proud of it. The movements are smooth, the design is in place, and the pursuit is hot. It depends entirely on his agility and ordinary people can't act. Du Kefeng was in a happy mood after finishing the shooting, with a smile. That's right. This was designed by a Sheng himself. If you cooperate with him later, you will know how easy it is. Lu Huangzai's eyes were even more surprised. It is really rare to be praised by this tyrant on the set. Chapter 70, Be Beautiful and Smile? A Sheng. Come here and introduce it to you. Du Kefeng smiled and waved to Du Sheng, saying, Huazi should be familiar with it. Before you can shoot a show, you can first talk about the related tricks and rehearsals of Layan. Du Sheng, who was guiding the collision and jumping skills of the crowd, responded and walked over and watched Lu Yingzhou break down. How could I not know each other? Brother Hua is my idol. The Return of the Condor Heroes, Gambling Man, Secret War. I have seen it since I was a child. Lu Yingzhou made a joke and smiled in silence. It's okay if you don't say it, but after saying that, I feel how old I'm older. After making some polite words to each other, Du Sheng began to explain. Brother Hua, what needs to be improved in your martial arts scenes is mainly focused on fighting the inner demons. Since accepting this profession, he has no fan effect on the industry stars, and he can be calm in the face of King Lu. The attitude of neither humble nor arrogant made Lu Huanlai in a hurry. Soon, he realized that Du Sheng's seriousness and dedication were no worse than his blacksmith. I also understand why the other party was valued by Du Kefeng so quickly. The other party's improved action design and fighting tricks are in line with the theme of the movie. This is like a timely help for Du Kefeng, who is in a hurry. When Du Kefeng saw that the two of them were chatting similarly, Lu Yingxiang finished dying about silicone and simply called Zhang Beizi again. A Sheng, you have a rivalry with Azi later, so you can cooperate in advance. It seems that he is going to strike while the iron is hot and to attend the show overnight. The next part to be filmed is Lu Yinglongwo. The Thumbs Huanzhao used his superpowers to calculate the hiding place of the murderer Koka played by Du Sheng, and let Zhang Baji lead the team to chase him. The main perspective is on Du Sheng, and during this period, he held a female teacher hostage and tried to abscond. Although Zhang Baji led a team to stop the female teacher at the station, she searched for a while but couldn't find the murderer. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on the woven bag carried by the female teacher. This bag is half a human size and looks a bit weird. The next moment, a bloody big hand stretched out with a terrifying look and pulled a police officer into it. Taking advantage of the chaos at the scene, the murderer played by Du Sheng pulled Zhang Bajil into the chimney pipe at the station, intending to hijack and escape. There are several martial arts scenes in this scene, as well as shooting and roundup scenes, which require good cooperation. Du Kefeng was obviously worried that Zhang Baji would not be able to keep up with the rhythm, so he asked Du Sheng to play her. "It's okay at any time. Is it convenient for Miss Zhang now?" After all, it was a matter of internal affairs, so Du Sheng did not refuse and looked at Zhang Baji. Although this girl has a temperament, her appearance is really undeniable. Instead of chatting with a bunch of big masters, it is better to choose someone that is pleasing to the eye. Zhang Baji not only agreed, but also stood up and stretched out her hand. "Just call me Baiji." Du Sheng held her with her, and although she was about to break up, she found that her palm was numb. There was still a hint of fun in the other person's eyes. This is no accident. Did this willful girl do it on purpose, or do she want to tease herself? Du Sheng remembered some comments about Zhang Baji when she was young in her previous life. He has a jumpy personality, an unstable mood, and loves to tease people. Zhang Baji's smile became innocent and brilliant, and she pointed not far away. "How about finding a quiet place to talk about the second sentence?" At first, she wondered why Du Sheng was indifferent to her. Just now, my mind and nature were together, and there was a sudden temptation. Seeing Du Sheng's eyes change, I proved that my previous guess was correct. It turns out that it was not unresponsive, but that it was unresponsive. Since the love breakup, Zhang Baji has been unable to get excited about anything she does, and she missed the spare tires surrounding her for no reason. At least, those people can make her happy in different ways. When bored, I took revenge on someone with teasing my mind. It seems pretty good to develop the person in front of you into a spare tire. It's true that the more you don't understand the charm, the more you feel accomplished when you pick it up. After all, the other party has no background. Taiwan is not inferior to Xie Tingfeng in all aspects. As for whether you can't get it, with her fame and status as Xiang Taigan's daughter, and her most profitable money tree in Oriental Star Entertainment, how could she not be able to get it? "It's okay, you're familiar with this place, you can find a place." Du Sheng didn't know what the other party was selling in the gourd, but he was not sour at all. The surrounding tracks kept ringing, and there were still people watching from time to time, which was indeed not suitable for the show. "My RV is there, so why not go there?" It is impossible for ordinary Xiangzhong artists to get RVs in the mainland, but Zhang Beizi is obviously not an ordinary person. Du Sheng came to his senses, his eyes were fun, and he happily walked side by side with the other party. When he opened the car door and went up, Zhang Baji bent over slightly, with the angle of the collar vaguely facing him. "Will there be entertainment journalists around you?" be reported randomly. Du Sheng vaguely guessed something and mentioned it with a kind heart. "Actually, it's a test. If the other party invites him in, it would be a damn thing to say he is uneasy. It's okay, we have a clean and honest relationship. Those entertainment journalists have also said hello before and will not make random arrangements." Zhang Baji ignored the entertainment reporters who wanted to get close to him, and enthusiastically reached out to pull the curtain for him to drive the car. Smelling the quiet fragrance and feeling the warm and delicate body of the other person, I am afraid that even a man with a slight licking tendency to resist it. Even my head is hot and my mind is thinking. Du Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth, which further confirmed his guess. Although this woman is about the same age as Fan Ou, she is protected too well by Xiang Tai and her thinking is still a bit too. Without the spotlight staring at him, Zhang Baji put away her deliberate disguise and lay lazily on the seat. This RV is an extended version, because it is used for rest, sleep, makeup, etc., so the space inside is large enough and it is enough to make a casual move. She picked up the dressing box and repaired the makeup, and handed Du Sheng a box of chocolate and green arrow-scented candy, blinking at him. Don't force me too tightly after a while, otherwise I can't breathe and my expression will be unable to control myself. Looking at that delicate face, coupled with a smile like a warm spring sun, every frown and smile is as pure as a flower. I'm afraid it's hard for a man to resist this charm. Even flocked to it just to make the beauty smile. Du Sheng shook his head in his heart. No wonder this person in his previous life still had so many licks after he had an accident. The biggest licking is Zhao, who has the king of mainland comedy. Private jet pick-up and drop-off, not only did they get investment for him, but they also allowed him to enjoy queen-level treatment. However, Du Sheng was still like a dull person and just nodded. At that time, you stand a little closer to the ventilation vent, I'm afraid that the people who hang the wire will not be able to handle it well. This scene is about Zhang Baji being strangled by Du Sheng, who was hiding in the chimney while the chaos was taking advantage of the chaos, dragging her into a vertical ventilation duct, preparing to hijack and escape. If you are not prepared, it is easy to hurt your neck and not only cause it, but it will also get stuck. If you really can't hold on, you can just put your back on me. Zhang Beizi had a sweet smile and kindly reminded her, but she muttered in her heart. Why are you still indifferent? Is it really wood? Chapter 71 Don't know how to take the initiative? In the past, she used a little trick, and even if those men did not care about their well-being, they would show kindness in various ways. Even if she is introverted, she will blush and think about it when she is so close to her. Does the mainland have a scheming mind and don't know how to take the initiative? Zhang Beizi grew up in Australia, has avant-garde thoughts and is not only playful, but also has an almost natural instinct for seductiveness. But now I have tried several methods, and the other party has no tendency to transform into a lick. This space is quite suitable, why don't you try it now? Zhang Baji thought about it and took the initiative. I was just bored before and wanted to tease me, but now I am a little angry. I even have a little doubt that my charm has declined. She didn't believe that Du Sheng could still maintain his composure. Then you prepare and pay attention. Du Sheng leaned over and didn't even pity Hua Qingyu at all. He directly strangled her white and slender neck. Just as he was about to hug the other party's waist, Zhang Beizi raised her knees and pushed him, saying with a smile. I thought you were so honest, it turned out that they were all fake. Don't talk nonsense, raise your hands and squat down with your head in your arms. Du Sheng's hand fell on her slender waist, and she acted to take out her weapons, scolding. Otherwise, don't blame me for being so mean. Seeing that the other party was interpreted naturally, Zhang Baji had no awareness of being exposed at all. This is really a puppet. I won't act anymore, I don't feel anything. She was very frustrated and had no intention of playing against each other again. She pushed Du Sheng away with anger. Also, you touched me as soon as you got in the car. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The tricks were not effective, so she planned to change her tricks and defeat the strong with the weak. If the other party has a ghost in his heart, he will definitely be panicked now. However, Du Sheng is not an ordinary person at all, and he has long seen through such tricks. He shook his phone, smiling. Isn't this what you asked for? I thought you were bored and wanted to find someone to talk to you. This is different from what Zhang Baji expected to beg for mercy. She glanced at her phone and said disrespectfully. Don't forget whose home court this is? Do you think it's useful? I have no grudges and you, so it's necessary to do this against? Du Sheng looked calm and asked back. Zhang Baji naturally would not say that little thought, and she was a little angry. What are you trying to target? I just see through your true face and avoid shame on the crew. In fact, she was indeed a little careful. In addition to being bored and causing some scandals to take revenge on Xie, she also set up a target to stimulate the popularity of the mainland. Since Du Sheng was attracted by Du Kefeng, he was also considered a good match in all aspects. But the other party failed to get up, and instead made him unable to get out of Taiwan. I understand. Are you trying to use me to hype and block the gun? I'll say it earlier, maybe I'll cooperate. Du Sheng smiled with a little fun. If the other party said that he was disgusting Xie Tingfeng with his own scandal, how could it become like this? This kind of imaginative personality is really hard to entertain. Zhang Baji was not afraid of being guessed at all, so she glanced at him and said, "Are you really not afraid at all? Or are you planning to give up? Why are you afraid? Not to mention that this is Du Sir asking me to play with you, and you are also invited to come here." Du Sheng sat back on his seat, leaned down comfortably, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Without real evidence, I want the whole crew to believe your nonsense. Although the crew is a story about Xiangzhong people, it is really a big deal in the mainland, and I am afraid it will not be able to hold on." But Zhang Baji thought he was too strong on the outside and was timid, so she smiled arrogantly. "This drama is invested by Oriental Star Entertainment. If I make a fuss, believe it or not, you will not even be able to raise your head in the future. As long as the other party surrenders and bows his head, let her take care of it in the future." Du Sheng shook his head. This is a little girl who is praised and spoiled and cannot distinguish between reality and logic. No wonder she did so many stupid things in her previous life. Xiang Taijin spoils you so much? But believe it or not, you will soon fall out of favor. Du Sheng naturally won't be abusive. Looking at her smiling playfully, she suddenly pulled off the buttons of her clothes with force. Zhang Baji's face changed slightly, and she subconsciously protected her body and retreated. "You, what do you want to do? The crew is still outside. Don't do anything randomly, otherwise I have any problems, and you will never be able to take advantage of it. Aren't you going to make trouble? I'm as you wish." Du Sheng pulled her clothes and tie into a mess, and then turned Zhou Zheng's hairstyle into a chicken coop, then counterattacked Zhang Baji, hugged her randomly and shouted, "Baji, don't do this! Stop talking! Let me go! Zhang Baji, if you don't let go, I'm not polite." While shouting loudly, he forced Zhang Baji to kiss him a few times on his face, leaving a few bright lipstick marks, and also covered his whole body with the smell of perfume. "Make me notorious. I can be your ancestor by framing me. Let you become a Ronin now." Zhang Baji widened her beautiful eyes and fell into a state of confusion. "What's the situation? I became an indecent person? Still using violent coercion?" At this moment, the crew seemed to hear the shouts and surrounded them. "Aren't they playing against each other? Can they make scandals?" Bai Ji is too immersed in the role, and she seems to want to force her kiss on the new martial arts finger. This shouldn't be. Their positions are much different. Indeed, Bai Ji is so beautiful, and Xiang Tai is supporting her. It's because of this that she is fearless. How come she has fewer troubles before? Beauty cannot be eaten as food. Du Sheng has both temperament and mightiness. As a woman, whoever is not moved by it. Just as everyone was watching the show, the door of the RV suddenly opened. Du Sheng's whole cheeks were covered with lipstick marks, and he ran out in a panic. Zhang Baji followed in anger and shouted in a pity, "Du Sheng, you bastard, you have the kind of stop." She had never seen such a shameless person before, and she was both ashamed and annoyed, wishing she could step on Du Sheng and kick him hard. But in the eyes of others, this situation is more like a sign of Zhang Baji trying to force Du Sheng to submit, but after being exposed, she became angry and embarrassed. "I'm going, it's really an eye-opener. I can only say that your circle is really messy. In theory, with a status and popularity like Boji, no man is needed, so why do you have to use it? I guess I just dumped Xie Tingfeng. I was angry, but I just found a man to vent my vent and take revenge." Du Sheng must have dared not resist just now, otherwise why would he be so embarrassed? She is Xiang Taken's girl, how could she expect a young actor to resist? But how could Du Sheng easily surrender if he was full of righteousness? Hearing the fingers around him and feeling all kinds of strange, contempt and gloating eyes, Zhang Beizi stopped chasing. When she saw the entertainment reporter coming around like chicken blood, she was a little anxious even if she was used to the world and said in a panic, "I was wronged. Don't listen to his arguments. This is a fight back. If such a ridiculous thing is confirmed after the report, she will be unable to clean even if she jumps into the Yellow River." Wei Jiawai, who came after hearing the sound, was stunned for a moment, and was so amused that he could stop the entertainment journalist first, and then stepped forward and said to Du Sheng, "Bai Ji has been stimulated recently and her emotions have fluctuated greatly. This matter is probably a misunderstanding, and it will be fine if you say it later." He didn't favor anyone, and said to Zhang Baji, "So too, you can make trouble, but don't make trouble too much, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to Xiang Tai." Chapter 72, Running with a Bucket Road. Seeing that Zhang Baji's face turned red, Du Sheng sighed and said, it's okay for me, a big man to suffer some losses. But Bo Ji should not do this next time, after all, she is not mentally prepared." Zhang Baji. Listen, is this what a person says? She is usually sought after and is considered to be smart, but she is so choked that she can't speak. People around him looked at Zhang Baji speechlessly, holding their wrists in their hearts and sighed. If you want to find a man to take revenge on Xie Tingfeng, or you are hungry and thirsty, come directly at us. This kind of thing is also a good choice for appearance, and you deserve to be secret. You. Zhang Baji was so angry that she stomped her feet, but she didn't know how to defend herself. Because the facts are right in front of you. Since entering the industry, she has never suffered such great grievances. Even though I learned that Xie Tingfeng and Wang Fei were getting back together a few days ago, I was just depressed, and I never had the opportunity to argue like this. Okay, kindness makes money, just a misunderstanding. Her agent knew that it was not appropriate to make trouble at this time, so he stepped forward to advise and wiped the traces of Du Sheng. Zhang Baji bit her teeth and stared at Du Sheng with hatred. Bastard, I remember you. Du Sheng blinked innocently. Don't remember it, otherwise you will never forget it in your life. And I want to take revenge on Xie Tingfeng, this gossip is not just right. What are you doing here? Du Kefeng, who was setting up the scene, heard the sound and opened the crowd of onlookers. After hearing Wei Jiawai's whispering explanation, he felt ridiculous. There is such an outrageous thing in the world? Even if you fall in love at first sight, there is no need to be so anxious, right? Can you really do whatever you want if you are handsome? Do sir. Say justice. Zhang Baji was still angry and hoped that someone could help her stand out. Du Kefeng looked at her with a strange expression and said, Azzi, it is normal for men to have sex with women to love, and it is understandable that you have a broken love, but this kind of thing must be based on your love and my will. Even if I really want to find a temporary male companion next time, I can actually be on the crew. After hearing it for the first time, I seemed to be persuading it, but I couldn't stand the scrutiny. It feels more like persuading dogmen and women to calm down. Do sir, I was really wronged. Zhang Baji had nowhere to vent, and her eyes were a little red. But no matter how much you explain this kind of thing, it will be useless. Forget it, it's not good for everyone to continue to care. It's better to think about how to finish it. Du Kefeng shook his head and looked at Du Sheng. Sheng, what do you think? For a moment, everyone's eyes remained on Du Sheng. Even the entertainment reporter who was pushed out by the security guard did not forget to pick up the camera and took the scene excitedly. I heard from Du sir that it is better to resolve enemies than to get them together, and I have not suffered much harm. Du Sheng sighed, looked at Zhang Baji and said with a conscience. Baiji, I am very grateful for your love for me, but everyone is an artist, so it is necessary to learn to control emotions. And if the trouble continues, not everyone is as tolerant as me. The next filming cannot be delayed, and you don't want to drag down the entire crew. A gentle and considerate word, to the onlookers who don't know the truth, is a manifestation of open-mindedness and generosity. It's just someone is about to get angry. I have to say, this young man is really a big heart. Indeed, if the situation turns around, I'm afraid he will be infamous if he doesn't leave the group. I heard that he didn't even look down on Fan Ou before, which shows that he is indeed a gentleman. Where can you find such a good man? Some little girls were already staring at Du Sheng with their eyes shining. There are also some people who are unfair and are very moved by his tolerance. You wait, I and you will never end up. Zhang Baji gritted her silver teeth and glared at Du Sheng, and was taken aside by her agent to comfort her. She has never thought about someone's name as much as she is today. It can be seen that someone broke the record. But some of the little girls watching couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but mutter. How did you speak? They have given up so much, what else do you want? That's right, do you really think that you can bully people by bringing funds into the group? Du Sheng was very cold and said with a smile. Everyone is gone. Bai Ji may be just an impulse. Don't take what she says too much, you won't know each other if you don't fight. If this kind of thing is investigated, he will not stand it. Young man, you can't be too honest in your life, otherwise you will suffer a loss sooner or later. When a handsome guy is away, he really needs to protect himself and never stay alone with a woman who is unknown. From then on, I am afraid that everyone in the circle will know that Du Sheng is upright and has a good character. After all, even the best quality Zhang Baji can stay calm, so who else can mess with his mind? Du Kefeng saw Zhang Baji calming down under the comfort of his agent and waved his hand to disperse the onlookers. It's all gone, go and do whatever you should do, don't join in the fun here. Before leaving, he looked at Du Sheng up and down several times, looking at the monster. I didn't believe that there was Lu Ziyi in the world before, but now I believe it. Actually, Azi is pretty good. I just don't want to be emotionally restrained, which will affect the shooting status. Du Sheng's face remained unchanged, and he felt a little regretful. It's good that you haven't had a quarrel. Let's communicate well later. Du Kefeng patted his shoulder and reminded him. But you rejected her and it made everyone know that she was still in trouble. Moreover, her mother Qi is Xiang Tai, and she probably will be a little criticized afterwards. He knew the Xiang family's ability very well and was free in Xiangjiang. Even if he didn't have such great skills in the mainland, it was not difficult to control Du Sheng. However, the relationship between men and women is very complicated, especially when it comes to girls like Zhang Baji with a changeable temperament. It's still too early to say this. Maybe he would not be surprised that she would announce her relationship with Du Sheng directly tomorrow. If you are worried about revenge, why should I do this forever? If Bai Ji still refuses to give up, I will accompany her. Du Sheng, Feng King Yuntan, threw down this sentence, turned around and walked out. Looking at Du Sheng's upright and unyielding posture, Du Kefeng felt very moved. There will be a film in half an hour. Where are you going? Buy air tickets in advance. Du Sheng looked like the wind was whistling and the yishui was cold, and said quietly. It's really just now, so it's easier for me to run away. Du Kefeng. He thought this kid was really a tough guy, but he didn't expect that he just wanted to pretend to be dead. Fortunately, Lu Yingyi Nanzan slowed down the coal, Meng Renqi intervened, so Zhang Baji and Du Sheng would not be so irritated. Moreover, in order to eliminate the negative impact, her agent did not write a random piece of music for the entertainment journalist, and also allowed the two to come back together to pretend to be a show. The crew is still running, and the filming has been decided to continue tonight, and no one can change it easily. Although Zhang Baji was reluctant, she didn't dare to fight against the crew now, just gritted her teeth when she was talking about the lyrics. But I have to admit that since the stuttering, she found that she was getting involved faster. Or, I want to bring the murderer in front of me to justice. Chapter 73 Public Apology. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the shooting scene. Every group is ready. Get up. Du Kifeng briefly explained to the VIA team, came to the side with caution, knocked on the chimney, and said to the inside. Do you two have any problems? At this moment, Du Sheng and Zhang Baji were at the entrance of the ventilation duct of the chimney, and were fixed in the same place by Weia. Because it was a hijacking, there were only two of them inside, and the body was inevitably in contact. Due to the previous incident, the picture is a bit awkward. Du Sheng glanced at Zhang Baji, who was silent without saying a word, and said, No problem, it's best to be able to live alone. This woman around me is really outrageous. It does not eat soft and hard food, it belongs to the family of the cat family. He didn't want to be tied up with steel wire like this anymore. Okay, you guys are ready. Du Kifeng's last sentence was explained. 3 minutes later, Via will hang you in midair. At that time, Huazi will explode the chimney in the middle and rescue Azzi. Inside the chimney, the atmosphere was silent. Du Sheng couldn't move, he couldn't stand it. Can you let go of your hand? It's too tight. The chimney is a little narrow and can't even turn around when tied. And whether it was out of revenge or fear of high school, Zhang Baji felt all her strength in front of Du Sheng, and her hands tightened his neck, making him breathless. Those who don't know the truth think he is the one who was hijacked. It's really outrageous. Zhang Baji, wearing a police uniform, was indifferent, but instead got involved in the role and insisted on arresting the murderer. Even after Du Sheng reminded him, he subconsciously used his strength. This willful little temper is known to be intentional without looking at it. It can be seen that although she cooperated with the crew's shooting requirements, she was still worried about the previous events. This is indeed the case, and Zhang Baji is still extremely annoyed. Who can bear it if the meat is not eaten enough and it is distorted as revengeful? If possible, she would want to strangle the bastard beside her to death now. Although Du Sheng didn't know what this woman was thinking, he could guess some of it. In order to make the next shot go smoothly, he thought about it. Whether we have something wrong with the previous incident or not, we both have something wrong with each other, right? In order to reduce the impact of this matter, your agent asked me to cooperate to eliminate the misunderstanding, and I agreed. Although Zhang Baji still had no reaction, she snorted lightly. If she hadn't taken into account these things, and with her willful and arrogant temper, she would have been ignored and left without caring about leaving. Du Sheng knew that the other party was listening, so he rang the railway while it was hot. If you feel so angry, then after finishing the filming tonight, I will set up a table and drink for you, just as it will be a matter of resentment. Of course, the premise is that you can't be petty. Hitaju is one of the social cultures in Xiangjiang. It was originally designed to calm the disputes by the society, and now there is a willingness to apologize in society. Seeing that the other party's attitude became soft, Zhang Baji felt a little angry, but she still had a cold face. Are you scared? You just think about it with the wine table. What dream are you dreaming about? What else do you want? Du Sheng observed the change in the woman's face and had already roughly understood the other person's temperament. To put it bluntly, it means that there is no elder discipline and has developed the habit of willful and arbitrary behavior. The more you face her, the more stubborn she becomes. In order to return to the end of Goddess Dragon early, he didn't mind having fun of the little girl. It's very simple. You publicly apologize in front of the media, and I can consider it at my discretion. Zhang Baji met Fang Xin discussed calmly and turned around and said. Otherwise, even if you star in this drama, you may not be able to retain many scenes in the end. Public apology? Impossible. Du Sheng didn't think about it, and said. You know what the cause of the incident is. Do you really want me to tell it out in public? The atmosphere was stalemate again. But after a while, Zhang Baji, who was hanging by the Weia, didn't have much strength anymore, and even her hand hooked Du Sheng's neck fell down. It is even more inevitable that both parties will have zero-distance contact. Born together and waiting bored, Zhang Baji thought about venting her mentality and simply put her long legs on Du Sheng. From a distance, it looks like an octopus. It's true that the center of gravity falls on Du Sheng's side, and the force is much easier to bear. Du Sheng really didn't expect this woman to do such a thing. It's like killing 1,000 enemies and hurting 100 by yourself. Don't you know what he is pestering? However, Du Sheng was not the one who suffered a loss. He strangled Zhang Baji's neck with his backhand and put his other hand on her waist. Although both parties were wearing wired suits, the warm touch was still very obvious. I have to say that although this girl has a bad temper, she is indeed very good looking. No wonder it makes people miss it. Zhang Baji's body stiffened. Unexpectedly, the other party was so bold, and she blushed and embarrassed. What are you doing? Let go of your hand. Du Sheng shrugged as if nothing happened. You fell first, I can't blame me. Moreover, I will have to hijack you later, and this situation is inevitable. While he was talking, he saw the other person's body slipping down and subconsciously held him up. Zhang Baji, feeling a warm big hand falling on his buttocks, and using a little force. Only then did she realize that this posture was really bad. Except for men and women in love, no one will be so entangled. Zhang Baji was about to break free from shame and anger when she suddenly felt something. She subconsciously lowered her head and then widened her beautiful eyes. Then, his whole body became weak and he lay down at Du Sheng and stopped moving. If someone was there, she would definitely find that her face was hot to her ears. Silence is better than sound. How could Du Sheng not feel it? He was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. What's wrong with this girl doing? She insists on pestering her. Isn't this asking for trouble? This state is not suitable for shooting, so he could only hold back his anger and remind. Let go, don't lock me with your legs. Zhang Baji originally subconsciously wanted to let go, but she realized that the other party was uncomfortable and thoughts of revenge and teasing her again. She is so willful and arbitrary in her work. Therefore, Zhang Baji not only did not let go of her hand holding Du Sheng's neck, but also tightened her legs like revenge, laying in his ear and laughing. If you apologize publicly in front of the media, do you say you will accept it? The other party asked her to make a fool of herself before, but now she has the chance, so she won't pay back twice as much. This time, Du Sheng's anger inevitably made him rise. He let go of his hand holding the other person's buttocks, stretched into his sleeve, and said expressionlessly, Miss Zhang Baji, if I make a fool of myself, it may not be easy for you to believe it or not. Zhang Baji was fearless at all, and even had a more excited thought of scratching her. She leaned on her ears and sneered. What can you do to me? There were only two of them in the chimney. As long as Du Sheng dared to repeat the same mistake, she would definitely not let him go if he was prepared. But I have to say that this man is really ridiculously big. She grew up abroad since childhood, and even though she has seen a lot of experience online, she is sure that it is not so exaggerated. After this riot, the atmosphere relaxed unconsciously. Zhang Baji did not notice it, and her previous anger and revenge mentality faded unknowingly. At this moment, my mind was full of how to control the other party and let him bow his head and surrender. Du Sheng shook his head in his heart. No wonder the relationship is in a hurry. This willful temper is not enough for ordinary people to stand it even if they are good looking and have a good figure. What can I do to you? Haha, don't regret it. Du Sheng suddenly had something on his right hand. While the girl smiled proudly, her fingers popped inadvertently. Chapter 74, Noisy. Zhang Baji was teasing her at this moment, as if she had found Du Sheng's weakness, and proudly lowered her head and her soft hair to his cheek. Looking at the other party's itchy and busy look, Zhang Baji was happy and felt relieved. Although Du Sheng's skin was a little itchy, he actually didn't have much anger in his heart. After all, if a lonely man and a widow are living in the same room, women will suffer losses. Besides, the other party is the most popular little girl in Xiangjiang, and no matter how she makes a fuss, she will make money for nothing. If you make enough reputation, it would be even better. Fortunately, the crew started to operate, but the other party was quite restrained and did not make any noise during the filming. This scene of chimney blasting rescue was successfully passed. The next few scenes are also going on in an orderly manner. Du Sheng paid attention to Zhang Baji's reaction from time to time, and felt quite strange. Is it too small, or is it useless to extract something like this? Just now, Zhang Baji's face turned a little red and her body was steaming, but nothing unusual was. Du Sheng shook his head and ignored it. However, what he didn't notice was that Zhang Baji seemed to be out of the corner of her eyes with Lu Huanfa, but he glanced at him from time to time. And as time goes by, she is bored and her mind and body return to an empty state. How could I compare him with Xie Tingfeng? Zhang Baji didn't want to pay attention to that bastard, nor did she want to make trouble anymore, but for some reason she couldn't control her thoughts. Apart from being upright and not being a little arrogant, it shouldn't be true. That mysterious feeling is like being inspired by innate emotions. Could it be that the other party is too big and impressed by me and cannot be forgotten for a while? Can't figure it out. What made Zhang Baji even more ridiculous was that she no longer seemed to hate this bastard. Still gradually treating it as a similar image of Xie Tingfeng? She was a little dumbfounded. Is this a natural enemy? Cut. At nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, with Du Kefeng's click, the entire crew suddenly relaxed. Everyone will have to go to bed early after having lunch, and we will have to work tomorrow. The shooting progress today is good. Although Du Kefeng and Wei Jiawei are in a bad mood, I would like to remind you before leaving. Lu Yingzhou was a busy man. After saying hello, he picked up the script and planning documents and left. Where is Hitaju? Don't keep your word. Du Sheng was about to leave, but suddenly someone said a light word to stop him. A wisp of fragrant wind blew on my face. For some reason, Zhang Baji actually came to him and looked at him with a smile. The peach blossom eyes were shining, and the face was pretty and rosy, which made it a special feeling. Everyone around who were eating midnight snacks turned their heads in surprise. What's going to do this? Some people who are familiar with Zhang Baji's temperament have already set up a bench to watch the show. However, unexpectedly, this woman is not looking for trouble. Instead, he planned to ask Du Sheng to treat him to apologize. Why did you suddenly reconcile? Everyone looked confused. The plot was too outrageous. This is not like Zhang Baji. When did this arrogant woman become so generous? It's so late, are you sure? In fact, Du Sheng was also a little weird in his heart. Because the other party's beautiful eyes fall on him from time to time, is this going to make fun of him again? You don't have to worry about having a good meal late. If you don't have sincerity, just say it early. Zhang Baji blocked her words, called Du Sheng into the car, and looked at the others. Brother Hui and sister Beiru, do you want to join in the fun? Zhang Zhaowei, who played her boss, and Tang Beiru, who played the female teacher, looked at each other and could see the others' surprise. They couldn't figure out what happened to these two people, and they smiled and shook their heads. You guys go, we are old and can't make trouble. They knew very well how willful Zhang Baji was and had to give in to some things, otherwise they would be indomitable if they were in trouble. For example, the last scandal caused a storm in Xiangjiang because of her, and she was still very anxious afterwards. They don't want to be muddy. As for Du Sheng, please be blessed. Du Sheng didn't know if the other party's changes were related to him. Considering that he would take a few more days to shoot, it was hard to refuse in full view of everyone. Where to go? There is a newly opened nightclub on Gukan Street. Zhang Baji obviously had inquired about it, and she felt relaxed after the filming, and her tone was a bit anticipated. It seems that there is also the idea of slaughtering someone. Her agent watched the vehicle go away, but left herself here to deal with the entertainment journalist, looking helpless. It's really hard to get into such a little ancestor. However, it is a good thing that Zhang Baji can get out of the shadow of her broken love, otherwise it would be too difficult to treat without eating or drinking. As for whether these two people will have a scandal, she was not worried at all. Because it's useless to worry. In addition, Zhang Baji is a little more playful and willful, but she should not be interested in a man who is calm and unwilling to do so. Unless God doesn't go to work today. Haha, you lost, drink it all in one gulp. Obviously, this agent still doesn't know enough about his artists. As soon as he entered the nightclub and felt the atmosphere of bright lights and wine, Zhang Baji seemed to have changed her body, and she was excited to call her friends and play big dice. Du Sheng smiled and picked up the wine glass and drank it all. He had already figured out the girl's temperament. Out of the intention of relieving her dislike, losing twice was just giving in to the other party. In the third round, Du Sheng opened the dice cup and took a look, shouting, 8-5. He acted quite calmly and seemed to be sure to win. Next home is Zhao Yanmei, a screenwriter who also came out to play, happened to be pulled over by Zhang Beizi. She looked at Du Sheng in confusion and said hesitantly, I shouted so big from the beginning, I don't believe you have 4 5s alone. After saying that, she didn't dare to open Du Sheng's point and thought for a while. 9-2. When it was Zhang Beizi's turn, she carefully observed the expressions of the two people and shouted, 10-4. She seemed to be nothing, but her voice was a little unconfident. Du Sheng smiled playfully and opened the dice cup. Drive you. I only have 1-4. Zhang Beizi twitched slightly, and then opened the dice cup. She has 3 4s, plus 2 that can be changed, and the total number is 5 4s. On Zhao Yanmei, even if it includes the points that can be changed, there are only 3 4. There are only 9 of the 3 people in total at 4 o'clock, Zhang Baji obviously lost. According to the rules, she needs a glass of wine. The wine glass is an oval goblet with a capacity of about 60 ml per cup. Zhang Baji could afford to lose and poured it in one breath. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she looked even more charming at this moment. Chapter 75, Involve Selfishness. Du Sheng called points several times in a row, but they happened to be stuck on the winning or losing line, making Zhang Baji lose. After a while, 2 bottles of 500 ml of red wine had bottomed out. Zhang Baji was a little drunk, but she was very excited. She beat her to a frown and looked at Du Sheng with suspicion. This is called not playing? It's not a scam. It is said that women are fickle, but her attitude towards Du Sheng now is more than fickle. Even a little bit confused. Anyway, Zhao Yanmei doesn't understand, and she is a little weird. Because Zhang Baji not only sat sideways towards Du Sheng, her eyes also fell on him from time to time. If this situation is put at noon, no one will believe it if it is told. How could Du Sheng not be aware of it? He was so surprised that he also confirmed his previous guess. 9-5. If you have the ability, you can open me. Zhang Baji's tongue was a little knotted, and she was obviously not willing to admit defeat. 10-3. Du Sheng didn't have a good reputation, followed him calmly. I'll drive you. Zhang Baji was a little embarrassed and opened Du Sheng's dice cup directly. No surprises, I lost again. Zhang Baji was quite aware and muttered as she looked at the full glass of wine. I'm a little dizzy, can I take a break? No. I'm willing to accept the loss. Zhao Yanmei smiled hurriedly and said. Unless you find someone to drink, there is nothing to play. In fact, she couldn't stand Zhang Baji, who was usually arrogant, which was considered selfish. Zhang Baji looked around and couldn't find any other familiar ones. Finally, he put the wine glass to Du Sheng's mouth, his face leaned over and almost opposite him, showing a pure and charming smile. Sheng, please drink it for me, just apologize at noon, okay? This girl was originally quite innocent and pretty, but after drinking her head, her tongue was already a little knotted. And I don't know if the heat in my whole body has increased and my coat has been taken off. It was so close that it was filled with drunken eyes, and the cherry mouth was slightly pouting. The cheeks on both sides are less than 10 centimeters away. I have to say that the other party's drunkenness is quite attractive. It makes people want to have a love affair. Fortunately, this is a private room, otherwise the reporter would definitely go to Xiangjiang Entertainment News. Du Sheng took the wine glass in her hand and finished drinking it, and put the dice cup aside. I have to shoot tomorrow morning and I can't drink it anymore. Although he is not drunk yet, he can't stand it anymore, and driving is even more problematic. No, there is still a second half. But I can't stand someone's desire to commit suicide, and I can't hold on to such a thing at all. Although Zhang Baji did not take revenge, she was still thinking about slaughtering her. Zhao Yanmei couldn't help but mutter when she saw Zhang Baji getting drunk, and her body was about to lean against Du Sheng. This is not a turtle pair of mung beans, please look at it. In fact, Zhang Baji is also a little confused. In the past, even if you have made up your past grudges with someone, it is difficult to get to chat together in the bar. After making a fuss with Du Sheng this time, he was inexplicably offside. The more you look at the other person, the more you like it. The little thing about the previous love breaking faded away under this emotional impact. Especially when her face was approaching her, she felt her heart beating faster, which was something she had never seen before. Half an hour later. I'm not drunk, I can still drink. Yes, you are not drunk, I am drunk. If nothing unexpected happens, I don't know whether someone has revenge successfully. It is true that I am half drunk. Du Sheng did not find Zhao Yanmei. Seeing that it was getting late, he had to drive and send Zhang Baji, who was drunk and unconscious, back to the crew's bedside. Can you contact the agent? Who? Let her drink, continue. Zhang Baji was exhausted and was still talking drunkenly when she was helped down. Her center of gravity fell on Du Sheng's side, and her right hand subconsciously hugged him. Du Sheng observed the surroundings, but fortunately there were no paparazzi squatting. This woman is both chewy and playful, no wonder she is suffering from all kinds of negative things in the future. He didn't want to have a scandal under this situation, so he forced himself to suppress his anger and planned to send the drunk cat back. Beiji. However, what was outrageous was that Zhang Baji suddenly held Du Sheng's neck with both hands and kissed him on the cheek with drunken eyes. Du Sheng's feet stiffened. Damn it, is this real drunk or fake drunk? And he even came on the storm? Or do you think of yourself as someone? If the other party hadn't been full of alcohol, he would have doubted whether this woman was pretending to be drunk. Funny, haha fun. Zhang Baji was drunk and saw Du Sheng in a daze. She laughed out loud and said happily, and even kissed her even more. She is tall and graceful, and even if she is held, she cannot cover the full moon curve. Her heavy conscience almost presses on Du Sheng. The white high heels on her feet were kicked off by her at some point, and a slender jade foot wrapped in flesh-colored short silk was kicking around in the air, very happy. How could Du Sheng be the one who suffers? He was too lazy to find his agent again, picked him up and returned to his room, and threw her on the sofa in the suite. Hey, you talk first, men and women are equal. I have to say that even though I was half drunk, this woman was still full of glamour and extremely beautiful. Especially that purity carved pure and J. No wonder he will become the queen of the camera of Brother Guanxi in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Fenggui's future girlfriend. But if nothing unexpected happens, there will be an accident. Brother Guangzai, it seems you have to change the subject representative. Brother Fenggui, don't blame your brother for being in trouble when he is in the arms. The only thing that is to blame is my sister-in-law. From the moment he was messed up by Zhang Baji, Du Sheng secretly decided to fulfill his unilateral commitment to Feng Guiji. I will raise your girlfriend in advance. Nothing else, just because of his words. Wait, will you be responsible for me? Zhang Baji stopped making trouble, and it was so hot that he was picked up by Du Sheng just now. Feeling her heartbeat, she was a little embarrassed and unspeakable expectation. If you learn from Xie Tingfeng, you will never forgive you. Although she was drunk and still talked, she was still a little awake. As for why it became like this, she has given up treatment since her mind was full of ambiguous scenes between the two parties, and her body will not lie anyway. If you weren't Xiang Takei's girl or the #1 beauty in Xiangjiang, would you think I would like it? What I hate most is the privileged class, yes. Du Sheng replied with confidence and then took her to the bottom of the situation. So what if Xiang Taken's daughter? Even if the other party is the richest daughter of Xiangjiang, he will still treat everyone equally. As for responsibility, needless to say, he has always been responsible. I am afraid that the other party will beg for mercy and refuse to give in. Puchi. Zhang Baji, who was originally a little drunk, was amused by Du Sheng's words. Then he blushed and hugged his neck gently and whispered, "Don't do this. The atmosphere has been set off here. If you don't do anything, you are afraid that the readers will yell at raising books. Don't get me wrong, I don't just want to get on the boat with you. To prove this, let's go to the bathroom." Du Sheng corrected her with confidence, picked her up decisively, and walked straight to the bathroom. The bathroom of the 4-star luxury hotel is spacious and bright, and it is also accompanied by a press mill bathtub, which is enough to accommodate 2 people for a steam bath. Soon, a crisp sound of music echoed inside.